Chapter 1. Transmigrating into the role of a tragic female supporting character. Help! I beg you, do not kill me. In the depths of a primordial forest, amidst a thicket of thorns, a woman, clad in tattered garments and drenched in blood, fled desperately. The earth trembled, and a massive shadow loomed over her. Roar! A beast's roar, filled with overwhelming rage, echoed from behind her. The woman was swiftly brought down to the ground, sharp claws piercing her flesh, blood erupting in a crimson spray. A colossal golden-haired lion's head loomed before her, its gaping maw revealing glistening fangs that slowly drew nearer, as if relishing the torment of its prey. Please, it hurts so much. I beg you, spare me. The woman screamed, thrashing her arms and legs, yet she could not break free. In the next moment, her neck was ruthlessly torn apart, blood gushing forth in a torrent, the weightlessness of her blood loss accompanied by a chilling sensation emanating from her bones. As her gaze met the golden beast's eyes filled with hatred, her scream caught in her throat, darkness enveloped her, and she plummeted into an abyss of nothingness. Bai Qingqing awoke with a start, wiping the cold sweat from her brow and soothing her chest, exhaling in relief. It was absurd. She had dreamt of transmigrating into a novel she had recently read, set in an ancient beastly world. Not only had she crossed over, but she had also become the tragic supporting female character doomed to a miserable fate, devoured alive by the male protagonist. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. Just as she finished her thoughts of relief, the hem of her skirt was suddenly tugged. Looking down, Bai Qingqing let out the scream she had been unable to voice in her dream. 3 small figures with golden hair and fluffy lion ears stood in a row, all gazing at her intently. The slightly older 2 had eyes filled with hatred, while the youngest clung to the hem of her skirt, refusing to let go. Mother, are you really going to sell us to the beast arena? Beast arena? Little lions? Heavens, is this a dream or reality? She pinched herself hard. Ouch. She had truly transmigrated into the role of the male protagonist's ex-wife in a beastly world novel, a heartless woman who sold her own young, both foolish and wicked, a little white rabbit. Bai Qingqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. While reading the novel, she had even scoffed at the coincidence of sharing the same name as the tragic ex-wife, so she remembered this plot vividly. In the book, Bai Qingqing was proud and vain, fixated on the villain, who to the extent of selling the male protagonist's children to the beast arena in exchange for fur clothing and bone necklaces to attract Bai's attention, only to find that he did not regard her at all. Unable to win over her lover, she instead alienated her husband completely. Of the 3 children, 2 boys were sold to the beast arena, and by the time the male protagonist arrived, they had already been beaten to death, their bodies mangled, one even disemboweled. The sole daughter was sold to a breeding facility, where many sought to sample the pleasures of a purebred golden lion. Tragically, she met her end shortly thereafter, discarded like refuse, her body desecrated by vultures. After achieving his ultimate power, the male protagonist exacted revenge on the monstrous beast that had tormented his children, and at last, it was her, the principal culprit, who faced justice. During the revenge scenes, she had cheered while reading, even lamenting that his methods were not brutal enough. Now, having become the tragic supporting character, she was utterly bereft of tears. A sharp, sneering female voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. What are you dawdling for? Are you selling or not? 3 pieces of bee skin clothing. Take it or leave it. Turning around, she saw a female fox with fox ears, her eyes gleaming as she eyed the 3 little ones. Bai Qingqing's mind raced. Selling the 3 children was the beginning of all tragedies if she refrained from selling them and treated them well along with the down-and-out male protagonist. Couldn't she alter the horrific fate? I want to sell them. Come, we're going home. She took the smallest child's hand, urging the older 2 to follow. Just as they were about to leave, the fox woman reached out to block them, her voice dripping with disdain. For pieces of bee skin clothing, no more. I want to sell. These are my children. Not for any price. Oh, you wicked rabbit. What act are you putting on? Have you suddenly developed a conscience? You don't want bee skin clothing, but you want 3 burdens? Spittle flew as the fox woman grew increasingly insistent. All right, you'll give a little 5 pieces of bee skin clothing. Upon hearing this, the two older children's expressions shifted, a mix of hatred and panic evident in their eyes. Given their understanding of her, she would never truly give them up. She merely sought a higher price. The boys could fend for themselves, but what about their little sister? You wicked woman! If you dare sell us, my father will never forgive you when he returns. The eldest boy pointed fiercely at Bai Qingqing, pulling his sister protectively behind him. Bai Qingqing frowned slightly. Wicked woman, what a rude child. She would need to work on his manners. Not even for 100 pieces of bee skin clothing would I sell. With that, she shoved the fox woman out the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Bai Qingqing, you were the one who cried and begged me to find a way back then. This isn't over. You'll regret this. Bai Qingqing locked the door from the inside and turned to find the two little ones watching her warily. The little girl wanted to come over for a hug, but was firmly restrained by her brother. Recalling the original character's inhumane behavior, depriving them of food, making them do hard labor, beating them at the slightest provocation, and even attempting to sell them, she felt a pang of guilt and cleared her throat. I've thought it over seriously and decided to live well with your father and take good care of you. The boys looked at her in disbelief, while the little girl smiled and rushed into her embrace, her voice soft and sweet. I knew mother wouldn't sell me. Bai Qingqing gently stroked the little girl's soft hair, thinking to herself that she certainly wouldn't, but the original mother might not have felt the same. A loud growl emanated from the little girl's stomach. Feeling embarrassed, she instinctively patted her belly. Mother, I'm hungry. All right, they'll cook something for you. Though Bai Qingqing was a city white-collar worker, she rarely ordered takeout and was adept at cooking. However, she now looked at her empty stove in dismay. A handful of brown rice and a handful of greens. Their home was too impoverished. As she pondered the narrative from the book, seeking a way to prosper, she prepared a pot of warm vegetable porridge. Just as the porridge was ready, there came a violent knocking at the door. A tall figure with golden hair and lion ears, bare-chested, stood outside the door, his gaze predatory as he looked at her. Did you sell my children? Chapter 2. Let's get a divorce. Jin Yao. Due to the original character's disdain for him, he had spent years hunting and working away from home. Why had he suddenly returned today? He had heard that the original character was planning to sell their offspring to the beast arena, prompting his return. Recalling the scene in her dream where she was brutally torn apart, Bai Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took 2 steps back, shaking her head repeatedly. No, how could that be? The children are inside, all safe and sound. Jin Yao shot her a cold glance, tossed aside his prey, and strode into the house. Bai Qingqing followed closely behind, secretly relieved that she had arrived just in time to prevent the original character from selling off the children. Otherwise, this towering male beast would have surely killed her on the spot. Father, you're finally back. The children rushed out of the house and leaped into his embrace. Jin Yao held them close, letting the little girl ride on his shoulders, stroking the heads of the 2 boys. He gazed at the tattered bee skins that were ill-fitting on the children, casting a reproachful glance at Bai Qingqing. Yet he said nothing. He was the most inept beast among the Golden Lion tribe. No matter how hard he tried, his strength remained minimal, confined to the farthest corner of the forest. Had it not been for a twist of fate, Bai Qingqing would never have married him. He knew her heart belonged solely to Huba. Seeing his displeasure, Bai Qingqing recalled scenes from the book with a male protagonist. After honing his skills, tore apart the beastmen who had tormented his children, leaving the forest stained with blood for years to come. Bai Qingqing intended to act sweetly to alter Jin Yao and the children's negative perceptions of her. She ladled the freshly cooked porridge into bowls, placing them on the table, and invited the family to eat. There's nothing else in the house. I made some vegetable porridge for you to fill your stomachs. She believed her cooking was faultless, yet Jin Yao and the children grimaced at the sight. The eldest boy tugged at the little girl's sleeve, whispering, "See, I told you she hasn't changed at all." The second boy regarded her with cold indifference, while the little girl's face fell in disappointment. Only then did Bai Qingqing realize that the Golden Lion beastmen did not consume rice, flour, or vegetables. They only ate meat. The original character, being a little white rabbit, had different dietary habits. Although Jin Yao was lacking in strength, he was an exceptional hunter, often relying on others to bring prey home to support Bai Qingqing and the children. Unfortunately, the original character had never fed the children the game. Instead, she sold it all for fine beast skins and bone necklaces, hoping to catch Basi. Reflecting on the original character's outrageous actions, Bai Qingqing sighed deeply. She had truly been wronged. As her thoughts swirled, she looked up again to find Jin Yao had skinned and gutted the prey, preparing to roast it over the fire. The children huddled together, eagerly swallowing their saliva. Bai Qingqing remembered that Jin Yao's cooking skills were notoriously dreadful. The children could hardly stomach the meals he prepared. Yet now, the three little ones craned their necks, their faces filled with anticipation, indicating just how long they had truly gone without food. The original character had indeed been inhumane. Bai Qingqing gathered a handful of bittersweet tears as she accepted the neatly cut pieces of meat from Jin Yao's hands. She opened the seasoning that the original owner had reserved solely for herself, forbidding the little ones from touching it. Mother will prepare roasted meat for you. Jinda wore a face of disbelief, nudging Jin Yao's sleeve, urging him to intervene. Jin Air appeared wary, as though Bai Qingqing might poison them, while only Jin Yo looked conflicted, unsure of which side to take. Bai Qingqing was well aware of their thoughts. In front of the little ones, she smeared oil on the meat chunks, sprinkling them with a layer of salt and a dark, rich sauce. But there was no honey otherwise. The flavor would have been even better. She adjusted the heat, slowly turning the grill, beads of sweat gradually forming on her gleaming forehead. Jin Yao regarded her with a complex expression, while the little ones stared in disbelief, their round eyes fixed upon her. To their surprise, she had not poisoned the food nor deliberately discarded it on the ground, but was wholeheartedly preparing roasted meat for them. As the fat sizzled and dripped onto the fire, it emitted a delightful crackling sound. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing Jin Yo to sniff eagerly, her stomach growling in agreement. Jinda and Jin Air also licked their lips in anticipation. Bai Qingqing observed their reactions with satisfaction. To win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Children were easily appeased. With this thought, she discreetly gauged Jin Yao's reaction. He was to be the future leader of the Beastmen, the protagonist of an exhilarating tale. Seizing the moment before he could be thoroughly offended, she aimed to elevate his fondness for her, biding her time until she could save enough to stand on her own and then part ways with the male lead. It was indeed unfortunate for the original owner, born into the weakest rabbit clan. Her parents favored sons over daughters, fully aware that she despised Jin Yao, yet they forced her into marriage with him after their relationship, disregarding her wishes, demanding a hefty dowry without concern for her well-being. Fortunately, Jin Yao was kind-hearted. He bore no grudges against her and instead found himself completely under her control. The original owner truly exemplified a person living off another's bounty, yet she still failed to live a good life, causing trouble every day. Strangely, one might wonder why the male lead consistently indulged the original owner. Could it be that he genuinely liked her? Retracting her thoughts, she observed Jin Yao's impassive yet handsome features, silently marveling at him. Truly, he was the male protagonist, with piercing eyes and a tall, upright posture, embodying striking good looks. Seeing that the meat was ready, Bai Qingqing sliced it neatly and wrapped it in leaves, placing it before the little ones. Eat up, but be careful not to burn yourselves. She then cut some for Jin Yao and sat across from them, slurping on a vegetable porridge. The three little ones gazed longingly at the fragrant roasted meat, yet hesitated to eat. Finally, Jinda could no longer resist and handed a piece of meat to Jin Yo. Go on, with Daddy here, she wouldn't dare harm us. Jin Yo looked at Bai Qingqing timidly, while Jin Air also offered a piece to his sister, encouraging her to eat. They were triplets, yet their sister was naturally frail, always appearing smaller, as if she were several years younger than them. Witnessing the children's reactions, Jin Yao's eyes glimmered with moisture. Eat, children, please eat. As he spoke, he pushed his own portion towards them before rising and gesturing for Bai Qingqing to follow him into another room. Bai Qingqing anxiously trailed behind him into a different chamber. Upon entering, she was immediately choked by the dust and mildew, the space serving as the children's sleeping quarters, with damp, moldy straw strewn across the floor, and a narrow window that lacked large leaves for protection, allowing the wind to whistle through. Jin Yao surveyed the scene before him, his fists clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, and after a long pause, he uttered each word with deliberation. Let us part ways. Chapter 3. If you can't repay, use those 3 little golden lines as collateral. No, I don't want to. Bai Qingqing's words were cut short as Jin Yao raised his hand to silence her. He sat half-bent on the straw, his dark, restrained gaze fixed on Bai Qingqing. That I know you dislike me and the children, and you cannot treat them well. If that is the case, you may leave. I won't go. I will take good care of them. In a moment of desperation, Bai Qingqing grasped Jin Yao's hand, her index finger pointing skyward in a promise. I am joking, with my original family's reputation. If I were sent back, they would certainly not allow me to live off their charity. My original self is infamous. Who would want to marry her? After all, finding an honest man like Jin Yao is rare. What if I encounter a violent man? I might lose my life. Withdrawing his arm, Jin Yao pressed his lips together, looking at Bai Qingqing with indifference. That I won't ask for the betrothal gifts back. You can take everything that belongs to you. That we will be even. Bai Qingqing gasped, her heart racing at Jin Yao's magnanimity. Jin Yao had 3 children to support, each one requiring sustenance, alongside a lazy, vain original self. Their life was not affluent. They had been married for less than half a year, and he had every right to reclaim the substantial betrothal gifts, yet he chose not to. Such a noble man had been driven to a breaking point by the original self's misdeeds. What a tragedy. I do not wish to settle our accounts. I want to live well with you. I was wrong in the past, but I will not be again. Please give me another chance. Bai Qingqing gazed at Jin Yao with affectionate eyes, hoping to sway his heart. This was a world of beast men. Without Jin Yao, she would have no means of survival upon returning to the original self's family. Even if separation was inevitable, she needed to gather resources and find a way to live first. Bai Qingqing, do you think I would still trust you? If I had not returned in time, the children would have been sold by you long ago. The arena. How could she have thought of that? Jin Yao's cold stare bore into her, his expression devoid of any warmth. Clearly disheartened by the original self's actions, Bai Qingqing was at a loss for words. Meeting his golden eyes, the tragic fate of the original self played out in her mind, sending a chill down her spine as she discreetly clutched her chest. Suddenly, an idea struck her, recalling a detail from the story. She bit her index finger, squeezing out a drop of blood, and declared loudly, I, Bai Qingqing, swear to the beast god with my blood. If I harm the 3 children again or do not treat them well, I shall be torn to shreds and die a terrible death. In the beastmen world, the beast god was a revered deity. Swearing by blood would surely bring consequences, and no beastman would dare to break a vow made to the beast god. With this ultimate technique, Bai Qingqing believed Jin Yao would have no choice but to trust her. Indeed, Jin Yao looked at her in astonishment, his brow furrowing even deeper. Bai Qingqing, who had always valued her life, had once thought of marrying the formidable Hu Ba for her own sake. Why would she now make such a drastic vow? Was it genuine remorse, or was there a more significant scheme brewing? Are you certain about this? Bai Qingqing nodded vigorously. She was indeed certain to live well meant she could not harm the 3 children or provoke Jin Yao. If she broke her vow, she was uncertain of the beast god's wrath, but the original self's fate in the story was undoubtedly a grim one. To Jin Yao fixed his gaze on Bai Qingqing. Her reflection mirrored in his eyes, mingled with an indescribable emotion. If you let this opportunity slip by today, I will not let you go again. Yes, yes, I won't leave. Bai Qingqing, intent on staying, did not ponder the implications of Jin Yao's words. Jin Yao rose, towering before Bai Qingqing, his imposing figure nearly blocking her entirely, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. I must return to work. Take good care of the children if anything happens to them. I will not need the beast god. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Bai Qingqing shivered slightly but quickly pledged her loyalty. They are your children. I will take good care of them. Jin Yao chuckled at her timid demeanor. They are your children too. With that, he opened the door and left, cradling the children in his arms and bidding farewell as he departed. Once their father was gone, the children grew fearful again, huddling together with their fluffy heads. Bai Qingqing stepped closer, and they trembled at her approach, with only Jin Yao timidly gazing at her, tentatively reaching out for a hug. Bai Qingqing embraced the soft, golden-haired Jin Yao, stroking her head and savoring the silky texture of her fur, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Daughters are easy to coax. She was her mother's little cuddle buddy. It's late. Shall I help you sleep, my dear? Jean Yo's eyes sparkled with joy and disbelief as she replied hesitantly. Can we? Can I sleep with mother? Can my brothers join us too? Their little shabby house was dirty and cold. And even when the three huddled together, they still shivered in the middle of the night. Heaven knows how much she longed for a warm and soft bed with her mother, but her mother had strictly forbidden her from entering the room, threatening to break the legs of anyone who dared to. Recalling the original self's numerous misdeeds, Bai Qingqing felt speechless again, holding Jean Yo even tighter. Of course, you can all sleep with mother tonight. Not just tonight, but from now on. Jean Yo cautiously sat on the bed, afraid of dirtying the fur bedding, while Bai Qingqing carefully removed the shoes from the three little ones, settling them all down on the inner side. As she watched the three children gradually relax, their eyelids growing heavy, she mentally congratulated herself for completing the second step in improving their relationship, enhancing the time spent together. Over time, the children would surely come to like her. Leaving Jean Yao with no reason to take revenge as the moonlight waned, Bai Qingqing gently patted Jean Yo, unaware of when she too had fallen into a deep slumber. The following day, a loud, vigorous knocking on the door awoke her. Bai Qingqing, come out. When will you repay what you owe me? If you don't, I will burn down your shabby house. A group of fox beastmen shouted outside. Bai Qingqing glanced at the still sleeping children, then grasped an axe and opened the door. What are you shouting about so early in the morning, disturbing my dreams? Upon seeing her, the leader of the fox beastmen threw a piece of bark imprinted with rabbit paws at her face. Counting the items depicted on the bark, beast skins and bone jewelry, Bai Qingqing felt dizzy. The original self had truly dug her own grave. Give me a few more days, and I will certainly repay you. Bai Qingqing's voice lacked confidence as she stole a glance at the window, where the three fluffy heads were peeking out, quickly hiding when they noticed her gaze. No repayment. If you can't repay, use those three little golden lions as collateral. The fox beastman cast a meaningful glance inside the house. Bai Qingqing then realized they were the same fox female who had come to buy the children yesterday, intent on coercing her into a sale. No way, no one would touch her children. Chapter 4. Driving away the debt collector's big brother. What do we do? She's definitely going to sell us again. Jean Eyre clung to Jean Da's arm, straining to hear the commotion outside. Jean Yo, with her messy golden hair, peeked out, confused. That won't happen. Mother said she would treat us well from now on. Yesterday, Mother had even patted her to sleep. How could she possibly sell them? Jean Eyre, frustrated, poked Jean Yo's forehead. Have you forgotten how she used to hit you? Just a little sweetness, and she's got you fooled. Jean Yo pouted at her brother's words, turning her head away, refusing to believe it. Mother had called her her little cuddle buddy just yesterday. The three fluffy heads watched the situation outside stealthily. Bai Qingqing stood with her hands on her hips, blocking their entrance. Facing three male fox beastmen head-on would surely end poorly for her. She was not afraid of anything else, but she dreaded them seizing the opportunity to snatch the children. Abandoning a direct confrontation, Bai Qingqing quickly recalled where the original self had stashed the bone jewelry and beast skins in the bedroom box. Under the bed. You all wait here. I will return the items to you. Bai Qingqing turned back inside, and upon her entrance, Jean Da and Jean Eyre instinctively shrank back, while only Jean Yo approached her, snuggling into her arms. Mother, what should we do without father at home? Jean Da quickly pulled his sister closer, eyeing Bai Qingqing warily, ready to flee at any moment. Bai Qingqing gently stroked Jean Yo's head, soothingly assuring her, even without father, there is mother. Mother will protect you. With that, she knelt on the ground, pulling out a simple wooden box from beneath the stone bed, revealing several bone necklaces hidden within the beast skins. She calculated in her mind as she retrieved a few more pieces of beast skin. Wrapping the items together, she stealthily concealed a stone knife in her sleeve before stepping back outside. As she made her move, Jean Da and Jean Eyre stood frozen, slowly realizing that their seemingly cruel mother was willing to part with her most cherished possessions to protect them. She would rather sacrifice the beast skins than abandon them. Could it be that the cruel mother's words were true? Would she truly treat them well from now on? Jean Da and Jean Eyre, along with Jean Yo, gathered by the window, their expressions filled with concern as they watched Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing tossed the bundle to the male fox beast man, who was momentarily taken aback. Bai Qingqing was infamous for her cruelty. How could she willingly give up her beloved items to keep the burden of children? Upon opening the bundle and comparing it to the Bark's drawings, he confirmed everything was accounted for. Bai Qingqing gripped the stone knife at her sleeve, her gaze fixed intently on the movements of several beastmen. The male fox beastman hefted the prey left behind by Jin Yao the previous day, declaring, "You've owed us for so long. We must add this to the tally." Bai Qingqing's complexion darkened, and with a swift motion, she snatched the larger of the two plump calves away, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Her voice sharp as a blade. "Do not presume I am unaware of the market. With such a black heart, why not resort to thievery instead? What right do you have to claim what is mine? I will not be cheated out of what is rightfully my own, you shameless little harlot." Bai Qingqing, do not be so arrogant. The male fox beastman, his composure shattered, leveled accusations at her. "You know I am no virtuous beast. Yet you dare to act defiantly at my doorstep. Beware, for I can tarnish your reputation as easily as I breathe." Bai Qingqing recalled the original owner's demeanor and raised her voice, throwing a tantrum. "If you dare bully my family, I have all the time in the world to wear you down. Perhaps we should take this matter to the chieftain." The mention of the chieftain immediately deflated the male fox beastman's bravado. The beastman society valued trade, and the chieftain despised those who engaged in underhanded dealings. If caught, both parties would face dire consequences. With nothing to lose, Bai Qingqing was fearless, while they had families to protect. "Bai Qingqing, I will remember you. Do not expect us to extend any favors to you in the future." The male fox beastman stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Bai Qingqing locked the door securely from within, releasing a slow breath of relief, only to be engulfed by concern once more. The prey that Jin Yao had brought originally sufficed for several days, but now only the small calf remained. Hardly enough for her 3 little ones. She had promised to take good care of them, and allowing them to go hungry was out of the question. Bai Qingqing carried the small calf into the kitchen, chopping it into sizable pieces, seasoning it with spices, and adding a bit of sweet and sour wild fruit for flavor. As she stoked the fire in the stove, she turned to see her 3 little ones standing hesitantly by the door, unsure whether to enter. "You must be hungry, my little ones. Dinner will be ready shortly." Jin Yao rushed forward, tightly wrapping her arms around Bai Qingqing's leg, looking up with wide, glistening eyes. "Mother, I'm scared." "Fear not. Dear Nyo, the bad people have been chased away by Mother." Jinda and Jin Er shuffled into the room, their movements slow. Bai Qingqing knelt before Jinda, gently smoothing down his tuft of unruly golden hair, which had been sticking up. Jinda stared intently at her, his golden eyes reflecting a mix of hope and trepidation, as if fearing that his expectations might be dashed. "Rest assured, Mother will always treat you well." Jinda nodded hesitantly, while Jin Er's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Although their father treated them kindly, his frequent absences for hunting left them envious of other children who nestled in their mother's arms. Who could have expected that Bai Qingqing, aside from scolding and punishing them, would leave them to toil without food? Now, at last, Mother had changed for the better. "Is the beef ready? Come, taste it, and see if you like it." Bai Qingqing served the beef into 3 plates, placing them before her little ones. "It smells so good," Jin Yao exclaimed, grabbing a piece and popping it into her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her 2 brothers. "It's delicious." Jinda and Jin Er quickly followed suit, devouring the beef with gusto until there was nothing left. Seeing her little ones eat heartily filled Bai Qingqing with both joy and concern. At this rate, they would be out of food by tomorrow. It seemed she would need to venture into the mountains to search for more sustenance. "Once you finish eating, have a little more sleep. My little ones should eat and rest well to grow strong." Bai Qingqing settled her 3 little ones in bed before taking her stone knife and heading up the mountain. "I am an independent woman. This little task should not trouble me." As she departed, Jinda opened his eyes, noticing Jin Yao fast asleep, and nudged Jin Er. "Brother, do you trust Mother? Why has she changed so suddenly?" Jin Er pursed his lips and pointed beneath the bed. "She even traded her most cherished belongings. It must be genuine." Jinda gazed at the empty wooden box without uttering a word. What had truly happened to her? Chapter 5. The mysterious space in her previous life. Bai Qingqing was a city worker who never lifted a finger. Coincidentally, the original owner shared a similar fate, an heiress with the destiny of a servant, incapable of performing labor. Now, as their essences merged, the resulting synergy left her breathless upon reaching the mountaintop. The wind rustled through the trees, startling a flock of enormous birds. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qingqing gathered her strength and dashed forward, only to find herself panting and crouching on the ground moments later. The fallen feathers from the grass mocking her relentless pursuit. Not even a scrap of prey had she managed to catch. Under the midday sun, exhausted and dejected, she leaned against the roots of a tree. Her spirits sinking. As the grass rustled, a limping little white rabbit appeared before her. The sense of familiarity washed over her, and she scooped the small creature into her hands, suddenly noticing its snow-white hind legs stained with blood. Bai Qingqing carefully tended to the rabbit's wounds, using a strip of animal hide to bandage it, and upon stopping the bleeding, she gently returned it to the grass. "Off you go. You are too small to satisfy even one of my little ones." The bunny looked back at her with each hop until it finally disappeared into the thicket. Rising from the ground, Bai Qingqing continued her search, but after an extended time, she still found no prey. Where are the plump cows, sheep, and wild boars hiding? No sooner had she uttered those words than the scenery around her shifted dramatically, thrusting her into an otherworldly space. She stood in a modern corridor. The door before her ajar, revealing rows of neatly arranged large shelves that seemed to stretch into infinity. Upon closer inspection, she found the shelves stocked with the exact food items she had just mentioned. Alongside fresh, plump fish, chickens, ducks, and all the essentials such as rice, salt, and various fruits. Everything one could desire. Bai Qingqing swallowed hard, tentatively reaching for a robust little wild boar, as soon as the item left the shelf. Another identical one materialized in its place. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she felt a surge of joy and jumped for joy upon realizing the significance of this discovery. With this, she and her little ones would no longer have to worry about sustenance. Bai Qingqing hurriedly collected several pieces of prey and stuffed her beast hide bag with seasonings. After completing her tasks, she finally had time to explore the other rooms. The glass doors displayed a variety of items, experience points, animal hides, medicinal herbs, cultivation manuals, and weapons. All one could wish for. If all these doors could be opened, she would surely thrive within the beastman realm. Why rely on others when she could shine on her own? Gazing at the flickering experience points on the first door, Bai Qingqing pondered how to raise her experience level. Was this storage space a mere coincidence, or could it be summoned at will? A flurry of questions swirled in her mind, giving her a headache as the sun began to set. She realized she could not linger on the mountains any longer. She might end up becoming prey herself if she didn't find any. Bai Qingqing hurried back with her spoils, but from a distance, she could hear shouting and cursing. Oh no, something must have happened to the little ones. Bai Qingqing quickened her pace and rushed inside, only to find Jean Nyo sitting in the mud, crying, while Jindo and Jean Air were embroiled in a scuffle with several fox cubs, with a female fox beastman standing nearby, egging them on, none other than the one who had previously incited her to sell her own children. "What are you doing?" Bai Qingqing dropped her catch and shoved the three unruly fox cubs into the mud, their faces falling in shock, crying louder than Jean Nyo. She pulled Jean Nyo from the mud, wiping the dirt from her face, her heart aching as she noticed Jean Air's ear, bitten and torn, and a tuft of golden hair missing from Jean Da's head, seeing her little ones bullied. She glared, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Bai Qingqing, how can you, an adult beast man, strike at the little ones? You dare wreak havoc in my home, let alone strike you. It would be perfectly justified for me to slay a few of your cubs." Bai Qingqing's gaze hardened, shedding her usual timidity. Not only she, but even the three little ones stared wide-eyed at her. Bai Qingqing was typically domineering within her home, always scowling at her little ones. Yet submissive to outsiders, especially those of the Tiger clan, always eager to please. Not only that, but she also forbade her little ones from getting into conflicts with others. If they dared to bring trouble to her, they would face severe retribution behind closed doors. What had changed today? That she would dare to confront the cubs of the Fox clan. The Fox clan's young were rare, and their mortality rate was high. They cherished their offspring dearly. In the past, when the three fox cubs visited her home to practice, Bai Qingqing had even prevented them from retaliating, insisting that a few hits wouldn't kill anyone. She bared her teeth, her claws glinting menacingly as she prepared to pounce on Bai Qingqing. Fear gripped Bai Qingqing. She was but a small rabbit. How could she possibly overpower a fox? Casting her gaze down at the prey on the ground, an idea sparked in her mind. Drawing her stone knife, she pointed it at she, feigning calmness. "Let it be known, you brought your cubs into my home to attack first. I am merely defending myself. Should you meet your demise, do not blame me." With that, she gestured at the pile of wild boar and cow, a smile creeping onto her lips. "These are all freshly caught by me. They have yet to fully recover, and you would make an excellent target." She glanced at the heap of prey, her brow twitching. Even a male adult beast man would struggle to catch this much in a single day. The prey bore clean wounds with no major blood loss, indicating they had been dispatched with precision. Knowing that Jin Yao spent most of his time hunting and rarely returned home, and that Bai Qingqing's family could not possibly provide her with this many spoils all at once, she was taken aback to discover that this little rabbit possessed such formidable combat skills. Withdrawing her claws, she abandoned her intent to confront Bai Qingqing directly. "Are you not afraid I will report to Ba? He will be displeased." Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes dismissively and replied, "Why should I care whether he is happy or not?" She looked at her in disbelief. It was common knowledge among the primate clan that Bai Qingqing was infatuated with Ba to the core, willing to do anything for him, and her greatest fear was his displeasure. Yet now she was uttering such words. "Have you lost your affection for Ba?" She blurted out, astonished. The thought of Bai Qingqing no longer loving Ba was even more incredulous than her standing up for her cubs in a fight. "I have a husband and cubs. What need have I for an outsider? Does he provide me with prey or exchange it for bone necklaces and animal skins? If he isn't going to hunt, he might as well leave my home," Bai Qingqing exclaimed, grabbing the napes of her 3 fox cubs and tossing them outside. She followed suit, retreating dejectedly. "Bai Qingqing, you will pay for this." Currently, Bai Qingqing was not to be trifled with. But there were those who could handle her. Chapter 6. Off to the market. Once the foxes had vanished from sight, Bai Qingqing turned to gaze down at her 3 little cubs. They were covered in mud and dirt, looking utterly disheveled. "Come, my darlings, let mother wash you." Bai Qingqing led her cubs toward a nearby river, with Jin Yao clinging closely to her side, her small face reflecting a hint of excitement. "Mother, if you hadn't returned, we would surely have been taken away." She had clearly intended to sell them. Had Bai Qingqing not arrived in time, they might have been captured. The thought of such a fate tightened Bai Qingqing's heart. After all, they were her children, pieces of her own flesh. "Next time, mother will not venture so far. If they come again, you must seek me out." Bai Qingqing affectionately ruffled Jin Yao's hair. Upon seeing the river, Jinda and Jin Air excitedly stripped off their clothes and leapt in. "Jinda, Jin Air," Bai Qingqing's heart leapt to her throat. She had no idea how deep the river was, and those 2 little cubs were giving her quite a scare. Jin Yao stayed behind, while Bai Qingqing rushed forward, grabbing them by the scruffs of their necks and hauling them back to the shore. Jinda and Jin Air shrank back, glancing at Bai Qingqing with apprehension. After all, no one knew what her wrath entailed. Bai Qingqing placed her hands on her hips and scolded them sternly. "Do you have any idea how deep this river is? You just jumped in without a thought. What if the water had been too deep? What would have happened to your mother?" Jinda and Jin Air remained silent, feeling somewhat rebellious. They were quite familiar with this river and believed there was no risk of drowning. Bai Qingqing merely sought a pretext to chastise them. However, enduring such scoldings was not a solution. Jinda exchanged a glance with Jin Yao, who understood immediately and rushed to grasp Bai Qingqing's hand. "Mother, brother just wanted to wash up quickly so he could hug you. Don't be angry. It is said that daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets." And Bai Qingqing was experiencing this firsthand. Taking a deep breath, she offered a few more admonishments. "If you do this again, I will surely make your bottoms bloom." Jinda and Jin Air shared a glance, each perceiving a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. "Humph, when we grow a bit older, Bai Qingqing want to be able to control us." As they made their way home, Bai Qingqing carried a bucket and ladle, carefully filling the bucket with water before beckoning to Jinda. "Come here, let mother wash you." Jinda eyed her with suspicion, wondering if her intentions were truly to bathe them rather than something more sinister. Regardless of his doubts, Bai Qingqing was indeed there to bathe them. Without ulterior motives, she washed the 3 cubs and spoke of she's family. She and her kin are not to be trusted. If you see them again, you must fight them. If you cannot win, call for your mother. If that fails, your father will surely deal with them. Listening to Bai Qingqing's incessant chatter, the 3 cubs nodded vigorously in agreement. They would certainly confront she's family henceforth. Leaving no room for leniency, the new animal skins had all been handed over to she that day, and the cubs were clad in old, smelly pelts, which could not continue. They needed new garments. "Let us return home, gather some food, and head to the market to trade for new animal skins to make clothes." Bai Qingqing's decision lit up the eyes of the three cubs. New animal skins meant new clothes. Previously, Bai Qingqing had given all the new pelts to Hu Ba, leaving only the old ones for herself. Unless Jin Yao hunted suitable pelts, they would have to endure the filth, wearing the same animal skin until it turned black. Once home, Bai Qingqing brought along the food she had retrieved from her space and took her cubs to the market. The Beastman's market operated without a common currency. They traded goods directly. Numerous stalls lined the streets, each vendor loudly proclaiming the superiority of their wares. Bai Qingqing merely glanced at a few before averting her gaze, as most of the stalls offered trinkets. For animal skins, one had to go to the shops. Jin Yao's hair was styled in a braid, a skill Bai Qingqing had mastered, and to her surprise, it turned out quite well. The little cub now appeared adorably charming, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by, some even boldly complimenting her. "Your cub is truly beautiful." Bai Qingqing smiled brightly in response, feeling immensely satisfied. "Oh, this is what it feels like when others praise one's child." Jinda and Jinair also found their sister delightful, but the abundance of beasts staring at her felt perilous. Thus, the two brothers remained close to Jin Yao, acting as her guardians. Bai Qingqing was pleased to witness their sibling bond and chose not to comment. However, she never anticipated that their outing would lead to an encounter with someone she despised. Biao Feier and Hu Linger stood at a nearby stall, both females seemingly perusing some jewelry. Bai Qingqing had a vague recollection of Biao Feier. She was spoiled and headstrong, but not malicious, albeit rather dim-witted, unable to discern genuine intentions. Standing beside her was Hu Linger, who was likely being misled by this troublesome fox. Yet, this was none of Bai Qingqing's concern, and she was too disinterested to intervene. "Let us go inside," Bai Qingqing said, patting her cubs' heads as she headed toward a nearby animal skin shop. Hu Linger caught sight of Bai Qingqing leading her three cubs and momentarily thought her eyes were deceiving her. However, she felt compelled to investigate. What if it truly was Bai Qingqing? Their clan had proclaimed that whoever could persuade Bai Qingqing to sell her children would reap immense rewards. Most importantly, Bai Qingqing was stunningly beautiful, and she would never allow anyone to outshine her. Hu Linger's mind whirled with schemes. Feier, didn't you say you wanted to trade for a new animal skin? Let us check out that shop. Biao Feier frowned slightly, wondering when she had expressed a desire to exchange animal skins, but upon meeting Hu Linger's gaze, she reluctantly nodded. "All right, let us buy some and return to make new clothes." As the two beast women entered, Biao Feier's eyes widened upon seeing Bai Qingqing. After all, it was common knowledge that Bai Qingqing was entangled with Hu Ba, and everyone knew he held her in high regard. Their meetings sparked rumors. "Bai Qingqing," Biao Feier called out as she entered the shop. Bai Qingqing was busy selecting suitable animal skins when she heard the call and paused momentarily before turning to glance at her. She had no desire to engage in conflict with Biao Feier, especially since Biao Feier was in love with Hu Ba. The original owner had always sought to separate them, and she acknowledged her prior faults, thus opting to remain indifferent. However, Hu Linger was not about to let such an opportunity slip away. "Bai Qingqing, what brings you here? Surely, you aren't intending to buy animal skins for Hu Ba." That remark ignited Biao Feier's anger. "Bah, Hu Ba wouldn't care less." Bai Qingqing regarded the two with confusion, unsure of the cause of this debacle. Jin Yao, hearing the words, became indignant. "Mother said she was buying animal skins to make us beautiful clothes. Not for that Hu Ba." With that, she stuck out her tongue and made a face. Hu Linger shoved her, scoffing. "Who doesn't know your mother is a loose woman?" Jin Yao. Hu Linger's strength caused Jin Yao to stumble, nearly hitting her head against the wooden cabinet. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing acted swiftly, catching her just in time. Bai Qingqing held Jin Yao protectively in her arms, glaring furiously at Hu Linger. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 7. I will no longer pursue you. Bai Qingqing had always been a person of few words, but now, with her eyes blazing with fury, she left Hu Linger momentarily stunned. Jin Yao clung to Bai Qingqing's leg, her tearful expression further fueling Bai Qingqing's anger. Gently pushing Jin Yao aside to stand on her own, Bai Qingqing stepped forward and slapped Hu Linger with a swift motion. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone in the shop frozen in disbelief. Bai Qingqing had actually struck someone? Fox Linger was struck, her head tilting to one side as she clutched her burning cheek. "How dare you hit me? What of it? If I so wished, I could even skin you for your fur." Many coveted the fox's pelt, and Fox Linger was taken aback by her words. hastily retreating 2 steps, her gaze landing on Leopard Fair. If only she could provoke a rift between Leopard Fair and Bai Qingqing at this moment. Her slap would not have been in vain to Fair. Look at her. I merely pushed this little girl. I accidentally lost control of my strength, and Bai Qingqing gave me no chance and hit me instead. As she spoke, she began to cry inconsolably. The fox's bewitching eyes and voice, laced with allure, stirred a yearning deep within the hearts of those around her. Several males murmured that Bai Qingqing was too petty, prompting Leopard Fair to frown. She had witnessed everything and knew full well that Fox Linger had instigated the conflict. Yet as a friend, she felt compelled to speak up. Bai Qingqing, Linger did not mean it. Why must you be so aggressive? Leopard Fair frowned, unaware that Bai Qingqing was being unjustly accused of a grievous offense. She was taken aback that Leopard Fair would defend Fox Linger, which was quite unexpected. Fair, are you out of your mind? This fox clearly intends to use you as a pawn, and you're foolishly playing the shield for her. Bai Qingqing, do not think to sow discord between us. Even without Linger, I would seek you out, especially since you have been clinging to Hu Ba, affecting him. Upon hearing Hu Ba's name, Bai Qingqing felt her head spin. She was no fool. Currying favor with Jin Yao could lead to future benefits. But what good would it do to please Hu Ba? His affections would never settle upon her, and besides, she had no interest in becoming a mistress. Stop. I have no interest in Hu Ba. Cease your slander. Fox Lingo scoffed derisively from the side, taunting her. If you truly had no interest, why do you send him gifts every day? You even wish to sell off your cubs to barter for favors. At her words, the expressions of the 3 cubs shifted, for Bai Qingqing's recent improvement was only a fleeting change. Her past misdeeds had burrowed into their hearts like a vine. Should Bai Qingqing revert to her former self? Jinda and Jin Air clenched their fists in fear. They had heard that the beast arena was a place of near certain death. As mere cubs, they surely would not survive. Fox Linger. Do you wish for me to eliminate you? Bai Qingqing did not curse her, but instead wore a cryptic smile. Upon hearing this, Fox Linger fell silent. She had heard from Hu Shi that this female was now quite sinister and might indeed take action against her. Seeing Bai Qingqing's lack of denial, Leopard Fair surmised that the matter was mostly true. Continuously sending gifts to Hu Ba was a clear indication of Bai Qingqing's intentions. Bai Qingqing, it is truly disgusting that you would resort to selling your cubs for the sake of a male. She spat the words through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with disdain, while those around them echoed their condemnation of Bai Qingqing with various unflattering remarks. Bai Qingqing remained unfazed. The insults from these beastmen were hardly impactful. If she were to retort, her words would likely be far more cutting. She chose silence, but the 3 cubs could not sit idly by. Although Jinda and Jin Air harbored no fondness for Bai Qingqing, she was still their kind, and it was not for these outsiders to cast aspersions upon her. What nonsense are you all spouting? If my mother truly wished to sell us, would we still be here? Could she even buy us new pelts? Upon hearing Jinda's words, Bai Qingqing was taken aback. She had not expected the child who disliked her the most to defend her. Just then, a figure entered from outside. With striking brows and a robust physique, it was Hu Ba. Bai Qingqing merely glanced at him before looking away, pondering how the original owner of her body could have found him attractive. He was clearly less handsome than Jin Yao. What is it? Hearing Hu Ba's voice, Fox Linger's eyes flashed with cunning as she twisted the narrative. Hu Ba, this Bai Qingqing has a crush on you and bullies Fair. You must stand up for her. While Hu Ba was not fond of Bai Qingqing, he was fiercely loyal to Leopard Fair, ready to move mountains for her. Bai Qingqing, why do you bully Fair? Hearing Fox Linger embellish the tale, Leopard Fair frowned, displeased but refraining from speaking out. Bai Qingqing, on the other hand, listened with keen interest, as such free entertainment was a rarity. Is that all you've got? Perhaps you should check your own intellect. You've been used as a pawn and remain oblivious that I used to be blind, but now I see your foolishness and will no longer pursue you. You can rest easy. After delivering this, Bai Qingqing paid no heed to Hu Ba's increasingly dark expression and turned to the shopkeeper. I would like to exchange these for 3 new pelts. Preferably ones that can keep me warm. The shopkeeper, still amused from the spectacle, cheerfully fetched 3 neatly prepared pelts. Shall I tailor them for you? Bai Qingqing nodded without hesitation. She had no skill in tailoring, so it was best left to the experts. The 3 cubs followed the shopkeeper inside to be measured, while Hu Ba, intending to speak to Bai Qingqing, was pulled by Leopard Fair, noting her subtle shake of the head. He understood she wished to avoid escalating the situation. Despite his reluctance, he followed her outside, leaving Fox Linger standing tall and proud. The fair is kind to spare you this time. Should there be a next, I shall not let you off easily. Bai Qingqing cast her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. There was nothing to say to someone as dim-witted as Fox Ling. It was said that foxes were cunning and treacherous. Yet it seemed they were not all so. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of such a foolish fox as Fox Linger? The three cubs donned their new pelts, their spirits lifted, and even Jinda and Jean Eyre wore smiles. Jean Yo dashed towards Bai Qingqing, jumping into her embrace and nuzzling against her. Mother, this new pelt feels so comfortable. I'm glad you like it. Let us go out and get something to eat. Bai Qingqing left the meat behind, carrying a piece with her as she stepped outside, hoping to procure some honey water. Mother, this is so sweet, Jean Yo exclaimed, dipping her finger into the honey and tasting it. This is honey. Next time, make sure to wash your hands well, or you might upset your stomach. Chapter 8. Beast Tide. Jinda and Jean Eyre, enticed by the aroma, felt tempted but held back, unwilling to submit to Bai Qingqing for mere trifles. Upon returning to the cave, Jean Yo eagerly sought honey water from Bai Qingqing. She prepared 3 cups, but Jinda and Jean Eyre stubbornly refused to drink in her presence. Bai Qingqing, understanding their unease, did not press them. I'll go outside to roast some meat for you. As she turned, Jinda and Jean Eyre immediately lunged for the honey water. I'm claiming this cup first. I am the elder brother. Let me drink first. You have to let me. I'm your younger brother. Hearing their hushed squabble, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but smile. This felt like home. While roasting the meat for the 3 cubs, she contemplated the impending drought mentioned in the original text. Before long, there would be a severe drought lasting over 4 months without rain. Staying here would become untenable. The river was too shallow. During the drought, with no water source, the river would dry up, leaving them without water to drink. The best solution would be to migrate, and she would need to discuss it with Jean Yao. As the sun began to set and Jean Yao had yet to return, Bai Qingqing felt no anxiety. Given Jean Yao's capabilities, he would certainly be fine. The meat sizzled, its savory aroma wafting into the cave, causing the 3 cubs to swallow hard. It smells so good. I want to take a bite. Jean Yo exclaimed loudly. Mother, I can smell the meat. Bai Qingqing gestured for Jean Yo to come over, with Jinda and Jean Eyre following closely behind, standing behind her without speaking, their eyes fixated on the meat hanging between the branches. Bai Qingqing understood their reluctance to ask and offered the meat to them. You 3 eat here. Mother will go find Fathered. I want to go too. Jean Yo jumped up, trailing after Bai Qingqing. Why are you following me? Do you want to play? Bai Qingqing chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, you can come along. Let us go. Jinda and Jean Eyre exchanged glances, both yearning for an outing, yet reluctant to address Bai Qingqing. They waited patiently until the figures of Bai Qingqing and Jean Yo gradually faded into the forest before they took hold of their skewers and followed in the direction they had departed. In recent days, Bai Qingqing had ventured into the woods only a few times. The paths were not particularly familiar, but fortunately, Jean Yo was by her side, due to the original owner's habitual scolding and beating of these children. Jean Yao had fixed his hunting grounds, also advising the 3 little ones to seek refuge with him when in peril. Mother, this way. There are many thorny vines here. Be careful. Jean Yo grasped Bai Qingqing's hand, her other hand clutching a skewer, savoring a piece of meat. How delightful. Bai Qingqing's eyes curved with a smile, responding with an affirmative. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they were suddenly startled by a cacophony of footsteps. Jean Yo, wait. Bai Qingqing's heart raced. She was uncertain whether these individuals had come to hunt or for some other purpose. It was rumored that hunters occasionally roamed this forest, and they had a notorious preference for beastmen. After all, beastmen could be exploited as free labor, and their hides could be stripped for sale. If a beautiful female were encountered, she could be sold into brothels, only to have her skin flayed when rendered half dead. The mere thought of such practices sent shivers down her spine. Bai Qingqing and Jean Yo concealed themselves behind a tree, straining to catch the beastmen's conversation. Can we really catch them off guard by coming this way? Of course. The city lord mentioned there is but one household of beastmen here, and they are the weakest of the Golden Lion tribe. We can easily subdue them. As Bai Qingqing listened to their dialogue, a realization dawned upon her. These were outsiders, beastmen driven by increasing offspring, and a city lord with ambitious designs, intent on expanding his territory at the expense of the Golden Lion tribe. If the attack were solely directed at their family, the Golden Lion tribe would remain indifferent. However, if it targeted the entire tribe, they would have no choice but to act. Jinyo, keep your voice down. We need to move quietly, Bai Qingqing whispered, leaning close. Jinyo nodded, obediently trailing behind her, but unexpectedly, a keen nose caught their scent. Wait, I smell meat. Where? Over there. Panic surged within Bai Qingqing. Her palms grew clammy. Jinyo. Run, yet no matter how swiftly they fled, they could not outpace the throngs of pursuing beastmen that in a short time. They were captured. At the forefront was a hyena, who gazed at Bai Qingqing's beauty and could not resist reaching out to touch her. So lovely, she'll be a delightful gift for the city lord, but she has already borne cubs. You fool. Having had cubs proves her fertility. She can bear more for the lord. Take her away. In the darkness, the number of beastmen was indiscernible, but their presence was undoubtedly numerous. Bai Qingqing made no sound of surrender. She merely held Jinyo tightly, hoping that Jinda and Jin would notice something amiss and flee swiftly. Little did she expect that Jinda and Jin had followed, hiding in the shadows, witnessing everything, and without hesitation, they turned to run. They needed to find Jin Yao. As mere little cubs, they were insufficient to satiate the beastman's hunger. Jin Yao, carrying a wild boar he had hunted, spotted Jinda and Jin rushing towards him. Father, something has happened. Jin Yao furrowed his brow tightly, not seeing Bai Qingqing and Jinyo, realizing something was amiss. He asked, what transpired? Jinda relayed everything he had seen and heard. Jin Yao pressed his lips together, understanding that a beast tide was upon them. The city lord of the desert city was a lion. Formidable in strength, comparable to their own, he sought to claim the Golden Lion tribe for himself, seizing opportunities to attack almost every year. Come, I will take you to hide. I will seek your mother shortly. Now that the situation had escalated, Jinda no longer insisted he was not concerned for his mother, obediently following Jin Yao back to the Golden Lion tribe. Upon seeing Jin Yao, the tribe's members mocked him mercilessly. Isn't this Jin Yao? What brings you here? Did your wife run off with someone, and now you bring your 2 cubs to seek refuge with us? Jin Yao clenched his fists, remaining silent, still bearing the wild boar upon his shoulder. I come to find the tribe leader. This boar is a token of goodwill. No one could refuse free meat. The Golden Lion immediately went inside to inform the tribe leader. The tribe leader, an elderly golden lion, though not particularly strong, was clever and well-respected. Jin Yao, what brings you back? Jin Yao presented the 2 children before the leader. That I seek your assistance in sheltering these 2 children. This wild boar is a small gesture, and also, the beast tide has arrived. Upon hearing the last 2 words, the expressions of all beastmen grew grave. Summon Jin Wei and the others. Accompany Jin Yao. We must not allow them to reach the Golden Lion tribe. Yes, tribe leader. Chapter 9. Not good. The 3 females have escaped, while the Golden Lion tribe struggled against the invasion of external foes. Bai Qingqing's situation was no better. The captured females were to be escorted by designated beastmen to Desert City, where Bai Qingqing witnessed the brutality of these captors. Any female who resisted was often executed on the spot, while others, particularly those deemed beautiful, were forcibly taken. Bai Qingqing, being more compliant, faced little hardship. Amidst the throng of captured females, she recognized Bao Fair. They exchanged silent glances, both understanding the necessity of not uttering each other's names. Fearing that the wandering beastmen would separate them, a fate neither desired, Jinyo, encountering such a spectacle for the first time, was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, causing Bai Qingqing's heart to ache. Hey, which females do you think the city lord will enjoy tonight? Who knows? There are many beautiful ones among the captured, but I wager that this rabbit is definitely one of them. They referred to Bai Qingqing, for none had seen a female more beautiful than her Dada. If only I could taste the flavor of this rabbit. You are quite bold. If the city lord finds out, he'll surely flay your skin. Haha. I'm just joking. Listening to their crude banter, Bai Qingqing felt her patience waning, relieved that Jin Yao was oblivious to their words. Otherwise, her face would be flushed with embarrassment. Yet their circumstances were far from favorable. Believing these beastmen intended to kill Bai Qingqing for consumption, Jin Yao clung to her, weeping. Mother, you can't die. Jin Yao loves you. You mustn't abandon me. Bai Qingqing quickly bent down to comfort her. Don't cry, don't cry. Mother will never leave you behind. Several beastmen exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. This little cub is amusing. Too bad she is too young. Otherwise, I'd like to taste her. Indeed, she is too young. But she certainly has the makings of a beauty. You could ask the city lord to take her back as a child bride. Bai Qingqing's expression turned icy. Had she not feared discovery, she would have sought something in her space to eliminate these beastmen. To covet her was one thing, but to covet Jin Yo, they truly had the audacity. The group grew larger, and amidst the wails of captured beastmen, she and Bao Fei'er remained remarkably composed, not crying or causing a scene, prompting many beastmen to regard them with newfound interest. Upon exiting the courtyard, the beastmen exhaled a sigh of relief. They had initially expected to be intercepted, but were surprised by the silence surrounding the Golden Lion tribe this year. Indeed, I wonder what the situation is with the Eagle tribe. No news has emerged. Bai Qingqing observed the two beastmen, a suspicion forming in her mind. Could it be that their ambitions extended beyond just the Golden Lion tribe? What could possibly instill such confidence in the city lord of Desert City, making him believe he could succeed? As they entered Desert City, many cleared a path for the wandering beastmen, their eyes devoid of sympathy for the captured females, instead brimming with glee, excitement, and anticipation. Every year, the females captured, if there were any leftovers after the high-ranking officials had their share, would be distributed among them. Outsider females were far more enticing than those within the city. Once in the city lord's mansion, Bai Qingqing, Bao Fei'er, and Jin Yo were confined in the same cell, accompanied by 7 other captured females. The underground prison resounded with cries and wails, causing Bao Fei'er to suffer a headache from the noise. Yet, she refrained from complaining, merely glancing at Bai Qingqing and asking, "How did you end up here?" "I was searching for Jin Yao in the forest and unexpectedly encountered them." "What about you?" She briefly summarized her ordeal. Bao Fei'er seemed surprised. "I was out looking for Hu Ba and then was captured." Both of them ventured out in search of orcs, only to find themselves captured, thus sharing a bond of mutual misfortune. Rarely did Bao Fei'er refrain from mentioning Hu Ba, but this time, she hung her head in a rather despondent manner, uncertain when Hu Ba and his companions might arrive. That it could take quite some time. Bai Qingqing, instead of dousing her spirits, offered comfort, assuring her that they need not worry, for soon enough, those tribes would come seeking them. Given their current assault on all tribes, under normal circumstances, Bai Qingqing might have wept. Yet she found herself providing solace. As if transformed into a different person altogether, a slight sense of relief washed over Bao Fei'er, albeit cautiously. Soon, 2 orcs entered, pointing at Bao Fei'er and Bai Qingqing, commanding, "You two, come out." Jin Yo gasped and hurriedly clutched Bai Qingqing's thigh, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mother, be good, Jin Yo. Mother will return shortly," Bai Qingqing reassured her. However, upon glancing at the orc's expression, Jin Yo felt an even deeper sense of unease. Shaking her head fervently, "No. If I let go, I may never see Mother again." Bai Qingqing's heart raced with anxiety as the orc grew impatient. "Take all 3. He barked. "We might as well offer this little one to the city lord for a taste. Perhaps he will find her appealing." Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth, lowering her gaze to avoid revealing her emotions, terrified of exposing her thoughts. Bao Fei'er did not miss the fleeting glance exchanged between them. It was perilous. Had she been in the orc's position, she certainly would not have singled out Bai Qingqing. This female was an unpredictable variable, a potential spark for chaos. Yet for her, it was a fortunate turn of events. The 3 orcs were confined within the city lord's chambers, where several female orcs entered to bathe and dress them. Bai Qingqing was clad in human fabric, a sheer gauze that subtly outlined her figure, captivating even Bao Fei'er. "Mother is so beautiful," Jin Yo remarked, trailing beside Bai Qingqing, momentarily forgetting they were in a den of danger. "Jin Yo is adorable too," Bai Qingqing replied, gently ruffling her hair, feeling a bit more at ease as Jin Yo appeared calm. Yet, Bao Fei'er remained tense, her heart racing. Once the female orcs had finished attending to them, they withdrew, leaving Bao Fei'er glancing at Bai Qingqing, her eyes glistening with concern. "What do we do now? How can we escape?" She was already bound to Hu Ba and was to be wed soon. There was no way she could entangle herself with a city lord. Any female in such a predicament would panic. And Bai Qingqing fully empathized with her. "Do not fear. We shall flee shortly. They are likely preoccupied with celebrations. We will make our move soon." Bao Fei'er regarded Bai Qingqing, her words instilling an inexplicable sense of calm despite her being a female. Steeling herself, she nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. Bai Qingqing was surprised by her own fortune. As soon as she uttered those words, they overheard whispers from outside the door, and I heard the city lord suddenly fainted at the banquet. What happened? Unknown. Perhaps it was poison from some nobles. Or seed at as they debated the likelihood of who might be responsible for the poisoning. Bai Qingqing and Bao Feier seized the opportunity to escape through the window. Chapter 10. On the brink of capture, it seemed that the desert city was also rife with unrest this night. Or perhaps they deemed 3 females no threat, as there were not many orcs stationed to guard them. The trio navigated their way by memory, avoiding patrolling soldiers. Meanwhile, in the city lord's quarters, Kevin was being examined by an orc familiar with human medicine. My lord, you are merely suffering from food poisoning. You consumed incompatible foods. Just be cautious next time. So, it was not poison after all. Kevin was taken aback by the intricacies of such matters. As a city lord, he was accustomed to having whatever he desired. Unaware that food could lead to illness, he nodded, appearing less frail than rumored. Understood. You may leave. The orc departed, and a hyena soon entered, transforming into an orc before addressing Kevin. My lord, we have captured numerous females, among whom are 3 particularly exquisite ones, one of whom has a cub. All are to be presented to you. His sycophantic grin was far from endearing. Kevin remained silent, merely nodding before instructing the hyena. Bring them to me at once. Before long, several orcs rushed in, faces etched with panicked. It's bad. The 3 females have escaped. What? The hyena gazed at the subordinates in shock, then turned to Kevin, panic-stricken. My lord, this is my failure. Please grant me another chance. I will surely retrieve those 3 females. Kevin's irritation simmered. The prize had slipped through his fingers. Clenching his teeth, he suppressed his fury, commanding, send orcs to search for them. They must be captured. Yes, my lord. Once they enter the desert city, there is no escape. This was an affront to his authority. Bai Qingqing and Bao Feier, unfamiliar with their surroundings, continued seeking an escape route. Jin Yo remained quiet, understanding that any disturbance could complicate matters and potentially lead to their recapture. Jin Yo, come here. Stay by, mother. Bai Qingqing softly urged. Their luck held as they managed to flee the city lord's estate and found themselves in a dense forest. However, the unfamiliar terrain and night obscured their path. Mother, I think I hear something, Jin Yo remarked. A golden lion. Her acute senses were exceptional. Bao Feier listened attentively, then nodded to Bai Qingqing. I hear it too. They are likely closing in. This was indeed troublesome. Traversing past such a formidable force was a fanciful notion. Bai Qingqing's gaze fell on Jin Yo, and she resolved, Jin Yo, I will hide you first. Once they pass, you can go find your father, all right? Jin Yo's heart sank, shaking her head vehemently. No, mother. Jin Yo wants to stay with you. Be obedient. Otherwise, mother will be upset. This was the first time Bai Qingqing had spoken so sternly, leaving Jin Yo frightened into silence, only able to whimper softly. Despite her words, finding a nearby dwelling in the desolate wilderness was no easy feat, let alone with pursuers on their trail, and no need to run. I can smell you. It was the hyena's voice. Bai Qingqing tightened her grip on Jin Yo's arm, her anxiety mounting. The 3 females huddled closely together, with Bao Feier masking her fear in Bai Qingqing's presence. Soon, the hyena commanded the orcs accompanying him, no need to catch them. Since they refused to come out, let South set this place ablaze. Bai Qingqing's heart raced. She realized they might be cornered, or else the hyena would not resort to fire. Knowing they could still escape, the only plausible explanation was that retreat was impossible. This was truly the end. Were they to throw themselves into the fire? Flames quickly engulfed the surroundings, as the hyena was resolute and indifferent to the potential destruction of the mountain. Jin Yo's eyes reflected the firelight, her keen sense of smell detecting an unpleasant odor that soon had her coughing incessantly. The hyena, amused, taunted, I suggest you come out quickly. Don't make it harder for yourselves. If the fire consumes you, we will not take responsibility. Bai Qingqing bit her lip, remaining silent, while Bao Feier clapped her hands, addressing Bai Qingqing. Let us dig an underground passage. With the fire raging, the hyena would be unable to detect their scent. This was a brilliant idea. Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up, though tinged with concern. Can you manage? Looking into Bai Qingqing's eyes softened Bao Feier's resolve, and she nodded. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. With that, she transformed into a strikingly patterned yellow leopard. Her powerful forepaws swiftly began to excavate a tunnel. Jinyo morphed into a golden lion, while Bai Qingqing willed herself into the form of a petite white rabbit. The three females squeezed into the tunnel. To prevent the hyena from pursuing them, Bai Qingqing sealed the tunnel entrance behind them. They excavated for quite some time before starting their ascent. Bao Fei'er remained cautious, peeking her head out to survey the surroundings, sniffing the air to ensure no one was near before finally stepping out. Reverting to her human form, the three females emerged, their bodies caked in dirt, but they paid little mind to their appearance. Bai Qingqing felt profound gratitude towards Bao Fei'er and recalled the shell necklace Hu Ba had given her during their barter. She hastily retrieved it from her small cloth pouch and presented it to Bao Fei'er. "I owe you my thanks today. This is the necklace I received from Hu Ba earlier. Hu Ba. Where is he?" As Bao Fei'er felt a shift in her emotions, she gazed at Bai Qingqing, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. She understood the sense of isolation and helplessness that enveloped Bao Fei'er at this moment. Yet she shook her head gently. "I am unsure. This necklace has been around for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er lowered her head in a moment of regret. Bai Qingqing's gaze fixated on a hunter's dwelling illuminated by an oil lamp, and her heart stirred. Turning to Jinyo, she instructed, "Jinyo, you stay here. If you see father, tell him we have been captured by the lord of the desert city." "Understood?" Jinyo pouted, on the verge of tears, but Bai Qingqing frowned disapprovingly at her. The little one had no choice but to stifle her tears, letting out a small sob. Bai Qingqing felt a pang of reluctance, yet she knew that staying there with Bao Fei'er might bring calamity upon the hunter's family, while leaving Jinyo behind would pose no threat. She knocked on the hunter's door, and upon seeing a strikingly beautiful woman, the hunter instinctively attempted to shut it, fearing a trick of the supernatural. "Good sir, please do not close the door. I come seeking your assistance." Bai Qingqing hurriedly explained her predicament. The hunter, taken aback by the young woman's apparent motherhood, pondered for a moment before agreeing to shelter Jinyo for a few days upon hearing of her perilous situation. "Be good, Jinyo. Mother will come to find you in a few days." She affectionately ruffled Jinyo's hair before departing with Bao Fei'er. As they crested the hill, they soon spotted the tracks of hyenas. "Over there, chase." Chapter 11. Seeking an escape route, Bai Qingqing and Bao Fei'er had scarcely begun to run when they were captured by a band of beast men, with a hyena standing before them. Its face twisted in a cold smirk. "Run. Huh? Where do you think you can escape to?" Bai Qingqing had not anticipated that the hyena would find them so swiftly. However, with the die cast, wishing for a time reversal or an alternate path was futile. She regarded the hyena in silence, her eyes icy. "Where is the other little one?" The hyena then noticed that the child beside Bai Qingqing was missing, and its expression darkened instantly. Had it informed Kevin that there were 2 female beast men, all would have been well, but since it had stated there were 3, Kevin would undoubtedly want to see all 3, with one child unaccounted for. Kevin was sure to be furious, and the hyena could not withstand his ire. Bai Qingqing and Bao Fei'er remained silent, but the hyena squinted its eyes, realizing that the 2 females had likely hidden the child. "Take the 2 of them away. You lot, go search for that little one." "Yes." Bai Qingqing's heart raced, for the hunter was merely on the other side of the hill. That if they crossed this hill, they would surely discover Jinyo. That if Jinyo were captured, it would mean disaster. Bai Qingqing and Bao Fei'er were dragged toward the desert city, but due to the absence of one female, the hyena hesitated to return to the city, opting instead to meander through the forest for a while longer. If worse came to worst, it would have to find a prettier little one from the prison to substitute. The hyena commanded the beast men to light a bonfire and returned with a rabbit to roast. Upon seeing her kind, Bai Qingqing felt a pang in her heart but quickly composed herself. After all, this was the world of beast men, and she would encounter many such situations in the future. Moreover, putting aside her identity, roasted rabbit meat was indeed delectable. Bao Fei'er, however, was less concerned with their captor's actions and instead engaged Bai Qingqing in a discussion about their potential escape. "Do you think we can untie ourselves?" The 2 beast men stood back to back, their hands bound, making escape impossible. Bai Qingqing shifted her wrists, finding it impossible to reach the knot binding them. With a hint of resignation, she shook her head. "I doubt it." Bao Fei'er furrowed her brow, growing anxious. Meanwhile, in the woods, a small lion was traversing the underbrush, halting upon spotting the bonfire. The hyena, consumed by its desire for the roasted rabbit, failed to notice Jinyo's approach. The beastmen were preoccupied with their vigilance elsewhere, leaving the small lion unnoticed. Jin Yo hid behind a large tree, waiting for the beastmen to turn their backs before darting to Bai Qingqing's side. Jin Yo, Bai Qingqing gasped in astonishment at the sight of the small lion, silently forming the words that a purebred golden lion was a rare sight, and upon seeing the cub, Bai Qingqing instantly recognized Jin Yo. Bao Fei'er, equally astonished, stared at her. Bai Qingqing had sent Jin Yo to the hunter's dwelling out of concern for her safety, yet here she was, voluntarily braving danger. Jin Yo, in her lion form, was much smaller than in her human shape. So she did not revert, but instead used her sharp teeth to gnaw at the ropes. Bai Qingqing kept a vigilant eye on the beastmen, fearing they might suddenly approach, while Jin Yo worked diligently. Perhaps fortune favored them, or perhaps the beastmen felt secure in the belief that the two females were bound and incapable of escape, for they seemed quite at ease. Before long, Jin Yo successfully chewed through the ropes, and Bai Qingqing quickly freed herself, then untied Bao Fei'er, settling into a stance of stillness. They would need to wait until the beastmen were even more relaxed before making their move in a short time. The beastmen gathered to feast on the meat, and confirming her position was out of sight, Bai Qingqing whispered to Bao Fei'er, "Let us sneak away quietly." Bao Fei'er nodded, unconsciously beginning to view Bai Qingqing as their leader. The three transformed into their beast forms, their smaller sizes making them less conspicuous. However, luck was not to remain on their side, as the beastmen recalled that the three had inhaled some smoke earlier and feared that they might have damaged their voices. Deciding to fetch water for them. "Boss, those two women have escaped." The hyena's eyes darkened, and the roasted meat suddenly lost its allure. "After them. What are you waiting for?" All the beastmen dropped their meat and hastily followed the scent to pursue Bai Qingqing and Bao Fei'er. Bai Qingqing and Bao Fei'er hastily dug a pit to hide in, exhaling in relief once the footsteps had faded. Cautiously, they peered out from their hiding spot. However, they had not anticipated the keen nose of the hyena. Spotting the three beast-shaped females, the hyena sneered, "Clever indeed. Had it not been for my sharp nose, you might have escaped." After a period of pursuit, it lost the scent, concluding that they must have remained in place. Yet, it could never have guessed that the two females' escape was facilitated by the little cub who had freed them, an unexpected complication. Bai Qingqing transformed back into her human form, intending to negotiate. "If you let us go, I will do my utmost to fulfill your demands." Bao Fei'er nodded in agreement. The hyena smirked. "That is simple. I desire the position of elder among the beast tribe." "You shall not have it." Before Bai Qingqing could respond, Bao Fei'er erupted like a powder keg. "You are unworthy of such a position." The hyena's expression darkened instantly. "Seize that woman." In an instant, Bao Fei'er produced a weapon from seemingly nowhere. Confronting the beastmen as she urged Bai Qingqing, "Run, fetch help and return for me." Observing Bai Qingqing's delicate demeanor, it was evident that she would be unable to fight. Thus, Bao Fei'er took the brunt of the confrontation. Bai Qingqing understood that remaining would only hinder Bao Fei'er, so without a second thought, she grabbed Jin Yo and fled. The two beastmen darted away at remarkable speed, while Bao Fei'er veered off in another direction, splitting their paths in hopes of evading capture. The hyena, maintaining a composed demeanor, quickly divided its forces into two teams to pursue them. Bai Qingqing felt as though she were running through a path she had never traversed in her past life. Racing forward with all her might, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat. She could only grit her teeth and swallow it down, ignoring the searing pain in her throat as she pulled Jin Yo onward. At that moment, the spatial system she had previously discovered suddenly chimed in. Detection of the host being pursued. Would the host like assistance? It was a mechanical female voice. Bai Qingqing felt as though she had encountered a savior. Tears nearly spilled from her eyes as she immediately responded within her mind. Yes, navigation route activated. Searching for an escape path. Chapter 12. An unexpected rescue with the system's assistance. Bai Qingqing found herself adept at evading the pursuers. Where is Bao Fei'er? I cannot abandon her. Bai Qingqing thought of Bao Fei'er, who had no one to aid her and was outnumbered. Fearing she might soon be captured by the beastmen, she had to help her. The system quickly replied, "The system will adjust the trajectory of fate, allowing you to reunite." Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yes, she ran alongside Jin Yo. She complied with the system's directives, knowing that it sufficed to locate a region abundant with hunters. Typically, Areas frequented by hunters would be laden with traps, which she could exploit to outmaneuver the pursuing orc horde. Throughout this endeavor, Bai Qingqing experienced a peculiar sensation within her, akin to something igniting within her being, gradually sapping her strength and leaving her increasingly fatigued, to the point where her mind felt somewhat muddled and her legs unsteady. It must have been the toll of excessive exertion. Jean Nyo, still a mere cub, was utterly exhausted after such a significant drain on her energy, her eyelids drooping heavily. Mother, Jean Nyo is so tired. She had initially believed she could endure a bit longer, yet her strength was waning rapidly. To prevent fainting moments later, she decided it was prudent to inform her mother now. Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together and bent down to scoop Jean Nyo into her arms as she continued to run, softly reassuring her, "If you're tired, you can sleep. Mother is here. Nothing will happen." The small golden lion, lightweight in her embrace, felt no heavier than cradling a puppy. Encouraged by Bai Qingqing's words, Jean Nyo closed her eyes, opting to rest for a while, hoping to regain strength for their escape. With the system altering their fateful trajectory, they soon encountered Bao Fei. Bai Qingqing's spirit stirred, prompting her to inquire of the system. "How much longer until we reach the hunter's abode?" "Just over this hill," came the response. Upon spotting Bai Qingqing, Bao Fei hesitated momentarily, instinctively attempting to turn away. Yet, hearing Bai Qingqing call out to her, "Bao Fei, come here, this way," instilled in her the hope that there might be a way to elude the orc pursuers. Resolute, Bao Fei gritted her teeth and sprinted toward Bai Qingqing. The hyenas, panting heavily, had never anticipated that these two females possessed such remarkable physical prowess, managing to evade them throughout the night. "Boss, I can't go on. If we continue like this, dawn will break, and when those hunters emerge..." We finished. Their greatest fear was, after all, the hunters, as their traps were notoriously perilous. Stepping into one meant certain death for most. The hyena had long been aware of the hunter's formidable reputation, yet he was loath to return empty-handed after investing so much time in the chase. "Keep pursuing. If we can't catch them, that's another matter." He gritted his teeth, unwilling to relinquish this prize. Kevin would surely hold him accountable. He had to bring these two females back today, unable to shake off their pursuers. Bao Fei resorted to wielding a few torches she had snatched from the bonfire to defend herself. The orcs, clad in easily flammable hide, were careful to avoid her, fearing the flames would consume them. Observing Bao Fei's adept handling of the situation eased Bai Qingqing's worries slightly, but glancing down at the small golden lion in her arms heightened her anxiety. They needed to locate the hunters quickly to seek assistance. Otherwise, their predicament would only worsen. The horizon lightened with the first blush of dawn, the sun peeking over the hilltop, while the forest remained shrouded in a misty haze, should there be traps beneath their feet. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. "Warning! Warning! Traps ahead. Please exercise caution, host." The system repeated its alerts, but Bai Qingqing remained oblivious to the presence of any traps, just as she prepared to caution Bao Fei to tread carefully. They both inadvertently triggered a net trap, which ensnared them. Bao Fei gasped, her body drenched in sweat. The orcs, taken aback by their stroke of luck, had not anticipated that this trap, originally designed to ensnare hunters, would aid them in capturing these three females. The hyena hurled a concealed weapon at Bao Fei, injuring her wrist and rendering her unable to wield her weapon. The sudden turn of events caused Bao Fei to drop her torch, and the orcs hastily extinguished it. The hyena approached, looking down at Bao Fei, whose face was twisted in pain, a smug gleam in his eyes. "If you have the courage, try to run away." Bai Qingqing could hardly tolerate such a petty display of triumph and retorted, "This trap isn't of your making, so what are you so pleased about? If we're to be counted as prey, it isn't your doing." The hyena despised having his authority undermined. Bai Qingqing's words only fueled his irritation, yet he could not release her and pursue once more. Truth be told, he was utterly spent, especially now that they had halted. He felt no inclination to move at all. "Boss, what should we do?" The hyena smacked the one who spoke on the head. "What do you mean? What should we do? We're taking them back. Do you think we can just let them go?" The orc rubbed his head, looking dejected as he accompanied his comrades to lower the net containing the three females. However, fearing they might retaliate, their movements were cautious, dreading the possibility of the net dropping and allowing their captives to escape. But this delay presented an opportunity for the hunters, as dawn had already broken. "Hey, what are you lot doing?" The hyena stiffened, terror coursing through him. Bai Qingqing seized the moment to shout, "Big brother! Quick, help us! These are mountain demons. Look, they still have ears." Only pure-blood beast folk could fully transform into human form, while those like the hyena, who underwent partial transformation, still had ears and tails visible. The hyena's heart raced. He had heard tales of demons, and humans would execute them by burning them at the stake. Would that not mean they would be roasted like dogs? Run! Without a second thought, he led his group of orcs in retreat. Bai Qingqing discreetly urged Jin Yo to transform into human form to avoid drawing the hunter's suspicions at that moment. She was thankful that Bao Feier was also pure blood, had she been partially transformed. Their chances of escape would have been nil. When the hunter approached, he was somewhat astonished. "Aren't you the girl from last night?" Moreover, the girl was dressed rather peculiarly, causing his ears to redden. Bai Qingqing, disregarding his embarrassment, quickly addressed the hunter. "We accidentally triggered a trap. Could you please let us down?" "Of course, please wait a moment." Chapter 13. Would they be burned alive? The hunter lowered the capture net, and then noticed the child in Bai Qingqing's arms. Scratching his head, he said, "Miss, I sincerely apologize. The moment I turned around last night, the child ran off. Thankfully, she found you. Otherwise, I would be a criminal." Jin Yo had stealthily escaped while the hunter was absent, so it was not fair to blame anyone else. Furthermore, since she had requested the hunter's assistance in watching over the child, it was only natural that she could not hold him accountable. Bai Qingqing shook her head, acknowledging, "This was merely the child's mischief. I truly apologize, and no worries." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Qingqing remembered the system's words and inquired of the hunter, "Do you happen to know who Bao?" Bao Feier gazed at Bai Qingqing in surprise, wondering why she believed this human was acquainted with Hu Ba. Bai Qingqing, however, did not notice Bao Feier's expression. "That I heard that Hu Ba has a dwelling in this forest. He occasionally resides here to assist some humans, hoping that one day he might receive help in return." The hunter looked at Bai Qingqing with a mix of surprise and delight. "You know Hu Ba? He lives in an old house on that hill. Do you wish to find him?" Having heard rumors that Hu Ba had a favored woman, could it be the one before him? He regarded Bai Qingqing's exquisite features, pondering the possibility. After all, who wouldn't he be captivated by her beauty? "I am a friend of Hu Ba. This is his companion." Upon hearing the word companion, Bao Feier's face flushed crimson, casting an incredulous glare at Bai Qingqing. Her embarrassment evident. The hunter nodded in understanding. He had helped them after all. After a moment's contemplation, Bao Feier decided to remove a shell ring gifted by Hu Ba, presenting it to the hunter. "I possess little of value, but please accept this. Were it not for your timely intervention, we would likely have been captured." A faint smile graced her lips, and the hunter felt a softening in his heart. He glanced at the ring, gasping in surprise, before producing a shell ring of his own. "This was given to me by Hu Ba. He said it could connect us, but I never figured out how to use it." Bai Qingqing and Bao Feier exchanged glances, each seeing hope reflected in the other's eyes. Humans lacked spiritual energy, thus rendering them incapable of utilizing such items, but they possessed it. This was a stroke of luck. "Thank you, big brother, we desperately need this." The hunter, uncertain of the ring's use, decided it was better to give it to the two girls, knowing they were vulnerable and would surely perish in these woods without assistance. "Then I shall accept this ring. This is for you." The hunter and Leopard Feier exchanged rings, then turned and set off on the path to find Hu Ba. Bai Qingqing felt somewhat fatigued and could not help but yawn. How she wished Jin Yao could appear at that moment. Alas, she too desired someone to lean on. Observing Bai Qingqing's state, Leopard Feier pondered for a moment and asked, "Would you like me to transform into beast form so you can rest on my back for a while?" Bai Qingqing quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, no. You've also been weary all night. If you tire yourself out, I will have no one to assist me, and then I would have to obediently return to Desert City with them." This reasoning held merit. It was wiser to conserve their strength. Little Jin Yo slept soundly in Bai Qingqing's embrace, even snoring softly. Leopard Feier gazed at the little lion, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. She longed to bear a child of her own, to play with her offspring daily. After trudging for over an hour, they finally caught sight of a small house. Bai Qingqing nearly burst into tears. Who could understand her struggles? As they approached the small dwelling, Leopard Feier called out Hu Ba's name from a distance. However, no matter how loudly she shouted, there was no response. The two exchanged puzzled glances. And Bai Qingqing spoke, Perhaps he is out searching for you and has not yet returned. Leopard Fair felt a pang of anxiety. She knew she could not return to the Beast Clan at this moment. With Kevin's orcs lurking everywhere near the Beast Clan, if they were caught now, it would be akin to walking into a trap. But can't you use the ring to contact Huba? Why not try reaching out? With a flicker of determination, Leopard Fair nodded, promptly retrieving the ring and infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy. Bai Qingqing found a spot inside the house to sit and laid her head on the table. Initially intending to rest, her consciousness began to fade, her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was the familiar scent that made Leopard Fair feel so relaxed in the house. Surely the orcs would not come here. The lack of response from the ring indicated that Huba had not received her message. What could this mean? Had something happened to him? Countless questions swirled in Leopard Fair's mind. Yet she had no means to inquire. Seated against the wall, she gazed vacantly into the distance that a night spent fleeing had left her both exhausted and famished. Yet venturing out to hunt was impractical, as they could encounter pursuers at any moment. Only in this place, where the orcs presumed them to be mere hunters, would they be safe from intrusion. She could only pray that Huba would return soon. Bai Qingqing was roused by the acrid scent of burning wood. Initially believing Leopard Fair was preparing a meal, she soon realized something was amiss as the heat enveloped her. Startled, she opened her eyes wide. The old house had already become an inferno, foul smoke invading her nostrils, causing her to cough incessantly, while her throat felt parched and itchy. She quickly scooped up the little golden lion and turned to shake Leopard Fair's arm. "Wake up! The house is on fire!" Leopard Fair's eyes flew open, and she hastily leaped from the bed. What is happening? The three females inside the house were bewildered, but outside, a voice suddenly rang out. "You three should surrender. Come back to Desert City with us, or you will be burned alive." It was the voice of that hyena. Bai Qingqing's forehead began to bead with sweat. She had not anticipated that the hyena had feigned departure. Lurking nearby to seize the opportunity, Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth, declaring, "You will not take us. You shall wait to be burned alive." The hyena spat this threat, then sat outside, waiting for Bai Qingqing and the others to plead for mercy. However, after a long silence without a sound from within, he could not help but call out, "Hey, you three, say something. Have you been burned to a crisp?" Another orc, trembling with fear, suggested, "Boss, should we go in and rescue them?" "Forget it. I've already said what I said. There's no point in going in." Chapter 14. Is it you who has brought harm to these three women? Although the hyena spoke thus, he was already conflicted within. Remembering Kevin's orders, he finally gritted his teeth and commanded the other orcs, "Put out the fire and get those three women out." They needed to act quickly. After all, the three had been inside for so long that if they hadn't perished in the flames, they would surely have succumbed to smoke inhalation. Bai Qingqing pulled Leopard Fair down to the ground, knowing that since smoke rises, staying low would minimize their intake of harmful gases. However, the heat was unbearable, and they would soon succumb to dehydration and fainting. This house was not frequented by Huba, thus lacking any water. They could only pray for a miracle. Before long, chaotic footsteps and the sound of water splashing reached them from outside. Bai Qingqing looked at Leopard Fair, whose eyes were reddened from smoke, tears pooling in her gaze, which softened Bai Qingqing's heart. She felt she would acquiesce to any request Leopard Fair might make. "When we go out, I'll engage them first, and then you can escape amidst the chaos." Having just fled last night, they were now on the run again. Having not touched a drop of water or a morsel of food, they were starving to the point of weakness. Leopard Fair nodded. Aside from Bai Qingqing's plan, she had no better ideas. After all, they could not simply follow the orcs. Soon, the orcs opened a path, and several rushed in to drag the two of them outside. Bai Qingqing still cradled the little golden lion in her arms, her legs trembling from exhaustion. When fresh air hit her face, she felt as though she had been reborn, though her head still spun dizzily. Seeing Bai Qingqing and Leopard Fair, the hyena chuckled maliciously. "Now that the hunter is not here, you have no one to assist you. So, what will it be? Will you come back to Desert City with us willingly?" Bai Qingqing's hair was disheveled and her face smeared with soot, yet her beauty remained undeniable. The hyena could not resist reaching out to touch her, but was met with Bai Qingqing's sharp retort. "You will never take us." In the next moment, Bai Qingqing stomped forcefully on the hyena's foot, causing him to bend over in pain, grimacing in agony. Leopard Fair seized the opportunity to bite the hand of the orc gripping her. Without a second thought, The two plunged into the forest, continuing their desperate escape. Bai Qingqing gasped for breath, her vision beginning to blur. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately decided to entrust the little lion to Leopard Fair. You take care of her. I can't go on. I'll hold them off. Leopard Fair felt a jolt of alarm. She understood Bai Qingqing's intentions. She intended to use herself to distract the orcs. But in doing so, she would surely be captured. No, I cannot allow you to be taken. How will I face the Golden Lion clan then? Although Jin Yao was not favored, and the Golden Lion clan looked down upon him, Bai Qingqing was still recorded in their lineage. If Leopard Fair sold her out, the Golden Lion clan would not forgive her. Even if they did not hold her accountable, she could not bear the weight of her conscience. Leopard Fair, I implore you, this little one must be protected. Even if it means I am captured, she must remain safe. Hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Leopard Fair met her resolute gaze, her heart aching. Ultimately, she took the little golden lion into her arms. We will split up to escape. Do not confront them. It is a hopeless endeavor. I will ensure her safety, even if it costs me my life. I will never allow her to fall into those orcs' hands. This was her promise to Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together and nodded. All right, you go first, that I will hold them off. She had said her piece. If Bai Qingqing still insisted on confronting the orcs, there was nothing more she could do. Leopard Fair cast a deep glance at Bai Qingqing before sprinting forward. Her perception of Bai Qingqing had shifted. She realized that Bai Qingqing was not the person that Fox Linger had described. She was entirely different from the Bai Qingqing in her memories. Once this ordeal was over, she would have to apologize to Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing hurriedly contacted the system, inquiring if it had any means to deal with the orcs. The system remained silent for a while before awkwardly responding. I am sorry, host. Your permissions are insufficient. To hell with insufficient permissions. Bai Qingqing had never anticipated that there would be such a concept. How could she increase her permissions? Advance the plot. Upon reaching each plot node, a permission will be unlocked. Bai Qingqing fell silent. She wanted to tell the system that it might as well erase her now. Advance the plot node would take time, but what was she to do in the meantime? Perhaps sensing her agitation, the system benevolently reassured her, Do not worry, host. You will soon encounter Huba. Should you face life-threatening danger, this system will assist you through the crisis. At the very least, the system guaranteed that she would not be killed. That will have to suffice. I will endure whatever hardships come my way. She resigned herself. Bai Qingqing watched as the pursuing orcs closed in, still clinging to the hope of soon meeting Huba. The hyena, observing Bai Qingqing, was taken aback that she had not followed Leopard Fair in her flight. Remembering how they had split up the previous night and how he had nearly exhausted himself chasing them, the hyena's expression darkened. You're not running. Are you planning to return to Desert City with us? Bai Qingqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a hint of defiance gracing her features. Who told you that I would not run away? I merely wish to see if you can catch up with me. Her beast form was far swifter than her human guise. Had it not been for the spiritual energy required to maintain her beastly shape and her own insufficient reserves, she would have long since left this pack of beastmen in her wake. You are toying with me. The hyena's eyes glinted with malice. Seizing the moment, Bai Qingqing swiftly transformed into a rabbit and darted into the forest. Chase her, system. How long until I encounter Huba? Follow the path that Leopard Fair just departed from. You will meet him in less than a TS brewing time. If it were merely a matter of a few minutes, she could endure. The hyena too transformed into his beast form. His speed significantly increased, yet the diminutive rabbit, coupled with the dense undergrowth of the forest, complicated his pursuit. Otherwise, he would have caught up long ago. Thus commenced a thrilling game of chase. After a considerable time had passed, Bai Qingqing felt her ability to maintain her beast form waning, and at last, she caught sight of Leopard Fair. Before her stood none other than Huba. Tears of gratitude nearly spilled from Bai Qingqing's eyes. Huba was truly her savior. She could forgive the disparaging remarks he had once made about her. Qingqing. Leopard Fair had not anticipated Bai Qingqing would catch up at this juncture. The hyena, upon seeing Huba, hesitated momentarily, transforming back into human form and gesturing for the beastmen to halt. Huba stood before Leopard Fair and Bai Qingqing, his handsome visage radiating an icy demeanor. Are you the one who captured these three? Chapter 15. Alas, it was all for naught. Huba's reputation in Desert City was formidable. He was no ordinary foe for the hyena. After much deliberation, the hyena decided to feign ignorance. biding his time for news from the Beast clan, eagerly awaiting the moment he could seize these three women. Are you intending to oppose Desert City? The hyena's eyes brimmed with cold contempt as he regarded Huba. Unconvinced that Huba would risk enmity with Desert City over three females. After all, with Huba's stature, acquiring a female should pose no challenge. However, the hyena overlooked Huba's affection for Leopard Fair. Upon seeing the numerous scars adorning her body, Huba's fury eclipsed his rationality. With a derisive snort, Huba immediately transformed into his beast form. A colossal tiger materialized before the onlookers, far larger than an ordinary mountain tiger, at least 3 times its size. Leopard Fair, now entirely at ease, while the hyena's heart raced with alarm, intended to negotiate with Huba, his voice trembling. Huba, let us discuss this amicably. Surely, there is no issue that cannot be resolved peacefully. Wouldn't you agree? You are too late. Huba lunged forward, pinning a multitude of beastmen beneath him, blood flowers blossoming beneath them. Though outnumbered, the exhaustion of Leopard Fair and Bai Qingqing had left the beastmen unable to escape. Without a second thought, the hyena transformed into his beast form and turned to flee. Yet Huba was well aware of his role as the leader and would not relent at this moment. He pursued the hyena, just as Bai Qingqing and Leopard Fair believed the ordeal might finally conclude. A massive lion suddenly appeared. Kevin shielded the hyena, engaging Huba in a fierce battle. The clash between beasts was most harrowing, causing Bai Qingqing to bite her lip in anxiety, while Leopard Fair unhesitatingly entrusted the golden child to Bai Qingqing, then transformed into her beast form to assist Huba that moment. Bai Qingqing regretted not having learned any form of martial arts for self-defense. Had she done so, she could have contributed in some measure. The golden child, just awakening, gazed at Bai Qingqing in surprise. "Mother," I heard Father's voice. "What? Where?" Bai Qingqing scanned her surroundings, hopeful that Jin Yao had indeed arrived with his kin from the Golden Lion clan, for that would mean salvation. "Father has not arrived yet. He said we must wait a bit longer for him to join us." The golden child spoke as if communicating telepathically with Jin Yao. Bai Qingqing was beset with confusion, but had no time to inquire further. For the beastmen, sensing her solitude, prepared to pounce. After all, capturing Bai Qingqing would be a significant achievement. Begone! Bai Qingqing stepped back a few paces, her expression cold, exuding an aura of intimidation. The beastmen hesitated momentarily, yet still lunged at her. Bai Qingqing raised her hands in defense, but was overpowered, claw marks marring her skin as blood flowed, further inciting the beastmen. The golden child, in a state of panic, hurriedly relayed the situation to Jin Yao. She was still young, unable to communicate through spiritual energy, but Jin Yao could. However, given the golden child's limited power, their connection relied on luck. Should fortune frown upon them, as it had the previous night, they might not connect for an entire evening. Fortunately, today they had managed to establish contact. Behind Jin Yao trailed a throng of beastmen from the Golden Lion clan, their expressions tinged with disdain. Yet, recalling their leader's orders, they swallowed their grievances. "Jin Yao, you claim you've contacted your little one. How much longer until they arrive?" One of the Golden Lion clan members expressed impatience. The Beast clan faced imminent peril. Yet Jin Yao was here seeking his mate, a promise from their leader hanging in the balance. Did they not understand the gravity of the situation? Jin Yao, aware of their dissatisfaction, could only feign ignorance. For he still required their assistance. "Not long now. We shall reach the other side of this mountain shortly." They exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to tread upon the wild grass behind him. The earth bore a chaotic array of footprints, revealing the vast contingent dispatched from Desert City. Suddenly, one of the clan members pointed at the enormous tracks. "Look, aren't those prints identical to ours?" Purebred beastmen grow significantly larger than ordinary beasts only when in their beast form, and the tracks of various creatures were distinct. Having grown up observing their own footprints, they instantly recognized the lion's tracks. The Golden Lion clan's rules were stringent, and no one had ventured into this territory in days. It's Kevin, the Lord of Desert City. He too is a golden lion. At this revelation, Jin Yao's heart seized, and he transformed into his beast form, racing towards the mountain's peak. The other Golden Lion clan members followed closely behind. At this moment, Leopard Fair bore the wounds inflicted by Kevin's relentless assault, while Huba was also beset with injuries. Though he could hold his ground against Kevin, the relentless attacks from the beastmen had begun to wear him down. Bai Qingqing, simultaneously fending off the beast men with her dwindling spiritual energy, was also tasked with protecting the golden child. Her once fair skin was now smeared with dirt, blood trickling from her wounds. And the delicate fabric clung to her skin, causing it to itch and throb with pain at every movement. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow, and the golden child observed her plight, her heart aching with despair. "Mother, please hang on a little longer. Father is coming soon." The golden child whispered through her tears, quickly covering her mouth. Fearful of distracting Bai Qingqing with her worries, she could not afford to add to her mother's burdens. "Bai, surrender. Hand over these 3 women, or I will see to it that you perish today." Kevin gazed up at Bai, his eyes filled with disdain. Bai panted heavily, his claws digging into the earth. A growl emanating from his throat, a sound of provocation. "You seek death." Kevin aimed for his throat. Leopard Feyre, breathless, watched the scene unfold, her heart racing, silently pleading, "No." The deafening roars of lions halted Kevin's advance as a swift beastman reported. "Lord, it's the Golden Lion clan. They arrived." In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have stood a chance, but with the Golden Lion clan joining the fray. "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate." Kevin cast a lingering glance at Bai. Hesitating before ultimately turning to flee, he needed to redirect his focus to the Beast clan. Once he subdued them, he could have his pick of females. There was no need to cling to these 3. Even if that rabbit was indeed breathtaking, the image of Bai Qingqing's visage and form flashed through his mind, prompting a silent lament. Chapter 16. "Mother, please don't fall asleep. Wake up." Bai dared not succumb easily, fearing Kevin might suddenly turn back to attack. Fortunately, Kevin had no such intentions, his figure gradually disappearing from Bai's view. Soon, Bai's massive form collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. When the Golden Lion clan arrived, no beastmen remained, only the wounded Bai and Leopard Feyre. While Bai Qingqing lay on the verge of unconsciousness, she had fought valiantly to protect the golden child, ensuring no harm came to her. Mother, please don't sleep. Wake up." Bai Qingqing lay motionless on the ground, her eyes shut in a deep slumber, while the golden child transformed back into human form, weeping uncontrollably. Jin Yao approached with a stern expression. Bending down to lift Bai Qingqing into his arms. "Stay close behind me. Do not stray." The golden child wiped her tears, nodding obediently. Jin Fu cast a glance at Bai Qingqing cradled in Jin Yao's arms. Astonished, "Isn't that human clothing?" How is it that before he could finish his words, Jin Yao unexpectedly produced a somewhat tattered piece of beast hide from somewhere, enveloping Bai Qingqing's form with it? Observing Jin Yao's expression, Jin Fu, despite harboring disdain in his heart, refrained from voicing any further comments. The Beast clan holds their partners in the highest regard, exhibiting an intense possessiveness. Even a mere glance from Jin Yao could provoke a public altercation. At such a moment, the chieftain of the Golden Lion clan would not necessarily stand by his side. "Let us return," Jin Fu suggested. "Kevin and the others are likely preparing for an offensive against the Beast clan. Pursuing them would be futile." Naturally, the members of the Golden Lion clan had no objections, and Jin Yao remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to their course of action. In that instant, he experienced an unprecedented pang of hatred towards his own lack of strength. Were he sufficiently powerful, Kevin would not dare to lay a hand on Bai Qingqing, for he would have to weigh his own capabilities. Alas, his weakness rendered him invisible in the eyes of others. A flicker of coldness flashed in Jin Yao's gaze. He was determined to grow stronger, ensuring that no one would dare to harm Bai Qingqing again. The original cave was no longer an option. Jin Yao carried Bai Qingqing back to the Golden Lion clan. Jin Yao's eyes were swollen from crying, and upon seeing her, several females of the Golden Lion clan felt their hearts soften, rushing over to console her. Upon hearing of Jin Yao's return, Jinda and Jin Air hurriedly surrounded him. "Father, stay outside for a moment. I will change your mother's clothing," he instructed. "Okay." The little ones nodded obediently, and Jin Yao was taken by a female to change her attire, as her current clothing was rather unseemly. The chieftain had approved their entry, and the other Golden Lions had no objections, turning a blind eye as if they had not witnessed anything. Jin Yao gently laid Bai Qingqing on a wooden board, turned, closed the door, and secured the latch. That he approached Bai Qingqing, pulled back the piece of beast hide, and gazed upon the myriad scars adorning her body, his eyes filled with compassion and a barely perceptible discomfort. "Human clothing is indeed quite daring," he mused. Carefully, Jean Yao lifted the delicate veil, revealing her snowy skin. He bit his lip, his breath heavy, as he replaced it with a clean piece of beast hide he had acquired from a golden lion household, though he would have to hunt a wild boar for them later. For Bai Qingqing's sake, even if they demanded 2 wild boars, he would have no choice but to comply. After tending to Bai Qingqing's wounds, Jean Yao exited the room. Jean Yao, having been protected throughout the night, was now in high spirits, enthusiastically recounting the events of the previous night and today to Jean Da and Jean Eyre, even placing her hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, from now on, if mother says 1, you are not allowed to say 2, understand? Jean Da and Jean Eyre were taken aback. Could it be that Bai Qingqing, having undergone such a transformation, would forsake her own life? Surely it was not merely to elicit their sympathy. Yet, recalling how fiercely she had defended Jean Yao earlier, they felt a pang of discomfort. Seeing them silent, Jean Yao's temper flared, and she waved her hands in front of them, exclaiming, Hey, are you 2 even listening? Being the youngest, Jean Yao was often indulged by Jean Yao and her 2 brothers, leading to her somewhat spoiled demeanor. Though she was by no means malicious, Jean Da and Jean Eyre exchanged glances. With Jean Yao expressing herself so, they could not possibly continue to speak ill of Bai Qingqing, lest they incur her wrath. Understood, we will not speak ill of her again, Jean Da assured, satisfied by Jean Da's response. Jean Yao beamed. That's more like it. Jean Yao, standing nearby, listened and found the trio increasingly endearing, his facial features softening considerably. What are you 3 discussing? Father, Jean Yao exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace. Jean Da and Jean Eyre, reflecting on their earlier impulsiveness, felt a twinge of regret for having so readily agreed to Jean Yao's demands. They wondered if their father had overheard. Jean Yao lifted Jean Yao, and she immediately inquired about Bai Qingqing's condition. Father, how is mother? She is fine, merely faint from exhaustion. She will recover with some rest, Jean Yao replied, brushing a speck of dust from Jean Yao's face with his thumb, just as the 4 of them were enjoying their conversation. Jean Fu approached, interrupting the tender moment. Jean Yao, come here. The chieftain is calling for a meeting. You 3, do not run about that if you grow tired. Go into the room and nestle beside your mother, understood? Okay. The 3 little ones scampered inside. And as Jean Yao withdrew his gaze, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a resolute expression as he followed Jean Fu to the chieftain's dwelling. Before the wooden house, a gathering of Golden Lion clan beastmen stood in silence. Upon seeing Jean Yao, they stirred slightly. The chieftain nodded at him before raising his voice. Last night, the beastmen from Desert City invaded. I have inquired about the situation with the Beast Clan. This time, Desert City intends to eradicate all beast clans, not just our Golden Lion clan. Thus, we must unite and stand firm, lest we fall to Kevin's invasion from Desert City. He eloquently articulated many inspiring words, and the faces of the Golden Lions were etched with gravity. They could not tolerate Kevin leading those beastmen into their territory. They would surely protect their homeland. Jean Yao, however, remained inscrutable, his gaze sharp with resolve. Regardless of whether the Golden Lion clan would assist, he would not let Kevin go unpunished. Had they not arrived in time, Bai Qingqing would likely have been taken by Kevin. Moreover, the thought of so many beastmen having seen Bai Qingqing in that attire made him wish he could gouge out their eyes. Chapter 17. Awakening after the meeting, the chieftain instructed the Golden Lions to return home to inform their families before proceeding to join the Beast Clan. Hu Ba and Bao Feier were sent back to their respective tribes. Unaware of the current situation, however, Jean Yao had observed their injuries earlier. They were not severe, and with some rest, they should recover by tomorrow. The contrast between Bai Qingqing's previous attitude towards Hu Ba and her current demeanor towards him was stark. Causing Jean Yao to remain vigilant, he stepped into the house, where Jean Yao, Jean Da, and Jean Eyre were playing, their laughter ringing through the air. Had it not been for Bai Qingqing's exhaustion, she would likely have been awakened by their merriment. Father, Jean Yao called out joyfully upon seeing him. Jean Yao quickly raised a finger to his lips, gently shaking his head. Lower your voice. Your mother is still asleep. Having momentarily forgotten, Jean Yao quickly covered her mouth and nodded in understanding. Seeing her so obedient, Jean Yao smiled and ruffled her hair. Good girl, I will bring you something to eat shortly. Jean Da and Jean Eyre had only eaten a little today, their bellies not fully satisfied. Whereas Jean Yao had not eaten since last night and was ravenous. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment at Jean Yao's words, She remained silent, merely nodding and sitting obediently on a chair. Jin Yao settled on the edge of the bed, spreading his fingers over Bai Qingqing's face that a faint stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm, merging with her body. Jinda reacted first, exclaiming, "Father, how can you give her all your spiritual energy?" Though Jin Yao possessed weak spiritual energy, being the weakest among the Golden Lion clan, they never regarded this as shameful. After all, he had never wronged them. On the contrary, he had always spoiled them. That alone was enough for them to defend Jin Yao. Jin Yao retracted his hand, his gaze towards Jinda imbued with warning. "She is your mother, and a female at that. Females are inherently weaker than males, though she may merely be fatigued. Without spiritual energy to maintain balance within her body, she will not recover. Can you comprehend this?" Jinda listened intently to Jin Yao's words, nodding slightly, his eyes brimming with tears, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Jin Yao gently wiped away the tears from his face and addressed the three little ones, saying, "All right, I must take my leave now. You three must stay here and not wander off, for otherwise, you may be captured. Do you understand?" Jinda promptly nodded, repeatedly assuring, "Father, worry not. I am their elder brother and will ensure they do not sneak off to play." Jin Yao immediately countered, showing no mercy. "Who would believe you? You are always the fastest to sneak off when we play. Father, do not worry. I shall keep a close watch on them and will not let them go." Her triumphant expression was utterly adorable, prompting Jin Yao to smile faintly before nodding. "Very well, Father trusts you. Now, I shall take my leave." Once he departed, Jinda immediately complained, "Little sister, why do you always speak ill of me? I am still your brother. After all, you should be more accommodating towards the younger ones." Jin Yao grabbed a fruit from the table and popped it into her mouth. Jin Air, ever the attentive one, quickly interjected, "We must not consume too many fruits. You should be cautious that I know. No need to remind me." "Second brother," Jin Yao replied, her gluttonous nature evident. They had long grown accustomed to one another, though they lamented their carnivorous diet, which meant they could not indulge excessively in these plant-based treats, lest they upset their stomachs. Jin Yao, with her insatiable appetite, always stuffed her mouth with food. When Jin Yao arrived, someone couldn't help but taunt him. "What is a lowly beast man with no spiritual power doing here? Are you here to steal our glory?" The remark effectively belittled Jin Yao, and many regarded him with a wary gaze. If Jin Yao truly intended to usurp their achievements, they would not let him off easily. Jin Yao remained silent, merely turning to retrieve his weapon and rejoin the group, observing his sullen demeanor. The others felt they had bitten off more than they could chew, and after a moment of hesitation, they ceased their chatter. Shortly after Jin Yao's departure, Bai Qingqing awoke. She had merely been exhausted, and with Jin Yao having helped alleviate some blockages in her meridians, she now felt invigorated. Upon hearing movement from the bed, Jin Yao turned around, her face lighting up with joy as she saw Bai Qingqing. Half awake. Mother, you are finally awake." Bai Qingqing, slightly dazed, turned to find all three little ones present, though the wooden house was unfamiliar to her. She propped herself up and Jin Yao hurriedly poured her a cup of water. "Mother, please drink." She held the cup delicately, fearful of spilling it. Bai Qingqing smiled as she accepted the cup. "Jin Yao, you are so thoughtful." "Thank you." Jin Yao, a bit shy, glanced at Bai Qingqing before sharing that Jin Yao had gone with the Jin Lion clan to the Beastmen. Throughout, Jinda and Jin Air had not uttered a word to Bai Qingqing, sitting awkwardly while stealing glances at her, only to turn away sheepishly when caught. Chapter 18. The female seeking vegetables for favors Bai Qingqing paid no mind, merely nodding at Jin Yao and pinching her little face. "Mother knows, but have you all eaten yet?" Even the most stubborn little beasts could not resist the allure of food, especially Jinda and Jin Air, who had savored Bai Qingqing's roasted meat before. Yes, their voices were even faster than Jin Yao's, and as soon as they uttered the word, they shrank back like quails, mentally berating themselves for speaking so hastily. They wondered if Bai Qingqing would secretly mock them later. "All right, let us find a secluded spot to roast the meat. If the Jin lions discover it, it would be troublesome, and I wouldn't know how to explain where the meat came from." The three little ones were easily persuaded, as their main concern was food, completely indifferent to the origin of Bai Qingqing's meat. Observing the expressions on their faces, Bai Qingqing instructed, "You three go find a place where no one will come, and Mother will fetch some meat for you." Okay. The Jin Lion clan was heavily guarded, making it quite challenging to find an unoccupied area, especially amidst the ongoing beast tide, where the patrols had doubled. After hours of searching, the three little ones grew increasingly anxious. Where can we possibly find a place? Are we going to have no meat to eat? Why can't Mother just roast it inside? Are you foolish? What if they want some too? Where would Mother find enough meat to share? True, we barely have enough for ourselves, let alone for others. Sigh, let's just keep looking. Bai Qingqing estimated that enough time had passed and retrieved a freshly slaughtered chicken from her storage. Then set off to reunite with the three little ones. At that moment, the trio was squatting on the ground, drawing circles, utterly frustrated at their inability to find a secluded spot. Mother, Jin Yo rushed over upon seeing Bai Qingqing, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the chicken in Bai Qingqing's hands. Mother, we couldn't find a place. I'm sorry, little chicken. It seems you won't be our meal today. Bai Qingqing had considered this possibility earlier, acknowledging that during this special period, the presence of people was primarily to ensure their safety. No worries. We can have beggar's chicken. This method won't give off any smell. She explained that it would be buried in a pit, thus remaining odorless. Beggar's chicken. How does a chicken beg? Jin Yo asked. Her curiosity piqued as she eyed the chicken hungrily. Bai Qingqing smiled at her and explained, it's not the chicken that begs. The term refers to beggars in human society, and the dish is named for its simplicity and our fondness for it. Jin Yo nodded, enlightened. Bai Qingqing directed the three little ones to gather some ingredients nearby, then dug a pit, washed some large leaves, wrapped the chicken, and buried it. She then kindled a fire, patiently waiting for the chicken to cook. Mother, will this really be edible? Jin Yo asked, a hint of worry in her eyes as she doubted whether it would cook thoroughly. If we waste this chicken, it would be a sin. Yes, it will be fine. Do not fret. Bai Qingqing ruffled her hair and, with some free time, began narrating fairy tales. This time, it wasn't just Jin Yo who was captivated. Even Jinda and Jin Er listened intently, frequently inquiring about unfamiliar words. Bai Qingqing patiently explained each one that once the time was right, she ceased her storytelling. All right, enough talk. Let us eat. The three little ones gazed at her with lingering anticipation, wishing she would share more tales. This was the first time they weren't in a hurry to eat. Bai Qingqing, feeling parched from speaking, agreed to tell them more stories later that evening. That I will read you stories before bed. All right, the three little ones eagerly agreed. Bai Qingqing, carefully unearthing the chicken, revealed it was perfectly cooked, glistening and emitting an enticing aroma. Mother, it smells so good, Jin Yo exclaimed, her mouth watering simply at the sight of the chicken. If it smells good, then eat more. Bai Qingqing broke the chicken leg and thoughtfully addressed them. You three, in your black and white pairs, the first to withdraw will miss out on the chicken leg. But there are 2 wings available. Upon hearing chicken wings, Jin Yo forgot about the black and white pairs and immediately raised her hand. I want the chicken wings. Jinda and Jin Er felt a stir of competition, but, seeing Jin Yo's eagerness, ultimately refrained from speaking. Sigh, let's just give it to our little sister. Observing the 2 older brothers yielding to Jin Yo, Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded. All right, the wings are yours. She handed a chicken leg to each of the older brothers and broke off the wings for Jin Yo, while she herself enjoyed a bit of the carcass. The meat was tender and juicy, easy to chew, bursting with sweetness. Jinda and Jin Er savored their portions, their feet swinging in delight, their heads bobbing in contentment. Bai Qingqing playfully tapped their feet, adopting a stern expression, feet still, no moving about. With their mouths full, Jinda and Jin Er didn't protest, obediently placing their feet down. After finishing their meal, the 3 little ones still felt a sense of yearning. But they understood that Bai Qingqing bringing them a chicken in such times was no small feat. Thus, they remained silent, following Bai Qingqing back to the Jin Lion clan. The entrance. A female stood anxiously pacing, perhaps unable to locate them, her face etched with hesitation and conflict, contemplating whether to inform the clan leader. Upon spotting Bai Qingqing, her eyes lit up, and she waved. Qingqing, we have plenty of vegetables. Would you like some? Rabbits are herbivorous by nature. Bai Qingqing, having just satiated her hunger, shook her head gently, declining the kind offered. No, thank you. Sister, it would be quite inappropriate to trouble you further, as we have already inconvenienced you enough by residing here. Not at all, not at all. These vegetables are merely leftovers. Realizing her blunder, the female's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly changed the subject. These were sent to us by the neighboring tribe. No one in our clan consumes vegetables. Knowing you are a rabbit, we thought to offer them to you. Bai Qingqing understood her intent, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded the female, recognizing her shrewdness in attempting to barter some leftover greens for a favor. Chapter 19. Has she even begun to eat meat? Had that remark not escaped her lips, the female might have dared to engage Bai Qingqing further, persuading her to accept the vegetables. However, her earlier slip rendered her unable to utter another word, leading her to depart in a huff. That moment, Jinda also sensed something amiss. The Bai Qingqing of your had never partaken in meat. Why, after that incident, did she seem like a different person entirely? Even altering her diet? As Bai Qingqing turned, she caught Jinda's suspicious gaze fixed upon her, causing her heart to sink slightly, though she felt no concern that Jinda might contemplate this deeper meaning. After all, the notion of transmigration was utterly ludicrous. Even if he were to confide in Jin Yao, it would merely prompt Jin Yao to remain vigilant without truly grasping the situation. Let us go inside, she said nonchalantly, patting the shoulders of the three little ones to usher them into the house. Jin Yao, ever the devoted child, exclaimed indignantly. How could she even think of offering you wilted greens? Mother, you mustn't let her deceive you. Fear not, my dear. Mother knows what to do and will not allow her to succeed. Bai Qingqing felt warmth spread through her heart as she ruffled Jin Yao's hair. Then turned to Jinda, asking, Jinda, what are you doing? Hurry up. Only then did Jinda realize that the three had already entered the house, leaving him standing outside, contemplating Bai Qingqing's recent consumption of meat. Jinda managed to quell his unease somewhat and puffed out his chest, declaring, I was merely pondering some matters. After speaking, he stepped over the threshold, and Bai Qingqing keenly noticed his trembling hand. Yet, she had no inkling that Jinda was preoccupied with the thought that Bai Qingqing resembled the witch from the stories she had recounted earlier. She was indeed that odious witch. Otherwise, why would the original Bai Qingqing exhibit such a drastic change in demeanor? To suggest that Bai Qingqing had undergone a sudden awakening was something Jinda could never accept. Not only Jinda found it hard to believe. Even Jin Er and Jin Yao felt it was utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, this current iteration of Bai Qingqing was far preferable to her former self, and they were reluctant to see her revert. Jin Er and Jinda shared a close bond, so he could easily discern Jinda's thoughts and could not resist whispering to him, Enough already. You can't expect the old Bai Qingqing to return. Can you? Though he spoke thus, he still felt a twinge of unease at the prospect of such a scenario. Seeing Jinda press his lips together in silence, Jin Er realized that he had granted Bai Qingqing a sort of pass, albeit with some lingering doubts that we'll deal with any issues that arise later. For now, she has been kind to our little sister and father, so let us refrain from speaking ill. Bai Qingqing called for Jin Yao to come to bed, and upon noticing the two brothers whispering conspiratorially, she teased, Are you two planning to sleep on the floor tonight? Startled by Bai Qingqing's words, Jin Er immediately clamped his mouth shut and glanced at Jinda. Soon after, both removed their shoes and climbed into bed. The wooden bed creaked under their weight, causing Bai Qingqing to wince slightly, while the three little ones seemed to have grown accustomed to it. The Jinshi clan often returned, as Bai Qingqing had frequently been quite stern with them in the past. Whenever Jin Yao had to venture out to hunt, he could only bring the three little ones back to the Jinshi clan, dividing the spoils of the hunt within the tribe, while the other Jinshi members would turn a blind eye. After all, the little ones merely returned to sleep and did not consume much of their food. Thus, there was no need for them to quarrel. They could even benefit from some free meat, so it was a win-win for them. Watching the three little ones slumber peacefully filled Bai Qingqing's heart with warmth. Lying in bed, gazing into the endless night, she found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. That moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Would the host like assistance for Jin Yao to overcome his predicament? Upon hearing Jin Yao's name, Bai Qingqing instinctively inquired, What is the situation? The system promptly relayed the current status of the beast tide. According to the original narrative, the beast tide should have receded by now, and Jin Yao had faced no significant danger. How had he suddenly found himself in such dire straits? Could it be that her presence had altered the course of history, creating a butterfly effect? Listening to the system's explanation, Bai Qingqing began to grasp the current situation. Kevin was leading a group of beastmen to assault the beast tribe. However, with so many purebred beastmen within the tribe, they were not easily vanquished by mere beastmen. Logically, Jin Yao should not have found himself in a desperate battle. Yet, recalling how Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao had been captured the previous night, He had pushed himself to improve rapidly, charging recklessly into battle, now covered in wounds. The Jinshi clan members urged him to retreat, but Jin Yao appeared deaf to their pleas. Bai Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety. Eventually, Jin Yao would break through, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength, and there was no need for him to push himself so hard at this moment. Host, do you wish to assist Jin Yao in overcoming his crisis? Yes, if she did not help. Given Jin Yao's reckless disposition, he would inevitably exhaust himself against the beastmen. Please exit the wooden house and follow the map provided by the system to locate Jin Yao. Without hesitation, Bai Qingqing rose from the bed, draping a fur blanket over the three little ones before quietly making her way outside. However, she was entirely unaware that Jinda was also experiencing a sleepless night. Observing Bai Qingqing stepping out, Jinda felt a surge of satisfaction. The true nature of this female was finally about to be unveiled, and he was determined to catch her in the act. Following closely behind Bai Qingqing, he noticed she was heading toward the beast tribe. What was she planning to do? Did she intend to lend a hand? No. This female valued her life above all else. She would never offer assistance. She must have some ulterior motive. He had to follow her and find out. The Jinshi clan was situated adjacent to the beast tribe, occupying a strategic position. The beast tribe was a large coalition of all tribes, surrounded by the others. The outer perimeter was predominantly occupied by aerial creatures that served as the tribe's eyes, preventing external incursions. Meanwhile, the inner circle housed powerful beast types. Effectively guarding the heart of the beast tribe, Kevin's forces had surged forth, even managing to overcome the outer tribes composed of avian creatures, making their way directly to the heart of the beast tribe. From a distance, Bai Qingqing spotted flames and numerous beasts dragging injured males inside. Among them was the severely wounded leopard beastman, who staggered along, dragging his battered body. Bring him this way. Chapter 20. What business is this? The injured males were primarily gravely wounded, lacking the ability to walk unaided, requiring assistance to move. Some were in even worse condition, with gaping wounds in their chests, their chances of survival slim. The thought that Jin Yao could end up in such a predicament gripped Bai Qingqing's heart like an invisible hand. If something were to happen to Jin Yao, how could she survive in this beastly world? Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingqing stepped forward. Upon seeing Bai Qingqing, Leopard Fayer was momentarily taken aback. She held a favorable impression of Bai Qingqing, and upon spotting her, she immediately called out, frowning, "What brings you here at this hour? You must return quickly. I need to find Jin Yao." Bai Qingqing's complexion paled slightly, and Leopard Fayer had initially intended to persuade her to leave. But upon recalling Jin Yao's reckless demeanor, the words sat on her tongue before retreating back into her stomach. "All right then, I will take you to find him." Leopard Fayer led Bai Qingqing toward Jin Yao. And many of the beastmen, unfamiliar with Bai Qingqing, were struck by her beauty and stared at her in awe. Ignoring their gazes, Bai Qingqing pressed onward. Soon, she spotted a massive golden lion standing nearby. Although most golden lions bore a striking resemblance to one another, she instinctively felt that this one was Jin Yao. Jin Yao. With a fierce roar, Jin Yao sank his teeth into a wild beast's throat. But upon hearing that familiar voice, he thought he was hallucinating from exhaustion. Bai Qingqing, don't come any closer. Leopard Fayer quickly interposed herself before Bai Qingqing, and only then did Jin Yao realize that he wasn't imagining things. Bai Qingqing had indeed arrived. He turned to face her, his expression serious as he stood before her as a formidable beast, despite the fear that gripped her heart at such close proximity to a beast. The thought that this golden lion was Jin Yao lent her courage. You should return and rest. Just moments ago, Jin Yao had been at the forefront of battle, yet now he found himself retreating to the rear. Supported by his kin from the Golden Lion clan, each one of them ushering him back, as the weakest orc of the Golden Lion clan, it was only natural that they would keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao immediately transformed into his human form and approached. Breathless, he stood before Bai Qingqing, his body marred with numerous wounds, and a particularly severe gash on his chest, where it appeared a vicious claw had raked across him, exposing the flesh beneath and causing blood to flow profusely, staining the beast hide beneath. The hide was notoriously difficult to stain, a testament to the copious amount of blood Jin Yao had lost. You should go in and have someone bandage you up, or at least use spiritual energy to heal yourself, Bai Qingqing suggested, only to remember that the beast tribes did not employ bandaging. As long as they had sufficient spiritual energy, they could mend all their wounds. Upon hearing her words, Jin Yao cast her a complex glance. Bai Qingqing looked back at him in confusion. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Jin Yao opened his mouth, but ultimately managed to utter just 2 words, it's fine. Beside them, Bao Fei'er, unable to bear the drawn-out exchange, interjected, why are you two hesitating? Healing wounds is not something to be trifled with. The quickest way for you to recover, now that Jin Yao has a partner, is to engage in that. Bao Fei'er felt no shame in her words, as such matters were commonplace among orcs, spoken of as casually as everyday dining. Bai Qingqing was taken aback, having never considered this aspect. Yet, it made sense. In the original story, Hu Ba and Bao Fei'er possessed ample, formidable spiritual energy, enabling them to heal their wounds on their own without resorting to such measures. Bai Qingqing, enamored with Hu Ba, had often met her demise prematurely, leaving her with no opportunity to engage in such acts with Jin Yao. It was entirely reasonable that she had not encountered this in the original tale. However, the prospect of undertaking such an act now left her utterly unprepared. Jin Yao, too, felt a faint blush creep onto his face. Lowering his gaze to Bai Qingqing's fair visage, he murmured, it's all right, I can heal myself. He had grown accustomed to recovering gradually from injuries, no matter how severe, and insisted that he could manage without her assistance. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Bai Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Jin Yao's thoughtfulness was indeed commendable, but they were already partners. Surely, it would be acceptable. Observing their silence, Bao Fei'er grew increasingly impatient. Enough? What are you two waiting for? Do you have a better plan? It seemed there was indeed none. Bai Qingqing cast a watery glance at him, and with just that look, Jin Yao felt as if his bones had turned to jelly. He cleared his throat and addressed Bao Fei'er. Thank you for your assistance today. I will gradually restore my spiritual energy and will be able to resist the beast tide before dawn. Understanding that her attempts to persuade them were futile, especially given their previous misunderstanding that had led to 3 offspring, Bao Fei'er decided to refrain from meddling further. Jinda, having transformed into a small lion, stealthily observed, for this was his first encounter with a beast tide, and the first time he had witnessed such severe injuries. What about father? Will he end up like this? Jinda felt a stiffness envelop him, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, fear gripping him at the thought of seeing Jin Yao sprawled on the ground. In his memories, Jin Yao had always been a towering figure of strength. If he were to fall, Jinda would be at a loss for what to do, unaware that her son had followed. Bai Qingqing walked alongside Jin Yao into the depths of the forest, where the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, as if drifting far from the clamor of battle. How will you restore your spiritual energy? Bai Qingqing inquired, feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Jin Yao, equally uneasy, pressed his lips together, forming a sharp line, his voice hoarse and low. This is sufficient. We need not venture further. He then sat cross-legged, and a faint golden light began to shimmer around him, enveloping Jin Yao. Even Bai Qingqing felt a warmth emanating from the golden glow as she stood beside him. This must be Jin Yao's spiritual energy. Although it appeared weak at present, he would soon encounter a significant opportunity. Hey, whose cub are you? What brings you here? Chapter 21. The challenges ahead. Jinda was lifted by the nape of his neck by a burly man. Just as Bao Fei'er approached, recognizing the golden lion as familiar, akin to the one Bai Qingqing had held that fateful night. You must be Qingqing's cub, the man stated. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's name, Jinda ceased struggling, staring blankly at Bao Fei'er. Oh no! How could someone recognize him? The Golden Lion clan rarely had cubs, as their females faced difficulties in conception, leading them to look towards females of other clans. However, females were the most precious beings among orcs, fiercely protected by their clans. Currently, aside from Bai Qingqing's offspring, there was only one other family in the Golden Lion clan with a cub, known for their sturdier offspring. Unlike Jinda, who appeared somewhat frail. Thus, it was only natural for the man to presume he was from Bai Qingqing's family. Put me down, Jinda exclaimed with a youthful voice, prompting the burly man to laugh heartily. Such a charming little cub. Is he from Jin Yao's family? That seems likely, Bao Fei'er replied, though uncertain. Jinda looked up at the man, his eyes dark and round like grapes. Do you know my father? Of course. Just moments ago, your mother came looking for him. The man bent down to place Jinda on the ground, who immediately transformed into a small child, clinging to the man's leg with a pitiful gaze. I want to find my mother. He was eager to ascertain what this female was doing here. Surely, She wouldn't take advantage of Jin Yao's injuries to harm him. He had to protect his father. Was it you who took Bai Qingqing away? Where is she? The burly man glanced at Bao Feier, who shook her head. I cannot lead you to your mother. Why not? Jin Da's frustration grew, his eyes narrowing at Bao Feier. Suspicion brewing. Was this female in league with Bai Qingqing? Your mother is tending to your father's injuries. What would a little cub like you do there? You'd only embarrass her. Bao Feier tapped Jin Da's nose playfully. And the burly man, hearing her explanation, laughed heartily. Indeed, I can't tell you that. Just wait here a moment. Once your parents are finished, you can go find them. How could that female help my father recover? No way. I want to see. With determination, he dashed forward on his short legs, but the burly man swiftly scooped him up, playfully swatting his bottom. What do you think a little cub like you would accomplish while adults are busy? If your father sees you, he'll surely be furious. Jin Da remained unconvinced, having never been punished by his father before. However, noticing how Bao Feier and the man both protected Bai Qingqing, he felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Bai Qingqing was genuinely just helping his father heal, without ulterior motives? In an instant, the tale of Bai Qingqing braving the threat of wild beasts to tend to Jin Yao's injuries became common knowledge among the orcs. Consequently, when Jin Yao restored his spiritual energy and emerged with Bai Qingqing, all eyes upon them held a hint of ambiguity as dawn broke. Bai Qingqing, weary from the night, leaned heavily on Jin Yao for support. Yet to others, it appeared as though they had battled throughout the night, leaving Bai Qingqing exhausted. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Would you like me to escort you home? Jin Yao inquired, his gaze filled with concern. Bai Qingqing took a deep breath, patted her cheeks to rouse herself, and shook her head. No, it's fine. I can return on my OWN.is your body well. The burly man still held Jin Da, and Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Locking eyes with him, Jin Yao's expression darkened in disbelief. What if Jin Da were captured by other wild beasts? My body is fine. How did he get here? Jin Da quickly lowered his head, avoiding Jin Yao's piercing gaze. Oh no. Oh no. This female truly came to aid his father. Now, he would surely face punishment. This little cub followed your partner here and sneaked in, where I caught him. Jin Yao reached out to take Jin Da, who nestled into his embrace, not daring to move. While Bai Qingqing's expression mirrored his unease, the burly man quickly interjected, urging them to calm down. Cubs have a tendency to wander. Don't be too upset. If you make him rebellious, it will only exacerbate matters. Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing nodded in gratitude to the burly man, then made their way towards a secluded spot. Jin Da began to feign a sense of grievance, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Jin Yao. Father, I was merely worried about you. So you chose to stealthily follow me without daring to let me notice. Did you? Bai Qingqing's gaze was fearsome, causing Jin Da to feel a twinge of trepidation. Why do you avoid my eyes now? Have you finally realized your wrongdoing? You truly have opened my eyes. Hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Jin Da lowered his head even further. He had no intention of yielding to this female. Jin Da, lift your head. Your mother is speaking to you. Jin Yao admonished him sternly. Although Jin Da understood that Bai Qingqing was expressing concern for him, he still felt a sense of discomfort. If this female were not his mother, it would indeed be quite peculiar. Mother. Yet, since Jin Yao had spoken, he had no choice but to humbly concede. Bai Qingqing, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, How could I ever be worthy of being your mother? You must feel I lack the qualifications, so there is no need to address me with such deference. I am hardly deserving. Normally, he would think so, but hearing Bai Qingqing express it in such a way made Jin Da genuinely feel a pang of sorrow. No, I never thought that way. Even as he spoke these words, he felt a flicker of guilt within himself. Jin Yao's voice was firm as he commanded, Apologize to your mother. Throughout his life, Jin Da could easily brawl with peers and offer apologies afterward. Yet he had never once done so to Bai Qingqing. But he lifted his gaze to her, only to find her turning her head away, seemingly holding back tears. In that moment, Jin Da's guilt soared to its peak. And he spoke in a muffled tone. Mother, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Among the three young ones, Jin Da was undoubtedly the most difficult to communicate with. Yet now that he had lowered his head, it would become significantly easier to navigate the three little ones in the future. Jin Yao was also considering her feelings. However, he had not anticipated that Bai Qingqing would truly begin to cry. The droplets fell to the ground, yet he felt as if they had struck his own heart. Jin Yao glanced down at his child, his expression darkening. They faced a daunting challenge. How to Console Bai Qingqing. Chapter 22. He had a small partner and 3 little ones. Jin Yao looked at Jinda with a hint of reproach. This was the first time his father had regarded him with such an expression. "Father," Jinda called out, hoping for a word from Jin Yao. But to his surprise, Jin Yao simply set him down and said in a grave tone, "Today, you ran off without permission. Fortunately, nothing untoward happened. If something were to happen to you, your mother would feel immense guilt. Your cries are futile. You ought to apologize to her." Bai Qingqing wiped her tears with her hand, striving to maintain a calm tone. "It's all right. No need for that. I know I have made many mistakes in the past, which is why you harbor resentment towards me, that I do not blame you. Henceforth, I shall not interfere with you." This speech made Jin to recall the scene of himself standing aside while Jin Er and Jin Yo leapt into Bai Qingqing's embrace, feeling utterly wronged. "Mother, please don't be angry. I understand my mistake." His small hands clutched at Bai Qingqing's leg, overcoming his inner awkwardness as he tried to soothe her. "I promise I won't run off again. I will listen to you. Please don't be angry." Bai Qingqing looked down at Jinda, her expression softening as she noticed his pitiful little face. "Will you truly listen to me?" "Absolutely." He nodded vigorously, his tone resolute. From this moment on, he would certainly ensure Bai Qingqing would not feel anger again. "This is what you promised. No reneging allowed." "Of course not," Jinda replied hastily, not realizing that Bai Qingqing would use this tactic against him in the future. Seeing that Bai Qingqing had calmed down, Jin Yao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, there had been no uproar, or else he would have been at a loss as to how to placate her. From a distance, Bao Fei caught sight of their family of 3. And noticing that Jin Yao's injuries had nearly healed, her gaze grew increasingly ambiguous. "Qingqing, you're out." Reflecting on what Bao Fei had said the night before, Bai Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed as she smiled awkwardly. Jin Yao used his spiritual energy to heal himself. "That I understand." Bao Fei called out heartily, waving her hand to indicate that Bai Qingqing need not take it to heart, as she would never gossip about such matters. Observing Bao Fei's demeanor, Bai Qingqing realized she had misunderstood something. However, it was not advisable to elaborate further, as doing so would only complicate matters. Besides, they were partners, and whatever they had done was entirely normal. So there was no need for excessive clarification. Jinda felt completely bewildered but understood that he had misinterpreted Bai Qingqing's actions, that it seemed that his father's injuries had indeed been treated by her. If that were the case, he felt even more remorseful towards her. Jinda was still pondering how to bring a smile to Bai Qingqing's face when news soon arrived from the front lines. Kevin and his group had brought too many stray beasts, and they were likely to break through the first line of defense very soon. The Beast Clan's leader wore a solemn expression as several beastmen began offering him strategies. "Leader, why not send more beastmen from here?" "No, that would diminish our combat strength. We must not act impulsively. Let us wait and see how things unfold." Jin Yao, having overheard the commotion, stepped forward to address the leader. "Leader, I will go." Among all the beastmen, his appearance was the most striking, surpassing even the many females who admired Hu Ba. However, his combat prowess was somewhat lacking. "Jin Yao, you shouldn't go, stay back." But Jin Yao was eager to speak, only to notice the leader's gaze fixated on Bai Qingqing and Jinda, who were standing nearby. The leader then shook his head silently. "You have little ones at home. Do not go." Jin Yao, who had initially wished to argue, was instantly silenced. The leader's words were indeed correct. He had a small partner and 3 little ones at home, but he could not afford to take risks. However, Jin Yao's brows furrowed as he glanced at Bai Qingqing from a distance. Sensing her awareness of his hesitation and internal conflict, he contemplated enhancing his abilities, yet such power often came hand in hand with peril. He could not take that risk. Bai Qingqing felt a weight in her heart as she grasped Jinda's hand and walked towards Jin Yao. She respectfully called out to the leader before turning to Jin Yao. "Do what you feel you must, but if you get hurt, you must return immediately. Do not be reckless." Bai Qingqing was supportive of him. Just this realization made Jin Yao feel as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. The leader regarded Bai Qingqing with a hint of surprise. While most other females would wish for their males to stay away from the front lines, if the males were to perish, they would be left without support. Although there were no moral standards among the beastmen, if one were sufficiently attractive, there would be many suitors. However, for the ordinary females, this was a fatal reality: large female beasts, on the other hand, cared little. They might even accompany their males into battle against the strays if his memory served him. Bai Qingqing was a rabbit, was she not? You truly wish for Jin Yao to go to the front lines? The leader still found it somewhat hard to believe. Looking at Bai Qingqing with a hint of skepticism, he feared she might have ulterior motives. Bai Qingqing met the leader's gaze with openness. Nodding, this is what Jin Yao wishes to do. As his partner, I should support him rather than hinder his path. Such words were well spoken. The leader regarded her with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. In that case, Jin Yao, if you wish to go, then go. But as your partner has said, should you be wounded, return at once. Jin Yao readily agreed, his voice filled with excitement. All right, thank you, leader. The leader waved his hand dismissively before turning to the small wooden hut to confer with the other beastmen about their next course of action. Bai Qingqing looked at him with a smile in her eyes, causing a peculiar sensation to swell within Jin Yao. Oh, hurry back. Remember to take care of yourself. If anything arises, seek help from the clan. All right, rest assured. Jin promptly chimed in. Father, go quickly. You must become a great hero. Yes, do not worry. Jin Yao affectionately ruffled Jin Da's hair, his expression softening immensely. I'm off. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at home. This was a sentiment Jin Yao had never been able to hear before. Now, upon hearing it, his blood surged with fervor that he must win. He must endure until the end. He could bow his head to the Jin Lion clan. But he absolutely could not allow Bai Qingqing and the three little ones to be looked down upon. Watching Jin Yao's figure grow distant, Bai Qingqing exhaled deeply, then shook Jin Da's hand. Let us go home. Jin Da felt a twinge of reluctance for Jin Yao. Mother, do you think father will come back? Your father will surely return safe and sound. Chapter 23. Matters of significance. Upon her return to the Golden Lion clan, Bai Qingqing found that the members of her tribe had already finished their breakfast. Jin Er and Jin Yo, having awoken early, soon discovered that Bai Qingqing and Jin Da were nowhere to be found. They assumed the pair had ventured out in search of food, leaving them to wait anxiously within the confines of their dwelling. Jin Yo pressed her face against the window, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting in from outside. Her eyes filled with longing to go. When do you think mother and big brother will return? Jin Er shook his head, equally uncertain, while the scent of the meat outside could not compare to Bai Qingqing's culinary creations. It was nonetheless a considerable temptation given their current predicament. Alas, I am so hungry, Jin Yo lamented, patting her pitifully empty stomach as she cast a pleading glance at Jin Er. The two siblings sighed deeply, their expressions reflecting their plight. Jin Er, Jin Yo, a familiar voice broke through their reverie, and their eyes brightened instantaneously. Mother, Jin Yo exclaimed, rushing towards Bai Qingqing without hesitation, while Jin Er displayed a modicum of restraint. Merely standing by and observing her in silence, he could hardly fathom that Jin Da had reconciled with Bai Qingqing. Are you hungry? I want to find something for you to eat. Just wait here for a moment. Bai Qingqing said. Jin Yo looked at her with confusion. Mother, didn't you go hunting with big brother? Where have you both been? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Bai Qingqing fell silent, while Jin Da wore a guilty expression. Enough with the questions. We had important matters to attend to. Just wait for your mother here, and don't wander off, she instructed, pinching Jin Yo's cheek before turning to leave as soon as her figure vanished from their sight. Jin Er immediately inquired, where did you go with her? The thought of them sneaking out while he was absent filled him with a sense of betrayal. Jin Da awkwardly turned away, his tone dismissive. You don't need to know. It was very important, but it's all resolved now. What kind of important matter? Jin Er regarded him with skepticism. It was rather unusual for Jin Da, who had previously been at odds with Bai Qingqing, to suddenly defend her. Just drop it. I'm going to sleep now. After following Bai Qingqing throughout the night without rest, Jin Da felt utterly exhausted and longed for a proper nap. Observing Jin Da's demeanor, Jin Er and Jin Yo exchanged glances and resolved to ensure he wouldn't escape their questioning. No, big brother, you mustn't sleep. Quickly tell Jin Yo where you and mother went. Why didn't you call us? He had secretly followed them last night. How could he possibly reveal that? Jin Da felt overwhelmed, realizing how tired he was. Had he known, he would have returned alone. At least then he could have claimed he and Bai Qingqing were not together. I can't say, or else mother will scold me. Jin Er looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. You actually call her mother? I thought you despised her the most. Ergo. Jin Yo interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at Jin Er. She was a devoted admirer of Bai Qingqing and would not tolerate any slander against her. Jin Er fell silent, merely watching Jin Da, eager to hear the truth. Unfortunately, Jinda turned his back to them, covering his ears with a hide of beast and resolutely ignoring their inquiries, just as Jin Air contemplated prodding him further. Bai Qingqing re-entered, holding a sizable piece of prepared meat. Wow. Mother, where did you get that? Jin Yo gazed at Bai Qingqing with admiration. Bai Qingqing playfully tapped her little nose. This is freshly hunted, instead of roasted meat for breakfast. Let us try something different. Though Jin Yo was unsure of what that meant, she had never found Bai Qingqing's cooking unpalatable and eagerly nodded in agreement. Jin Air's eyes brightened, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Bai Qingqing paid him no mind. After all, Jinda was already in her camp, and she had no fear of Jin Air. The trio followed Bai Qingqing outside, leaving Jinda to sleep through what would undoubtedly be a missed meal. Bai Qingqing borrowed a kitchen from a nearby beast man, who did not mind, as it was not their ingredients being used. Here it is. Did you bring your own meat? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Bai Qingqing smiled, her demeanor pleasant and comforting. The beastman's expression softened, and he kindly offered some advice to avoid mishaps in the kitchen. Bai Qingqing nodded gratefully, indicating her understanding. Jin Air and Jin Yo leaned over the stove, eagerly asking, Mother, what are you going to cook? We're making soup. It's been a while since we had some, and I've missed it. Bai Qingqing's eyes held a hint of nostalgia, which made Jin Yo's mouth water. In the past, when they had nothing to eat, they could only have a bowl of Bai Qingqing's vegetable soup, which lacked any actual vegetables and was little more than hot water. Jinda had merely grilled the meat over a fire, making do with what little they had. Since Bai Qingqing's arrival, the youngsters had come to realize that their previous meals were hardly worthy of the name. They were merely sustenance. What Bai Qingqing prepared was truly meant for savoring. Mother, let me help you make the fire, Jin Yo exclaimed, quick to assist. Jin Air, feeling the need to contribute lest he be outdone by his sister, chimed in, I want to help too. Yet, he stood there, unsure of how he could assist. Observing Jin Air's perplexed expression, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you can wash these vegetables for me, Dada. Jin Air stared at the vegetables Bai Qingqing had set aside, his face falling instantly as he shot her a look of mild protest. This woman was indeed up to no good, now insisting they eat vegetables. Understanding the look in Jin Air's eyes, Bai Qingqing smirked. The vegetables are for me. The meat is for you. Even if she were not a rabbit, she was still a person, accustomed to a balanced diet, and consuming solely meat would wreak havoc on her digestive system. Fine, I'll go wash them. Jin Air felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had wrongly assumed the vegetables were meant for them. However, even if she had been eating meat with them for days, it did not change the fact that she was still a rabbit at heart. Seeing both Jin Air and Jin Yo getting to work, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of contentment wash over her at that moment. The female beast man from the previous day approached them. Hey, where did you get those vegetables? We didn't have any yesterday. Chapter 24. The sarcastic beast man. Upon hearing the female beastman's words, Bai Qingqing did not even bother to lift her eyelids. I picked these vegetables this morning on a whim. She had no interest in engaging with this sarcastic beast man. The female opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately fell silent, seething with suppressed anger. She yearned for Bai Qingqing to apologize and placate her, but she lacked the authority to demand such. It was undeniable that Jin Yao was not as remarkable as her own mate, a fact she could easily concede. Your name is Qingqing, right? Is your mate Jin Yao? Upon hearing Jin Yao's name, not only did Bai Qingqing's expression change, but even the faces of the two little ones darkened. This woman was clearly up to no good. Yes. Is there something you need from him? Bai Qingqing managed to keep her temper in check, maintaining a neutral gaze. If this female beast man was wise enough to temper her demeanor, Bai Qingqing would act as if nothing had transpired. However, should she fail to read the room, Bai Qingqing would not let her off easily. The female's eyes darted about. Then she smiled, adopting the demeanor of a gossiping villager approaching Bai Qingqing, attempting to place a hand on her shoulder, only to be deftly evaded by Bai Qingqing. The female's expression soured momentarily, but she quickly regained composure, speaking with an air of superiority. You're unaware, but my mate has achieved considerable merit on the front lines. I am contemplating having him offer some opportunities to other males, but his strength is so overwhelming that he can't even give others a chance. Jin Air and Jin Yo clenched their fists tightly. While she could speak ill of Bai Qingqing, she certainly could not disparage Jin Yao. Bai Qingqing merely smiled, unperturbed. Though, your mate sounds quite impressive. Mother, Jin Yo couldn't contain herself. exclaiming at the injustice of it all. Bai Qingqing, however, did not look at her, choosing instead to calmly observe the female. The female beastman prattled on, her boasting reaching a crescendo, all the while belittling Jin Yao. She remained blissfully unaware that Bai Qingqing's expression was growing increasingly stormy. Alas, I must say, you really ought to find a more reliable mate. The one you chose. She shook her head in feigned pity. Jin Air, his eyes glistening with indignation, interrupted, "You should cease your prattle. My father is far more formidable than your mate. No one can compare to my father. Over the years, it has predominantly been Jin Yao who has shouldered their burdens. So in Jin Air's heart, the scales have long since tipped in favor of Jin Yao. No one can compare to him. Even if her partner possesses exceptional skills, can he hunt outdoors and simultaneously nurture their offspring at home like Jin Yao does? Although Jin Yao may not excel at childcare, he has far surpassed others in this regard." Upon hearing disparaging remarks about her male counterpart, the female's expression darkened. "Silence. What are you, a mere child? No. My male is the very best. What is your name?" Bai Qingqing suddenly posed this seemingly trivial question. Assuming that Bai Qingqing had inquired about the internal matters of the Golden Lion clan, the female puffed out her chest and declared, "I am Jin Mei." Those who knew her name could not help but express their admiration for her fortunate choice in a partner. However, Bai Qingqing merely nodded in understanding before stating, "I recall a clan rule that prohibits internal strife. I am uncertain of your intentions in maligning Jin Yao before me, but I suspect your reasoning may not be sound. Who would dare to sow discord between a pair of partners? If I were to abandon Jin Yao, what would you do then?" Bai Qingqing's gaze had turned icily resolute, causing Jin Mei to feel as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare before her. Her eyes instinctively averted. "If you truly wish to part ways with Jin Yao, I can introduce you to a formidable male from the Golden Lion clan. If you were to become his partner, you would undoubtedly enjoy a prosperous life." Not hearing a response from Bai Qingqing, Jin Mei added, "Moreover, he harbors no disdain for the fact that you have 3 offspring with Jin Yao. You could bear him even more. The rabbit's biological constitution makes it exceedingly easy for them to conceive. If Bai Qingqing were to bond with him, the Golden Lion clan could soon welcome several more cubs. That male is quite fond of Bai Qingqing. After all, her beauty is undeniable. How lamentable it is that such a visage does not adorn her own face." Bai Qingqing regarded Jin Yao and Jin Air with an indifferent demeanor. "What do you think of your father?" "Father is undoubtedly the best," Jin Air replied, eyeing Bai Qingqing warily. This female had feigned kindness toward them before. Now, her true nature was finally revealing itself. However, to their surprise, Bai Qingqing nodded and then turned to Jin Mei, asking, "Did you hear that? In our hearts, Jin Yao is unparalleled, and it is not your place to speak ill of him, but if you wish to continue your tirade, you may certainly try." Faced with such a threat, Jin Mei's complexion turned a shade reminiscent of liver. "Bai Qingqing, what do you think you are? Were you not the one pursuing Hu Ba previously? What pretense of virtue are you putting on now? How is Hu Ba relevant to this?" Bai Qingqing's expression darkened. She felt as if all her shame was being cast upon Hu Ba. "If you have no other matters to attend to, it would be wise for you to leave swiftly. I can be quite ruthless when provoked." With that, she brought her knife down forcefully upon the cutting board, the blade embedding itself with a resounding thud. Jin Mei trembled, regarding her as if she were a specter. Wasn't it said that Bai Qingqing was merely a soft target, easily manipulated? When Hu Ba was mentioned, she would bow her head like a timid rabbit. When had she grown so defiant? "Why are you still here?" Bai Qingqing's eyes glimmered with fierce resolve, causing Jin Mei to momentarily forget that she too was a golden lion, her strength far surpassing that of Bai Qingqing. After delivering a parting threat, she turned and departed. Jin Air remained dumbfounded throughout the encounter. Shouldn't this female have been siding with Jin Mei? Why had she chosen to align with them instead? "Mother, you terrified me. I thought you no longer wanted Jin Yao." Jin Yao gazed at her pitifully, her eyes wide with innocence. "How could mother ever abandon you? We are a family and shall never be separated." She pinched Jin Yao's nose, her gaze falling upon the girl's disheveled hair, resolving to braid it anew later. Jin Air, feeling a mix of emotions, washed the vegetables in silence, his mind elsewhere. After preparing a pot of soup, Bai Qingqing ladled out the vegetables and some meat, reserving a few pieces for the family from whom they borrowed the stove. "Let us go inside to eat and wake your elder brother." "Okay, you can trust me with this task, mother," Jin Yao replied, her smile devilish as Bai Qingqing silently lit a candle for Jinda in her heart. Chapter 25. Infiltrating the camp, Jin Yo had found a blade of dogtail grass from somewhere, and, upon entering the house, urged Bai Qingqing and Jin Er to keep their voices down so as not to awaken Jinda, Bai Qingqing naturally supported Jin Yo's request, nodding in agreement, while Jin Er had always indulged her. Jin Yo tiptoed inside, and at that moment, Jinda was in a deep slumber, exhausted from a sleepless night, emitting soft snores. Suddenly, he turned over, startling Jin Yo, who was about to climb onto the bed, rendering her limbs momentarily frozen. Seeing him smacking his lips, with no signs of waking, Jin Yo wasted no time in poking the grass into Jinda's nose. Jinda raised a hand to rub his nose, prompting Jin Yo to quickly retract the grass. Once his hand fell, she resumed her poking. This cycle continued until Jinda's patience finally erupted. "Who is it? Disturbing my peaceful dreams will earn you a lightning strike. Do you know that?" Furious, Jinda opened his eyes only to find Jin Yo staring at him with a woeful expression, sniffling. "Big brother, why are you scolding me? Mother has made meat soup, and I merely wanted to call you to eat." "Is that a mistake?" Standing nearby, Bai Qingqing was speechless, wishing she could award Jin Yo a prize for her performance that it would be a shame if she did not take to the stage. Observing Jin Yo's demeanor, Jinda found himself at a loss for words, gazing at her with pleading eyes. "No, Big brother did not mean to imply anything negative. Just, please do not do this next time. Big brother is very tired. Even when tired, one must eat." Jin Yo's persistence was unyielding. Jin Er, seated at the table, had already begun to ladle soup for himself. He was no fool. Speaking up for Jinda at this moment would surely alienate him from his younger sister in the future. Rendered speechless by Jin Yo's relentless pleas, Jinda abandoned any thoughts of sleep that he rose and sat down, the aroma of the meat soup wafting through the air causing his stomach to rumble. "What kind of meat is this?" Bai Qingqing served them soup and filled her own bowl, as well. "It is duck meat. You are all still growing, so you must eat well to nourish yourselves." She wondered when Jin Yao would find the time to teach these three cubs some spiritual abilities. If they could harness such powers, she would have far fewer worries, able to communicate with them through their abilities at will. "Mother, you should eat too." Jin Yao, ever the little darling, offered Bai Qingqing a piece of meat. Beaming at her, Bai Qingqing felt warmth bloom in her heart, but replied, "These are all for you to eat. Mother is already grown and will not grow taller. It is best for you to enjoy them." Though she said this, Jin Yao still felt compelled to contribute. However, seeing Bai Qingqing's expression, she ultimately refrained from passing any meat to her. She wished to grow strong, so she could one day vanquish the wicked and protect her mother. Remembering that night, when her exhaustion led her to transform into her beast form, leaving Bai Qingqing and Bao Feier to flee alone, she felt a pang of guilt. Yet, it was too late to dwell on such matters now. She ought to focus on honoring her mother. As for Bao Feier, she would find a chance to repay her later. After finishing their soup, the three cubs began to feel drowsy. Bai Qingqing suggested they take a stroll outside before settling in for their afternoon nap. Unexpectedly, they encountered the beast woman who had borrowed their stove. The female beast woman, known as Jin Hua, was strikingly different from the typical wild-looking beast women. She was remarkably delicate and fair. Even if one claimed she hailed from a small tribe, others would readily believe it. Upon spotting Bai Qingqing, Jin Hua approached, a hint of shyness on her face. "You used some, so why did you leave us some meat?" Unlike the ordinary beast women, Jin Hua recognized that Bai Qingqing had her own struggles. Though Jin Yao was diligent and honest, his capabilities were indeed limited. Now, with him assisting others, it left Bai Qingqing to manage three cubs alone, which was no small feat. Bai Qingqing smiled warmly, her demeanor in stark contrast to Jin Mei's. "Sister, consider it a small token of gratitude. I may need to borrow your stove more frequently in the future, so please do not take it to heart. It is of no consequence. It is merely a stove." Jin Hua waved her hand dismissively, then gently patted Bai Qingqing's hand. "The soup you left for me is my way of thanking you. Feel free to use the stove whenever you need. There is no need to inform me or leave any food. By the way, I heard Jin Mei's voice today. Has she come looking for you?" When she heard Jin Mei's voice, she was busy tidying up and had not been able to step outside. However, she did hear a loud commotion afterward, and upon inspecting the cutting board, she noticed a small cut, likely made by Bai Qingqing to intimidate someone. As long as nothing went amiss. Indeed, she came looking for me. But it was nothing of great concern, so there is no need for you to worry, sister. Listening to Bai Qingqing's words, Jinhua felt a pang of heartache. She had never encountered a female who took it upon herself to bear all burdens. She was no good, and if you happen to see her in the future, just avoid her. Everyone was aware that the Jinmei family had some conflicts with Jin Yao, so it was only a matter of time before she sought out Bai Qingqing. Initially, she thought it best not to overstep, given their lack of familiarity, but now it seemed that silence was no longer an option. All right, I understand. Thank you, sister. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment longer. And Jinhua, who was quite fond of the girl Bai Qingqing, displayed a hint of reluctance as she departed. Jinda and Jin Yo stood aside, wearing expressions of nonchalance. Jin Yo believed her mother possessed such charm, while Jinda thought that if she could alter Bao Feier's perception, then a female of the Jinshi tribe would be no challenge at all. Among the three cubs, only Jin Air remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Staring blankly at Bai Qingqing, puzzled as to how this woman had mysteriously infiltrated the Jinshi tribe. Should a conflict arise between females one day, it was likely they would all rally around Bai Qingqing, as if she were born with an enchanting magnetism. All right, if you are tired, you may return and rest. Mother will call for you later. Bai Qingqing patted the three cubs on their backs, urging them to go back and rest. Jin Yo, who had not followed them earlier, was now unwilling to let Bai Qingqing leave so easily. With her hands on her hips, she assumed a stance of accountability and asked, "Mother, where are you going?" "I am going to make some beef jerky for you, so you can have it as a snack later." "Huh? Where did you get the beef?" Jin Yo's eyes immediately sparkled. She had often heard other cubs rave about the deliciousness of beef and longed to try it, but had never had the opportunity. Chapter 26. Trading a whole piece of meat, Bai Qingqing felt a pang of regret for her loose tongue and was at a loss as to how to inform Jin Yo. Seeing Bai Qingqing's expression, Jin Yo realized that she might not be able to speak freely and quickly reverted to her obedient demeanor. "Mother, you go ahead." Jin Yo won't ask any further. Observing Jin Yo's compliant attitude, Bai Qingqing quickly added, "Once Mother finishes making the beef jerky, I will bring some back for you." Jin Yo nodded eagerly, her eyes shining brightly. The three little cubs returned to their room and climbed into bed. While Bai Qingqing headed towards Jinhua's home, she was not well acquainted with the Jinshi tribe, and at present, it was only Jinhua who was willing to offer her assistance, making it more suitable for her to seek out Jinhua. Jinhua was chopping firewood when she spotted Bai Qingqing from a distance. She promptly set down her axe, wiped her hands on her beast skin attire, and with a raised brow, greeted Bai Qingqing with a smile. "What brings you here? You needn't bother, sister. I have something to discuss with you." As Jinhua turned to leave, she halted abruptly upon hearing Bai Qingqing's words, looking at her in confusion. "What is it? What do you need from me?" "I'd like to make some beef jerky, but all my supplies are in the cave, and with the beast tied, I can't venture out. I was hoping to borrow some tools from your home." After Bai Qingqing cheerfully relayed her request, Jinhua exclaimed, "Oh, that's no trouble at all. What do you need? I'll fetch it for you." Bai Qingqing listed the tools she required, and Jinhua went to gather them. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing boiled a large piece of meat and began crafting the beef jerky. However, the lack of seasonings in this place necessitated another trip to the market. "Sister, I'll just leave my things here and make a quick trip to the market. I'll return shortly." Upon hearing this, Jinhua patted her chest confidently, saying, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the meat, and no one will dare to steal it." "All right, then I'm off to the market." The recent beast tide had deterred many from hunting in the mountains, leaving the streets somewhat desolate, with many items in short supply. However, if she intended to visit the human market, it would require considerable effort, and lacking any silver coins, she had no choice but to make do with what was available here. "What would you like?" A vendor approached Bai Qingqing with exaggerated enthusiasm as she stood before his stall. With not many customers around lately, he felt compelled to seize any opportunity. Bai Qingqing pointed at a small porcelain jar and inquired, "What will you trade for this?" "This? Just offer me a bit of meat, and it's yours. That I procured it from the humans, and it wasn't easy to come by." Bai Qingqing's eyes brightened at that, and she asked the vendor, "Where is this human place located?" The beastmen were hesitant to venture into the human world for fear of not fitting in, and even more so for those who were not purebreds, as they risked being captured as monsters if they ever set foot in the human realm. Not if they lost their lives. It would be a grave miscalculation. The vendor, mistaking Bai Qingqing for a curious little girl wanting to explore, was oblivious to her true intentions and remarked, It's not easy to reach the human world. If you go, you'll need to learn to hide your ears and tail. Glancing at Bai Qingqing, he noticed she had concealed both and awkwardly cleared his throat before continuing. If you are a purebred beast man, then it's not necessary, but acquiring the common currency of humans is no simple task. If you don't have any silver on you, you won't be able to get anything in the human world. And besides, we can't wear beast skins. Humans use fabric. Perhaps it was the first encounter with a beast man curious about the human world. He rambled on about it, barely pausing for breath. Bai Qingqing listened attentively, fully aware of the need to discern any discrepancies between her understanding and the vendor's descriptions. After hearing the vendor's words, Bai Qingqing nodded in understanding and handed him the meat she was carrying as a means of payment for the conversation. This is for you. Thank you for sharing that information. The vendor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a generous offering from a female at this moment. Obtaining even a small amount of meat was a challenge, and slightly spoiled meat was considered a good deal. The meat she provided was of excellent quality and smelled fresh, as if it had just been processed at home for exchange. The vendor gazed at Bai Qingqing as though she were a deity of wealth. Here, take something else from my stall as a gift. Other vendors looked on with envy, and soon the market buzzed with excitement. Hu Linger had come out to shop, but upon encountering Bai Qingqing, she witnessed a throng of beastmen clamoring to trade with her. What could Bai Qingqing possibly have to offer? The excitement stemmed only from the fact that these beastmen were desperate for meat due to the beast tide. Hu Linger's mind raced as she approached the vendor, declaring, "Whatever she wants, I'll take it all." It was merely a collection of trinkets. She certainly had enough meat to spare. The vendor's smile faded considerably. "What are you saying? She has already traded with me. Once something is exchanged, it cannot be returned." He turned his back on Hu Linger, disregarding her. Bai Qingqing observed the scene with a subtle smirk. Well aware of Hu Linger's intentions, that I purchased a jar and some common knowledge about the human world. How much will you offer? Bai Qingqing's gaze was filled with mockery. Hu Linger shot her an angry glare, raising the meat she held and haughtily declaring, "For just this jar and some useless tidbits, half of this meat should suffice." The vendor scrutinized the piece of meat, which had already begun to spoil. Although it could still be cooked, it was no match for the fresh meat Bai Qingqing had dough. "You think you can trade for that? No deal." The vendor crossed his arms, scoffing disdainfully. Hu Linger felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, acutely aware of the stares directed at her from the crowd. "What do you mean? I'll trade you this entire piece of meat," she warned. "If you refuse, I won't trade with you even if you beg." Chapter 27. Jealousy that turns the eyes red. The surrounding vendors burst into laughter upon hearing her words, each one mocking Hu Ling. Is this female out of her mind? Exactly. If I had a piece of meat like that girl's, I wouldn't even glance at what she has. It's smaller than half of hers and already spoiled. The taunts felt like daggers piercing her flesh. Hu Linger's expression darkened as she thought of the 3 cubs at Jin Yao's home who needed to be fed. They all required meat, and Jin Yao simply lacked the skill to hunt enough game to feed them all. How could he possibly allow this meat to be squandered on Bai Qingqing? Surely, Bai Qingqing must have enticed someone to gain such favor. Upon reaching this thought, she immediately exclaimed, "Bai Qingqing, you once harbored feelings for Hu Ba, but failed to entice him. Now that Jin Yao is not at home, with whom have you rekindled your flirtations?" The other stall owners fell silent, unable to stifle their laughter, and even Bai Qingqing's demeanor turned cold. Everyone's gaze fixated on Bai Qingqing, fearful that this goddess of fortune might suddenly erupt in anger. However, she remained calm, regarding Hu Linger with an unflappable demeanor. "Whom have I seduced? Do you possess any evidence? Just because there is a piece of meat at home doesn't mean it was given by someone else. Could it not be the meat Jin Yao has kept at home that I am merely exchanging for some goods today? You incessantly accuse me of enticing males. What exactly are your intentions?" Bai Qingqing spoke these words in an indignant tone, and as the crowd observed her countenance, then glanced at Hu Linger, the reason for Hu Linger's relentless slander became crystal clear. That it was simply envy born of her own lack of beauty. As she sought to tarnish Bai Qingqing's reputation, such a malicious heart, the stall owners regarded Hu Linger with disdain, and she dreaded such looks more than anything. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she stamped her foot, declaring, "Just you wait, I will surely find the evidence." All she needed was for a male to step forward and assert that Bai Qingqing had failed to seduce him. Hu Linger envisioned a scenario that would never come to fruition. But Bai Qingqing saw through her intentions, curling her lip in disdain. Dio not even think of hiring a male to feign that I seduced him, only to abscond with his family's meat. The prospect of one's innermost thoughts being voiced by another is a terrifying ordeal. Hu Linger's eyes widened in shock, filled with a hint of panic as she looked at Bai Qingqing. Sighing in exasperation, Bai Qingqing could not fathom how such a foolish creature had emerged from the fox tribe. The other beastmen, witnessing Hu Linger's expression, realized her thoughts had been exposed, and each spat in contempt. Truly despicable, to voice such baseless accusations. Do you not fear retribution? I did not. Hu Linger glared at Bai Qingqing, her indignation palpable. That I never thought that way. This is merely your one-sided assertion. You seek to ruin my reputation. Bai Qingqing, your heart is truly wicked. Setting aside the question of who is truly malicious, Bai Qingqing replied, if you have nothing of substance to say, perhaps you should allow your kin to teach you how to conceal your thoughts. It is painfully obvious what you are thinking, that I do not wish to engage in a debate with you. You approached me to slander my name, not the other way around. Even clay figures possess a temper. So tread carefully. Do not provoke me lest you find yourself in dire straits. Bai Qingqing stepped closer to Hu Linger, towering over her with an imposing presence. Fear and confusion flickered in Hu Linger's eyes as she regarded Bai Qingqing. This cannot be right. The elders of our tribe claim that Bai Qingqing is soft and can be trampled upon. Why has she transformed so completely? No, something has been amiss since the last incident. Bai Qingqing chose to ignore Hu Linger, instead turning to enter a herbal shop, intending to procure some traditional medicine to brew a soup for the three young ones. They needed nourishment to grow strong. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance, even munching on seeds. Upon seeing Bai Qingqing approach, he hastily stashed the seeds into his pocket and swept the discarded shells aside with his foot, carrying a stool back inside. After clapping his hands, he emerged from the inner room to find Bai Qingqing waiting in the main hall. What can I get for you? Do you have any goji berries or similar items? The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, then looked at Bai Qingqing with a puzzled expression. What is that? Bai Qingqing paused for a moment before changing her inquiry. What do you have in your shop? At this question, the shopkeeper puffed out his chest proudly and replied, I possess the most comprehensive selection of herbs in the area. Whether you need something to stop bleeding or remedy dizziness, I can provide it all. Then it seems you do not have what I seek. Bai Qingqing sighed, disappointment evident on her face, though she had anticipated this outcome. Beastmen frequently ventured into the forest to hunt, and given their numbers, any herbs would likely have been depleted. This answer was not unexpected. No need then. You lack what I required, and I apologize for the disturbance. She smiled apologetically and began to exit when the shopkeeper, unwilling to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away, quickly stepped forward to block her path. Hey, wait a moment. If you tell me what you need, perhaps I can procure it for you. Bai Qingqing regarded the shopkeeper quizzically, then thought that such shops must have their own networks, possibly leading to the human markets. Are you planning to source supplies from the human realm? The shopkeeper paused, then inquired, why do you say that? The items I desire are likely only available there. Bai Qingqing felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that beautiful things always came with a price. The shopkeeper initially hesitated to assist, knowing that traversing the path to the human realm would require a cost on his part. But seeing Bai Qingqing's need, he figured he could charge a premium for the service if you genuinely wish for them. I can arrange a way for you, but I will need some form of compensation. You understand what I mean, right? Bai Qingqing pondered for a moment before nodding. That is acceptable, provided the price is reasonable. That's no issue. A piece of meat will suffice. That in truth, he was merely seeking to sample the freshness of Bai Qingqing's meat, the quantity being of little concern, given that Bai Qingqing had an abundance of meat. If he had requested something else, she would have been unable to comply. Very well, I shall provide it. She generously handed over some meat she had on hand. Hu Linger, following closely behind, felt a pang of jealousy, her eyes reddening. The items exchanged were typically of inferior quality, yet even at home, she could not enjoy such fine meat. Where did Bai Qingqing acquire all this meat? Chapter 28. To the human market. Upon returning to the Jinshi tribe, Bai Qingqing decided to temporarily set aside the earlier incident and check if her beef jerky had finished drying. Although she currently lacked any seasoning, consuming dried beef as it had its own unique flavor, it was primarily for replenishing energy on the front lines and was convenient to carry it out if possible. She could offer meat to the beastmen, allowing them to ease their burdens and at least fill their stomachs. However, the sudden appearance of such meat would undoubtedly spark envy among others. Caution was paramount. especially since she had few acquaintances here and could never be certain if someone was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The three young ones were sprawled out in slumber when Bai Qingqing entered the room. Seeing this, a smile crept onto her face, and the irritation from her earlier encounter with Hu Linger dissipated. She approached and tucked the young ones in with fur pelts before stepping outside to resume her tasks. Jinhua noticed Bai Qingqing's return and promptly called her over. "Did you manage to buy what you needed?" Mentioning this matter, Bai Qingqing felt a tinge of regret and shook her head. "No. It seems those items are only available at the human market. I must go and take a look." It was exceedingly dangerous for beastmen to venture into the human world, even for pure-blooded ones. Rumors circulated that humans possessed diviners who could discern one's identity at a glance. "These are merely tales to frighten children," Bai Qingqing scoffed, wholly unconvinced. Jinhua regarded Bai Qingqing with concern. "You're quite fragile. Perhaps it would be best not to go. What if you were captured?" Seeing Jinhua's worried expression, Bai Qingqing felt her heart soften. She patted Jinhua's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will be fine. I merely intend to venture out, purchase what I need, and return." Although this is the case, if Jinhua were to shake her head, she would say, "You are well aware that we are currently in a unique period. Not only humans markets, but even if you were to venture out of the Golden Lion clan, you must remain within visible proximity. Should you vanish from sight, no one would know your whereabouts, and they would readily attribute blame to you. With the onset of the beast tide, individuals within the beast clan are often motivated by trivial gains to sell information. Thus, the beast clan enforces strict regulations to if Bai Qingqing were to suddenly visit the human market at this moment, those who previously held a grudge against her would undoubtedly find a way to place the blame on her." Bai Qingqing understood that Jinhua's intentions were for her own good and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "There's nothing we can do then. Otherwise, we might as well dry the beef." Eating the beef raw was certainly not an option. So Bai Qingqing resolved to heed Jinhua's advice and search the vicinity for any available seasonings. The few golden lions guarding the clan had been closely observing Bai Qingqing as she roamed about. Yet she remained within their line of sight, which is why they did not call out to her. They merely kept their gaze fixed upon her. This lack of attention allowed Hu Linger, the fox spirit, to stealthily slip into the Golden Lion clan, concealing herself between a large water tank and some straw, ensuring that the beastmen could not see her. She could not fathom that Bai Qingqing had no male companion behind her. She was determined to investigate. Initially thinking that infiltrating the Golden Lion clan would be a challenging task, she had even prepared her words. But to her surprise, those beastmen appeared blind, completely oblivious to her presence, thus allowing her to enter with ease. Bai Qingqing was busy gathering the seasonings she needed, which eased Jinhua's worries, and she began preparing dinner. Her culinary skills were not as refined as Bai Qingqing's. Even slicing meat required her to proceed slowly, making it necessary for her to start well in advance to ensure the meal was ready by mealtime. Hu Linger, with her crafty eyes, gazed hungrily at the piece of meat in Jinhua's hands, realizing that the meat from the Golden Lion clan was indeed delectable. However, this was to be expected, for each member of the Golden Lion clan was a skilled hunter. This meat was likely from their latest catch. Thus its exquisite quality was understandable. As for why Bai Qingqing's meat was so tender, Hu Linger simply could not comprehend, unless the beastmen of the Golden Lion clan had gifted it to her. Bai Qingqing would not have hunted at all. Where else could she have acquired it? Suddenly, a scheme took shape in her mind. She would steal the female's meat and hide it in Bai Qingqing's dwelling, thereby framing her. She wondered if the Golden Lion clan would still be able to tolerate her after that. Jinhua stirred the water and added firewood, eagerly awaiting it to boil. She never anticipated that Bai Qingqing would be so generous as to offer them a piece of meat, which felt like a stroke of luck to her. Despite Jinhua's repeated refusals, Bai Qingqing insisted that not accepting it would mean she did not regard her as a friend. Reluctantly, she accepted the piece of meat, astonished at how kind Bai Qingqing truly was. The rumors she had heard previously were utterly unfounded and excessive. Unbeknownst to her, Jinhua had unwittingly begun to side with Bai Qingqing. Meanwhile, Hu Linger had found her hiding place and stealthily approached the stove. The fire blazed fiercely, causing her to feel restless, her beautiful fur glistening in the light. Chapter 29. Capturing the meat thief. Jinhua turned to fetch some greens, intending to blanch them for Bai Qingqing. Just then, Hu Linger stealthily hopped onto the stove, grasped the meat in her mouth, and, following the scent of Bai Qingqing, made her way towards the dwelling. The meat was simply too fragrant. After all, she intended to frame Bai Qingqing. So it wouldn't hurt to take a few bites, right? Hulinger worried about being discovered, so she entered the house to eat the meat. Inside, the bed was elevated, and in her smaller beast form, she completely overlooked the 3 cubs nestled atop the bed. The golden lions possessed an acute sense of smell. They remained indifferent when they detected Bai Qingqing entering the house, but as soon as they caught another scent, they became utterly vigilant, especially upon detecting the unmistakable scent of a fox. Jinda was the first to awaken. He cautiously rose and was met with the sight of a fox devouring the meat. Without a doubt, it was stolen. After the previous incident with Hu Shi, he held no fondness for foxes, and upon witnessing one pilfering meat, his irritation flared, prompting him to transform into a golden lion. With a smaller physique, a golden lion could move more stealthily, thereby avoiding alerting the fox. Jinda cautiously descended from the bed, inching closer to Hulinger. The moment she lifted her head, Jinda immediately shifted back to human form and seized Hulinger by the scruff of her neck. The fox let out a loud yelp, while Jinda, with a smug expression, reveled in his success. Caught you stealing. The other cubs, Jin Er and Jin Yo, awoke to the commotion, their faces filled with curiosity as they gazed at the fox in Jinda's grasp. How did she get in here? Jin Yo inquired. Jinda surveyed the surroundings, eventually focusing on the window, beneath which lay a small table marked with 4 tiny paw prints, evidence that the fox had crawled in through there. Jin Yo promptly hopped off the bed, scampering over to Jinda's side, eager to touch Hulinger's fur, her mouth watering at the thought of how delightful it would feel to wear it. Though it was a bit warm now, it mattered not. Winter would inevitably arrive, and preparing in advance was prudent. Hulinger was terrified, fearing that these little golden lions might outright kill her. She had not expected her mission to go so awry. The aroma of meat had overwhelmed her senses, leaving her completely unaware of the cub's presence, which ultimately led to Jinda capturing her. If not for that, how could he possibly have caught her? Let me go, she cried, her 4 paws flailing in the air as she struggled fruitlessly. She can talk, Jin Er exclaimed first, and Jin Yo eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, if she can talk, that means she's one of the Fox clan. Jinda, irritated at the mere thought of the Fox clan, glared at Hulinger, pondering her true intentions. Why would a fox sneak into the Golden Lion clan? Was it merely to steal a piece of meat? That seemed unlikely. Even if it were just that piece, they would need to inform the elders of the Fox clan to manage their kin properly. Without hesitation, Jinda bellowed for Bai Qingqing. Mother! Mother! Jinhua, in a frantic search for meat, rushed over upon hearing the cubs' cries, calling for Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing halted her gathering, carrying a bamboo basket as she entered the house, only to find Jinda holding a red fox, with a piece of uneaten meat lying on the floor. Mother, this fox stole the meat. Jin Yo immediately accused Hulinger of her misdeeds. Given the difficulty of acquiring meat, Bai Qingqing's daily hunting was exhausting. The audacity of this fox to steal was simply unforgivable. That I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to take a look. That voice. Bai Qingqing looked down at the fox and let out a cold laugh. What a coincidence. Hulinger, you managed to follow me home. Quite impressive indeed. Struck by Bai Qingqing's mocking tone, Hulinger dared not retort, fully aware that inciting Bai Qingqing's ire could lead to unpredictable consequences that I merely wanted to see. And I couldn't resist taking a bite of your meat. You wouldn't be so petty as to hold that against me, would you? Jinhua, following closely behind Bai Qingqing, felt her blood boil at that moment. Now she understood why her meat had vanished. It had been devoured by this wretched fox. You foul fox. That meat was given to me by Qingqing, and you dare to steal it? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. The wrath of a woman deprived of her meal was indeed formidable. Hulinger stood frozen, unable to retaliate against Jinda, and in desperation, she transformed into her human form, raising her hands defensively against Jinhua's attacks. Her eyes filled with exasperation as she pleaded with Bai Qingqing. Speak up. Make her stop. I only took a piece of meat. You could simply give her another. After all, those meats were acquired by Bai Qingqing to entice males. She hadn't exerted herself at all, so what was the harm in giving her one? The fact that she hadn't spread this incident around was already a favor to her. Why should I speak on your behalf? Why should I help you repay what you owe? That meat was stolen by you and consumed by you, not us. Spare us your slander. Observing Bai Qingqing's indifference, Hulinger felt a surge of frustration. Although she wished to argue with Bai Qingqing, Jinhua's grip was too tight. She had no choice but to focus entirely on defending against Jinhua's blows, lest she be struck that I'll make you pay. You thieving fox, how dare you invade my home? The commotion here is quite overwhelming, swiftly attracting numerous orcs from the Golden Lion clan, including several clan elders. Upon spotting Hu Linger, the elders immediately furrowed their brows and instructed a few orcs to step forward and separate the two of them. Upon seeing the elders arrive, Jinhua ceased her actions and approached them, weeping pitifully. Elders, Qingqing has had a difficult time hunting. She caught a rabbit, and just as I finished preparing the meat, this fox appeared from nowhere and stole my food. You must uphold justice for me. Her tears were sincere, igniting a sense of indignation among the other orcs. After all, if anyone were to steal their food, they would likely be even more distressed than Jinhua, possibly leading to the fox's demise. The elder of the Golden Lion clan approached Hu Linger and inquired, "Your hands belong to the Fox clan, do they not?" If she were to affirm this at that moment, they would undoubtedly inform their kin, which was unacceptable. I am not from the Fox clan. Chapter 30. Handing it over to the clan leader, not from the Fox clan. The elder found this peculiar. Generally, shape-shifting orcs could be recognized by their kin, and given that she was a purebred fox, it was strange for the Fox clan to release her. Faced with the elder's penetrating gaze, Hu Linger took 2 steps back, fearful that Bai Qingqing would suddenly declare her allegiance to the Fox clan. Should Bai Qingqing choose to throw her under the bus at that moment, their enmity would be irrevocably cemented. However, Bai Qingqing remained silent, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes as she observed Hu Linger, curious about her next move. What brings you to the Golden Lion clan? At last, the query struck a chord. Hu Linger, pointing at the scraps of meat on the ground, swallowed her pride and confessed, "I was simply a bit hungry, so I took a piece of your meat." I apologize. She was quite adept at feigning innocence and playing the victim. It was not uncommon for orcs without a tribe to pilfer from others, and while Hu Linger's actions were inappropriate, it was hardly surprising. She did not wish for the situation to escalate. You must compensate Jinhua for the meat you took, replacing it with an equivalent amount of the same kind. You cannot leave the Golden Lion clan until you do so. How can that be? Given the current circumstances, if she did not return to the Fire Fox clan today, her kin would surely come looking for her, and she would be unable to evade them. Bai Qingqing suddenly recalled what Jinhua had said. If she did not return, she might be branded a spy. This could turn out to be quite amusing. She had no qualms about causing Hu Linger some trouble, especially since Hu Linger had repeatedly sought to vex her. Indeed, you owe Sister Jinhua a considerable amount of meat. You must make amends quickly, as you consumed her dinner this evening. With Bai Qingqing's interjection, Jinhua stood a bit taller. The Golden Lion clan typically avoided internal strife and maintained a peaceful demeanor, yet they were unfamiliar with Bai Qingqing. Upon hearing her speak on Jinhua's behalf, many turned their gazes toward her, some even whispering to inquire about her status as a mate. After all, she was rather striking in appearance. Once they learned that Bai Qingqing was the mate of Jin Yao, a wave of pity and regret washed over many. Why would she marry such an ineffectual golden lion? Let today's matter conclude here. The elder waved his hand, signaling for the others to return to their homes. Hu Linger fumed in place, then turned to Bai Qingqing, her expression menacing. You must help me find a way to return, otherwise, I will not spare you. Oh, and how do you intend to not spare me? Bai Qingqing regarded Hu Linger with curiosity. She opened her mouth, then recalled Bao Feier and Hu Ba, and a sinister grin crept across her face. If you do not assist me, I will inform Bao Feier and have her speak ill of you to Hu Ba. By then, you will have no chance to pursue him. Hu Linger, I believe your mind has become quite deranged. Have you forgotten our last encounter at the hide shop? What if Hu Ba comes? Do I care? Hu Linger stood frozen, reflecting on the previous incident. Indeed, Bai Qingqing seemed like a completely different person. Even if faced with Hu Ba, she would merely express disdain, entirely devoid of her former humility. Hu Linger, her complexion pale, gazed at Bai Qingqing, grasping at straws. Are you not worried that I will inform Jin Yao that you are seducing other males? Are you still not finished? Bai Qingqing shot her an impatient glance before turning to leave, her voice lingering in Hu Linger's ears. Suit yourself. I am curious to see how Jin Yao will react. I, too, wish to know. Hu Linger. She had never encountered such an impervious orc. Once outside, Jinhua immediately followed. From their earlier exchange, she had gleaned some information. Hu Linger and Bai Qingqing were acquainted, and it seemed there was some history between them. What puzzled her was Hu Linger's relentless slandering of Bai Qingqing. From what she had observed, Bai Qingqing was an extremely family-oriented individual. There was no way she would abandon her current home to seduce Ba. Such notions were utterly ludicrous. Qingqing, do not take it to heart. That fox is simply envious of you. Do not let it bother you. She regarded Bai Qingqing's face, sensing that she was a naturally sensitive mate if that were the case. Hu Linger's actions would indeed be unforgivable. Do not worry, sister. I have not taken it to heart. Hu Linger is indeed a female of the Fox clan, but she just told the elder that she is not from the Fire Fox clan, likely fearing that the elder would inform them and bring her trouble. However, she has forgotten that we are currently amidst a beast tide. If she claims she is not from the Fox clan, she will encounter far greater troubles. This can only be attributed to Hu Linger's own folly. It has nothing to do with me. Jin Huan nodded in understanding, then assured Bai Qingqing. Rest assured, I will ensure that Hu Linger does not escape. I will be vigilant and await inquiries from the Fire Fox clan. By then, Hu Linger will have lost all face. Thank you, sister. Allow me to offer you a piece of meat. Jin Hua was startled. She too questioned where Bai Qingqing had acquired the meat, but the notion of seducing a male had not crossed her mind. After all, if that male possessed such abilities, everyone would already be aware. Currently, they were only aware of 2 or 3 males, all of whom were busy assisting during the beast tide, making it impossible for them to hunt for Bai Qingqing. The meat Bai Qingqing provided was remarkably fresh, as though it had just been slain, thus eliminating that possibility. Could it be that she caught it herself? Jin Hua gazed at Bai Qingqing in astonishment, not bothering to hold back her inquiry. Qingqing, did you catch these prey yourself? Bai Qingqing hesitated for a moment. Realizing she had raised Jin Hua's suspicions, the existence of the system must remain a secret. So she could only smile sheepishly and respond, yes, I made some traps myself and check them each morning and evening to see if any animals have fallen in. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. However, success depends on luck. At that point, she would merely claim to be fortunate, allowing her to sidestep the issue. Really? Jin Hua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Among orcs, hunting typically relied on speed and brute strength. When encountering animals, they would charge in and deliver a flurry of blows before bringing the prey home. The concept of traps was something they had only heard of from human hunters. Yet no one dared approach humans too closely for fear of being discovered. Indeed, if you want to learn, I will teach you. Chapter 31. On the way to deal with the spirit fox. Upon hearing that Bai Qingqing was willing to teach her how to make traps, Jin Hua felt euphoric. When she returned home, she found her mate, Jin Ping, sitting there, engrossed in weaving a bamboo basket. The smile on her face instantly faded, and she approached Jin Ping, asking, what did you do today? Nothing much, just traded for some meat. Jin Ping was rather unremarkable, a bit dull compared to other golden lions. Jin Hua sighed, then said to him, do not overexert yourself. Go rest for a while. I am fine. This stoic demeanor was as unyielding as a rock. Jin Hua decided to disregard him, but, reflecting on Bai Qingqing's earlier words, thought it best to inform Jin Ping, the newcomer in our clan. Bai Qingqing is Jin Yao's mate. She said she would teach me how to make traps for hunting. I will ask her tomorrow if she can take you along to learn as well. Upon hearing this, Jin Ping, who had been weaving the bamboo basket, finally reacted. He looked up at Jin Hua, confusion etched in his eyes. Bai Qingqing, he had been away from the clan for days, oblivious to the happenings within, even missing the beast tide as the clan leader had tasked him with watching over the Golden Lion clan. Yes, she is Jin Yao's mate. Have you forgotten? Jin Hua observed Jin Ping, sensing a hint of disconnection. After all, he had once assisted Jin Yao when he was still present in the clan. It was during that time that Jin Yao found Jin Ping's temperament agreeable and chose him as a mate. I do not remember. He shook his head, and Jin Hua found it rather peculiar. Didn't you help Jin Yao before? How could you have forgotten? Why should I remember helping others? Jin Ping's response was remarkably assertive, leaving Jin Hua momentarily at a loss for words. She could only purse her lips and say, well, you have a point. With your disposition, if someone sold you off, you would still be counting their money. A true do-gooder. Jin Ping remained silent, setting aside the half-made bamboo basket before stepping outside to bring in another bamboo basket. I caught 2 rabbits today. You can have them tomorrow. No need. Qingqing gave me 2 large pieces of meat that should suffice for both of us. Let's keep these rabbits for now. It was just right, as their family had plenty of vegetables, so raising 2 rabbits would be more than adequate. All right. Jinping did not mention whether to let Bai Qingqing teach him how to set traps. but Jinhua quietly noted it in her mind. The two of them ate in silence, after which Jinhua took some vegetables to Bai Qingqing's residence. Bai Qingqing was a rabbit, and consuming meat continuously wasn't good for her health. Besides, she had given so much meat to Jinhua, so she ought to return the favor. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Bai Qingqing opened it to find Jinhua holding a basket of vegetables. Her face filled with surprise. "What are you doing? Why did you bring so much?" "Oh, it's hardly excessive, and we don't eat vegetables. Just accept them. You need them more." Even if Bai Qingqing wasn't a rabbit, she wouldn't be able to endure eating meat every day. So in the end, she didn't refuse Jinhua's offer. She accepted the vegetables and asked Jinhua, "Would you like to come in for a glass of water before you leave?" No, you have little ones at home that I won't stay." Jinhua had already prepared her words, yet when faced with Bai Qingqing, she found it somewhat difficult to express herself. Bai Qingqing looked at her curiously. "What's wrong?" Meeting Bai Qingqing's gaze made Jinhua hesitate, fidgeting nervously with her sleeve. "Why are you being so polite? If there is something you need, just say it. That if I can assist, I certainly will." Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Jinhua felt a wave of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, which made Bai Qingqing's skin crawl. She dreaded it when others cried. If Jinhua were to suddenly burst into tears, she would be at a loss for what to do. "I have a partner, and I would like him to learn how to set traps with you. Would that be all right?" "Just this?" Bai Qingqing looked at Jinhua in surprise, initially thinking it was something serious, only to find out that Jinhua merely wanted another person to learn about traps. If it were truly possible, she could easily learn herself and then inform her partner. However, Jinhua still opted to ask, and Bai Qingqing's fondness for her increased. "Of course, it's just one more person. What is so difficult about saying this? I thought it was something significant." Bai Qingqing teased her with a smile, prompting Jinhua to express her gratitude profusely. She had expected Bai Qingqing to be displeased, yet was pleasantly surprised when Bai Qingqing agreed. She truly was Jinhua's benefactor. "Qingqing, thank you. If you ever need anything, remember to reach out to me. Even if I can't help directly, I will certainly find someone who can." Bai Qingqing looked at Jinhua with a resigned smile. "It's nothing, Jinhua. Just a small matter." After exchanging a few more friendly words, Jinhua slowly departed. Bai Qingqing turned around to meet the gazes of three little ones, with Jinyo speaking first. "Mother, I want to go too. I want to learn." After learning, they could catch prey themselves and bring it back for Mother to cook, relieving her of the burden of hunting and cooking at the same time, which was exhausting. Facing the trio's requests, Bai Qingqing certainly wouldn't refuse, especially if it meant securing a source of meat in the future. "Hooray! Tomorrow we can catch rabbits." This girl was simply craving rabbit meat. Bai Qingqing shook her head helplessly before returning to her tasks. Meanwhile, Jinhua returned to her dwelling and informed Jinping about the matter. Jinping was surprised upon hearing it. Even some hunters would keep secrets from their peers. Yet, Bai Qingqing had directly agreed without hesitation. And she hadn't even met him. Did she really say that? Jinping still found it hard to believe. Jinhua snorted and turned to leave. "Of course, Qingqing is a genuinely good person. What did you expect?" He couldn't shake the feeling that this female was excessively kind. If Jinhua were to discover Jinping's thoughts, she would undoubtedly reprimand him immediately. After all, he had helped others numerous times. Hadn't he always been a good person? Yet, he had never been held in such high regard. Jinhua walked towards the woodshed. Although Bai Qingqing hadn't instructed her to do so, she felt it necessary to make this fox understand who not to provoke. Anyone was fair game. But if it came to Bai Qingqing and it fell into her hands, she wouldn't let it go easily. Chapter 32. Learning to make traps. Fox spirit was bound. For if she weren't, she would surely flee at once. Yet, she was unaware of the nature of the ropes that sealed her spirit power, rendering her unable to transform into a fox and escape. Jinhua walked in, observing the struggling fox spirit with a light chuckle. "You needn't struggle. Those ropes won't let you go. You're destined to await your demise here." Upon hearing someone at the door, the fox spirit's eyes widened as she looked at Jinhua, her gaze filled with cunning, albeit a tad foolish. "You must release me. If the Fox clan finds out, you will regret it." She bared her teeth at Jinhua, who remained entirely unfazed, merely nodding with an air of indifference. "I hope the Fox clan arrives soon. I can hardly wait." "You," the fox spirit glared at Jinhua, her words laced with disdain. "You only know how to be Bai Qingqing's lapdog." Oblivious to the fact that she is seducing men behind your back, her previous entanglement with Hu Bao had become common knowledge. and everyone knew she was a loose woman. How foolish of your Golden Lion clan to let her in without concern for the day when all the males might be lured away by her. Listening to the fox spirit, Jinhua felt no anger, nor did she doubt her words. Instead, she considered the fox spirit to be the one with a flawed mindset. If you're mad or ill, go take a look after I release you. But at that point, who knows if your fox clan will still want you? Naturally, they won T. After all, with her absence for so many days, any tribe would suspect something. The fox spirit gazed at Jinhua, her eyes filled with fear. You must let me go quickly. If I return to my clan, I will certainly inform our elders and bring your Golden Lion clan to the Beast clan for questioning. If any tribe were summoned to the Beast clan, it would be a disgrace. The fox spirit didn't believe the Golden Lion clan would willingly be summoned for the sake of 2 females. Illegally imprisoning a beast man from another tribe was a grave taboo. Jinhua regarded the fox spirit with increasing disdain. Are you out of your mind? You clearly stated you aren't a beast man of the fox clan. Our elders heard you say that. Now you claim to be one. I don't believe you. She scoffed, her gaze falling on a broken bowl nearby. This bowl will be for your meals, but not today. After all, you ate my meat today, and that I will not forgive. As her words fell, a voice from outside called out, Jinhua. Upon hearing a male voice, the fox spirit instinctively wanted to shout, but to her surprise, Jinhua had cast a spell on her, rendering her unable to speak. The fox spirit was nearly driven to madness, feeling as though everyone was deliberately seeking to trouble her. However, since a male was present in Jinhua's home, it meant she could entice him to release her. Indeed, once Jinhua left the next day, that was precisely what she would do. Even though the next day had not yet arrived, the fox spirit already felt the dawn of victory was near. Gazing at the scenery outside with newfound pleasure, the following day, Bai Qingqing rose early to prepare breakfast for the 3 little ones, concerned that it might interfere with Jinhua's cooking later. Just as she set the dishes down, Jinhua emerged, greeting her enthusiastically. Why are you up so early making breakfast? Are we leaving after we eat? She was eager to learn. Bai Qingqing, grateful for Jinhua's enthusiasm, was relieved she had exchanged for a few animal traps the previous night. For otherwise, she would have been at a loss as to what to do. Yes, I'll prepare something for the 3 of them first. You all eat first, and after that, we'll set off. Great. Jinhua has begun to stir with anticipation. After finishing her meal, she hurriedly tidied up her belongings and, accompanied by Jinping, made her way to Bai Qingqing's residence. Upon their arrival, the 3 little ones greeted them politely, saying, Hello, uncle and aunt. Since Jinhua and Jinping belong to the same clan as Jin Yao, addressing them as uncle and aunt is entirely appropriate. Oh dear, aunt doesn't have anything to bring today, but I promise to bring you some treats next time. Sister Jinhua, do be careful not to indulge these 3 clever ones, or else you shall find yourself at their mercy daily. Bai Qingqing locked the door and jested, to which Jinhua replied with a light-hearted hi, shaking her head in response. Little ones must be cherished. After all, your 3 are still too frail. Had they been from another family, they would have been nurtured to plumpness by now. Bai Qingqing chuckled, fully aware of the way beast men raise their offspring. Given that there are few younglings within their clan, they typically share whatever good fortune they encounter with the little ones, which explains why the offspring of other families appear so robust and healthy. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, falling into a thoughtful silence that in the past, Bai Qingqing would reserve all good things for herself, which resulted in their current emaciated state. However, since Bai Qingqing has been caring for them recently, each has gained a fair amount of weight. But enough about that. Let us ascend the mountain. There are other beast clans guarding it, so we need not worry about anyone discovering our whereabouts. All right. The group made their way up the mountain, with Bai Qingqing discussing various traps they could set along the way. She even brought along a few animal traps for demonstration once they reached the summit. Bai Qingqing found a suitable spot and addressed Jinhua and Jinping, saying, If you wish to create traps, this grassy area is perfect for digging a large pit and covering it with some weeds to avoid it appearing too conspicuous. As for the animal traps, here is how they work. She opened the trap and carefully positioned it in a patch of dense grass, then took a stick and placed it atop the trap. In an instant, the stick was snapped in 2 by the trap, with the broken piece flying off to the side. Jinhua winced at the sight, wondering if it could sever the legs of unsuspecting prey. Not at all. Bone is far sturdier than wood. Bai Qingqing smiled, and Jinhua understood with an O. She proceeded to demonstrate a few more small tools designed for hunting, which caught Jinping's attention and sparked his desire to learn. Noticing his interest in the slingshot, Bai Qingqing handed it to him, explaining, "You can use stones or similar objects to strike at smaller game, but if you aim well, those creatures will have nowhere to escape. A swift kill would be even better." Chapter 33. You've chosen the wrong person. While they were engrossed in learning how to set traps and hunt, Hulinger was in a state of panic. Her body flushed with anxiety. She struggled against the ropes binding her, but to no avail. They merely left angry red marks on her skin. Jinhua had just departed, and although she had heard the sound of the door, she was uncertain whether her mate was still present. Hulinger glanced around and then called out loudly, "Is anyone there? Please, someone help me untie these ropes." Fortune favored her as Jinlin, Jinping's cousin, happened to be visiting him that day. Hearing the delicate voice, Jinlin muttered to himself in confusion before heading towards the woodshed. Upon hearing the door creak open, Hulinger's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected anyone to come at this moment. Jinlin, contrary to his name, was not a mere idle dreamer. Rather, he had a reputation for causing mischief. Unlike Jinping's reserved nature, he was more open and flirtatious, often teasing unaccompanied females, which frequently led to altercations with their brothers. However, Jinlin took pride in his behavior, eventually distancing himself from Jinping. Jinlin was quite handsome, the type most young women found appealing, including Hulinger, who gazed up at him with admiration. Her heart raced as she recalled hearing Jinping's voice the night before. She had found it particularly captivating. "How did you end up here?" Jinlin frowned, perplexed. Was she a thief? Yet, could a thief truly possess such beauty? Realizing she was bound and confined within the woodshed, something felt amiss. Hulinger looked up at Jinlin, her expression filled with distress as she plaintively explained, "I passed by here last night and sought a drink of water, but your maid immediately bound me, accusing me of theft. Please, kind sir, release me from this torment. These ropes have chafed my skin all night." Her tone was laden with a sense of injustice, and Jinlin felt a stirring in his throat as he approached her. Opting not to clarify that he was not Jinping, "You want me to untie you?" "Yes." Hulinger's face lit up with a smile. Then she adopted a more cautious demeanor. "You will help me, won't you?" "That remains to be seen. It depends on what you can offer me in return." Hulinger cursed under her breath at the libertine's audacity. How could he behave in such a manner even with a mate? Were it not for his handsome visage, she would have dismissed him entirely. "Dear brother, if you help me, I shall do anything you ask." Hulinger was desperate to return home, willing to comply with any conditions he presented. "Not so fast." Jinlin crouched before her and untied a single rope binding her animal skin garment, his tone teasing. "How about this? Is it acceptable?" Realizing his insinuation, Hulinger froze, attempting to reason with him. "Brother, could we not negotiate?" If she were to lose her virtue, she would be forced to rely on him. A most unusual arrangement where two females shared a single male. That it was more common for males to share a female, given their rarity. "Well, if you refuse, I can simply walk away. I have no shortage of options." Jinlin scoffed. "Besides, I have already caught a whiff of your alluring scent. Do you take me for a fool? You thought to entice me into untying you so you could escape, did you? Silly vixen, I have but one request. Will you agree?" At that moment, Hulinger was truly at a loss for words. She stared at Jinlin, weighing her options before finally gritting her teeth and nodding. "Fine, but it must be only once. That is your promise." Jinlin narrowed his eyes, while Hulinger remained oblivious to what lay ahead. Bai Qingqing had imparted nearly all her knowledge to Jinping and Jinhua, generously sharing her wisdom. "That will be all for now. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Hearing her words, both Jinping and Jinhua expressed their gratitude before returning to the Golden Lion clan. Meanwhile, Jinlin and Hulinger had already concluded their affair. Hulinger lay crumpled on the ground, her body marred with unsightly bruises, while a rope dangled loosely around her neck. Jinlin licked his lips, draping a pelt over Hulinger before carrying her out. Though he was unaware of her circumstances, he resolved that if either Jinping or Jinhua inquired later, he would feign ignorance. After all, in the world of beasts, encounters were fleeting. Whether they would meet again was uncertain. Upon bidding farewell to Bai Qingqing, Jinping and Jinhua returned home, only to find the woodshed wide open and Huling missing. "Oh no, that fox has escaped," Jinhua exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Jinping approached, frowning as he asked, "What happened?" He had noticed some commotion in the woodshed the previous day, but had chosen to ignore it. "What fox? Are we to use it for its pelt?" "Alas, this fox snatched the meat Bai Qingqing had given me." The clan elder is aware of it, and I had locked her in the woodshed that I never expected her to escape today. Seeing Jinhua's distressed expression, Jinping was at a loss for how to console her. Finally saying, "Perhaps you should inform her that we will repay her once we catch more game." "Indeed, but she has no obligation to assist us," Jinhua pouted, regretting having left Hulinger alone in the woodshed. She should have hired someone to keep watch at that moment. Jinlin emerged from the Golden Lion clan, cradling Hulinger, who slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Jinlin, she instinctively prepared to scream, only to have him cover her mouth. "Silence, unless you wish to be captured again." Hulinger felt a jolt of realization, finally comprehending her newfound freedom. Though this man was a touch unhinged, he was at least honest. "Thank you, no need for gratitude. We have exchanged favors. Should you wish for my assistance again, you know where to find me." Jinlin gazed on, still feeling somewhat unfulfilled. The cunning fox was unlike any other female beastman. Observing Jinlin's demeanor, Hulinger turned pale and struggled to free herself. Jinlin, not insisting, allowed her to leave. Though he couldn't resist giving her rear a gentle pat as she departed, Hulinger transformed into a fox and darted off into the woods. Jinlin scoffed lightly and meandered toward the Jinping residence. Chapter 34. The kin of the Golden Fox arrived. Jinping noticed Jinhua's sullen expression and was at a loss for how to respond, opting instead to silently attend to his own tasks. When Jinlin arrived, in high spirits, he called out, "Brother, sister-in-law." Upon hearing his voice, Jinhua momentarily stiffened before calmly turning to face him, a smile tugging at her lips. "Jinlin, what brings you here?" "Ah, the family asked me to inform you that we need to return home in a few days for a family gathering." This visit was undoubtedly a trap. Even the usually taciturn Jinping realized that the family harbored ill intentions. Jinhua had been unable to conceive, and their family, observing the offspring of others, grew envious, incessantly urging them to try harder. Should Jinhua fail to bear a child, they would suggest he find another partner. Yet, how easy was it to find a companion, particularly for Jinping, whose temperament had exhausted his luck in attracting a female? "You should go back and tell our parents that we—" Jinping initially intended to decline, but Jinhua seemed to sense his thoughts and quickly addressed Jinlin. "All right, we understand that we shall return then." Jinlin nodded. His message had been conveyed, and he could take his leave. As for Hulinger, he refrained from mentioning her, fearing that his sister-in-law might detect something amiss. The Golden Lion clan typically gathered as one, with Jinlin and Jinping's parents residing in the same large dwelling. When Jinhua expressed a desire to move out years ago, Jinping acquiesced, and they gradually severed ties with the family. Unless a special occasion arose, they rarely exchanged a word. "Why do you agree to this? Just tell him we are unavailable tomorrow." Jinping furrowed his brow. Knowing how much Jinhua cared about this matter, he tried to avoid discussing it. Even when inquiries came from home, he couldn't risk Jinhua finding out, fearing it would trouble her heart. "It's nothing, just a meal together. Why are you worried?" Jinhua smiled, yet her smile appeared strained. Jinping was at a loss for words. He could only clench his fists, berating himself for his impotence. If he had attained sufficient renown within the Golden Lion clan, their family wouldn't repeatedly bring up this issue. Bai Qingqing had fed the 3 little ones and tucked them into bed before retrieving the beef she had prepared yesterday. Today, Jinhua was unexpectedly absent, which struck her as odd. According to Jinhua's schedule, she should have been eager to test her newly crafted traps today. Why hadn't she said a word? Bai Qingqing glanced curiously at the house where Jinhua and Jinping resided, but noticed nothing unusual. As she returned her focus to cutting the meat, she suddenly heard voices outside. Raising her head, she saw Hushi trailing behind an elder fox. Upon spotting Bai Qingqing, Hushi's expression faltered, and she stared blankly, exclaiming, "Bai Qingqing!" The sound drew the attention of others, who regarded her with caution. Knowing someone from outside was not a trivial matter, especially since the two seemed to harbor animosity. She pointed at Bai Qingqing, addressing the beastmen of the Golden Lion clan. "I know her. We simply wish to enter and find Hulinger. She can vouch for us not being strays." The elder fox beside Hushi appeared furious, his countenance darkening as if all his possessions had been set ablaze. "You Golden Lion clan are becoming increasingly bold, daring to detain my kin." The other 2 Golden Lion beastmen had never encountered the Fox clan elder, but sensed trouble upon hearing his words. They exchanged glances, and one of them spoke first. "Please hold on. We need to consult the clan elder regarding this matter. Hu Xianti anticipated things escalating to this point. He stood there, seething with indignation, especially since Bai Qingqing completely ignored them, practically branding the words "we are not acquainted" upon herself. The elder of the Golden Lion clan emerged, and upon seeing the elder of the Fox clan, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, so it's you. I thought something serious was at hand." Hearing the Golden Lion clan elder's words, the Fox clan elder snorted in disdain. "I see your beastmen have become quite capable, keeping me waiting outside for so long." The Golden Lion clan elder remained silent, merely smiling, not reprimanding the two beastmen. The Fox clan elder, momentarily taken aback by the lack of response, realized he had let his tongue run unchecked and hastily closed his mouth. "Let us go. We only wish to find a girl. Your clan has her scent, but a fire fox." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Golden Lion clan finally grasped the purpose of their visit. They were here to search for someone. Before the Fox clan elder could respond, Hushi eagerly nodded. "Yes, it's her. Have you seen her?" Noticing the clever glint in Hushi's eyes, the elder of the Golden Lion clan instinctively felt unease. However, there was little he could do. They had come all this way, and he couldn't refuse them. "Yesterday, we captured a thief who stole meat from our clan. It turned out to be a fire fox, and she appeared rather lovely." Upon hearing the elder of the Golden Lion clan accuse Hulinger, Hushi nearly gasped in shock, only to quickly dismiss the notion as improbable. The Fox clan had ample meat. Why would she venture out to steal? However, she couldn't voice her thoughts at that moment, and could only speak kindly to the elder of the Golden Lion clan. "I apologize. Hulinger has that temperament. But her heart is certainly not wicked." The Fox clan elder's expression darkened significantly. Stealing from another tribe was a grave humiliation. He regretted accompanying Hushi today, only to discover that this girl had engaged in such disgraceful actions. Had he known, he would have ignored her. "Jin Yao, come here." The elder of the Golden Lion clan beckoned Bai Qingqing. Initially, she had no intention of getting involved, but since the clan elder called her, she had no choice but to approach. "Clan elder." Hearing Bai Qingqing's soft voice, even the elder's heart softened slightly, and he addressed her. "I recall that you have a good relationship with Jin Hua. Correct? Please take them to Jin Hua's home to look for her." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together before nodding in agreement. She had hoped Hulinger would face some hardship, but she hadn't expected the Fox clan to arrive so quickly. This time, she had indeed been fortunate. Chapter 35. Hulinger escapes. Who she observed Bai Qingqing with keen interest, puzzled as to why she had suddenly returned to the Golden Lion clan, and how much she had changed. Could this Bai Qingqing truly settle down? Bai Qingqing, how could Hulinger possibly steal from the Golden Lion clan? Who she resolved to address the matter first, relying on her previous interactions with Bai Qingqing. She called out to her, drawing the attention of the elder of the Fox clan as well. This name was often heard within the Fox clan, and she had learned that Hushi had successfully persuaded Bai Qingqing to sell her offspring previously. At the time, he had thought her to be quite cold-hearted, willing to go to great lengths to sell her own children. While he considered it a positive contribution to his clan, he had refrained from commenting on the matter until seeing Bai Qingqing today. Realizing she completely contradicted his expectations of a sharp-tongued person, Bai Qingqing glanced over, unsure of what intentions this fox harbored. "You should ask her. I am not the one who stole." She felt a bit embarrassed and quickly turned her face away, no longer looking at Bai Qingqing. Soon, they arrived at Jin Hua's home, where she had retired to bed early, leaving only Jinping sitting at the door. Upon hearing footsteps outside, he quickly looked up, recognizing Bai Qingqing and promptly standing with utmost respect. "Miss Bai." Humans often referred to other women in this manner. Although Bai Qingqing already had a partner, Jinping still felt this form of address was more fitting. After all, calling her madam would render her identity ambiguous. "Jinping, I am looking for Jin Hua. Is she home?" Fox Shi and her companions gazed around with a hint of envy, marveling at the vastness of a single orc's dwelling. Unlike the foxes, who primarily resided in caves, they lacked the means to establish a camp like the Golden Lions. After all, the combat prowess of foxes was rather limited. If they were to set up a camp, they would be easily overwhelmed. This realization left Fox Shi feeling a tinge of regret, causing her to lower her head. This afternoon, Jin Hua was feeling somewhat fatigued and was currently resting indoors. Bai Qingqing pondered for a moment before deciding not to disturb Jin Hua, opting instead to inquire with Jinping. "Do you know that Jin Hua has captured a fox?" Surprise flickered in Jinping's eyes before he nodded and recounted the events of the day to Bai Qingqing. Fox Shi and the elder of the Fox clan overheard their conversation, astonished to learn that Fox Linger had sneaked away on her own, rendering their efforts futile and bringing them considerable embarrassment. The elder of the Fox clan was increasingly incensed, while Fox Shi could only force a smile. That it was the first time Bai Qingqing had seen Fox Shi in such a manner, which struck her as rather curious, so she stood by and observed. Fox Shi shot a glare at Bai Qingqing, taken aback that she was still here, watching her misfortune. If circumstances permitted, she would have gladly sold Bai Qingqing and her 3 offspring. Rabbits, after all, could bear numerous young, and surely there would be many willing to pay a handsome sum for them. Bai Qingqing disregarded the malice reflected in Fox Shi's eyes, yet she was aware that one must remain vigilant. She turned to Jin Ping, stating, "Since she has escaped, this no longer concerns you. I shall take them with me. I will accompany you." Although Jin Ping was unfamiliar with Fox Shi, he could sense the unpleasant aura surrounding her. He found her rather distasteful, suspecting that she harbored ulterior motives. Throughout the journey, Fox Shi remained silent, feeling utterly humiliated today. Upon returning, she was certain to face the elder's wrath. Fox Linger had truly brought her disgrace. After escorting the elder and Fox Shi away, Bai Qingqing felt an unsettling sense of anxiety and turned to Jin Ping, asking, where was she confined? In the shed right next to our room. Jin Ping replied, unsure of Bai Qingqing's sudden inquiry, but answering honestly nonetheless. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and then looked up at Jin Ping, asking, after she escaped, you haven't entered the shed, have you? No, he replied with a shake of his head. After all, she had already fled, and they had been busy attending to their own matters since returning from the mountains, unaware of the situation regarding Fox Ling. Would it be convenient for you to take me to your shed? Bai Qingqing asked. Once she voiced her request, it was as if all inconveniences transformed into ease. Of course, it's convenient that I will take you there. Bai Qingqing recalled what Jin Hua had told her. She would bind Fox Linger with ropes infused with the power to control all spiritual energy, rendering her unable to escape. This suggested that Fox Linger had no means of freeing herself unless the ropes were not tied tightly enough. However, if that were the case, Fox Linger should have fled last night, not waited until this morning. Thus, she speculated that someone must have entered during that time. Yet this was merely her conjecture, unvoiced, as she felt a sense of confusion. Upon entering the shed, Bai Qingqing picked up a rope carelessly discarded on the ground. It appeared no different from ordinary hemp rope, save for a few bloodstains, presumably from Fox Linger. This further confirmed that Fox Linger had been unable to untie herself. Otherwise, such a delicate female would not have rubbed her hands against the rough surface. The rope showed no signs of breakage, indicating that someone had indeed untied Fox Linger. Jin Ping observed Bai Qingqing deep in thought and did not rush her. Waiting attentively for her instructions. Can you detect any other sense in this room? Bai Qingqing inquired, glancing at Jin Ping. Her sense of smell was not as keen as his, so she often relied on others for assistance. In response, Jin Ping twitched his nostrils and shook his head. No, there are no scents left in this room. The shed's door had been left open, allowing the wind to disperse any lingering odors. Furthermore, Jin Hua had been preoccupied with her own thoughts at the time and had not paid attention, unaware that such an event would unfold. Not even Fox Linger's scent. Bai Qingqing pressed. Jin Ping shook his head again. None at all. In that moment, Bai Qingqing's heart sank, and she nodded. I understand. Bai Gunyang, do you have any suspicions? Jin Ping asked, noting her demeanor, which suggested she was grappling with something. Could it be that there was a second person in this shed? If so, that would be quite alarming. It's merely a conjecture for now. I cannot be certain that we may need to wait a few days for clarity. After all, Fox Linger is not one to let matters rest easily. Chapter 36. Only the stronger can protect her for 3 consecutive days. Bai Qingqing busied herself preparing beef jerky. Once completed, she found a porcelain jar and filled it with the jerky, intending to visit the Beast clan to present it to their leader for distribution. Given the quantity she had made, it would be quite challenging for her to manage it alone, so Jin Ping volunteered to assist her. Bai Qingqing did not insist further and simply thanked him. Jin Hua, still troubled by the incident involving Fox Linger, felt a sense of guilt toward Bai Qingqing. Her eyes cast downward, reflecting her remorse. Although Bai Qingqing said nothing, Jin Hua felt as though this matter lodged like a thorn in her heart. Turning, Bai Qingqing noticed Jin Hua and sighed helplessly. Some things are already fated. Perhaps after leaving, she will feel even more sorrow. This reasoning gradually eased Jin Hua's distress as she watched Bai Qingqing and Jin Ping head toward the Beast clan. while she remained behind to care for the three little ones. Bai Qingqing informed the elder of the Golden Lion clan about the situation. Without hesitation, he instructed for Bai Qingqing and Jinping to be permitted to proceed. Along the way, many areas had been trampled beyond recognition, with trees strewn haphazardly across the forest. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow, contemplating how the Beast clan would survive the impending crisis of drought following the Beast tide. With Jinping providing protection, they encountered no difficulties. Leopard Feyre had already healed, showing no signs of her previous injuries. She turned and spotted Bai Qingqing, along with Jinping carrying various bundles that I in a moment of spontaneity. She exclaimed, "Are you planning to separate from Jin Yao? What are you talking about?" Bai Qingqing shot her a glance and instructed Jinping to set down the porcelain jar. She explained to Leopard Feyre, "This is the mate of a friend of mine. I asked him to help me carry some items." Upon hearing this, Leopard Feyre nodded in understanding and quickly turned to Jin Yao, exclaiming, "Jin Yao, your mate has arrived." Instantly, all eyes turned toward Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's luck was indeed remarkable. Jin Yao had been rotating with others at the front lines and had just returned today. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's appetite waned, and he hastily set down his food to wipe his mouth before approaching Bai Qingqing. "Qingqing," he greeted, his tone laced with excitement and joy that you've worked hard. Bai Qingqing handed him the porcelain jar. "This contains beef jerky. If you're hungry, feel free to have some. Make sure to keep your nutrition up." She offered her advice, and Jin Yao did not find her words tedious, readily agreeing to her suggestions. The other onlookers regarded Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing with envy, wishing they too could marry such an understanding female. After ensuring Jin Yao was well taken care of, Bai Qingqing then inquired about the whereabouts of the Beast clan leader. "Where is the leader?" Jin Yao pointed in a specific direction and asked, "What do you need to see the leader for?" "I made extra beef jerky, and I would like the leader to distribute it." At this point, she hesitated, then looked up at Jin Yao with a warning tone. "What is mine is for you. You cannot give it to others, understood?" Given Jin Yao's character, she feared he might consume the entire jar himself. "I understand. You need not worry." Jin Yao's golden pupils shimmered with amusement, causing Bai Qingqing's heart to race. She quickly averted her gaze and instructed Jinping to carry the porcelain jar indoors. The beef jerky was also intended to ease Jin Yao's social interactions, as one often finds it hard to criticize the provider of food. If the Beast clan members consumed her offerings, they would have no grounds to speak ill of Jin Yao. She truly was ingenious. Upon hearing that Bai Qingqing had brought back beef jerky, the leader of the Beast clan was immediately astonished, rising from his seat and making his way to the entrance. Coincidentally, Bai Qingqing had just arrived at the door, and the two encountered each other directly. Bai Qingqing nodded in greeting. "Leader, are you here to see Jin Yao? Why did you bring so much?" The leader frowned, disapproving of Bai Qingqing's actions, considering she still had three little ones to care for. What would become of her offspring if she gave everything to the Beast clan? Observing the patriarch in such a state, Bai Qingqing felt a warm glow in her heart. Countless individuals had coveted the treasures in her possession, yet now, nearly all the animals had been frightened away by the beast tied to the other mountains. Capturing prey had become a formidable challenge, rendering a life devoid of meat a common occurrence. The items in Bai Qingqing's hands were, therefore, a timely boon. "Patriarch, there is still meat at home that I would never jest with the little ones. These are for you. Without your support, we would have lost our home long ago amidst the beast tide." The patriarch had been tormented by the scarcity of food these days, unable to provide assurances to his people. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's words, he eventually acquiesced. He knew he had to relay this news to everyone. After all, one could not simply consume another's offerings without acknowledgement. As for the patriarch's plans, Bai Qingqing did not dwell on them too much. As long as he accepted her gesture, that sufficed. Upon hearing that there was meat available, other beastmen quickly gathered at the patriarch's door, awaiting his announcement. Jin Yao, cradling a porcelain jar, gazed at his partner. His eyes filled with admiration for her. He was astute enough to understand the rationale behind Bai Qingqing's actions. Had he been the sole recipient of the meat, discontent would surely arise among the others, potentially leading to a rift in their unity over time. Bai Qingqing's preparation not only alleviated their immediate concerns regarding food scarcity, but also fostered a favorable impression of her among them. Jin Yao's gaze towards Bai Qingqing was laden with complexity. He realized that if he continued in his current state, he would be unable to protect her. He needed to grow stronger. Only then could he safeguard her, especially with so many eyes now coveting her. The patriarch summoned someone to tally the contents of the porcelain jar before stepping outside to address the beastmen, saying, Bai Qingqing has prepared some beef jerky for us. Shortly, everyone will receive a generous portion. Upon hearing this, applause erupted from the crowd, instantly elevating the atmosphere. They looked at Jin Yao with a tinge of envy, pondering how he had managed such fortune despite his lackluster abilities. While still being blessed with such an exceptional partner, if only I had a partner like that, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. They mused, especially considering Bai Qingqing's striking beauty. Jin Yao, you have indeed struck gold. Indeed, to have a partner at home preparing food for you. Can I have a taste first? One of them jested. Jin Yao tightened his hold on the porcelain jar and shook his head. Qingqing told me to eat it myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to share it evenly. They were merely jesting, yet Jin Yao took it to heart, leading to laughter. All right, we won't compete with you. After all, this is a precious gift from your partner. Unfazed by their teasing, Jin Yao felt no embarrassment. Having such a formidable partner was indeed a merit. Bai Qingqing stood a short distance away, observing Jin Yao effortlessly mingling with the others, and she felt a sense of relief. At least he was not disappointing her expectations. The patriarch noticed every expression on Bai Qingqing's face and could not help but nod approvingly. He was aware of Jin Yao's limitations and spiritual power, which had made him a target of ridicule within the tribe. However, after becoming partners with Bai Qingqing and welcoming 3 little ones, the mockery had gradually faded. After all, the ability to bear offspring was a testament to one's worth. Later, when Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing moved out to live together, the patriarch was not privy to the details of their life. But he knew Jin Yao was ambitious and Bai Qingqing was astute. Together, even with Jin Yao's shortcomings, it would be difficult for others to cast aspersions. In their private moments, Jin Yao looked down at Bai Qingqing's hand dangling by her side and suddenly noticed a wound on her wrist. He immediately grasped her wrist, lifting her hand for a closer inspection. This is a cut from a knife, he observed, concern etching his brow as he noted the depth of the wound, which had scabbed over but still oozed a bit of blood. What happened? Bai Qingqing tried to withdraw her hand, but Jin Yao's grip was firm, rendering her efforts futile. Finally, she pouted and explained, I accidentally cut myself while slicing the beef. It's nothing. You can't cook without getting hurt. Then you shouldn't do it. I'll take over, Jin Yao declared, leaving Bai Qingqing momentarily speechless. You? She exclaimed, scanning him from head to toe. You can learn to cook here? Recalling her earlier culinary endeavors, Jin Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I can learn, he replied softly. Oh, it's fine. Why are you so tense? Jin Yao furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his concerns, but Bai Qingqing quickly interrupted him. Stop. If you keep talking, my ears will develop calluses. Ultimately, Jin Yao said nothing further, only gazing at the wound that seeped blood, before leaning in and pressing his lips against it. Bai Qingqing was taken aback by his sudden action, her mind racing as she stared at him. Feeling a tingling sensation envelop her, his soft tongue brushed against the wound, causing a ticklish sensation. Bai Qingqing attempted to retract her hand, but a single glance from Jin Yao sent shivers down her spine. His eyes were dangerously intense, akin to a predator lurking in the shadows. Jin Yao straightened up, releasing Bai Qingqing's hand, as if casually remarking, I haven't had roasted meat in ages. Bai Qingqing's ears flushed crimson. Her head bowed as she dared not look at him, feeling her neck heat up significantly. She wished to find a cool place to calm herself. If you want to eat, then eat. No one is stopping you, she retorted, turning her head away to ignore him. Jin Yao cast her a knowing smile before taking her hand and leading her towards the crowd. Come on, there's nothing worthwhile to see over there. Indeed, with the beast tide wreaking havoc, any enjoyable sights or activities had likely vanished. Contemplating this made Bai Qingqing feel a tinge of sadness. As they joined the throng, someone immediately approached and inquired, how did you make this beef jerky? It has such a delightful chewiness. Being ferocious beasts, they had strong jaws and preferred their meat to have some texture, enhancing the experience of eating. However, most of them devoured their food ravenously. But this beef jerky had such a pleasing flavor that they found themselves unable to stop consuming it. Though the portions from the patriarch were indeed generous, it still felt somewhat insufficient. Bai Qingqing smiled, sharing her method for making beef jerky, yet most listeners struggled to comprehend, only grasping bits and pieces. Can I come to you if I want to learn to make it in the future? One beast man asked, pointing to Jin Yao. Bai Qingqing nodded in affirmation. Of course, she was entirely open about her knowledge, which only enhanced her reputation and, by extension, Jin Yao's as well. The patriarch observed the scene with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, This is how a tribe should behave. Patriarch, aren't you going to eat? A young man asked, holding a piece of beef jerky before the patriarch. The patriarch shook his head. No, I'm old now. My teeth aren't what they used to be. I fear they may fall out with a single bite. You shouldn't say that. You must live a long life. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, dusk had fallen. Qingqing and Bai Qingqing bid farewell to the crowd and headed back towards the Golden Lion tribe. Meanwhile, within the Golden Lion tribe, chaos was rampant. Jinhua sat on a chair, flanked by 3 little ones, while Hu Ling'er stood at the courtyard entrance, looking pitiful. Sister, your partner took my virtue. Why do you refuse to acknowledge it? He is not a good man. Qingqing was taken aback. But Jinhua had always treated her well and had never done anything to wrong her. Thus, she could not tolerate Hu Ling'er's baseless accusations that I've said it before. I don't know who defiled you. But it certainly wasn't my Qingqing. Now leave. Hu Ling'er shed tears, her arms bearing marks from being gripped tightly by Hu Shi. She was exasperated. This Hu Ling'er was so fearful of being branded a spy for the strays that she had given herself to an unfamiliar male and fled. What if this male turned against her? Such foolishness. Jinhua, I must inform you that the injuries on Ling'er were inflicted by your family, and there are multiple wounds. You can't deny it. At this, Jinhua stood up, her stature as a golden lion naturally imposing. Hu Shi, I've long heard that your Fox clan intends to target Qingqing. If I were to inform the clan elders, how do you think they would handle this? Among the tribes, deceit and treachery were strictly forbidden. This Hu Shi not only sought to deceive, but also aimed to endanger lives. Such intentions are worthy of condemnation. You have no evidence. Cease your slander. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, I will create a scene among the beast men and see who will be embarrassed. Hu Shi firmly accused Qingqing. For aside from him, who else could have appeared here? Chapter 38. Mistaken identity. 3 little ones, their eyes darting, were deeply contemplating how to assist Jinhua in extricating herself from this predicament. After all, Jinhua frequently took them on delightful excursions and consistently devised creative culinary treats for them. The trio were not ungrateful beings, naturally considering how to aid Jinhua in her time of need. Can you clearly discern the appearance of that individual? Are you aware of any distinctive traits about him? If you can identify just one, I shall concede that it was indeed my kin. Qingqing. Jinhua cast a cold gaze upon Hu Ling'er. Qingqing had spent the past few days in her company, and since Hu Ling'er had been confined to the wood shed, Qingqing had not entered that space at all. How could there be any talk of her defilement? Truly, the Fox clan had no sense of shame in their undertakings. Hu Ling'er, taken aback by Jinhua's words, stammered. She had been exceedingly anxious the previous day, and had paid no attention to any characteristics of the male. Hu Shi, observing Hu Ling'er's flustered state, realized she had indeed overlooked the details and hastily steered the conversation elsewhere. Do not frighten her, you heartless female. My dear Lingo kindly warned you that your male was not a good sort. And yet you rebuked her. Unfazed by Hu Shi's accusations, Jinhua scoffed. I have not spoken ill of her, and I extended her an opportunity. If she can articulate a single distinguishing feature, I shall accept that it was my Qingqing's doing. This statement held merit, leaving even Hu Shi momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Hu Ling'er, tearfully attempting to explain, said, Sister, I was simply too scared the other day and failed to notice any peculiarities about that man. Jinhua merely shrugged, indifferent to Hu Ling'er's protestations. As far as she was concerned, if Hu Ling'er could not provide an answer, it was tantamount to lying. As the 3 remained at an impasse, a brazen voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Oh, what a lively gathering. What transpires here? Hu Ling'er stiffened, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was that voice, one she could never forget. She turned sharply, her eyes shimmering with emotion and her brows slightly furrowed. It was him. Jilin was taken aback, his heart momentarily halting upon seeing Hu Ling'er, before he exhaled and remarked, Why speak so dramatically? You nearly gave me a fright. Hu Shi scrutinized the newcomer, noting that he was indeed quite handsome. A rarity even among the Fox clan. No wonder Hu Ling'er had been unable to forget him these past few days. Had she encountered such a striking man, she too would have been unable to move on. Jinhua, amusement glimmering in her eyes, resumed her seat and leisurely inquired of Hu Ling'er, Are you certain you did not mistake him? Was it he who laid hands upon you that day? Hu Shi observed Jinhua and sensed she was scarcely angry, rather enjoying the unfolding drama. Intuition told Hu Shi that something was amiss. However, with Hu Ling'er having already spoken, it would seem contrived for her to interject. Jilin narrowed his eyes, understanding that these two had likely come to confront him. Though he had not anticipated they had mistaken their target, just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding to Jinhua, He caught her threatening gaze, prompting him to swallow his words. Very well. Since you are certain, I shan't argue further. You mentioned you wished to marry the one who defiled you, correct? Jinhua's icy demeanor left Hushi momentarily bewildered. Did she not appear the least bit enraged? Was it possible she desired her male to have two females? Hulinger cast a pleading glance at Hushi, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet Jinhua would not allow her to refuse, lifting her chin. She addressed Jinlin. Jinlin, this young lady claims that you have taken her virtue and wishes for you to become her partner. Do you acknowledge this or not? Jinlin, ever the carefree spirit and handsome enough to attract many females, had dallied with more than a few, and even if he had a partner, he would hardly be inclined to settle down. This foolish fox could not escape his fate. It appeared that Bai Qingqing's words had indeed come to fruition. Even if he fled, greater challenges awaited him. Jinlin was indifferent. After all, it was merely the addition of a partner, which posed no significant change to him. At most, he would enjoy his escapades without others casting judgment. At least he would have a recognized status. I do acknowledge that my actions were inappropriate. It is only right that I take responsibility. Cousin, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you today. Cousin? The term struck Hushi and Hulinger like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, Bai Qingqing and Jinping returned, with Jinping instinctively furrowing his brow upon seeing Hushi harboring little fondness for her, given her propensity to stir up trouble within the Beast clan. However, under the protection of the Fox clan leader, as long as no strict clan laws were violated, everyone turned a blind eye. What is happening here? A melodious female voice rang out from outside, eliciting smiles from the three little ones and even causing Jinhua to involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief, unbeknownst to her. She had come to regard Bai Qingqing as a dear sister, often deferring to her judgment on various matters. Qingqing, Jinping, your timing is impeccable. Hulinger was caught stealing our meat and subsequently fled. It was Jinlin who assisted her. She concluded, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. Jinlin remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on Bai Qingqing. This female was truly stunning, particularly her slender waist, which seemed to sway with every movement, and her elegantly long neck that tempted one to reach out and grasp it. Jinlin licked his lips, stepping forward with what he believed to be a charming smile. You must be Miss Bai. I often hear the clan speak of you. Bai Qingqing regarded him with a puzzled expression before glancing at Jinhua, as if awaiting her introduction. This is Jinlin. He shall be Hulinger's partner henceforth. Truly a match made in heaven, Bai Qingqing remarked with an air of realization. Smiling at Jinlin. I suppose they must have struck some sort of bargain to facilitate Hulinger's escape. Given that Hulinger and Jinlin were to be partners, it followed that she must have surrendered herself to him. How pitiably foolish this female was. Jinping, please set down your belongings, with Jinlin acquiring a partner. We must hasten to inform our family. Jinhua appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Very well. I shall take you home tomorrow. Jinping readily agreed to Huling. Felt as though she might faint. Indeed, it was that voice, the one she had heard that day. No wonder she felt that Jinlin's voice did not quite match her recollection. It was because the two were not the same person at all. Chapter 39. A desire to experience her essence. Hulinger turned to Jinping, unable to believe that she had mistaken the identity of the individual. Hushi, witnessing Hulinger's expression, understood the gravity of the situation and nearly lost consciousness. She had not encountered Jinlin before, but his notorious reputation had long preceded him within the Fox clan. Many females had shared intimate nights with him. If they learned that Hulinger had become his partner, they would surely mock her mercilessly. No, she absolutely could not agree to this. What nonsense are you spouting? Linger, we must leave. Hushi, not being foolish, recognized that the situation could not be resolved today and sought to exit swiftly. However, Jinhua would not permit them to depart unscathed. She stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Why the rush? The matter of Hulinger and Jinlin has yet to be settled. We are to become family. After all, such matters cannot be treated lightly. Preposterous. What are you rambling about? We have yet to discuss anything today. Hushi shot Jinhua a glare, while Bai Qingqing observed the exchange, gradually piecing together the unfolding narrative. Hushi had brought Hulinger with the intent of matchmaking, but not for Jinlin. Her intentions had been for Jinping, yet she had never anticipated that it was Jinlin who had let Hulinger go that day. What a foolish female. Bai Qingqing watched with cold detachment, while Hushi, seizing the moment, declared, Bai Qingqing, do not merely stand there and observe. I will eventually reveal your plans to sell those three little ones to the Beast clan. Hushi was aware that Bai Qingqing's current circumstances had improved significantly, likely because the Jinshi clan remained unaware of her past misdeeds. Should they discover the truth, they would not let her off lightly. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's expression soured. Had Hushi not mentioned it today, She might have forgotten entirely about that incident. Fearing that Hu Shi would preemptively act, she had hastily signed 2 contracts, placing her handprint upon them. Even if she denied it, she would be compelled to acknowledge it. Humph, out of words, are we? Let us pretend today never occurred, and I shall refrain from mentioning that affair to others. What say you? The tides had turned, and the balance of power had shifted in Hu Shi's favor. Jinhua and Jinping exchanged anxious glances, aware that Bai Qingqing did not strike them as someone who would sell her young. Yet, since Hu Shi had dared to utter such threats, it indicated that Bai Qingqing had indeed pressed her handprint. What were they to do now? Beside her, Jin Lin was not as contemplative. His thoughts were solely fixated on how he might encounter Bai Qingqing. Upon hearing Hu Shi mention this matter, a mischievous idea immediately ignited within him. If he were to use this situation to threaten Bai Qingqing, would she not then be compelled to cater to his whims? With her beauty, one could only wonder if she would be as enticing as she appeared. Jinhua regarded Bai Qingqing with uncertainty, and after a moment, Bai Qingqing spoke. Sister Jinhua, let them go for now. That piece of paper must not fall into the hands of the Beast clan. Otherwise, even Jin Yao would be implicated. Hu Shi's eyes sparkled with pride, while Jinhua clenched her teeth, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, she understood that allowing such matters to circulate would tarnish Bai Qingqing's reputation. Ultimately, she decided to release her grip on Hu Shi. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Although Hu Shi was puzzled as to why Jinhua was so compliant with Bai Qingqing, she refrained from questioning it further, as this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for her. Once Hu Shi and Hu Lingao had departed, Jinhua hurriedly poured a glass of water for Bai Qingqing and Jinping. Her demeanor betraying an urge to speak, she was unsure whether this issue should be broached. Jin Lin had initially intended to leave, but since Jinhua and the others had not dismissed him, he shamelessly chose to linger. Bai Qingqing caught a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye, and an idea formed in her mind, only to be followed by a look of regret as she turned to Jinhua. Sister Jinhua, I was foolish back then. Life at home was tough, and with the clan affairs weighing on me, I became tempted to seek a place for the little ones. Little did I know that the contract Hu Shi had me sign pertained to the Beast Arena and a breeding facility. By the time I realized, it was too late. She lowered her head, falling silent. Jinhua furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to respond. The idea of selling offspring was something no person with a conscience would entertain. Yet she was taken aback by Bai Qingqing's actions. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I shall limit my interactions with you moving forward to avoid giving anyone ammunition against us. Bai Qingqing resolved to return home with her 3 little ones. Jin Miao, seeing her mother's distress, grasped her hand and exclaimed, Mother, do not be upset. Jin Miao does not blame you. Jinda, feeling awkward, managed to utter those 3 words, his ears burning crimson. Only Jin squinted, as if trying to discern Bai Qingqing's true intentions. Jinhua observed Bai Qingqing's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. It was undeniable that Bai Qingqing was exceptionally valuable to them, whatever they requested. She willingly provided. If someone were cunning, they would have long since exploited her as a source of easy gain. However, the matter of selling offspring was utterly unforgivable. Even Jinping, who typically played the role of the Good Samaritan, remained silent. Had they their own children, no matter how dire their circumstances, they would never resort to selling them, though Bai Qingqing eventually recognized her error and endeavored to atone for it. The incident remained like a thorn embedded in their hearts. Jin Lin concocted a scheme, quickly sowing discord. Cousin, sister-in-law, you must not associate with this person in the future if she can sell her own children. Who has to say she won't sell you out someday? Had anyone else uttered such words, perhaps Jinping and Jinhua would have retorted. Yet, since it was Jin Lin, Jinhua ignored him entirely, striding straight into the house. Jinping cast a glance at Jin Lin, then shook her head. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. Only we know of this matter. If others learn of it, it will undoubtedly be traced back to you, Jin Lin. You must be more cautious. Her final remark was laced with veiled threat. Jin Lin shuddered and hastily nodded in agreement. Cousin, rest assured, I am not that type of person. Are you not precisely that type of person? Jinping dismissed him, entering the house to confer with her partner about future plans. Meanwhile, Jin Lin contemplated how he could comfort Bai Qingqing, thus taking advantage of the situation to ascertain what she truly felt. Especially since Jin Yao was no longer around, leaving Bai Qingqing likely yearning for companionship. Chapter 40. The proposal. Jin Lin was consumed by lascivious thoughts as he ambled homeward, entirely forgetting why he had visited Jinping's residence that day. On the way back to the Fox clan, Hu Shi was practically seething with frustration, wishing she could pry open Hu Lingao's mind to understand her foolishness. How could you be so dim-witted? Even the tone of voice is different, and you didn't think to be cautious. Who was that? Ah, That was Jean Lin. Are you not aware of his notorious reputation? You were going to drive me to an early grave. Hu Shi scolded loudly, her breath coming in rapid bursts, clearly exasperated. Hu Linger, on the other hand, was sobbing uncontrollably, her tears only fueling the fire of Hu Shi's anger. Crying, crying, crying. What is there to cry about? You do nothing but weep all day. Hu Shi jabbed a finger at her temple, rubbing it vigorously. Upon returning to the Fox clan, many gazes fell upon them, leaving Hu Linger feeling utterly humiliated. Everyone knew her virtue had been compromised, yet no one knew by whom. Today, Hu Shi had promised to take her to discuss a marriage proposal, yet she returned in tears, and even without inquiry. Others could surmise the unfortunate turn of events. One individual approached, feigning sympathy, as they surveyed Hu Linger's tear-streaked face. Such is the nature of proposals, troublesome indeed. Would you like me to find one for you? Hu Shi regarded the insincere speaker with a cold smile. No need. Our Linger requires no assistance from you. This fox was a notorious matchmaker, possessing a plethora of quality suitors, yet she always spoke ill of others. For she had a daughter of her own and intended to reserve the best males for her. Well, if you do not wish for my help, that is your prerogative. No need to be so harsh in your words. Were it not for our shared clan, I would not even consider introducing you. She turned away, her voice carried by the wind to Hu Shi and Hu Linger. What's the fuss? Just a broken shoe. What airs are you putting on? Trying to be someone's partner. They might not even be interested. This remark ignited Hu Shi's fury. She stormed forward, seizing the other's hair, and shouted, Hu Jiao Jiao. What did you just say? How dare you call Lingo a broken shoe? I saw you rolling in the hay with Wang Er from the neighboring clan a few days ago. Did you think I didn't notice? I warn you not to provoke me. I have seen everything you've done with your cousins. If I ever let it slip, you'll see how well you can maintain your reputation. The two women tugged at each other's hair, hurling increasingly scandalous accusations. If all of this were to reach the ears of the Beast clan, it would spell disaster for the Fox clan. Such secrets must not be revealed. The clan leader had taken several males to dig food storage holes to resist the beast tide, leaving only 3 elders to oversee matters at home. One elder who had accompanied Hu Shi to the Jin Lion clan pointed out the 2 females grappling in the distance. Elder, Hu Shi and Hu Jiao Jiao seemed to be embroiled in some kind of conflict. And it appears quite serious. The elder dared not elaborate further. Recognizing that some matters are best left unsaid, the elder's expression turned grave upon witnessing the scene. Get over there and separate them. Though the command was given, none moved. Everyone stood by, captivated by the unfolding drama. After all, such spectacles were rare, and they cherished the opportunity to witness them. What is happening here? The elder asked, his tone steady. Hu Shi and Hu Jiao Jiao simultaneously released their grips, panting as they straightened their disheveled clothing, each refusing to acknowledge the other. The secrets they held were far more numerous than what they had just exchanged. Neither was willing to yield. Hu Shi, you explain. The elder commanded. Hu Shi shot a glance at Hu Jiao Jiao before launching into her lament. Elder, you have no idea. I took Lingo to discuss a marriage proposal. But upon our return, this Hu Jiao Jiao came to kick me while I was down, claiming to find a good match for Ling. Everyone knows her so-called good matches are nothing but the crippled from the Snake clan. She even called Linger a broken shoe, unaware of her own scandalous reputation. Hu Shi, are you looking for a fight? Hu Jiao Jiao vehemently denied any intention of introducing Hu Linger to the crippled male from the Snake clan. I was actually going to introduce you to Ying Chuan from the Eagle clan. I thought you two were quite compatible, but it seems you were not appreciative and chose to attack me instead. With a swift glance, Hu Shi's eyes gleamed as she recalled that Ying Chuan was a towering figure, renowned within the Eagle clan, his stature eclipsing even that of Jin Lin. In a desperate bid to exonerate herself. Hu Jiao Jiao shamelessly invoked Ying Chuan's name. A smirk curled at the corner of her mouth as she cast a scornful gaze at Hu Jiao Jiao, declaring, who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? If you truly manage to secure an arrangement for Ling Er, I shall offer you my apologies. However, should you fail, it shall merely attest to your deceit, and I shall not hesitate to strike you the next time we meet. Hu Jiao Jiao, lacking in intellect and easily provoked, impulsively retorted, fine. Let us meet the day after tomorrow. The moment those words escaped her lips, a wave of regret washed over her. Ying Chuan was her most favored candidate. One she had envisioned as a suitable match for her offspring. To her dismay, she found herself ensnared in Hu Shi's machinations today. She shot a venomous glare at Hu Shi, wishing nothing less than to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her statement. Seeing that the two had resolved their spat, the clan elder chose not to intervene further, reminding Hu Jiao Jiao, since you have made a promise, you must uphold it. The elder's familiarity with Hu Shi hinted at an unspoken bond between them, a fact that Hu Jiao remained blissfully unaware of. Had she known, she would have ensured that Hu Shi grasped the true meaning of regret. With a huff, she turned on her heel, her movements reminiscent of a courtesan in a brothel. Hu Shi regarded her with disdain before addressing Hu Ling Er. Let us return. I shall devise a strategy for you to win over Yin Chuan. Hu Ling Er, taken aback by the prospect of such a splendid match, had already unconsciously accepted Yin Chuan as her destined mate, despite their yet-to-happen meeting. Just wait and see, she mused. I shall undoubtedly emerge as the most fortunate within our clan. Chapter 41. A life and death situation. Bai Qingqing led her 3 offspring back to their dwelling, her face marred by traces of anxiety. She needed to resolve this matter swiftly, for it bore consequences detrimental to all involved. Should this issue resurface, the Beast clan would not hesitate to inflict punishment upon her. Observing Bai Qingqing's demeanor, the 3 little ones were at a loss. The most concerned were Jinda and Jinyo, while Jin Er remained relatively indifferent. He simply felt that Bai Qingqing had treated them kindly of late, and if this continued, he might even speak on her behalf. But the thought of her potentially reverting to her former self filled him with dread, leading him to prefer silence and resigning himself to fate. Mother, do not fret. This is our family matter. And since you harbor no ill intentions, we have all forgiven you. Others cannot say anything, Jinyo said, her small hand brushing against Bai Qingqing's brow as she pouted, attempting to coax a smile from her mother. Jinda, unsure of what to say, could only muster a dry, "Do not be sad." Bai Qingqing watched her little ones trying to comfort her. She realized she could not allow her negative emotions to weigh on them. She forced a smile and replied, "All right, I shall not be sad. How was your day? What have you 3 been up to at home?" While she sought to reassure her little ones, her mind was troubled by the complexities of their situation. They often said that without rules, chaos ensues. Having erred, she must face the consequences. If the Beast clan were to forgive her and set a precedent, such incidents would only proliferate, potentially endangering her other offspring. Bai Qingqing would carry the weight of regret for the rest of her life. I learned a few characters today from an elder in the clan who used to visit the humans frequently. But something happened, and he has not returned since, Jinyo recounted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She yearned to hear more tales of the human realm, but alas, the elder had ceased his storytelling. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If they choose not to share, we shall respect their silence, Bai Qingqing gently said, ruffling her daughter's hair. Jinyo nodded vigorously, her eyes narrowing in contentment. It seemed that canines universally enjoy being petted. And Jinyo often transformed into a little golden lion, lounging on Bai Qingqing's lap, which stirred Jinda and Jin Er's inclination to join in. Bai Qingqing smiled. You 2 may join us as well. After successfully lulling the 3 little ones to sleep, she ventured outside, intending to forage for wild vegetables. If time permitted, she aimed to visit the market and procure a pot or 2 to construct a stove. Though their stay was transient, she felt uneasy imposing on Jin Hua and the others, especially after the events of the day. Bai Qingqing's eyes darkened momentarily as she thought of Jin Lin. Realizing her hopes were now pinned on him. If she was not mistaken, she had discerned his intentions toward her. If he could steal that piece of paper, it would alleviate the threat posed by the Fox clan. However, the question remained, how could she persuade Jin Lin to willingly hand it over? She would not fall for the ruse of tasting something once. She was no fool. Moreover, she could not abide by such actions. The mere thought made her stomach churn. She would rather face punishment from the Beast clan than compromise her integrity with Jin Lin. With a basket slung over her shoulder, Bai Qingqing ascended the mountain, followed closely by Jin Hua, who wished to check her traps for game. However, she was uncertain of Bai Qingqing's purpose for venturing out alone, worried that the mischievous Jin Lin might be stealthily following her. How careless, she mused. After much deliberation, she resolved to accompany Bai Qingqing, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Bai Qingqing made her way to the area where the wild grasses flourished, abundant in water and sunlight, ideal for growing vegetables and wild mushrooms. As she had no knowledge of mushrooms, she refrained from picking any with patterns, opting instead for the common varieties she recognized. After gathering some, she ventured deeper into the woods and stumbled upon a river. Her eyes brightened as she hurried over to see if there were any fish. If fortune smiled upon her, she could catch a few to make fish soup for her little ones. Bai Qingqing crouched by the riverbank, while Jin Hua assumed she was merely washing her hands, not giving it much thought. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing removed the basket from her back, dumping the mushrooms onto the ground, and began using the basket to scoop fish from the water. Fortunately, the basket was perforated, allowing the water to drain while the fish remained trapped inside, flopping about energetically. Bai Qingqing counted 5 fish before placing them back in the basket along with the mushrooms. Turning to head home before the fish spoiled in the warmth of the day, just as she turned, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Be careful, don't move." The sudden warning startled Bai Qingqing, causing her to freeze in place. In the next instant, she spotted a snake coiled around a tree, its tongue flicking menacingly at her. Among the few things Bai Qingqing feared, snakes were at the top of the list. With a piercing scream, she dropped the basket, and in a swift motion, the snake lunged toward her neck. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingqing slipped, falling backward and being swept away by the current. The snake, meanwhile, landed on the ground and quickly retreated into the underbrush. "Qingqing!" Jinhua cried out in alarm, instantly transforming into a golden lion and leaping into the river. The water was not particularly deep, yet for someone in a state of panic and unable to swim, it posed a grave danger. The river reached Jinhua's abdomen as she waded through to reach Bai Qingqing, opening her jaws wide to gently grasp her waist, careful not to bite too hard. Bai Qingqing struggled in the water, and as Jinhua clamped down, she inadvertently scraped her hand against Jinhua's sharp teeth, causing blood to flow. Jinhua managed to drag Bai Qingqing back to the shore and, transforming back into her human form, anxiously inquired, "Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see." Bai Qingqing's heart raced, but upon seeing Jinhua, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The terror had not yet dissipated, and she remained on high alert, scanning her surroundings until she confirmed the snake was no longer present. She shook her head at Jinhua, saying, "I'm fine, thank you." "Jinhua Jia, what were you doing coming up the mountain alone? If I hadn't been here, what would have happened to you?" Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent as Jinhua scolded her profusely. After a moment, Jinhua sighed. "All right, let us retrieve the basket and head home." Chapter 42. A helping hand. Upon their return, the 3 little ones were playing outside. Spotting Bai Qingqing and Jinhua together, their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried over. Mother, even Jin Er, who typically ignored Bai Qingqing, displayed concern. Bai Qingqing's heart warmed at their reaction as she shook her head. "I'm fine. You all continue to play. I just need to change my clothes." Jinhua cast a glance at Bai Qingqing, yet in the end, she said nothing. It was impossible for her to pretend she had not heard about that day's events, but she also could not bear to watch Bai Qingqing perish. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. If anything, she and Jinping owed Bai Qingqing the most. The mistakes she had made were unforgivable in the eyes of the 3 little ones, but they were unrelated to them. The 3 little ones could not ease their minds and remained waiting anxiously at the door for Bai Qingqing to emerge. Jin Er maintained a semblance of calmness as he approached Jinhua and politely inquired, "Sister, what happened to our mother just now?" Jinda and Jinyo, with their ears perked, hurried over to listen upon hearing Jin Er's question. "It's nothing. She accidentally fell into the river while climbing the mountain, and I happened to bump into her." Though Jinhua's nonchalant words summarized the incident, the 3 little ones could still sense the underlying tension. If Jinhua had not gone, would Bai Qingqing have drowned? Who knew where her body would have ended up? The hearts of the 3 little ones were lodged in their throats. Observing their reactions, Jinhua suddenly felt a pang of confusion. Had their mother truly treated them poorly in the past? This question had not been posed for a long time. Previously, they were often covered in bruises, and many beastmen would ask if their mother had been cruel to them. In the past, they would have nodded without hesitation, but now they had to ponder whether their words might tarnish Bai Qingqing's reputation. Jinhua noticed the hesitation among the 3 little ones and understood. With a smile, she tousled their heads and said, "No more questions. You 3 wait here for your mother. I shall return home first." "Okay, goodbye, sister." As Jinhua's figure receded into the distance, Jin Er quickly composed his expression and instructed Jinda and Jinyo, "You must not tell mother that I asked sister Jinhua." Jinda and Jinyo nodded vigorously without hesitation. When Bai Qingqing finally emerged, Jinda and Jinyo rushed to express their concern for her. Jinyo, without a second thought, blurted out, "Mother, just now, second brother specifically asked sister Jinhua how you got hurt." "Hey, Jinyo, you." Jin Er's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Jinyo had sold him out. They had just agreed not to mention it to Bai Qingqing. However, Jinyo paid no heed to Jin Er's protests, as she only knew that making Bai Qingqing happy was what mattered. Sticking her tongue out and making a face, Bai Qingqing looked at Jin Er's flushed face and could not help but chuckle. "All right, it's not a big deal. Thank you, Jin Er, for inquiring on my behalf." Jin Er's face turned crimson. He wanted to clarify that it was merely a casual question, but seeing Bai Qingqing's smile left his words stuck in his throat. Unable to escape, "Mother, what were you doing on the mountain?" Upon mentioning this, Bai Qingqing immediately recalled the few fish she had caught earlier and said to Jinyo, "You three play for a bit. Mother is going to prepare some fish. How about we have fish soup today?" Fish soup? Jinyo bit her finger, a look of confusion crossing her face. She knew about grilled fish but had never heard of fish soup before. Nevertheless, she thought everything their mother made was delicious. "Once Mother prepares it, you'll understand." Bai Qingqing lightly scratched her nose, then borrowed a stove from Jinhua and began to prepare the fish tea that moment. Jinlin approached, thinking that it must be challenging for Bai Qingqing, a female, to manage alone with 3 little ones. If he brought something along, she would surely appreciate his gesture. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to resort to threats. Bai Qingqing might willingly offer herself to him. Jinlin carried meat in his hands, his smile radiating confidence. The other golden lions saw Jinlin and quickly distanced themselves, pondering who was so unfortunate as to have caught his eye. Surely, they would face misfortune in the future. Bai Qingqing lamented the absence of ginger among her ingredients, feeling a tinge of regret. The strong fishy smell was unpleasant, and she needed to devise another method to mask it. While standing at the stove contemplating her strategy, she suddenly heard Jinlin's voice. Sister-in-law. Jinlin, being younger than Jin Yao, felt it appropriate to address her as such. Bai Qingqing's expression stiffened momentarily before she raised her gaze to Jinlin. Wearing a cool and distant smile, "What brings you here?" She noticed the meat in Jinlin's hands. Although the quality was not exceptional, it was commendable given the circumstances. If it were any other female, she might have been moved to tears by such a gesture. However, Bai Qingqing was not like the others, and with her system, the meat within was far fresher. There was no need for her to feel grateful for such a meager offering, especially since Jinlin was not a good person. "Oh, I brought this from home. I heard that brother Jin Yao will lend a hand, and since you are here alone with 3 little ones, it must be quite challenging. So I thought to bring you some meat to cook." Bai Qingqing glanced at it and shook her head. "No, you should keep it for yourself. I am already preparing dinner." "Huh?" Jinlin looked at Bai Qingqing in confusion. After all, he had not detected any cooking smells since he arrived. Bai Qingqing met his gaze, knowing he was questioning her honesty, but she could not be bothered to explain. Turning away, she intended to retrieve some mushrooms to add to the water. Seeing that Bai Qingqing was ignoring him, Jinlin felt a blow to his pride and hastily approached, feigning an offer to assist her. "Do you need help?" "I can help." In truth, Jinlin had never touched anything in the kitchen, but he did not want Bai Qingqing to think of him as useless, so he was eager to showcase himself. This ultimately led to a mishap. Bai Qingqing had already prepared the side dishes and placed them in a bowl. Jinlin, without looking to see if anything was on the stove, swept his hand across it, knocking everything to the ground. Bai Qingqing regarded Jinlin with an inscrutable expression, revealing neither anger nor indifference. Yet, Jinlin genuinely dared not provoke her further, quickly stepping aside. His earlier offer to help had turned into a farce. After all, he was merely making matters worse. "Qingqing, what are you cooking?" The voice belonged to Jinhua. Chapter 43, Transfer of Pressure. Jinhua, reflecting on Bai Qingqing's recent fall into the water and her lack of proper rest, was curious about what she was preparing and decided to inquire. However, as she stepped outside, her expression instantly grew serious. Approaching Bai Qingqing, she warily regarded Jinlin and asked, "What are you doing here?" She thought it ill-fated. Jinlin might have taken a liking to Bai Qingqing, otherwise, why would he suddenly come this way? Moreover, he was looking for Jinping. Jinlin looked as if he had been caught in a wrongdoing. Chuckling awkwardly before addressing Jinhua, "Sister-in-law, I just thought that brother Jin Yao's family must be finding it tough, so I brought some meat over. In the past, Jinlin had never shown such familiarity with Bai Qingqing. Now that she was here, he was eager to present himself in her presence. His intentions were suspect. No need for that. Jinping is here to assist. Take the meat back. Otherwise, brother Jin Yao might feel uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Jinlin's expression darkened, for he believed Jinhua was looking down on him. Bai Qingqing echoed Jinhua's sentiments, her tone gentle. "Yes, those 3 little ones can't possibly eat so much. You should take it back, or I want to know what I can repay you with in the future." Jinlin had sought that very last statement. He wished to leave Bai Qingqing unable to repay him, thus binding her to him. Yet, he never anticipated an unexpected complication. Jinlin furrowed his brow, as if pondering something, before finally nodding. "Well then, I'll take it back. If my sister-in-law ever needs my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." His gaze lingered on Bai Qingqing, laden with insinuation. However, Bai Qingqing remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement before lifting the pot lid. A waft of fragrant aroma enveloped the air, causing Jinlin's eyes to widen with intrigue. He had never encountered such a scent before, awakening his appetite. Jinhua, equally astonished, gazed at the milky broth in the pot and asked Bai Qingqing. Qingqing, what is this soup? I caught a few fish on the mountain and added some mushrooms to make soup. While many had thought of making fish soup, they lacked the skills to prepare it properly. Consequently, the fish soup they had attempted was overwhelmingly fishy and utterly unpalatable. However, Bai Qingqing's pot of fish soup emitted only a subtle fishy aroma, which did not repulse but rather whetted the appetite. By sister-in-law, how did you make this? Jin Lin quickly inquired about the recipe, intending to catch some fish later and have his mother prepare a pot for him. Bai Qingqing glanced at Jin Lin and shared her method, then sighed in regret. It's a pity I didn't have any ginger. Otherwise, this soup wouldn't have a fishy taste. Fish soup can be without a fishy taste. The golden-scaled creature's eyes sparkled with curiosity, almost eager to inquire about the nature of ginger slices. Yet, having already asked numerous questions today, he hesitated, fearing that further inquiries might induce a sense of irritation in Bai Qingqing. Observing that Jin Lin refrained from posing additional questions, Jinhua let out a sigh of relief and turned to Bai Qingqing, stating, I shall not intrude upon your meal with the little ones any longer. What intrusion is this, Sister Jin? You have saved me today. Please, take some soup and fish to enjoy with Brother Jinping. Jinhua, wishing to decline, was met with Bai Qingqing's feigned displeasure. If you do not serve it, it would imply that you do not hold me in your thoughts. Jin Lin, watching Jinhua, felt an insatiable craving. He thought to himself that he must hasten to inform his mother. He simply had to savor the fish soup. Very well, I shall fetch a bowl. Before departing, Jinhua reminded Jin Lin to be quick. If there are no other matters, you should hurry along. Your sister-in-law is burdened within the clan, and if any gossip were to arise, her trailing words were a veiled threat. Should he and Bai Qingqing be rumored to have any connection, it would suggest that he was deliberately spreading such tales. Jin Lin was momentarily taken aback by Jinhua's candidness, pondering how he could possibly intimidate Bai Qingqing in the future. Yet, he could not ignore her words, promptly nodding in agreement. I shall be cautious, sister-in-law, rest assured. Jinhua could not fully set her mind at ease. Following her departure, Jin Lin lingered only briefly, reflecting on her words as he took the remaining meat with him. Sister-in-law, I shall be on my way. Very well, travel safely. After bidding farewell, Bai Qingqing summoned the three little ones to wash their hands. The trio had been eyeing the pot of fish soup for quite some time. Upon receiving Bai Qingqing's command, they excitedly dashed to wash up and then gathered around the stove. Mother, it smells so good. What kind of soup is this? They had never encountered soup of such a hue before. This is fish soup. As you are all growing. You must nourish yourselves well. Otherwise, you shall lack the necessary nutrients. The three little ones nodded thoughtfully, their eyes sparkling as they watched Bai Qingqing ladle out their portions. I will prepare some meat for you shortly. Make sure to eat your fill. Do not go hungry. Bai Qingqing handed a bowl to the little ones. Be careful. Do not burn yourselves. Okay. At that moment, Jinhua emerged, her brow furrowed with concern upon noticing the substantial amount of fish soup remaining. Why is there still so much left? Will the little ones be able to eat enough? Sister Jin, do not fret. I will prepare some meat for them. You and Brother Jinping should enjoy this together. Do not be polite. With Bai Qingqing's reassurance, Jinhua felt relieved and proceeded to serve herself some fish soup. The three little ones sat inside, their small feet dangling in the air. Jinyo, with her eyes wide, inquired, when will father return? These past few days had been rich in experience, causing them to forget about Jinyao entirely. If not for Jinyo's question, they might not have recalled him at all. Have you forgotten? Just yesterday, or the day before, mother went with Brother Jinping to deliver dried beef to father. He must be fine. Upon hearing Jinda's reminder, Jinyo exclaimed, oh right. She then focused on picking out fish bones before raising her head again, but I haven't seen father in a long time. I want to ride a horse. Jinyo's pitiful expression softened the hearts of Jinda and Jin Air. They were well aware of what Jinyo truly desired, yet they found themselves irresistibly drawn to her charm. If you want to ride a horse, I will let you ride later. Jinda felt he had sacrificed much for the family. Bai Qingqing, having entered the room at some point, looked at the three little ones with confusion. What is this about riding a horse? What are you three planning? Before Bai Qingqing, Jinyo always maintained an image of sweetness and obedience, hastily lowering her head to eat, avoiding any mention of horses. Thus shifting the pressure onto Jin to chapter 44, what was once thought impossible, resulted in a surprise of three little ones. Jinda glanced at Bai Qingqing, then at Jinyo, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jin Air. However, Jin Air was preoccupied with chewing on fish meat, clearly intent only on eating, bearing the burden of their secret alone. Jinda turned to Bai Qingqing, his voice deep and resonant, it's nothing. We simply wish to go outside to ride horses, but there are no horses in sight at the moment. Children could hardly concoct a convincing excuse. Bai Qingqing sighed, placing the meat on the table for them to share. Jin Yo looked up at Bai Qingqing, blinking her large eyes. Mother, aren't you eating? Bai Qingqing met Jin Yo's gaze, shaking her head. Mother is not hungry. I will eat later. You three should eat first. Having always prepared meals for them, Bai Qingqing's devotion prompted a sense of guilt, especially in Jin Air, but even more so in Jin Yo. Jin Yo pursed her lips, setting her spoon down. She approached Bai Qingqing, tugging at her hand to guide her to the table. No, Mother must eat too, or you will be hungry later. Bai Qingqing smiled, ruffling Jin Yo's hair. Very well, I will wash my hands and join you for a meal. Jin Yo's bright, sparkling eyes lit up as she nodded enthusiastically. Okay. As Bai Qingqing stepped outside, Jin Air quickly finished his bowl of fish soup and reached for more meat. Jinda, noticing Jin Air's speed, hastened his own pace, fearing Jin Air might devour all the meat before him. In the past, when Bai Qingqing had not been as involved with them, Jin Yao occasionally grilled fish for them, so they possessed an innate skill for picking out fish bones. Upon entering, Bai Qingqing observed that Jinda and Jin Air had already eaten their fill and urged them to slow down. If you eat too much, you may end up with a stomachache and vomit. If you find yourselves still hungry later, you can eat more, but do not overindulge. Seeing the concern in Bai Qingqing's eyes, Jinda and Jin Air nodded in agreement, gazing longingly at the bowl of meat. Alas, Bai Qingqing's cooking was simply too delicious, rendering them unable to resist. If given the chance, they would wish to live such a life every day. Jin Air cast a cautious glance at Bai Qingqing, uncertain if she would revert to her previous self. Hopefully, she would not. Bai Qingqing calculated the days. A severe drought would soon arrive, likely within 5 days. She needed to expedite the resolution of various matters. The beast tide should be drawing to a close soon. After all, once the drought commenced, no beastman could withstand it. Not even those in the desert city would be able to defy nature. This battle would not be far-reaching. As she pondered, Bai Qingqing resolved to visit Jin Yao once more the following day. If Jin Yao trusted her, they should leave promptly. Contemplating the beast clan, Bai Qingqing decided to leave a note for the clan leader. Yet whether they would believe it rested solely in their hands, she could not compel anyone to trust her unconditionally. Once the meal concluded, Bai Qingqing washed the dishes and lay on the bed, contemplating the future. The three little ones played outside, only returning late, yawning widely. Look at all the mud on you. Quickly change your clothes. Bai Qingqing patted Jin Yo's bottom, handing her a clean beast skin to change into. Jinda and Jin Air followed suit, both heading off together to wash up. After completing these tasks, the three little ones climbed onto the bed, with Jin Yo eagerly requesting Bai Qingqing to tell them a bedtime story. Being their mother, Bai Qingqing naturally obliged. As she narrated, the three little ones gradually drifted into slumber. The next day dawned bright and clear. Bai Qingqing rose early, placing food for the little ones on the table before heading directly towards the beast clan. Along the way, she encountered Jin Lin, who seemed to be on an errand, carrying various packages, accompanied by a woman. I must warn you, if you happen to see leopard fair, you must not speak, understand? The woman repeatedly cautioned him. To which Jin Lin nonchalantly nodded, his thoughts occupied by Bai Qingqing's visage. He had a new target for his affections. He no longer found leopard fair appealing. However, this was certainly not something he could share with his mother, lest she threaten him with dire consequences. Jin Lin caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, reminiscent of Bai Qingqing. His heart stirred, and upon turning, he spotted her standing tall, his eyes lighting up as he called out, "Sister Bai." The woman noticed Jin Lin's unusual demeanor and turned to look as well. What she beheld was a graceful young woman who, if she were in the human realm, would undoubtedly inspire countless poets and artists. Bai Qingqing appeared uninterested in engaging too deeply with Jin Lin, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. It was understandable. She was well aware of her son's tarnished reputation. Daughters from respectable families would likely shy away from any association with him. What did you call her? The woman questioned, lightly tapping Jin Lin's arm, not wishing for her son to embarrass himself. Jin Lin chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Isn't she lovely? She is Jin Yao's partner, whom I discovered just a few days ago. Jin Yao. The woman found something amiss. Such a beautiful girl would surely attract many suitors. Why would she choose Jin Yao? Moreover, if her memory serves her right, the Jin Yao family is indeed one of the few households within the Golden Lion clan that has offspring. She distinctly remembers that there are only 2 families blessed with young ones. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but scrutinize Bai Qingqing more closely. Initially, she had presumed that Bai Qingqing was also barren, but to her surprise, she had given birth to 3 cubs. Humph, she is quite impressive. The thought of the creamy fish soup from last night made Jin Lin lick her lips uncontrollably. The method of preparing the fish soup that I shared with you last night was taught to me by her. And it was utterly delicious. The woman cast a skeptical glance at Bai Qingqing, initially believing that this method had been pilfered from a hunter, only to discover that it was actually taught by this young girl. It appears she possesses genuine skill. Mother, when will you make fish soup for me? The more he thought about it, the more his mouth watered. The woman shot him a glare, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? If you have such abilities, why don't you go beg for food over there?" Jean Lin muttered under her breath, "I wish I could. But they won't allow itto her astonishment. This little rascal had truly entertained such thoughts. The woman immediately took the items in her hand and hurled them at Jean Lin. "Are you itching for a beating?" Bai Qingqing watched the two of them suddenly start to tussle and found it somewhat peculiar. But she paid it no mind. Upon arriving at the Beast clan, they were greeted by the burly man who had captured Jean Da, rather than by Baofei. Sister-in-law has arrived. Chapter 45. A journey cut short before it begins. Bai Qingqing smiled brightly and nodded. Then handed a small item to the burly man, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Here, have some of this." "Hee, you always bring us gifts whenever you come, making us feel quite embarrassed," he replied, but still accepted the meat Bai Qingqing had given him. "Are you looking for Jin Yao? He has tea returned yet, so you might have to wait a bit." Jean Lin observed how familiar Bai Qingqing was with the people here and was momentarily at a loss. Intending to inquire with his elder brother later, upon hearing that Bai Qingqing had come, Baofei hurried over, accompanied by Hu Ba had sustained serious injuries a few days prior and had been recuperating nearby. Baofei was adamant about not letting him leave until he fully healed. "Qingqing," Baofei exclaimed cheerfully, approaching Bai Qingqing with a smile, "What brings you here today?" "I need to find Jin Yao." Hu Ba felt somewhat awkward upon seeing Bai Qingqing, as he always perceived her intentions as dubious. However, recently she had not troubled him, even prompting Baofei to reprimand him, which left him feeling quite wronged. "Come, I'll take you to meet the clan leader. Your beef jerky is quite popular. There is hardly any left now, and the clan leader hopes you can make some more. However, the meat is from elsewhere. So he wants to ask if you can prepare it's better to turn the meat into jerky for preservation, but it does require a lot of water." Bai Qingqing thought of the impending drought and shook her head, saying, "I can't make that for you. I need to discuss this matter with the clan leader in person." Baofei was puzzled by Bai Qingqing's refusal, but since she had declined, there must be some reason behind it. Feeling a bit anxious, she nodded to Bai Qingqing, saying, "All right, then I'll take you to see the clan leader." The clan leader sat in a chair, holding a tattered map. As shadows loomed over the map, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Bai Qingqing. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Hearing the clan leader's words made Bai Qingqing feel slightly embarrassed. She smiled and then turned to Baofei, saying, "I'd like to speak with the clan leader privately." Baofei immediately understood Bai Qingqing's intention and led Hu Ba outside, while the clan leader gestured for the others beside him to leave as well. Only the two of them remained in the room. The clan leader looked at Bai Qingqing with fondness in his eyes and said, "Speak, you must be here regarding the jerky." Baofei must have informed Bai Qingqing about this matter. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed that Bai Qingqing had indeed refused. Yes and no. Bai Qingqing presented her carefully crafted argument, explaining that a drought would commence in a few days, and the beast tide would not hold out for long before retreating. They would require a substantial amount of water for the jerky, and at that time, water sources would be the most precious resource, hence it was inadvisable to produce jerky. The clan leader looked at Bai Qingqing with surprise. "How do you know there will be a severe drought soon?" Bai Qingqing paused for a moment, then feigned an expression of revealing a secret, saying, "I dreamt about my dreams have been particularly vivid lately. And whatever I dreamt will surely come to pass." Clan leader, whether you believe it or not, it's always wise to be prepared. The clan leader regarded Bai Qingqing with a different gaze, but she could not discern what he was thinking. After a long pause, he slowly responded, "I understand your point. I will have someone prepare accordingly. As for food, do you have any good suggestions?" He considered Bai Qingqing to be exceptionally intelligent, capable of creating jerky, so surely other matters would be no challenge for her. However, to his surprise, Bai Qingqing pondered for a moment and then shook her head. "I need to think about this further. Other than jerky, meat is difficult to preserve, and coarse grains are not suitable for beasts to consume. After all, the majority of the beasts here were carnivorous predators." The clan leader contemplated this and indeed found it reasonable. He sighed and nodded. "You're right. I will think of something else. You may leave for now. Understood. In truth, Bai Qingqing had thought of canned food, but she was uncertain whether she could successfully produce it. She decided to wait and see later. Upon exiting the clan leader's quarters, Bao Fei'er and Hu Ba hurried over, asking, "What did the clan leader say?" Bai Qingqing shook her head, evidently reluctant to discuss the matter further. Meanwhile, not far away, Jean Lin observed the scene with intrigue. He had heard rumors that Bai Qingqing had once shared a rather ambiguous relationship with Hu Ba. Could it be that Bao Fei'er was truly magnanimous enough to allow a female to approach Hu Ba? It didn't seem likely. He hadn't expected Bai Qingqing to appear so innocent while being so flirtatious behind the scenes. Wouldn't it make it even easier for him to pursue Bai Qingqing? Jean Lin narrowed his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. Since Bao Fei'er and Hu Ba had other matters to attend to, they departed directly. With so many beasts around, in a sense, Bai Qingqing was also their savior. If trouble arose, there would surely be help. After the two left, Jean Lin immediately approached, recalling that his elder brother had mentioned that this female had provided a substantial amount of beef jerky, which had filled their bellies, making many males harbor thoughts about her. He was warned not to act recklessly. However, he also had leverage over Bai Qingqing, so he felt no concern that she would refuse to accompany him. With this thought, Jean Lin's smile widened as he strode towards Bai Qingqing. Yet, before he could reach her, he was intercepted by a male. The male regarded Jean Lin with a wary gaze and questioned, "Where do you come from? What do you want?" From the outset, the male's eyes had been fixed on Bai Qingqing with ill intent, and he was determined to keep a close watch, ensuring that Jean Lin did not approach her. Jean Lin hadn't anticipated that he would be stopped before even reaching Bai Qingqing. Truly, the journey cut short before it began. "Brother, I know her," he smiled, attempting to persuade the male to let him pass. Unfortunately, the male recognized Jean Lin's intentions and was unwilling to allow him through, leaving Jean Lin quite distressed at that moment. The burly man approached and inquired, "What is going on?" He had been watching Jean Yao's partner and felt it prudent to intervene. "I am worried about potential trouble, so I'm asking." The burly man towered over Jean Lin, and although he felt somewhat intimidated, he couldn't let his facade slip. "I really do know her. If you don't believe me, ask Bai Dasa." The burly man turned to call out to Bai Qingqing, "Sister, come here for a moment." Bai Qingqing blinked a couple of times, her obedient demeanor softening the burly man's heart. He truly regarded Bai Qingqing as his little sister. "This male claims to know you. Do you recognize him?" Chapter 46. Abducted. Bai Qingqing approached the burly man and looked at Jean Lin. Under the gaze of the crowd, she slowly nodded. "I know him. His name is Jean Lin, and he is the cousin of Sister Jean Hua's partner." The beastmen were already somewhat displeased with Jean Lin, and upon hearing his name, their wariness heightened. Bai Qingqing might not be aware of Jean Lin's reputation, which was why she had come so close to him, but they certainly were. Not only were they aware, but they had often heard tales of him. "You are Jean Lin." The burly man's eyes held a hint of threat. "I've heard of you. You're quite notorious. My sister can't handle speaking with you, so you should leave." He didn't speak harshly, thus granting Jean Lin some face. If Jean Lin persisted, he might just embarrass himself in front of everyone. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to withdraw. But he couldn't hide the reluctance in his eyes as he looked at Bai Qingqing, making the burly man wish he could punch him in the face. Once Jean Lin left, the burly man confirmed that the scoundrel could no longer hear their conversation and quickly advised Bai Qingqing, "Sister, you must keep your distance from this beast in the future. He is not a good individual." Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded, indicating her awareness of Jean Lin's situation. "I know about him, but since he is related to Sister Jean Hua, I do not wish to speak harshly. Thank you, brothers. Next time, I shall bring you something to eat." Her tone was soft and mellifluous, distinctly different from that of the other female orcs, leaving the imposing men feeling somewhat bashful. The male orcs scratched the back of their heads, hastily declaring that it was nothing out of the ordinary. After Jean Lin departed, they were fortuitously called away, reasoning that Jean Lin would not return any time soon, thus they felt at ease to leave. Little did they anticipate that Jean Lin's audacity was so great. Noticing the burly man's departure, he promptly approached Bai Qingqing and inquired, "What did those brothers say?" Bai Qingqing tilted her head, feigning confusion. What could they possibly say? Her demeanor did not seem affected, and even Jean Lin found himself pondering deeply. The men appeared unlikely to speak ill of him. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking the matter. "What is it? Has something happened?" Bai Qingqing, noticing his silence, took the initiative to ask. Jean Lin dared not divulge his own troubles and could only shake his head with a smile. No, I was just being sensitive. I thought those brothers might have heard some unfavorable rumors and I wanted to clarify." This remark was so well articulated that even Bai Qingqing felt inclined to applaud. Were she a less discerning female, she might have been easily deceived, and should she later hear any ill rumors about Jean Lin, she might foolishly rush to his defense, risking ridicule and isolation. After all, What sort of good fortune could come from speaking on Jean Lin's behalf? I see. I thought you were in a hurry to find me for something important. Bai Qingqing chuckled, rising to her feet. I must go find someone now. You stay here. She began to walk away. But Jean Lin was not willing to let her depart so easily. He quickly stood up and grasped her hand. Bai Qingqing turned to glance at him and hastily withdrew her wrist. Appearing somewhat displeased, Jean Lin, I have refrained from reprimanding you solely because you are brother Jean Ping's cousin. I regard you as a younger brother, but do not repeat such inappropriate actions in the future. Otherwise, you shall become the subject of ridicule. Every word she spoke seemed to consider Jean Lin's perspective, which moved him deeply. He gazed at her with sincerity in his eyes. Sister Bai, I understand my mistake. I shall not dare again. I merely wish to inquire who you are looking for. Perhaps I have seen them just now. Bai Qingqing shook her head in silence and began to walk away slowly. Gazing at her graceful figure, Jean Lin felt an uncontrollable fire igniting within him. At that moment, Jean Lin's mother approached, raising her hand to strike his head. Ouch, mother. Jean Lin shielded his head, regarding the woman with displeasure. She shot him a glare. Be quiet. We are leaving now. Do not pursue married women. When I truly hang you up and beat you, you will know the pain. I did not pursue her. Besides, I can simply claim she consented later. Jean Lin protested as he followed his mother. Bai Qingqing greeted others along the way. Initially, Jean Lin had been unaware of the extent of Bai Qingqing's popularity, but witnessing the scene clarified everything for him. It was as if everyone was eager to adore her. This little girl is rather charming, the woman murmured. Jean Lin snorted, then began to entice his mother. Mother, if you go home and make a soup, we can invite people over. You would certainly be more popular than her. No one can resist the allure of being the center of attention, and even those of advanced age still fantasize about such moments. Jean Lin's suggestion piqued his mother's interest, and she nodded. All right, we shall do as you say. Remaining here was truly a torment for the orc spirits, as they could smell the scent of blood daily. And every time they closed their eyes, their minds flooded with images of bodies flying. This inflicted a severe mental strain. Many orcs found themselves sleepless at night, having witnessed their former friends perish before their eyes, a heavy blow indeed. Bai Qingqing, hearing faint sobs, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She ventured into the woods, contemplating whether she could catch some prey, so that when Jean Yao returned, they might enjoy some meat together. If that failed, she could always retrieve some meat from the system to roast. She remained oblivious to the lurking figures approaching from behind. The figures exchanged glances before one of them charged forward, suddenly seizing Bai Qingqing from behind, covering her mouth and nose. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Her eyes widened in shock as she clawed at the male's hand, leaving behind a trail of blood. He dragged her deeper into the woods, followed closely by the others. Earlier, several males had been watching Bai Qingqing, and with no opportunity to act, they were eager to seize this moment. Boss, how about her? Quite beautiful, isn't she? Aren't you worried that the Jean Lion clan will kill us once they find out? They were acutely aware of the Jean Lion clan's brutality. The group hesitated, including the leader. But he quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Before binding her, I inquired about her. She was known to be quite promiscuous, and there are plenty of males around. A few more of us do not count. Perhaps she could even bear us children. Upon hearing that last remark, the eyes of the other males lit up with anticipation, their gaze toward Bai Qingqing brimming with desire. Everyone yearns for their own offspring. And they were no exception. Bai Qingqing, upon hearing their intentions, felt her heart race with alarm. She could not simply remain here and allow these men to do as they pleased. She needed to devise a way to lure others to her aid. If these individuals were to ravage her, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. Bai Qingqing's complexion darkened as the orc's grip tightened, restricting her breathing, causing her vision to blur with white light. The orc, sensing her struggles weakening, realized something was amiss and quickly loosened his grip. Yet, Bai Qingqing's consciousness had not fully faded. Seizing that fleeting moment, she bit down hard. Ah! The orc screamed, and the other two rushed to cover his mouth, glancing nervously toward the gathering of orcs. Fortunately, no one was paying attention. Had someone looked over, they would have been finished. The orc exhaled in relief, then raised his hand and struck the one who had been bitten on the head, scolding him. Are you foolish? What if you attract others over here? The orc had not expected this female to seize such a trivial opportunity to bite his hand. He felt utterly wronged. Enough. Stop talking. This female is truly troublesome. Bind her mouth with a piece of beast skin. Understood. Bai Qingqing's eyes darkened, and she pressed her foot down harder against the orc's grip, making him nearly cry out again. But he managed to restrain himself this time. The orc grabbed Bai Qingqing's hair, forcing her to tilt her head back, exposing her delicate, fragrant neck. The orc's eyes darkened, flickering with a glimmer of desire. This female was decidedly unruly. No worries. She will be compliant soon enough. The three orcs dragged Bai Qingqing deeper into the woods, and despair began to envelop her. As a lone woman, she stood no chance against these three. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and battling them was nothing short of a fool's errand. It seemed as if they had been plotting this for some time, as if they were accustomed to such deeds. They led her to a makeshift base, strewn with straw and spare beast skins. Bai Qingqing's fear intensified, her body trembling, yet she understood that such emotions would only excite these orcs further. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to relax and think calmly about her next move. Though she was in a state of panic, she knew that succumbing to fear would yield no results. Meanwhile, far away in the Jean Lion clan, Jean Yo suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, clutching her chest as she sat down. Jean Da and Jean Er noticed her distress and rushed to her side, concerned. What's wrong? Did you bump into something? Hearing this, Jean Yo shook her head, pouting. I feel unwell. What do you mean unwell? Jean Er frowned, patting Jean Yo's back. Try using the method our father taught us to circulate spiritual energy throughout your body. See if that helps. Jean Yo nodded vigorously, a golden glow of spiritual energy enveloping her. Jean Da and Jean Er's eyes brightened, but soon Jean Yo's face contorted in pain as the energy dissipated, worsening her discomfort. Where has Mother gone? I wish to address Mother. Jean Da and Jean Er exchanged a glance. They were unable to contact Bai Qingqing, yet they could inquire with Jean Yao. That moment. Jean Yao was making his way towards the gathering point when he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. That he formed a golden orb of spiritual energy in his palm, and then heard Jean Da's voice. Father, are you there? What is it? Upon hearing his offspring's voice, Jean Yao's features softened considerably, the previous aura of menace dissipating entirely. The moment Jean Da heard Jean Yao's voice, the eyes of the three children lit up. Jean Da hastily addressed the matter at hand. Father, is Mother with you? Jean Yao paused for a moment, then quickened his pace, a note of unrecognized excitement lacing his tone. She has arrived. When did she come? Jean Da understood that the two had yet to meet. Mother had gone ahead early and must have arrived some time ago. Yes, I'm going to find her now. Did something happen when you called me? These two little ones were not adept at expressing their emotions outwardly, with only Jean Yo being gentle enough to comfort others. Jean Da hesitated for a moment but ultimately disclosed Jean Yo's condition to Jean Yao. Jean Yao's expression darkened immediately. You two take Jean Yo back inside to rest. Be good and stay put. She will be fine shortly. Jean Da was unaware of the situation but sensed from Jean Yao's tone that something must have occurred. All right. The orb of spiritual energy was severed, and Jean Yao transformed into a golden lion, racing towards the gathering point. That a group of individuals, upon seeing the enormous golden lion, eagerly approached him. Jean Yao, your partner has arrived. Yes, go see her quickly. Where is she? Why haven't we seen her? Jean Yao clenched his fists, his ominous aura somewhat intimidating. Even though his spiritual energy was limited, the beastmen were still frightened by his demeanor. Jean Yao, what are you doing? A few individuals chuckled nervously, only to hear Jean Yao's solemn inquiry. When was the last time anyone saw Qingqing? A few who had exchanged greetings with Bai Qingqing raised their hands, stating, just a moment ago, your partner mentioned she wished to catch some prey for you to roast. My brother, and I envied you. The issue arose from this. Generally, a mother and child share a bond. But perhaps the connection between Jean Yo and Bai Qingqing was deeper, thus when Bai Qingqing encountered danger, Jean Yo would also sense it. She had just felt discomfort in her chest, indicating that Bai Qingqing was in peril. Hopefully, nothing had happened to Bai Qingqing. Jean Yao expressed his gratitude to the individual and then plunged directly into the forest. Why does it seem like Jean Yao's emotions are off? Should we inform the clan leader? Perhaps not. He might be seeking to enjoy a world of two. However, before the thought could be fully articulated, a voice filled with gravitas interjected. What is happening? One individual tugged at his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Yet the beastmen couldn't shake the feeling of something being amiss and ultimately relayed Jean Yao's unusual behavior. The clan leader pondered for a moment. Bai Qingqing was a benefactor to many within their beast tribe. Thus they ought to express their concern, but they also feared it might be a misunderstanding. What to do? Clan leader, I have something to say. The speaker was a female beastman from the Antelope tribe. Chapter 48. Wouldn't it be better for your partner to have several males tending to her? All eyes turned towards the female from the Antelope tribe. Her name was Mianmin, and for the past few days, she had been assisting Bao Feier with treating severely injured individuals. Gentle in nature, she would blush easily when teased, and everyone regarded her as a little sister, often playfully engaging with her without crossing any boundaries. Now, upon hearing Mian Mian's remark, their brows instinctively knitted together. She was not someone oblivious to the atmosphere. Given the circumstances surrounding Bai Qingqing, everyone was on edge, and her words undoubtedly pertained to her. Go ahead. The clan leader found a seat and quietly observed Mian Mian, his gaze serene and benevolent. Mian Mian took a deep breath and recounted her experiences from the previous days. That day, she had been bandaging wounds as usual. And afterward, she intended to venture into the mountains for a drink of water, only to be ambushed by 3 beast men. These 3 had seemingly conspired in advance, aware of Mian Mian's lineage and her vulnerabilities. Having meticulously gathered intelligence, they bound Mian Mian and blindfolded her, subjecting her to their will. As she recounted this, tears streamed down her face. While the beast men were generally indifferent to such matters, the act of forcing a female ignited their fury. Did you catch a glimpse of what those 3 looked like? A rugged beastman inquired, having always harbored feelings for Mian Mian, though she remained oblivious while the others were well aware. Mian Mian gently shook her head, her voice trembling. I didn't see their faces. They covered my eyes, leaving me no opportunity. The beastman's anger intensified upon hearing this. Do you remember how to reach that cave? Mian Mian quickly wiped her tears and nodded earnestly. Gritting her teeth, I remember. I could never forget it, even in my dreams. Let us go. You lead us. Typically, the clan leader, being frail, would not involve himself in such matters, but when circumstances demanded action, he exhibited zero tolerance. Excellent. The thought of punishing those 3 ruffians filled Mian Mian with elation. The beastmen approached her side, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had they paid more attention to Mian Mian in the past, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing felt time stretch unbearably. In her struggle, she had kicked one of the beast men, inciting fury from the other 2, who forced her to consume some unknown flower. Now, she felt an intense heat coursing through her body. Her consciousness fading, she could only vaguely hear the 3 beastmen outside discussing matters of mating. She lacked the strength to contemplate the meaning behind their words. Bai Qingqing turned over, her skin flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a delicate flower kissed by morning dew. Isn't it about time? If this continues, we might ruin our little beauty. Humph. Soon she shall know my prowess. How dare she kick me? She truly has some audacity. The trio cursed as they entered the cave, and Bai Qingqing found it increasingly difficult to breathe, the air in her chest seemingly stolen, causing her to curl up in pain. Words could scarcely convey the sensation. A lion's roar echoed, causing the 3 beastmen to stiffen. Does that sound somewhat familiar, boss? Could it be from the Golden Lion tribe? Are you foolish? The Golden Lion tribe wouldn't mobilize for a mere female. The other 2 remained silent, merely observing the leader. They were all well aware of how protective the Golden Lion tribe was. The leader's statement seemed to falter even in his own belief. The leader cleared his throat and asserted, "It has nothing. Our location is well concealed. Surely no one will find us. So you captured Qingqing." A steady voice suddenly emerged, startling the 3 beastmen into a huddle. Jin Yao had followed the scent of Bai Qingqing to this location. The cave was indeed well hidden. He had circled outside several times before finally pinpointing it. Transforming back into human form, Jin Yao coldly regarded the 3 beastmen, his eyes gleaming with golden light. You are Jin Yao? Upon hearing Jin Yao's name, the 3 beastmen lost their fear. After all, Jin Yao was considered a worthless being, and despite being of pure blood from the Golden Lion tribe, it did not alter the fact of his perceived ineptitude. Killing him would be inconsequential. We can simply claim it was one of the mountainous prey that did him in. The trio erupted into laughter, the thought of being slain by prey forming what would surely become one of the beast tribe's most amusing anecdotes. Jin Yao remained unfazed, merely scoffing before advancing step by step towards them. Though the 3 beastmen bolstered their courage internally, they felt a twinge of fear with each step he took. You need not rush. After all, she is merely a female. Wouldn't it be splendid to have her as our partner in the future? A single female with 4 partners to attend to her. That would indeed be a remarkable tale to tell. Little did they anticipate Jin Yao's disdainful scoff. Not good. In the next moment, his fist flew directly towards the face of the leading beastman. Jin Yao exhibited no restraint, attacking with the intent to severely incapacitate them, leaving onlookers to wonder if some deep-seated vendetta lay between them. When the clan leader and his entourage arrived, they beheld the 3 beastmen sprawled on the ground, Jin Yao gripping the leader's hair. His expression defiant. Indeed, my spiritual energy may be insufficient for the Golden Lion tribe, but dealing with the likes of you is more than manageable. Jin Yao, cease at once. These 3 beastmen shall be handled by the tribe. Anyone who forces female shall face severe punishment. These 3 orcs have encountered more than one female, and if those females are willing to report them, it is likely that these 3 orcs will meet a grim fate. Jin Yao does not wish to see them die so easily, so he abandons the orc and turns to embrace Bai Qingqing. However, the moment he touches her body, Jin Yao is immediately consumed by rage. He turns and grips the orc's neck, causing the chieftain to step forward in alarm, striking the ground with his staff twice. Jin Yao, what are you doing? What did you give her? Speak. Jin Yao's mind is singularly focused on one thought: to kill them. Rabbits are creatures perpetually in heat, but he never anticipated that these three orcs would be so despicable as to give Bai Qingqing a flower that accelerates her estrous cycle once it reaches a certain point. Who knows if Bai Qingqing's body can withstand it? If anything happens to her, none of these orcs can expect to live. Observing Jin Yao's bloodshot eyes, the chieftain understands the gravity of the situation. He sighs and instructs everyone to disperse. Jin Yao, release him. The immediate priority is to resolve Qingqing's predicament. We must leave. The chieftain gestures, and a few males step forward to drag the orcs away, leaving only the one in Jin Yao's grasp. Jin Yao, your mate. Upon hearing the last two words, Jin Yao slowly loosens his grip, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Chapter 49. An unconventional scene under immense pressure. The orcs drag the captured one outside in haste. The chieftain ensures that a few obedient orcs stand guard at a distance, forbidding others from approaching. Jin Yao sits cross-legged beside Bai Qingqing, untying the ropes binding her and the cloth gagging her mouth. As the cloth falls to the ground, a muffled groan escapes Bai Qingqing's lips, despite Jin Yao's reluctance to accept this reality. He must admit that he is reacting. His mate is right here. If he does not respond, can he still be considered a male? Qingqing, wake up. Jin Yao pinches her cheek. Yet, in her current state, Bai Qingqing desperately needs an outlet. Her body temperature exceeds Jin Yao's by a considerable margin, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to him, even reaching into his clothing, murmuring about feeling hot. Uninformed observers might mistakenly think she was scorched. Jin Yao feels overwhelmed, unsure of how to handle Bai Qingqing's behavior. Ever since that incident, they have been like strangers, or rather, Bai Qingqing has treated him as if he were her mortal enemy. They bicker daily, with Bai Qingqing creating mischief, and compared to others, even holding hands feels like a monumental leap for them. Jin Yao watches as Bai Qingqing tears off the animal hide, sobbing and lamenting her discomfort. Qingqing, please don't blame me. He lays her down on the straw, and as he recalls what the orcs have done here, a flicker of disgust crosses his eyes. But alas, there is no time to waste. Bai Qingqing cannot afford to wait, nor can he jeopardize her life. Jin Yao removes his own animal hide garment, placing it under Bai Qingqing's delicate skin. He leans down, pressing soft kisses upon her. Although there are no red candles, this place possesses its own unique charm. The chieftain returns to the gathering place with the three orcs, who are immediately surrounded by others. Mian Mian hides behind Yang Bei, looking pitiful and drawing sympathy, further inciting accusations against the three orcs for their wrongdoing. Chieftain, where are Jin Yao and his mate? Why haven't we seen them? The gathering was convened primarily due to Bai Qingqing, so her absence raises suspicions. Those privy to the truth feel a flush of heat on their faces, hastily averting their gaze. The chieftain glares at the questioner. Do not ask what is not to be asked. The orcs sense the chieftain's displeasure but comply with his directive. Currently, the orc clan stands united against external threats, yet internal strife has unexpectedly surfaced. The three orcs bow their heads, unwilling to meet the gazes of others, feeling deeply ashamed of their predicament. Which clans do you three belong to? The chieftain sits on a small stool, his authority undiminished. The voices of the three are barely audible. I am from the Fox clan. I am from the Snake clan. I am from the Deer clan. Upon hearing their clan names, the chieftain exchanges glances with the elders, who immediately grasp the situation and lead their kin away. Under normal circumstances, clans would prefer to settle such matters privately, avoiding public scrutiny, for nobody wishes to air their dirty laundry. However, this incident has escalated significantly, witnessed by many, and with the chieftain present, they dare not speak out. Yet, once the chieftain departs, the news will spread like wildfire, leaving the three clans with no face left to save. Moreover, they will attract the attention of others, making it imperative to adhere to the clan's laws and impose harsh punishment. Given the severity of their crimes, these three orcs are destined for death. Rest assured, chieftain, we will discipline them thoroughly. The elders of the three clans offer empty assurances, and the chieftain merely waves his hand, signifying they may take the orcs away. Following such an incident, the chieftain feels compelled to reprimand the males. If you are so fond of forcing females, do inform me in advance. I shall help you resolve it, ensuring you never have to face such troubles again. The other males tremble at the chieftain's words, instinctively clenching their thighs. The chieftain does not jest. He speaks with earnest intent. The orcs exchange glances, then step back, silently awaiting the chieftain's continued tirade. To their surprise, the chieftain suddenly falls silent, merely snorting in disdain before turning and entering his dwelling. Yang Bei takes Mian Mian's hand and leads her away. While several orcs share knowing smiles, fully aware of each other's thoughts and Yang Bei's intentions, if a female lacks a male companion, she will be incessantly harassed by others. However, if she has a male, she will feel much safer. Although females may have multiple males, if a male approaches without the female's invitation, it is deemed harassment. Should a female feel displeased and escalate the matter to her clan, the male will face punishment according to clan rules. This system greatly benefits the females. Unfortunately, there are not many females, yet males are plentiful. If regulations are not established, it could lead to a situation where females suffer in silence, ultimately driving them away from the orc clan. Inside the cave, Jin Yao is drenched in sweat, cradling Bai Qingqing, who appears exceptionally petite. He leans down to kiss her, noticing her unusual state, and cannot help but chuckle softly. I am here, not going anywhere. Upon hearing Jin Yao's voice, Bai Qingqing finally relaxes and surrenders herself to him. As dusk approaches, Jin Yao emerges from the cave, bare-chested. Other males, understanding the situation, turn and return to the gathering place. Jin Yao recalls a nearby spring, where a pool of clear water awaits, and he intends to take Bai Qingqing there to wash. He enters the cave, wraps Bai Qingqing in an animal hide, and carries her toward the spring. At this moment, Hu Ba stands before the chieftain, disbelief written across his face. Chieftain, are you really instructing us to gradually withdraw our people from there? This is unwise. Once our numbers dwindle, Kevin will undoubtedly intensify his forces against the orc clan. The chieftain reflects on Bai Qingqing's words and ultimately decides to take a gamble. If what she says is true, they will require vast quantities of food and water, so his final decision is to summon everyone back and urge them to search for water sources urgently. After all, once drought begins, the desert city will struggle to survive. And only with sufficient food can they hold their ground. Hu Ba, just listen to me and refrain from asking further questions. He had promised Bai Qingqing not to speak carelessly. Chapter 50. You should sit here for a while, however. Hu Ba seems poised to say more, only to be interrupted by Bao Feier. She looks at the chieftain and nods. Understood, chieftain. We will bring them back. The chieftain regards Bao Feier with appreciation. Currently, they are the most influential figures within the orc clan. Whenever they speak, others are likely to follow. He has grown old and must consider the next successor. Hu Ba's temperament is too impetuous, while Bao Feier is rational and composed. Together, they form an excellent combination. If all goes well, the chieftain will likely pass the mantle to Hu Ba. Hu Ba is led away by Bao Feier, still somewhat puzzled. She sighs. The chieftain has been acting strangely since meeting Qingqing. I suspect she must have said something to him. As Bai Qingqing's behavior grew increasingly peculiar, even she found herself perplexed. Upon hearing this, Hu Ba expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold snort, declaring that he had even less reason to heed Bai Qingqing's words, for she was merely a female. After uttering this statement, Hu Ba quickly fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. Meanwhile, Bao Feier's expression darkened, and he hastily reassured, I am merely directing my remarks towards her, with no intention of speaking ill of you. You will always hold the highest regard in my eyes. Please, be quiet. Qingqing has completely transformed, he thought, reflecting on Bai Qingqing's previous demeanor. Nevertheless, Bao Feier resolved to adhere to the chieftain's wishes, reasoning that they would simply follow the chieftain's lead. Moreover, the chieftain had assured them that should any troubles arise, he would take full responsibility, alleviating their concerns. Yet, it was not merely a question of responsibility. What if the Beast Clan were truly invaded by the desert city? Though harsh, the reality remained. If the Beast Clan were indeed invaded, even the chieftain's death as atonement would be futile. Hu Ba felt an urgency, yet with Bao Feier advocating for compliance, he found himself somewhat swayed. After all, he had yet to interact with Bai Qingqing since her transformation and was largely in the dark about the situation. Observing the trust bestowed upon her by both the chieftain and Bao Feier, he resigned himself to the notion of sacrificing himself for the sake of a gentleman. Seeing Hu Ba's readiness to risk himself, Bao Feier couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his lips curving upwards as he proceeded to arrange for personnel. Bai Qingqing, devoid of any strength, nestled in Jin Yao's embrace. As he carried her home, the gazes of others reflected a tinge of compassion. After all, a female facing such circumstances was indeed helpless. Jin Yao, how is Bai Meizi? The speaker was a burly man from the Eagle clan, known as Ing Yin. Jin Yao regarded him favorably, perceiving the urgency and concern etched on his face, which stirred discomfort within him, fearing that Ing Yin might harbor ulterior motives in his approach to Bai Qingqing. However, recognizing Ing Yin's genuine goodwill, Jin Yao responded solemnly, she is fine, but she needs to rest well. Indeed, That is essential. You should take her to rest, Yin replied. Unsure where to place his hands. It was hardly unusual for a male to fancy a female, particularly one as beautiful and capable as Bai Qingqing, for few males in this vicinity could resist her charm. Yin, are you smitten with her? Several beastmen gathered around Yin, teasing him. Unexpectedly, Yin waved his hand and shook his head, asserting, I do not fancy her. I regard her as a sister. I have never been enamored with anyone. One can never tell. Perhaps you do like her but are unaware of it. Yin shot a glare at the speaker, pondering how he could possibly be oblivious to his own feelings. He had experienced affection before, and these beastmen were simply too idle. If you have nothing to do, go find the chieftain and ask for some tasks. Do not come here to mock me. With that, Yin strode away in another direction, leaving the group of beastmen to find their amusement elsewhere. Jinyu borrowed a small room from a female beastman, laid Bai Qingqing on the bed, and poured her a cup of water, offering her a sip. Bai Qingqing frowned and let out a soft whimper. Jinyu immediately sat beside the bed, leaning in closer. Qingqing, what is it? I feel unwell, she murmured, turning away from him, her voice barely audible but clear. Please massage my waist. Jinyu's ears flushed crimson as he silently complied, kneading her waist. He knew he had acted a bit excessively earlier, but the circumstances had been urgent, and he had struggled to contain himself. He could only blame those three beastmen for his actions. Contemplating them, a shadow passed over Jinyu's eyes. Surely, the chieftain had entrusted their fate to the elders of the tribes, and he needed to find a way to inquire about their situation. If those elders were to shield them, they would face his wrath. What are you thinking? Do not zone out. Keep massaging, Bai Qingqing complained. Frowning. All right, I will not lose focus. Jinyu quickly resumed his task. Within the Golden Lion clan, Jinyu lay on her bed, listening to Jinda and Jin take turns narrating stories, incessantly critiquing them. Brother, your storytelling is so dry. This hardly qualifies as storytelling. Second brother, you got it all wrong. Snow White ends up with the prince, not living with the dwarfs. She pouted, turning her back to them. I'm done listening. Your stories are nowhere near as interesting as what mother tells, and I've heard them all before. Jinyu counted on her fingers, thinking of Bai Qingqing. If only Bai Qingqing were here, she would surely share many fascinating tales. Unfortunately, Bai Qingqing had gone to find Jinyu, and Jinyu wondered if she had succeeded. Jinyu felt her chest, realizing the pain had diminished considerably, though there was still a slight discomfort. I'll go catch you some fish, and we can roast it for you. I'll fetch you a rabbit. Jinda and Jin dashed out, seemingly competing to see who could be faster. Jinyu watched their retreating figures, sighed, and slowly got out of bed, continuing to grumble about their failure to close the door properly. Not being in her own home, Bai Qingqing found it uncomfortable to sleep, ultimately deciding to rise. Her complexion appeared rather pale, which only deepened Jinyu's concern. I'll stay with you for the next few days. Bai Qingqing initially intended to decline but recalled that the chieftain would likely take action soon, so she acquiesced. After all, this place would disperse in a few days, and Jinyu's early departure would matter little. All right, let us return shortly. You stay here for a moment. I will inform the chieftain. Jinyu poured more water for Bai Qingqing and then stepped outside. Chapter 51. We are going home. Upon seeing Jinyu, the chieftain paused momentarily before gesturing for him to approach. You arrived just in time. I was looking for you. Unease stirred within Jinyu, fearing the chieftain might assign him a task, yet he had already promised Bai Qingqing he would accompany her home. Observing the tall and sturdy Jinyu, the chieftain exhaled a heavy sigh, then addressed him. Jinyu, I plan to have the other beastmen withdraw. Your partner has encountered such a situation today. You should return and stay with her for now. Given Jinyu's stubborn nature and his recent fixation on self-improvement, the chieftain harbored concerns that he might refuse. However, to his surprise, Jinyu nodded in agreement, a hint of shyness in his smile as he expressed, Thank you, chieftain. I had intended to return and accompany her for a few days. Unexpectedly encountering the chieftain's decision to reduce the number of beastmen, Jinyu found it fortuitous, even if he was unaware of the underlying reasons. The chieftain raised an eyebrow, a knowing glint in his eyes as he regarded Jinyu. I did not expect you to be so considerate. Very well, take your partner home to rest. Do not linger here. He waved his hand, urging Jinyu to return with Bai Qingqing, and Jinyu hurriedly agreed. As he turned to head back to the room, he spotted Bai Qingqing emerging alone. She appeared frail, as though a gust of wind could sweep her away. The gazes of the other male beastmen were filled with pity, and even Yin could not bear to watch, rushing over to offer his support, only to be gently brushed aside by a pair of hands. Thank you, brother Yin, but I will take Qingqing home now. After saying this, Jin Yu swiftly took Bai Qingqing's arm and led her toward the Golden Lion clan. Leaving Ying Yin standing in stunned silence as he watched them depart, another beastman approached Ying Yin, teasing him. Enough staring. They've already gone far. Go away. This brat is clearly wary of me, Ying Yin chuckled. Feeling somewhat contemplative that in truth, it was for the best, as Bai Qingqing was indeed delicate and needed Jin Yao's protection. Yet, he regretted that Jin Yao possessed such spiritual energy. Ying Yin furrowed his brow, beginning to ponder whether he could introduce some of the other young men from the clan to Bai Qingqing, though he wondered if she would accept them. On their way home, Jin Yao restrained himself repeatedly until he could no longer hold back. Qingqing, should that Ying Yin approach you again, remember to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Bai Qingqing's pale face as she teased him. Do you really think I am so appealing? Brother Ying Yin sees me merely as a sister, not in the way you imagine. Please do not misunderstand. Jin Yao took her words to heart but did not fully let his guard down. For it was well known that Bai Qingqing was quite sought after. No, you must maintain some distance from other males, should a situation like today arise again, before Jin Yao could finish. He noticed Bai Qingqing's expression shift, prompting him to immediately cease speaking. I won't say anything more, let's forget about this matter. Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together, refraining from reproaching him, and simply inquired. To whom did the chieftain entrust those 3 beastmen? When she emerged, she heard no one discussing the matter, which must have been orchestrated by the clan leader to ensure their lips remained tightly sealed and to prevent any mention of it in her presence. Jin Yao lowered his gaze, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he understood that this was a peculiar time, and he must uphold the dignity among the clans, a task that was far from simple. He entrusted them back to their respective clans, but the incident had stirred considerable commotion, and given that the clan leader had dispatched his trusted confidants to keep an eye on the 3 orcs, it was unlikely that their clans would let them off lightly. Although the measures taken were somewhat brutal, they were, after all, deserving of such treatment. Bai Qingqing fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. If circumstances allowed, she would have genuinely wished to take matters into her own hands. However, since the issue had been handed over to the elders of their clans, she could no longer seek vengeance herself. Yet, they received their just punishment, and that was sufficient. Let us return, she suggested. These past few days, the 3 little ones have missed you dearly, recalling Jin Da's earlier remarks within the spiritual energy group. Jin Yao hurriedly relayed the information to Bai Qingqing. She looked at him in surprise. So, in the future, if I encounter any issues, Jin Yao will sense it, and the same holds true in reverse? Originally, such intuition should have been connected to Jin Da or Jin Air, but for some unknown reason, it now pertained to Jin Niu. No wonder Jin Yao had been particularly close to Bai Qingqing from the start. There must be a reason behind it. Indeed, thus, should Jin Yao face any troubles in the future, you too will feel discomfort, Jin Yao affirmed, gently ruffling Bai Qingqing's hair. Let us go back and see if Jin Yao is feeling any better. Upon reaching the entrance of the Golden Lion clan, the guards were taken aback upon seeing Jin Yao, though they quickly composed themselves and concealed their surprise. Once inside the clan, Bai Qingqing pointed towards Jin Hua's residence and remarked, "Those pots and pans I borrowed from Sister Jin Hua were quite a blessing. Thankfully, she did not look down on me, or I would have surely been unable to borrow them." Jin Yao chuckled. As if reminiscing about the past, feeling quite sentimental, Brother Jinping also assisted me greatly, yet I haven't had a proper conversation with him in quite some time, after moving out, due to Bai Qingqing's circumstances. He had been forced to rise early and return late each day to hunt for the 3 little ones, causing him to become increasingly taciturn and sullen. However, now that everything was back on track, it was a positive development. Observing Jin Yao's demeanor, Bai Qingqing felt a pang of guilt, knowing that the previous troubles were not of her own making. I was at fault before. From now on, let us live well together. She playfully shook his hand, and Jin Yao felt as though he were floating, responding with a soft Stop bragging. Even if you are burnt black, you are not like me, who has achieved success. As they approached the small dwelling, they overheard Jin Air boasting to Jin to go. Go. You're the one who is burnt. The blackened ones are the tastiest. Do you not understand? Then go ahead and eat it. Who would want that bitter mess? The 2 squabbled, completely oblivious to the arrival of Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao behind them. What are you 2 little ones doing here? A voice chimed, accompanied by a whiff of burned odor. If I didn't know better, I would think you were trying to set your home ablaze, Mother. Chapter 52. A romantic life. Before Jin Da and Jin Air could respond, a small bundle of joy dashed out from within the house and clung to Bai Qingqing. Mother, I missed you so much. Big brother and second brother are both big dunderheads. The food they cooked was inedible. They promised to tell me bedtime stories, but they only recounted the ones you told. And they even got them wrong. But you liked Little Red Riding Hood that I told, didn't you? Jean Eyre protested, puffing his chest as he glared at Jean Yo, determined to outshine Jean. That's nonsense. It was my tale of the mermaid that was the most interesting. It was me. Jean Yo ignited a playful quarrel, seemingly oblivious to the commotion she had sparked and finding the noise of her brothers somewhat bothersome. Oh, you two, stop talking. It's too noisy. Mother, let us go inside and keep big brother and second brother outside. Jean Yo beamed at Bai Qingqing, while Jean and Jean Eyre were about to retort but found themselves unable to. Silently accepting this defeat, seeing the three siblings revel in their play, Bai Qingqing's previous gloom dissipated entirely. All right, you three go and play, Mother will prepare your meal. She added, moreover, your father has returned after a long absence. Shouldn't you express some welcome? Upon hearing Jean Yao's name, the three little ones' ears perked up, but they quickly huffed in unison. Bad Daddy. We don't want him anymore? Yes, Daddy is bad. He didn't come back for so long. So he shouldn't return at all. Jean and Jean Eyre turned their backs to Jean Yao, muttering under their breaths, their gazes fixated on the fire, appearing somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Jean Yo buried her face in Bai Qingqing's neck. And Bai Qingqing could feel small droplets cascading down her neck. She looked helplessly at Jean Yao. What should we do? Your daughter is crying. If Jean and Jean Eyre were to cry, Jean Yao would likely dismiss them, perhaps even scold them for their tears. However, Jean Yao was different. Having been spoiled since childhood, Jean Yao was no exception. He promptly reached out to embrace Jean Yao, who, in turn, showed him some affection and released her grip on Bai Qingqing. Suddenly, she broke into loud sobs. Wah! Jean and Jean Eyre's attempts at a heartfelt display vanished as they stared at Jean Yao in confusion. Why is she not following the script? If she cries, what are we supposed to do? Jean and Jean Eyre exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Don't cry. Don't cry. Daddy promises not to be away for so long next time. All right, Jean Yao stammered, offering only verbal comfort. Bai Qingqing observed the other two little rascals, who seemed to have lost their inclination for mischief, and decided to ignore them. She patted their shoulders and said, Stop roasting. Come with me, and I'll teach you how to prepare fish. Men who can cook lead a more romantic life. First, she would cultivate these little ones, and then she could truly become a carefree mistress of the house. Initially, Jean and Jean Eyre were reluctant to comply, but when they remembered that Jean Yo found their cooking unpalatable, they eagerly followed Bai Qingqing, their enthusiasm renewed. Jean Hua and Jean Ping had just returned from the mountains. Following Bai Qingqing's guidance, they had captured a considerable amount of game in recent days and intended to bring some meat to Bai Qingqing as a token of gratitude for her generous teachings. Qingqing, you're back. I caught some game from the mountains today. Here, take some. Bai Qingqing initially intended to decline the offer, but realizing that with Jean Yao's presence today, her meager supply of meat would likely be insufficient. She reconsidered. If she were to draw meat from the system, it would surely astonish everyone. It would be better to accept a portion from Jean Hua and Jean Ping. Thank you, Sister Jean Hua and Brother Jean Ping. This is just what I need, as we have run out of meat at home. Out of meat. Would you like to take more to cook? Upon hearing this, Jean Hua immediately became enthusiastic, offering her 2 additional rabbits. If you need more, just let me know, and I will fetch it for you. Bai Qingqing intended to return the 2 rabbits but noticed Jean and Jean Eyre nearly drooling, so she reluctantly accepted them. No need, Sister Jean Hua. Thank you. This is already quite enough. The rabbit meat could be stir-fried, and the heads could be prepared as spicy rabbit heads. She recalled spotting some Sichuan peppercorns during her last mountain trip. And it would be worth trying. I'll go and prepare the meat while washing up. You all can start cooking without haste. All right, thank you, Sister Jean Hua. With a wave, Jean Hua and Jean Ping entered the house. At this moment, Jean Yao had ceased her crying but was still sniffling. However, upon hearing Jean Yao recount stories from his time outside, she found amusement in them, and gradually, her tears dried up, though drowsiness began to set in. Watching Jean Yao being so pampered by Jean Yao, Jean and Jean Eyre too desired to join in, but they were under Bai Qingqing's watchful eye, leaving them with no opportunity. What's the matter? Do you two wish to hear a story? Bai Qingqing was not easily swayed. She had not forgotten that these 2 little troublemakers had been the source of her initial woes, although things were quieter now. Mischief was still afoot. Mother, how do we do this? Jean asked, holding a rabbit that was still smeared with blood. First, scald it with hot water, then carefully pluck the fur. Once that's done, remove the entrails. And you can bring it to me. For Jean and Jean Eyre, this was not particularly challenging, as they were beasts by nature, inherently accustomed to such tasks. Got it. The two promptly got to work. While Jin Yo had already fallen asleep in Jin Yao's embrace, Jin Yao gazed at the mother and her children, torn between helping and not wanting to disturb Jin and Iu.I in the end. He set Jin Yo down gently and assisted Bai Qingqing. After all, Bai Qingqing was his partner. If he did not treat her well, what would happen if she left him for someone else? No, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. But where was Jin Yo? Bai Qingqing gazed at Jin Yao, who stood empty-handed, and, glancing behind him, saw no trace of any small beast. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired. Jin Yao approached Bai Qingqing with an air of nonchalance, yet a flicker of tension lingered in his heart. He gestured towards the tightly shut door, suggesting, "You should rest inside. I can assist you." "No need," she replied. "Just sit over there and take a breather. You've been working so hard these past few days." In truth, Jin Yao bore wounds that were now nearly invisible, thanks to Bai Qingqing's care. The mere thought of the cave stirred his mind into a tumult. He quickly admonished himself to keep his thoughts in check, especially in the presence of his little one. After all, he could not lead her astray. "It's fine. I have nothing but time on my hands." He stood there, seemingly superfluous, his hands empty. Bai Qingqing, unable to resist his insistence, relented. "Then go wash those vegetables for me. I will whip up a simple stir-fry in a bit." Indeed, rabbits ought to eat their greens. Chapter 53. The calm before the storm. After preparing a few dishes, Bai Qingqing instructed Jin Yao to bring the table outside, where there was more space, thus preventing the lingering odors from permeating the house. With the chair missing a piece, Jin Yao immediately perched herself on Jin Yao's lap, directing him to serve her food. Jin Yao dutifully attended to the little princess, which prompted Bai Qingqing to ponder the peculiar pairing of a princess and her bodyguard. What began as a pleasant meal was disrupted by an unexpected visitor seeking to assert his presence in their home. By Saozi, it was Jin Lin. He had returned while Bai Qingqing was still out, deliberately choosing the evening when she would surely be home, given her obligation to prepare meals for her 3 offspring. The chairs were filled, and Jin Yao shielded Jin Yo, confirming to Jin Lin that indeed, Bai Qingqing and the 3 little ones were present. Boldly, Jin Lin approached. "Bai Saozi, I noticed you hadn't eaten today, so I brought you a piece of meat. You didn't go hunting today, did you?" Jinda and Jin Air exchanged sympathetic glances with Jin L. It was audacious of him to flirt with their mother in front of their father, showing no concern about Jin Yao's potential wrath. Yet, Jin Yao remained unfazed, leisurely feeding Jin Yo while softly inquiring, "How does it taste? Mother's cooking is simply delightful." Jin Lin smiled as he approached, a strange unease creeping into his heart. Something felt amiss. How could a female grow so quickly? The thought that this male was merely Bai Qingqing's other suitor never crossed his mind. This female is indeed impressive. She's managed to attract other males. He scoffed, placing the meat on the table, addressing Bai Qingqing with a mocking tone. "Bai Saozi, I understand that Jin Yao hasn't been around for a while. It's only natural for you, as a female, to seek companionship, but you shouldn't bring outsiders into the Jin Shi clan." Having spent considerable time in the gathering place, Jin Yao now bore a scent that masked his own. Bai Qingqing blinked, unsure of how to respond, while Jin Yao set down his chopsticks, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You call me Jin Yao, yet fail to recognize me." Jin Yao now exuded an intimidating aura, leaving Jin Lin momentarily speechless. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he stared blankly at Jin Yao, mumbling, Jin Yao, when did you return?" "I had no idea. I thought it was your wife who—" Jin Lin hastily redirected the blame onto Bai Qingqing. As if unaware of the implications of his words, Jin Yao, placing Jin Yo down, hurled the meat into Jin Lin's arms with a dark expression. "We don't need your meat. Leave, Jin Yao. There's no need for such hostility. I came out of concern for you. After all, you've been away, and Bai Saozi has been left to fend for herself, hunting during the day and returning to cook for your 3 little ones." "I was merely trying to help," Jin Lin countered, his words striking a chord with Jin Yao. Jin Yao had indeed been preoccupied with the beast tide, neglecting to consider the burdens Bai Qingqing bore alone. Guilt welled within him as he turned to Bai Qingqing, about to speak, only to find her shaking her head. She then addressed Jin Lin. "Thank you, but we do not require this meat. In the future, please ensure you understand the situation before speaking. I already have Jin Yao and 3 little ones. I have no intention of seeking out other males." Her words were unequivocal. Should Jin Lin return, it would be a sign of his own foolishness. While this was acknowledged among them, Jin Lin interpreted Bai Qingqing's statement as a mockery, intensifying his resentment, yet he found himself powerless to act. Clutching the meat, he contemplated leaving with a parting jibe, but upon witnessing Jin Yao's fierce demeanor, he opted to depart without a word. The 3 little ones gazed at Jin Yao with envy. Father is so remarkable. I want to be just like him. Hearing Jean Da's words, Jean Yao remained silent, a tinge of melancholy lingering in his heart. Jean Lin's fear of escalating matters was evident. He likely understood how favored Bai Qingqing was among the Beast clan. If he were to offend her, the repercussions could be dire, as the clan members would not hesitate to drown him in disdain. Bai Qingqing, witnessing Jean Yao's brooding expression, grasped his hand and reassured him, "It's all right. It's still early. You will surely become formidable in the future." With her words, Jean Yao felt a surge of worth, as if his very existence was validated. "Father, quickly eat this. It's delicious," Jean Yao exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the earlier commotion that in her eyes. Her father was omnipotent and could handle anything. Why should she concern herself with their troubles? Bai Qingqing looked at them with a mix of exasperation and affection. Meanwhile, Jean Lin returned home, meat in hand, only to be confronted by his mother, Jean Qin, who hurriedly asked, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to deliver that meat to Bai Qingqing? Did she refuse it?" Initially, she had been reluctant for Jean Lin to engage with Bai Qingqing, but upon hearing she belonged to the rabbit clan and bore many offspring, she had relented, allowing him to take the meat. Given their family's lack of mature males, hunting had become increasingly difficult, leading her to believe Bai Qingqing would accept the offering. However, reality proved to be starkly different from her expectations. Jean Yao had returned, and Bai Qingqing had declared her disinterest in other males. Jean Lin scoffed at Bai Qingqing's words. How long could she subsist on the meager support of one Jean Yao, without additional males? She and her offspring would inevitably face starvation. Jean Qin furrowed her brow, contemplating how to advise her son. After all, Jean Lin had promised her that if he could bind Bai Qingqing as his mate, he would refrain from wandering and would remain home, awaiting her to bear his young. "Mother, I have an idea," Jean Lin exclaimed before dashing to his room. Word had it that the son of the Eagle clan's leader, Yin Chuan, was to meet with a female fox from the Fox clan. Jean Lin planned to leverage his connections within the Eagle clan to obtain information about Yin Chuan, then trade that for Bai Qingqing's favor, thus securing a hold over her. Chapter 54. Scheming. Jean Lin's ambitions led him to the Eagle clan the following day, eager to seek out his acquaintances there. Most greeted him with disdain, warning their kin to steer clear of him. Only a few of his peers, equally matchless in their reputation, approached him curiously. "What brings you here today? Have you set your sights on a new target?" "Mind your own business. I have serious matters to discuss," Jean Lin whispered to Yin Chong. "What does your older brother fancy? Enlighten me." Yin Chong gazed at Jean Lin in astonishment, incredulity evident in his eyes, as if to say, "You can't be serious." Having shared a long friendship, a mere glance was enough for Jean Lin to understand Yin Chong's thoughts. He playfully nudged him. "Stop daydreaming. I'm planning something big. Are you in or not? Is she a beauty?" "Of course," Jean Lin scoffed. "If Bai Qingqing isn't a beauty, then no one in the Beast clan is. How does she compare to Bao Feier? Bao Feier, doesn't he even come close?" Jean Lin's standards were high, and Yin Chong recognized this. His eyes gleamed with understanding as he replied, "Wait here. I'll draft a list for you." He grew up alongside his elder brother, yet the bond between the two siblings has always been rather strained, almost as if they were not brothers at all. In comparison to him, Yin Chuan appears to be more familiar with others. "Hurry up, or it will be too late." "Oh, don't rush me. At this moment, Hu Linga was also exceedingly anxious, for she had no idea whether Yin Chuan would take a liking to her. She had never met Yin Chuan, yet many had spoken of him, and numerous females had pursued him, though none had succeeded. Aside from Hu Ba, he was the only male who attracted such attention from so many females. Having heard of his reputation without having seen him, it was evident that Yin Chuan possessed considerable talent. Observing Hu Linger's demeanor, she felt a pang of frustration, urging her to present herself with more poise. "I've told you, Yin Chuan does not favor your type, so you must win his approval through your personality. Do you understand? Once a partner is chosen, one's temperament becomes irrelevant. As long as Yin Chuan develops a fondness for her." "I understand, mother, but what is Yin Chuan like? I can't go in completely clueless. It would be utterly embarrassing," she whispered, and upon hearing this, she realized the merit in her words. "Let me inquire on your behalf." Despite this, Hu Linga doubted its efficacy, as she had never heard of anyone successfully capturing Yin Chuan's interest with gifts over the years. "Enough fussing about. Go outside and check on your siblings. I'll step out for a moment. Make sure they don't wander off." "Got it," she casually replied, and then resumed applying human cosmetics. These were procured with significant effort by she from others, all to create a favorable impression in front of Yin Chuan. It must be said that the colors were indeed beautiful, though she struggled to grasp the nuances of their shades. She still needed to learn. who she intended to consult Hu Jiao, for with the clan elder as a witness, her earnest introduction of Hu Lingo would hold weight, if she failed to mention even a couple of Yinchuan's preferences. She could hardly claim to be sincere. Inside, Hu Jiao was perusing a list, contemplating a new match for her daughter, when she heard a small fox enter. Sister Jiao, who she is here. Who she? Hu Jiao's demeanor hardened, and with a disdainful huff, she turned her head away, dismissing her presence. I won't see her. She must have lost her mind to want to meet Hu she. Who won't see me? Hu she called out in a feigned sweet tone, and upon hearing her voice, Hu Jiao felt an urge to strangle her. Her gaze towards Hu she was akin to that of a vengeful enemy. I want to see you. Get out. Hu Jiao stood up, grabbing a wooden stick as she prepared to strike Hu Xi. Hu she quickly dodged, her eyes wide in disbelief at Hu Jiao's audacity. Hu Jiao, how dare you? What is there that I wouldn't dare? Let me tell you, Hu she, your daughter Hu Lingo has gained an immense advantage, yet you still come seeking me? Do you expect me to help you with your other offspring? Dream on. She promptly added Hu she's family to her blacklist, resolute that no one from that clan would be released. Hu she, realizing the situation, quickly began to sweet-talk her. Oh, Sister Jiao, I was reckless the other day. Please don't take it to heart. Hu Jiao regarded her warily, unconvinced that Hu she was genuinely remorseful. She surely harbored some ulterior motive. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You re-up to no good. Get lost before I hit you. If Hu Jiao truly threw a tantrum, even Hu she would be at a disadvantage. After all, today she had intruded uninvited. And if it came down to it, she was in the wrong. Receiving a beating would be a light consequence. Alas, Sister Jiao, we are both of the Fox clan. Let's not be so harsh with our words. I have matters to discuss with you. Hu Jiao was already aware that Hu she was not here for innocent reasons, sneering, oh, the mask is off. Speak. What do you want? Hu she chuckled softly. About Yinchuan, do you know what he likes? Hu Jiao studied Hu she, knowing she had not come with good intentions. I don't know. Don't ask me. When they came to seek my help, they only mentioned wanting a fitting match. A smirk of schadenfreude appeared on Hu Jiao's face. As for your Hu Lingo, I think it's a bit unlikely. Yinchuan seems to have no interest in her type. Hu she could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of Hu Lingo, promptly straightening her posture. Who told you that? My Lingo is so beautiful. How could Yinchuan not like her? I believe you're simply eager to see her humiliated. You have a truly wicked heart. Get lost. Be careful or I'll throw you out. Unable to ascertain Yinchuan's preferences, Hu she deemed it unnecessary to remain and curry favor with Hu Jiao. Turning on her heel to leave, what do Eagle clans typically like? Even if she couldn't make Yinchuan fall for Hu Lingo immediately, leaving a good impression was always beneficial, with a favorable impression. Future outings would surely follow. She quickly resolved to ask around about the usual preferences of the Eagle clan. Hu she, Jean Lin is looking for you outside. An orc surveyed Hu she from head to toe. Surprised that Jean Lin had an interest in her type, truly unexpected, not acquainted. He specifically asked for you. Hu she had no desire to meet Jean Lin. Should she do so, her reputation would be tarnished. I won't meet him. I don't even know that kid. Why would I want to see him? The Fox clan was never short of beauties, especially alluring ones. Hu she was considered a beauty within the clan. Even more so in her youth, with many young foxes vying for her affection, hoping to win her over. Hu Lingo had inherited Hu she's genes, but unfortunately, not all of them. She ended up with striking fox-like eyes that seemed to captivate. Regrettably, Hu Lingo was somewhat dim-witted, and Hu she often felt exasperated, not acquainted. That's strange, as Jean Lin specifically named you. Who else would he seek? The orc scrutinized Hu she's expression, unable to detect any hint of guilt. Hu she, feeling flustered, responded with a cold laugh. What? If someone is looking for you, does that mean you two are involved? Startled, the orc widened his eyes. Don't say such things. If word gets out, it won't end well for me. I'll hold you responsible. The Fox clan generally did not get along outside of hunting, and Hu she dismissed the orc's comment, as she didn't rely on him for her livelihood. She had no intention of engaging with Jean Lin, yet did not anticipate that he had significant connections within the Fox clan and would bypass her defenses. He approached Hu she with a playful grin. May I have a word? Hu she's expression turned stern, and she turned to leave, but Jean Lin blocked her path, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. I hear Hu Lingo is set to meet with that Eagle clan member, Yinchuan. I wonder if the Eagle clan's leader is aware of Hu Lingo's past actions. Now, Hu she could not pretend she hadn't seen him and simply leave. She glared at Jean Lin, then feigned indifference, leading him further into the mountains. Follow me. She couldn't let others see her colluding with Jean Lin. The rumors could spiral out of control. Seeing Hu she take the bait, Jean Lin's smile widened. With these two trump cards, he was confident he could secure that document. And one day, Bai Qingqing would also be his. She guided Jean Lin into the mountains and then turned to him with impatience. What do you want to discuss? Don't be so impatient. I'm here with good news. Jean Lin's words were not to be trusted. She regarded him with derision, and Jean Lin remained undeterred. Producing a note given to him by Yin Chong that I know you want Hu Linger to be with Yin Chuan. Here are his interests and hobbies. With this, you need not worry about them not being together. She stared at Jean Lin in astonishment. Where did this come from? How it came to be is irrelevant. The important question is, do you want it? She certainly desired it, having spent the day running around for this very piece of information. Now that it was presented to her, she had to seize the opportunity. However, why was Jean Lin being so generous? She's smile faded, and suspicion filled her eyes. What is your ulterior motive? Jean Lin slowly folded the paper. A cunning smile playing on his lips. What I want is simple. You still have that agreement with Bai Qingqing's thumbprint, don't you? Hand it over. What do these males occupy their minds with? Even with closed eyes, they could conjure thoughts with their toes. Were it someone else, she might have refused this condition, but the individual before her is Jean Lin, the most notorious orc in the entire Beast clan. His desire for that agreement is merely a means to an end. He seeks to possess Bai Qingqing. If Bai Qingqing's reputation were to tarnish alongside his, she would no longer be a concern. This is, quite simply, a win-win scenario. She narrowed her eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, she gradually nodded. Very well, I agree, but how can I trust that what is written on that paper is genuine? You need not worry. All of this was conveyed to me by Yin Chuan's brother, Yin Chong. She approached Jean Lin, reaching out for the paper, only for Jean Lin to tuck it into his bosom. You. She glared at him, her face a mask of anger, suspecting he was toying with her. Do not be hasty. It is a matter of exchange. You must first present that agreement to me. This exchange condition was indeed reasonable. She took a deep breath and then nodded. All right, I shall retrieve it for you, but you must remain here without causing a stir. No one must see you. She warned him with a fierce glare. Jean Lin was well aware of his own poor reputation, and besides, his tastes were not so lacking, compared to Bai Qingqing, who she was far inferior. All right, go fetch it. Within the Golden Lion clan, Jean Yao had set several traps on the mountain following Bai Qingqing's instructions before slowly returning to the clan. In recent days, anyone encountering Jean Yao among the Golden Lions would greet him. For everyone knew that his partner had undergone a drastic change in temperament and possessed considerable abilities. Those who ventured into the Beast clan had all benefited from Bai Qingqing's kindness. They were not so ungrateful as to repay her kindness with malice. However, it was not uncommon to find a few who acted like wolves in sheep's clothing. Upon returning to the clan, Jean Yao found the house empty. Bai Qingqing was not home, and 3 little cubs were playing at the doorstep. But there were also a few uninvited guests. A few Golden Lion cubs stood with their hands on their hips, puffing out their chests as they confronted the 3 little ones. My father is the mightiest in the entire Golden Lion clan. My mother is the most beautiful. What are your parents worth? The 3 little cubs, fiercely protective, could not tolerate any disparagement of Bai Qingqing or Jean Yao, and immediately engaged in a scuffle. Ouch! How dare you push me? One of the little cubs fell to the ground and, panting, got back up, grabbing Jean Yao's hair. Jean Da and Jean Er rushed to help, but they were outnumbered, and the little cubs possessed significantly greater spiritual power. Wah! Jean Yao burst into tears. Her hair, meticulously styled by Bai Qingqing that morning, was now a tangled mess. Sister, Jean Da broke free from the grasp of the 2 little cubs and kicked one of them. The Golden Lion cub, stout and well-fed, kicked up a cloud of dust as he fell. What are you doing? A sharp reprimand made the 3 little cubs' eyes light up, and they scampered over to Jean Yao, clinging to his leg. Jean Yao quickly began to cry golden beans, reporting to Jean Yao. I was playing with my brothers when those 5 suddenly came and beat them up, saying my mother is the ugliest female in the Golden Lion clan. Chapter 56. Do not bully my mother. Jean Yao, clever as she was, knew to mention Bai Qingqing, for with Jean Yao's temperament, he might not have cared, as what the little cubs said also held some truth. However, mentioning Bai Qingqing was an entirely different matter. How could he tolerate anyone speaking ill of her? Jean Yao's face darkened as he gazed at the little cubs, although they had all heard that Jean Yao was the weakest in the village. Children always felt intimidated when facing adults. What do you intend to do? I'll have you know, my father is Jin Jing. If you dare lay a hand on me, my father will ensure you suffer the consequences. The little cub was merely boasting, knowing full well he dared not inform Jin Jing he was out causing trouble. Should his father find out, he would surely be punished. Jin Jing? Jin Yao stepped forward, initially intending to give the little cub a few swats, but halted upon hearing that name. Seeing Jin Yao's demeanor, the little cub straightened up, smugly regarding him. Are you afraid now? Little did he anticipate that Jin Yao only cast him a sidelong glance. His tone remaining casual. Perfect. I know your father. Let us go speak with him and have him personally teach you a lesson about the nonsense you've been learning outside. Jinda and the other little cubs were dumbfounded by Jin Yao's unexpected reversal of roles. How could it be like this? If word reached Qingqing, they too would likely face repercussions. With this thought, the three cubs instinctively shuddered, as the prospect of a spanking was far from pleasant. Why you? How dare you? The little cub quickly retreated a few steps, then paused, looking at Jin Yao. You know my father. This should not be. He had never heard Qingqing mention Jin Yao's name. Jin Yao did not respond, simply instructing Jinda and the others, stay close. Recount everything they said and did when we arrive, in full detail, to that uncle. He preferred not to discipline the children of others. It was best to leave that to their parents. Besides, there was some history between Jin Yao and Qingqing, and he understood that Qingqing would indeed reprimand them, which was why he chose to send them back. Otherwise, he would have certainly taken it upon himself to discipline those little cubs. All right. Jin Yao appeared more excited than anyone else, while the four little cubs' faces fell as they turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Jin Yao strode forward, grabbing the little cubs by the nape of their necks as he headed toward Qingqing's residence. There is no need to struggle. You cannot escape. Whether they left early or late made no difference. They would have to apologize, and that was all there was to it. The other cubs comforted themselves with this thought. When Bai Qingqing returned home to find it empty, she felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired with a few neighbors. They were reluctant to engage with her, but out of gratitude for her assistance to the beast clan, they eventually relayed all they had seen. Qingqing, from the tone of these beast men, it seemed he was quite the prominent figure within the clan. Bai Qingqing pondered the matter and continued her inquiries until she finally arrived at Qingqing's home. He truly was the most formidable among the Golden Lion clan. Even standing there, he exuded an aura of authority that deterred others from approaching. However, Jin Yao appeared oblivious to the figure standing there. As he continued to bring the little cubs before Qingqing, upon seeing Jin Yao, Qingqing's eyes flickered before he approached, asking, "What happened? Did you encounter these little cubs on the mountain?" "No." Jin Yao shook his head in denial. Then turned to Jin Yao. "Jin Yao, you tell Uncle Qingqing." "All right." Jin Yao's eyes lit up, and she began recounting her experiences. As she spoke, Qingqing's expression grew increasingly dark, while the four little cubs lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. After finishing her tale, Jin Yao looked at Qingqing with a pitiful expression. "Uncle Qingqing, they said my mother is ugly, and they said my father too. They even pulled my hair. And now it's all messy. This was the style my mother did for me." As she spoke, Jin Yao felt utterly wronged, and with a clenched jaw, she burst into tears. In Qingqing's household, all four cubs were males, and given the scarcity of females, seeing such a composed male display such distress was rather amusing. Even the four little cubs began to reflect on whether they had indeed acted wrongly. And Qingqing had yet to begin his reprimand. Do not cry just yet. How do you wish for your uncle to punish them? Qingqing cast a pleading glance at Jin Yao, while Jin Yao inwardly hoped Jin Yao would not intervene, as her performance had yet to reach its conclusion. Whether it was a shared understanding or a mere coincidence, Jin Yao turned away, feigning ignorance of Qingqing's gaze, while the other two little cubs gleefully watched the four, their eyes brimming with smugness. At this moment, Jin Yao had yet to encounter an opponent. Truly, her reliance on her eyes and words was her greatest asset. "They said my mother is ugly, so I want them to declare that Bai Qingqing is the most beautiful female in the world. If they utter those words, I shall overlook the matter of my hair being pulled. But if no one is willing to apologize, I will tell others about this." To whom she would convey that information remained a mystery. Qingqing regarded the four little cubs, musing that Jin Yao was indeed kind-hearted, though her demands were already quite simple. Deming apologized. Deming pouted, turning his head away, adamantly refusing to utter those words. "I will not apologize." Deming, Qingqing reprimanded sharply, only to see the third cub raise his hand, addressing Qingqing. "I will apologize to her." In that instant, all eyes turned to him, filled with a measure of approval. No one quite knew where this child had come from, yet he spoke with remarkable eloquence. Nevertheless, it was true. One spoke appropriately to whom one encountered, whether human or beast. Very well. Jin raised her chin, resolutely deciding to compel this male to apologize here. It was, after all, a rather effortless approach at present. Should they prolong this matter, it would be of no avail. I apologize to Miss Bai Qingqing. I should not have uttered those words. Miss Bai Qingqing is the most beautiful woman in the world. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing herself stood not far away, utterly taken aback by this scene. Having arrived just in time to overhear the apology from this little brat, she felt indifferent, as a child was hardly someone she was familiar with. making it unnecessary for her to listen to so much. Well, how could you bully a little child like that? Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Jin sprinted forward. Mother, Chapter 57. Inquiring about the human realm, Jin bent down and lifted Jin into her arms. Pinching her recently plump cheeks, "What brings you all here? I was just searching for you." Bai Qingqing's somewhat coquettish tone made Jin Yao's heart soften instantly, and he quickly composed himself, then turned to Bai Qingqing and asked, "What brings you here? Why didn't you wait for us at home?" It seemed she was somewhat displeased about venturing so far alone. Currently, the Golden Lion clan was essentially divided into two factions. One faction believed that Bai Qingqing had genuinely changed, fostering a slightly improved relationship with her, while the other firmly believed she was merely pretending, convinced that her transformation could not occur so swiftly. They had all witnessed her previous fondness for Ba. After all, as she would incessantly quarrel with Jin Yao, who would then frequently visit the Golden Lion clan, all for the sake of the little cub. News spread quickly. Soon, everyone knew Bai Qingqing to be a lazy and indulgent character. "I had no idea how long I would have to wait at home for you, so I decided to come out for a stroll." Jin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Bai Qingqing. It seemed that the playful teasing of a child had inexplicably transformed into an unforgivable offense in his presence. Yet, he truly could not tolerate the little cub's disparaging Bai Qingqing. Observing Jin Yao's expression, Bai Qingqing could grasp a hint of the situation. Naturally, she sided with Jin Yao. Moreover, if a child were not well disciplined from a young age, they would be insufferable as adults. With this thought in mind, Bai Qingqing further solidified her stance, addressing Jin Jing. "Your little ones have indeed erred this time. Asking for an apology is hardly excessive, is it?" Jin Jing stared at Bai Qingqing, momentarily dumbfounded. He had heard of her name, but he truly did not expect the female to possess such beauty. She could easily outshine all other females. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes as he replied, "That is only right." Bai Qingqing's gaze fell upon the three little cubs, who were led by Jin Ming, all of whom appeared dumbstruck. They had called Bai Qingqing ugly, as many within the clan had recently been discussing her. Completely oblivious to Jin Ming's voice, their outburst was merely a momentary fit of pique, leading them to commit such an act. Jin Jing dragged the four little cubs to apologize, and after a series of awkward apologies, he bid farewell to Jin Yao's family. Jin Ming understood that matters would not be so simple. Jin Jing had yet to chastise them, and he was undoubtedly planning to wait until everyone departed before delivering punishment. With this thought, Jin Ming began to feel a dull ache in his backside. Watching Jin Yao's family depart, Jin Jing's smile vanished entirely, and he closed the door behind him, lowering his voice as he called for his cubs. "Come in." After leaving Jin Jing's home, Bai Qingqing felt a tinge of curiosity about the situation regarding the Jin Jing family. "Why haven't I seen any females?" Jin Yao, taken aback by Bai Qingqing's concern, glanced at her before responding. His partner passed away several years ago. He raised those four cubs all by himself, which is why they fear him. After all, males generally lack patience, and should the cubs start crying, they would not necessarily receive kindness in return. They might even face a beating. Yet, Jin Jing was attentive to those four cubs, as they were his own. Previously, some had observed that it was no easy feat for Jin Jing to raise the cubs alone, and thus suggested he take on another cub to assist him, harboring their own ulterior motives. However, they were surprised when Jin Jing declined, choosing instead to quietly raise the children by himself. Thus, Jin Jing had long been regarded as the strongest individual in the village, a fact that was beyond dispute, for thus far, no one had managed to best him. Hearing Jin Yao's remarks about Jin Jing, Bai Qingqing began to form a vague impression. The original text indicated that Jin Jing ultimately did not meet a favorable fate. Though she had forgotten the specific reasons behind it, that portion had been read in fragments, making it difficult to retain. If possible, she would truly wish to alter the outcome for Jin Jing's family, at the very least to prevent them from appearing so miserable. Noticing Bai Qingqing deep in thought with her lips pursed, Jin Yao felt puzzled. "What is it?" "It's nothing. I just feel that Jin Jing has it rather tough." Jin Yao's gaze flickered before he softly agreed. "It is indeed quite difficult." Upon returning home, Bai Qingqing set the dining utensils on the table and casually stir-fried some meat. She had visited the market today and inquired with the former owner of the apothecary about the matter of venturing into the human realm. The owner's response was of little use to her, leaving her with no choice but to return home. She pondered how the human realm had transformed, with such strict measures for entry and exit. Bai Qingqing's thoughts drifted when she suddenly recalled something. Why could the beast folk live in this realm without being discovered by humans? She narrowed her eyes, suspecting that the humans were likely aware of the existence of beast folk and had made some sort of agreement with them. Otherwise, she could not believe that humans were entirely ignorant of the beast folk's presence. Qingqing, Qingqing. Huh. A few calls snapped Bai Qingqing back to reality as she looked at Jin Yao, blinking twice. Jin Yao regarded Bai Qingqing with concern. What is it? You didn't respond when I called you just now. It's nothing. I was just thinking of something. Bai Qingqing swiftly changed the subject. Do you know about humans? Upon hearing this term, Jin Yao's expression darkened instantly, and he regarded Bai Qingqing with a hint of wariness and caution. Why do you ask about that? Bai Qingqing had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Jin Yao. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I just overheard someone mention it today, so I asked out of curiosity. If you don't wish to discuss it, that's perfectly fine. Do not inquire about it again. After cautioning her, Jin Yao seemed worried that Bai Qingqing might ask others, warning her, humans are dangerous. If we are discovered, the consequences would be dire. She was well aware of that. Rest assured, I won't seek my own demise. It appeared that Jin Yao was concealing something from her. The three little cubs remained blissfully unaware of the tension between their parents, happily devouring their meals. Despite Jin Yao's admonition, Bai Qingqing was not one to easily relent. Primarily, it was because she had once been human herself, and thus she instinctively desired to draw closer to her own kind. After washing the dishes, she made her way to Jinhua's home, intending to inquire about the matter. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Jin Ping responded, Who is it? And then rose to open the door. Discovering it was Bai Qingqing, he quickly ushered her inside. Come in quickly. Jinhua, Miss Bai has arrived. Huh? I'm coming right away. Chapter 58. Something is off. Jinhua wiped her hands with the apron tied around her waist and promptly came out, her face beaming with joy upon seeing Bai Qingqing. What brings you here so suddenly? Bai Qingqing smiled back at her, stating that she had some matters to inquire about with Sister Jinhua. Although she mentioned having questions, she did not elaborate. Jin Ping, understanding the unspoken cue, quickly excused himself, saying, I'll go chop some firewood outside. He stepped out and closed the door behind him. Jinhua immediately took Bai Qingqing's hand and seated her, her brow furrowed with concern. What is the matter? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing quickly shook her head. It's nothing. I just have a question for Sister Jin Hua. Is there a conflict between the beast folk and the human tribe? Jinhua's expression darkened instantly, her reaction mirroring that of Jin Yao. Where did you hear about the human tribe? Qingqing, what are you planning to do? Their responses struck Bai Qingqing as peculiar, leaving her utterly baffled as to why they reacted this way. Was it possible that the humans had done something to the beast folk to reach an agreement? Sister Jinhua, it's nothing serious. I merely wish to purchase some items from the human tribe. However, I found that many beast folk have no interest in going to the human realm, so I thought to ask you. This explanation seemed somewhat plausible, and Jinhua sighed in relief, though she remained skeptical of Bai Qingqing's words, harboring a degree of doubt. After all, if it were merely about buying something, why would she ask so many questions? The discord between humans and us beast folk is indeed significant. They have always regarded us as monsters and have even burned our kin alive. As if recalling some painful memory she was reluctant to share, Jinhua's countenance darkened, and she hastily warned, Just ensure you have no dealings with humans. It's getting late. You should head back now. Your cubs are likely waiting for you. Jinhua evidently preferred to remain reticent, and Bai Qingqing did not press her further. Nodding, she made her way outside, saying, All right, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Sister Jinhua, do rest early. Jinhua appeared somewhat distracted and replied, I see. You may leave. Would you like Jinping to escort you? No need. Bai Qingqing responded, It's just a short distance. I can manage on my own. Once outside, the smile on Bai Qingqing's face vanished without a trace as she headed homeward. When Jin Yao saw Bai Qingqing returning, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He wished to inquire about her whereabouts, but hesitated, fearing it might upset her. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose silence. Let us go inside, he said. Observing Jin Yao's demeanor, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, particularly since Jin Yao had repeatedly cautioned her against prying into matters concerning the human race. Yet, she could not shake her curiosity. The three little ones were perched on the bed, engrossed in an open storybook, its pages already yellowed with age, likely brought out by Jin Yao to lull them to sleep. However, the three little ones had developed discerning tastes, finding all stories except those told by Bai Qingqing unappealing. Mother, you have finally returned. Father has been muttering something I cannot comprehend, Jin Yao complained, nestled in Bai Qingqing's embrace. Jin Yao retorted playfully, Do you truly believe I would not dare to discipline you? Oh dear mother, father is going to punish me. I am so frightened. Jin Yao exclaimed, her expression betraying no fear as she stuck out her tongue and made a face, leaving Jin Yao feeling somewhat exasperated. Jinda and Jiner gazed at Jinyo with a hint of envy, for it seemed that only Jinyo and Bai Qingqing could defy Jinyao without facing repercussions. If they dared to do the same, they would undoubtedly receive a sound thrashing. Jinyao looked at the trio, then gently patted Jinyo's head. You are not a child anymore. Do not burden your mother. Go to bed on your own. Does your mother's hand not ache? Okay. Jinyo obediently hopped off and scampered to her bed, while Bai Qingqing playfully chided Jinyao, it is not such a strain. Do not be harsh with her. Jinyao found himself perplexed by her words. He had not been stern with Jinyo at all. The three little ones erupted into laughter at Jinyao's bewilderment. The playful antics continued until the late hours of the night, finally leading the three little ones to slumber. Bai Qingqing, utterly drained, collapsed onto the bed, too tired to even move her fingers. Noticing her state, Jinyao approached her and softly asked, What is the matter? Are you tired? They are simply too mischievous. Do not indulge them so often, or it will become a habit. Seizing the opportunity while their offspring slept, Jinyao hurriedly took the chance to speak ill of them. Bai Qingqing shot him a glare. They are practically adults. Why bother with such trivialities? In that fleeting moment, Jinyao grasped the meaning behind the saying, a doting mother spoils her child. Bai Qingqing's current demeanor exemplified this perfectly. Then I shall refrain from speaking further, he replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. As the drought approached, the weather had grown increasingly oppressive, robbing Bai Qingqing of sleep. She broached the subject of relocation with Jinyao. Jinyao, shall we consider moving to another location? Jinyao looked at her, puzzled by her sudden suggestion. Why? Wasn't everything fine in our previous place? It was close to the mountains and water, and near the Jinshi tribe. We could return for assistance if needed. Did something happen that he was unaware of? As concern creased his features, he noted Bai Qingqing's anxious expression. I asked, there's something troubling you. Bai Qingqing could not help but chuckle at his worry. No, nothing is wrong. That I have heard that a drought is imminent, and if that occurs, remaining here will be untenable. The trees will wither, the water will dry up, and even the prey will vanish. It would be impossible for us to survive here, especially with the three little ones. Jinyao regarded her, suddenly recalling the chief's earlier arrangements. Did the chief inform you of this? With that thought, he pursed his lips and acquiesced. Very well. Where do you think would be suitable for us to relocate? Bai Qingqing was unfamiliar with the area, thus uncertain of her response. What do you think? After contemplating briefly, Jinyao suggested, perhaps we should find a place near a lake. But where is there a lake here? Bai Qingqing frowned, having only seen a few rivers during her time here, with no visible lakes. Jinyao's expression shifted dramatically. An idea sparked in his mind, but it was fraught with complications. Never mind. Let us reconsider. It appears there truly are no lakes. Jinyao's reaction was rather peculiar. With the drought looming, they could not afford to delay any longer. A decision needed to be made promptly. Chapter 59. Seduction. Bai Qingqing observed Jinyao, ultimately choosing not to voice her thoughts. She resolved to investigate further the next day to avoid any last-minute rush. Jinyao stiffly drew Bai Qingqing into his embrace. Although their relationship had progressed to a new level, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. While the Jinshi tribe remained tranquil, the Fox and Eagle tribes were embroiled in new intrigues. The next day, the Eagle tribe's chief arrived at the Fox tribe with Yin Chuan in tow, followed by Yin Chong. Yin Chong had come merely to observe. He bore no affection for his elder brother, but felt powerless against him, thus stifling his opinions. Yin Chuan had little desire to attend, but the Eagle tribe's chief insisted daily, so he endured the irritation and accompanied his father to the Fox tribe, treating it as a mere formality. A waste of time. You've arrived. Come in. Fox Jiao, acting as the matchmaker, was the most obligated to be present. Upon seeing Yin Chuan, she felt a pang of regret. Yin Chuan was not only formidable but also came from a reputable family. If her daughter were to marry him, happiness would surely follow. However, she had not anticipated that Foxy would ensnare her in a trap, leading to a slip of the tongue. Yet, surely Yin Chuan would not take an interest in Foxling air. Would he? Fox Jiao mused, her heart racing. While she had heard of Yin Chuan's excellence, she had yet to see it firsthand, so her expectations remained tempered. Upon seeing him today, she was left utterly speechless. She had initially thought Jin Lin was impressive, but Yin Chuan surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, she had not been blinded by foolishness. Had Foxling air married Jin Lin, it would have been disastrous. Currently, only the three families were privy to this matter, while others remained oblivious. It seemed that Bai Qingqing and Jinhua were not gossipy individuals. Otherwise, with the nature of the beast clans, the news would have spread like wildfire. Foxy, feeling relieved, led Yin Chuan and the others inside. Yin Chuan maintained a stoic expression throughout, infuriating the Eagle tribe's chief, who slapped his shoulder and shot him a glare, urging him to show some respect. Yet, Yin Chuan continued to ignore his father's signals, gazing elsewhere. This was someone else's domain. The Eagle tribe's chief could not afford to make a scene, so he simmered in silence, vowing to address his son later. Yin Chong observed the spread of meats before him, noting that they were all Yin Chuan's favorites, prepared in his preferred style. It seemed Jin Lin had successfully conveyed the message to Fox Shi. Yin Chuan cast a glance downward, his brow furrowing in discontent. He abhorred the sensation of having his preferences laid bare for all to see, akin to being spied upon. Noticing Yin Chuan's expression, Fox Shi felt a jolt of apprehension but dismissed it quickly, addressing him. Come, sit down. I will summon Ling Er. As the chief of the Eagle tribe, he bore a certain pride, yet in another's home. He could only smile and comply. Once Fox Shi exited, the Eagle tribe's chief's demeanor darkened. He turned to Yin Chuan, demanding, "What is the matter with you? I told you at home to refrain from showing disdain when in the presence of others. What are you doing?" "Father, you mentioned it, but I never agreed," Yin Chuan retorted, his tone defiant. The chief raised his hand as if to strike him but halted, remembering that Fox Shi and Fox Ling Er would soon appear. He ultimately lowered his hand and warned, "I tell you, if today does not go well, I will flay you alive when we return. Then go ahead and do it now," Yin Chuan shot back. "You?" Yin Chuan watched the exchange, accustomed to such spectacles. His brother possessed strength but had an equally peculiar temperament. Their father could not rein him in, resulting in these daily dramas. The chief wished to voice further admonitions. But soon after, Fox Shi entered with Fox Ling Er. Fox Ling Er's face was painted with excessive rouge, rendering her entire visage a bright red, leading one to mistakenly believe she had suffered an allergic reaction to something she had consumed. Yin Chong and the Eagle tribe's chief were momentarily taken aback, while only Yin Chuan frowned, his words dripping with sarcasm. "What is this, a monkey's bottom?" In an instant, the entire room fell into silence. Hu Shi gazed at Yin Chuan, her breath nearly suspended, while Hu Lingo's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of shock directed at Yin Chuan. Did he not find her beautiful? Why would he consider her unattractive? Did this male truly lack discernment? "Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. If you fancy this daughter-in-law, let your second son marry her," she declared, and with that, Yin Chuan dashed out. Yin Chong also stood there, staring blankly at Hu Linga. Apart from her sunburned cheeks on this sweltering day, he had never seen anyone with such flushed features. What was wrong with this female? If her intention was to capture Yin Chuan's attention, then she had succeeded, albeit not in a manner that would leave a favorable impression. Hu Shi's expression darkened slightly, but due to the other party's status, she refrained from speaking too harshly. The Eagle clan leader's demeanor was also less than pleasant. He had brought his son to see Hu Lingo based on Hu Zhao's praise of her beauty, yet he had not anticipated the peculiarities of Hu Lingo's appearance. Hu Lingo felt wronged. This was not her fault. She did not know how to apply rouge, but if she were to refrain from it, she was still a beauty in her own right. Why did Yin Chuan show her no courtesy? Hu Shi cast a reproachful glance at Hu Linger, dismayed that her daughter had faltered at such a crucial moment. "I apologize. My child is playful and has smeared rouge on her face. I shall have her wash it off immediately." The Eagle clan leader merely grunted in response. Originally intending to depart, Yin Chong lingered, his gaze fixed curiously on Hu Linger. Just how beautiful could this female be? If his brother truly had no interest, perhaps he would consider her himself. Hu Linger was ushered out by Hu Shi, who roughly wiped her face with a cloth. Hu Linger felt as though her skin might be rubbed off, and hastily pushed Hu Shi's hand away. "Oh mother, why are you in such a rush? I think this rouge looks quite lovely. It's they who lack vision. Why do you not compliment me?" She spoke in a pitiful tone, nearly convincing Hu Shi that she was at fault. With a stern expression, Hu Shi stated, "Males prefer clarity. They do not appreciate the gaudy pigments favored by humans. Clean your face first, and we shall see about winning over Yin Chuan." Chapter 60. Ugly. Affected posture. Hu Shi, being astute and well acquainted with her daughter, chose not to label her as ugly outright, but instead coaxed Hu Linger into washing her face. After all, she did not wish to squander this potential match. If they missed this opportunity, Hu Zhao would not present them with another suitable prospect. Once Hu Lingo had cleaned her face, Hu Shi finally led her back inside. At this moment, Yin Chong and the Eagle clan leader were growing impatient. Though they could not voice their discomfort, merely enduring it while inquiring about the situation, the other younger members of the family were at a loss for words, stammering as they glanced at the Eagle clan leader with a pitiful expression, making one wonder if they had come to the Fox clan to bully their offspring. Linger, come in quickly, Hu Shi urged, her face alight with joy, for she held great confidence in her daughter's beauty. The Eagle clan leader glanced up, his expression softening considerably. It was worth the wait, for Hu Linger's appearance was indeed commendable. Although she could not quite measure up to Yin Chuan, it was understandable. As Yin Chuan's beauty was beyond that of an ordinary beastman, he was undeniably striking. Yin Chang's demeanor transformed completely. Previously indifferent to Hu Ling'er, he now began to move a chair for her. "You are called Ling'er, correct? Here, take this seat." His tone was exceedingly accommodating. The Eagle clan leader's expression remained somewhat sour, yet he could do nothing about it. Hu Ling'er, being the sort who thrived on attention, recognized her appeal, and who she, aware of her daughter's character, kept a vigilant eye on her, signaling her not to act recklessly. Unfortunately, Hu Ling'er was blissfully unaware of how to temper her demeanor, perching herself haughtily upon the chair, chin held high, resembling a little princess. The Eagle clan leader disdained such superficiality, yet Yin Chang was of a similar ilk, making them appear somewhat compatible. He pondered that, given Yin Chang's tarnished reputation within the Eagle clan, securing a bride from the Fox clan might not be such a bad idea after all. As for Yin Chuan, as long as he consented, the other females would undoubtedly follow suit. It was perhaps best to resolve Yin Chang's matrimonial situation first. Observing the rapid changes in the Eagle clan leader's expression, who she, being shrewd, gleaned some insight into his intentions, he merely wished to pair her daughter with Yin Chang. However, the disparity between Yin Chang and Yin Chuan was vast. Indeed, he was not even on Hu Jiao's list of potential candidates. Though the reasons behind Yin Chang's exclusion remained unclear, it was evident that it was no trivial matter. Otherwise, Hu Jiao would not have overlooked him. For he certainly had an attractive appearance. Since Yin Chuan has departed, let us postpone this matter until next time. She positioned herself between Yin Chang and Hu Ling'er, effectively obstructing Yin Chang's line of sight. Yin Chang was uncertain whether Hu Shi's actions were deliberate, so he merely pouted, patiently turning his gaze toward the Eagle clan leader. After all, his father had not intervened, which implied that the Eagle clan leader had no objections to his pursuit of Hu Ling. As long as Hu Ling'er was willing to be with him, Hu Shi's protest would be of little consequence. After all, Hu Ling'er appeared to be somewhat dim-witted. If that is the case, we shall take our leave for now. The Eagle clan leader signaled to Yin Chang, and together they exited. Hu Ling'er, still with her eyes closed, awaited Yin Chang's continued attention. However, after a prolonged wait, she was met with an unexpected response, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Yin Chang, on the other hand, showed no signs of distress, merely gazing at Hu Ling'er with a hint of reluctance in his expression. Hu Ling'er felt a pang in her heart. If she were to choose a partner, she would undoubtedly prefer someone who cherished her. If Yin Chuan remained indifferent, would she not be doomed to misery in such a union? Moreover, the look Yin Chuan had just given her was truly terrifying. Once the two departed, Hu Shi turned to Hu Ling'er, taking the initiative. I know what you are thinking, but let me assure you, Yin Chang is not a good match. Be cautious, lest you find yourself deceived. Leaving nothing but scraps behind. Hu Ling'er was unconvinced. She believed that it was merely Hu Shi's infatuation with Yin Chuan that led her to insist on Hu Ling'er marrying him. Mother, but Yin Chuan seems to have no interest in me at all. What if he refuses to accept me? In the case of other beastmen, they might be able to manipulate their families to gain approval, but Yin Chuan appeared to be quite resolute in his opinions. If they intended to approach the Eagle clan leader, it seemed unlikely to succeed. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, you must not engage in secret meetings with Yin Chang, or you shall have to answer to me. Having left the Fox clan, Yin Chuan made his way directly toward the Eagle clan. He was well liked among the Eagle clan members, who greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Yin Chuan, back already? How was it? Facing their friendly banter, Yin Chuan felt somewhat exasperated. Please, refrain from teasing me. I must return quickly. Ha ha ha. Look at Yin Chuan, shy as ever. It seems someone has made him feel bashful. Get to work quickly. We'll talk later. Or you'll find yourself without dinner tonight. Each household within the Eagle clan operated quite independently. Unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to complete tasks on their own. Growing up in such an environment, Yin Chuan had developed an increasingly independent nature, finding little companionship among his peers. Unlike Yin Chang, who had always been the king of the children within the clan, Yin Chuan occasionally envied him. Wondering how he managed such relationships, upon returning home, Yin Chuan first drank a bowl of water before settling down to reflect on the events of the day. That moment, Yin Shi entered. Pausing momentarily upon seeing him. Why are you back at this hour? Where are your father and brother? They are still behind. They will return shortly. Oh, I prepared some meat for you. It's in the pot. Remember to eat it later. Their familial interactions were notably cold. Yin Chuan merely replied with a nonchalant and Yin Shi turned to leave, while Yin Chuan showed no interest in her activities. Once Yin Shi departed, Yin Chuan stifled a yawn and stepped outside, scanning the clan's surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a striking figure, a female he had never encountered before within the clan. The female appeared quite anxious, as if searching for something. Passers-by merely glanced at her, unwilling to involve themselves, as they generally preferred to mind their own affairs. However, Yinchuan felt a pang of sympathy, pursed his lips, and approached the female. His tone gentle. "What are you looking for?" The other orcs peered out, some unable to believe that this young master had, for once, taken it upon himself to meddle in matters that did not concern him. The female emitted a monosyllabic sound, her hands flailing about, yet Yinchuan could not comprehend a single gesture. Chapter 61. Sister no longer recognizes herself, noticing Yinchuan's furrowed brow. The female understood that he too was bewildered by her actions, and with a hint of disappointment, she lowered her head, adopting a pitiable demeanor that stirred a sense of unease within Yinchuan. "What troubles you?" he inquired. The young girl shook her head, remaining silent, and continued forward. He followed her, only to be halted by another orc. The orc shook his head and spoke. "This female cannot speak. She is mute. You won't comprehend her intentions, so it would be better not to follow her. In any case, there's no telling what she intends to do." After pondering for a moment, Yinchuan thanked the orc for his kindness, but ultimately decided to follow her. After all, one could never be certain of what he might understand. Perhaps he might guess correctly. The female seemed taken aback by Yinchuan's decision to follow her, and upon spotting him, she quickly shook her head and gestured towards the path he had come from, indicating that he need not accompany her. However, Yinchuan paid no heed to her words, his gaze fixed upon her, evoking a sense of tender affection. "That I merely happen to be traversing this route as well. Do not overthink it." "What nonsense," the young girl huffed, marching ahead, clearly unwilling to engage with Yinchuan. Observing her demeanor, Yinchuan's lips curled into a smile, and he fell and stepped behind her once more. They continued until they exited the Eagle Clan's territory, where the young girl darted into the woods, beginning her search for something she desired. Yinchuan found it peculiar, having spent years among the Eagle Clan. He had never heard of a mute individual residing there. How fortuitous it was to encounter one today. In a casual tone, he asked, "Are you of the Eagle Clan?" The young girl shook her head, attempting to convey something through gestures, but then remembered that Yinchuan could not decipher her movements and ultimately gave up. Watching her lift and lower her hands in frustration, Yinchuan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, addressed her, "Why not give it a try? How would I know whether I understand your meaning or not?" After contemplating for a moment, the young girl seemed to grasp his reasoning. She began to gesture wildly. Yet all Yinchuan could think of was the earlier motion she had made, raising her hand to her head to mimic rabbit ears. One might mistakenly believe she was playfully flirting with him. Yinchuan formed a fist and placed it near his lips, fearful that she might discern his thoughts. "Are you of the Rabbit Clan?" The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Why would a Rabbit Clan member be in the Eagle Clan? Could it be that you are someone's partner?" The thought darkened Yinchuan's expression as he turned to face her, asking in a low voice, "Do you have a partner?" The young girl, taken aback by Yinchuan's sudden intimidating demeanor, shook her head honestly. She indeed had no partner. She had been captured and brought into the Eagle Clan, and today was merely a fortunate escape while the household was distracted. Few knew of her capture, as it was a violation of clan rules for the beastmen to seize individuals from other clans. Otherwise, the orcs of the Eagle Clan would likely not have aided her. The individual before her was likely no different, the light in her eyes dimmed, akin to a candle extinguished in the night. Yinchuan felt a pang of sympathy and said, "I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. Who are you searching for? I shall assist you in finding them." The young girl blinked twice and then pointed to herself, mimicking a pair of rabbit ears with her lips clearly forming the word. Yinchuan's heart stirred. "Are you seeking someone from your clan? Is it your sister?" Her breathing quickened with urgency as she nodded vigorously. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by several voices. The young girl turned in panic, only to find a group of Eagle Clan orcs approaching. Terrified, she hid behind Yinchuan, who, upon turning, saw his own kin. The orcs halted, surprised that this female had sought out Yinchuan. How clever of her to find the strongest ally in an instant. "Yinchuan, could you hand over the female behind you?" The leading orc's expression was shadowed, causing the young girl to tremble in fear. Yinchuan extended his hand slightly to shield her, then regarded the orc with a raised brow. "Who is she to you?" "She is my partner, but we just had a quarrel, which is why she ran away. I was merely coming to find her." He chuckled, yet Yinchuan found no credence in the male's words. Snorting disdainfully, "Then why is she not registered within the clan?" At those words, the male's expression darkened instantly. If circumstances allowed, he would have liked to maintain his bravado, but Yinchuan's status was different. If he genuinely pressed the issue, it could lead to trouble for them all in the Eagle Clan, and he might even escalate it to the beastmen. He could not gamble with his future. What you say is rather interesting, he mused, contemplating that perhaps Yinchuan had taken a liking to this female. It would be wiser to concede her to him, thus earning a favor in return. Fine, you may have her. I will not contest it. We shall take our leave. Yinchuan had long grown accustomed to the opportunistic nature of these individuals, sneering as he watched them depart. The young girl was taken aback, astonished that they dared not act against her in Yinchuan's presence, staring at him in a daze. Snap out of it. Yinchuan waved his hand before her, perplexed. Didn't rabbits possess a certain cleverness? Why does this one appear so dazed? Ah. She bowed deeply to Yinchuan, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yinchuan felt a warmth in his heart, a smile tugging at his lips, yet he quickly suppressed it. Come, are you not still searching for your sister? Let me accompany you. At this moment, the young girl had already deemed Yinchuan a good person. Why did you follow me? Voices emerged from not far away, prompting Yinchuan and the young girl to instinctively turn their heads. In the next moment, Yinchuan, distracted for but an instant, watched as the young girl dashed forward. Hey! Startled, Yinchuan hurried after her. Bai Qingqing had risen early to explore for a lake, but unexpectedly, a figure charged towards her, colliding directly. Fortunately, Jinyao was swift, promptly pulling Bai Qingqing into his embrace, while the young girl stumbled, gazing up at Bai Qingqing with tears brimming in her eyes. Looking utterly forlorn, she gazed at Bai Qingqing with a pitiful expression, evoking empathy in anyone with a heart. Yinchuan quickly caught up, and the moment he laid eyes on Bai Qingqing, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. Though it faded just as swiftly, Jinyao protectively shielded his partner, casting a wary glance at the two of them. The young girl stared at Bai Qingqing in disbelief. Why does my sister not recognize me? Chapter 62. Inviting the wolf into the house, Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned upon seeing the young girl, her mind racing to comprehend that she might be her sister. Yinchuan, recognizing Jinyao, offered a slight nod and exchanged some pleasantries, then explained, she is of the rabbit clan. I believe your partner is her sister. She was simply a bit emotional earlier. I hope you won't take offense. You are Ro. Bai Qingqing finally recalled her younger sister. However, Bai Qingqing had never held much fondness for Bai Ro, finding her silence somewhat embarrassing and often dismissing her. Yet Bai Ro remained unfazed, always trailing after her sister, no matter how hurtful the words spoken. A true tragedy. Indeed, Bai Qingqing studied Bai Ro, finding her unchanged from her memories. Bai Ro nodded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Yinchuan contemplated Bai Ro's name. It truly suited her, as she appeared exceedingly gentle and endearing. No wonder she was bestowed such a name. I have not returned home in years, and I apologize for worrying you. Since we fortuitously met today, why not come to my home for a meal? Bai Qingqing looked at Bai Ro, who readily agreed, recalling Yinchuan. Although they shared no ties, this male had consistently aided her. It was only right that she repay his kindness. Bai Ro tugged at Bai Qingqing's wrist, prompting her to look at Yinchuan and ask, will you join us? Had it been anyone else, Yinchuan might have declined, but before him stood Bai Ro. With a hint of boldness, he nodded. I shall go. Jinyao gazed at Yinchuan, and if memory served him right, he was the eldest son of the Eagle Tribe's chieftain, a young man burdened with great expectations. Should they discover that their son had taken a liking to a member of the Rabbit Tribe, it was likely that the chieftain would be so enraged that he might lose his appetite. Indeed, among the beast tribes, the Rabbit Tribe held the least social standing, primarily because their members were perceived as lacking utility, their only remarkable trait being their prolific reproductive capabilities. Consequently, many beast tribes sought to capture female rabbits to bear offspring for them. This delicate young girl before him, Bai Ro, had likely endured such circumstances herself, as evidenced by the tattered state of her fur, which appeared to be torn rather than cut, perhaps influenced by a sense of compassion. Jinyao regarded the little girl with a degree of sympathy and decided to take her and Yinchuan home with him. Bai Qingqing turned to Jinyao and said, please tend to that meat while I prepare some vegetables for Ro. Were it not for the presence of others, Jinyao might have instinctively assumed that all members of the rabbit tribe were carnivorous. Given that Bai Qingqing had been indulging in both meat and vegetables lately, presenting no semblance of a typical rabbit. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. A bit of extra weight made her appear healthy. As Jinyao processed the game, his thoughts wandered. Bai Ro hadn't seen Bai Qingqing for quite some time, and now she trailed after her sister like a devoted shadow. Yinchuan observed Bai Ro's behavior with some exasperation and promptly pulled her to sit beside him. Just as Bai Ro was about to protest, Yinchuan interjected, it's already quite a task for your sister to prepare our meal. Do you really want to disturb her? At those words, Bai Roro deflated like a punctured balloon, shaking her head in acquiescence. Seeing the little girl so compliant, Yinchuan felt relieved and continued to reason with her. Let us just sit quietly and not disturb them. Besides, your sister and I are partners. If you intrude, her partner might develop a grievance against her. The notion of discord among partners was not foreign to the rabbit tribe. And Bai Roro, contemplating this, turned pale and obediently remained seated. Bai Qingqing glanced over with concern, fearing that Yinchuan might be bullying Bai Roro. However, the sight of Bai Roro sitting so quietly was puzzling, as she was typically quite the lively child. Why is she so well-behaved today? She wondered aloud to Jin Yao. Jin Yao, however, saw nothing amiss. Instead, he regarded Bai Qingqing with a knowing look. You believe Yinchuan to be the type to meddle unnecessarily. The Eagle tribe is not known for such behavior, especially not someone like Yinchuan, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never known hardship. He certainly wouldn't be inclined to assist others lightly. Having understood the law of the jungle from a young age, realizing this, Bai Qingqing suddenly understood Jin Yao's implication. Yinchuan, actually just keep that to yourself. Otherwise, your sister might feel embarrassed. Jin Yao cautioned. Bai Qingqing swiftly closed her mouth, recognizing that Yinchuan was indeed a trustworthy ally. Yet, in the original narrative, it seemed that Yinchuan and Bai Roro never crossed paths, ultimately meeting his demise in an assassination. Bai Qingqing's mind raced as she contemplated how to alter Yinchuan's fate. If the two could be together, it would surely be a beautiful tale. Humming a little tune, she finished preparing the vegetables just as three little ones came running from another direction, shouting, "Mother! Father!" Turning to face her children, Bai Qingqing's expression hardened as she asked, "Where have you three been playing? You're all covered in mud and water. You'll wash your own clothes later. I want to do it for you." The trio accepted their mother's scolding without protest, while Jin Yao chuckled and played the peacemaker. "All right, hurry and change. Dinner will be ready soon." "Yes," they chorused, obediently retreating indoors to change. Bai Qingqing shot Jin Yao a glare. It's all your fault. If they become unruly in the future, it'll be because of your indulgence. Jin Yao rubbed his nose, realizing that Bai Qingqing had always been the one to spoil them the most. Even if he didn't play the villain, as soon as Jin Yao shed a tear, Bai Qingqing would surrender immediately. Oh well, it's my wife to indulge, he mused. What other choice did he have? Watching the harmonious life of this family of five, Bai Roro couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yinchuan narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you envious of your sister's current situation?" Bai Roro nodded, wearing a wistful expression. Who wouldn't he be? Having a partner who understands you and helps with household chores is something every female would wish for. Chapter 63. The cautious Jin Yao observing the retreating figure of the male. The chieftain exhaled deeply, glancing skyward at the blazing sun. He hoped that the beast tribe would weather this crisis. Without Bai Qingqing's insights, he might not have realized the gravity of the situation, merely attributing it to the oppressive heat. However, her words had instilled a sense of caution in him, compelling him to be vigilant at that moment. In the desert city, Kevin sat on his throne, appearing exceedingly irritable. He had initially envisioned seizing control of the entire beast tribe, but days had passed without success. He had even gone so far as to capture several females, hoping to deny the males any chance to regain their strength. Yet, inexplicably, those males seemed tireless, continuing their relentless charge toward them. If this persisted, they would surely suffer significant losses. Moreover, the chieftain of the beast tribe had begun allowing the males to return, as Kevin's subordinates reported that the tribe was hoarding food and water. Coupled with the recent sweltering weather, Kevin sensed something was amiss. If it were merely a case of typical heat, the beast tribe wouldn't take such drastic measures, risking a breach of their defenses by withdrawing those males. Thus, this weather likely harbored some underlying issue, possibly a drought. Err on the side of caution, Kevin decided to delay the offensive against the beast tribe for the time being, intending to reassess when the opportunity arose. The most pressing concern was to ascertain whether the chieftain's decision to send the males to hunt and fetch water was linked to the drought. The hyena observed Kevin with a sense of unease. Believing him overly cautious, the tribe's defenses were currently low. If possible, they should strike decisively and capture everything in one fell swoop, ensuring a sufficient food supply. However, the hyena failed to consider that unequal distribution could lead to internal strife within their ranks. Furthermore, if the beast tribe and desert city allied, it would mean Kevin would have to support even more individuals, a burden he was ill-prepared to shoulder at present. Kevin regarded the hyena and instructed, "Follow the males of the beast tribe and glean any information you can from them." Though the hyena was reluctant, he had no choice but to obey Kevin's command, bowing before departing. Another beastman looked at Kevin, perplexed. Boss, why not send other brothers? Why send the hyena? Everyone knows he is unpredictable. Kevin was aware of this, having always kept a watchful eye on him. Yet, when any matter arose, he still dispatched the hyena first, which baffled the beastmen. With a cold smirk, Kevin replied, only by climbing high can one feel the sting of a fall if you are at a low position. A fall won't hurt. What is the point? Upon hearing this, the beastman felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that anyone who crossed Kevin would likely face dire consequences. Any news from the Golden Lion tribe? The beastman promptly relayed the recent happenings concerning the Golden Lion tribe, knowing that Kevin still harbored lingering thoughts for that female, even beginning to search for someone resembling her. However, finding a suitable substitute was challenging. Given the female's extraordinary beauty, after listening, Kevin rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation, continue to keep an eye on her. Once matters here settle, I'll visit personally. No matter what, that female must be mine. Seeing the determined smile on Kevin's face, the beastman immediately agreed. He had been keeping a close watch on the Golden Lion tribe, intent on uncovering any news about Bai Qingqing and her whereabouts, lest she vanish without a trace, leaving them empty-handed. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing was instructing Bai Ro about poisonous mushrooms. It's best to gather these. If you come across the beautifully colored ones, avoid them if possible. Bai Ro gazed at the resplendent mushroom in her hand, feeling a tinge of regret. Just moments ago, she had admired its beauty, convinced it would be delectable, only to discover it was, in fact, poisonous. Previously, Bai Ro had refrained from consuming such things, but Bai Qingqing's culinary prowess had so enamored her taste buds that she had succumbed. The two had foraged for vegetables and caught a few fish before returning home, only to encounter Yin Chuan, who had come to discuss matters concerning the Eagle clan with Bai Qingqing and Bai Ru. Following Yin Chuan was a male whose gaze made Bai Qingqing feel distinctly uneasy, prompting Bai Ru to hide behind her sister. Noticing Bai Ru's evident fear, Yin Chuan felt a pang of regret for bringing Yin Chong along. However, his father had insisted he introduce his younger brother to the outside world, and he believed it was high time to nurture him, thus he complied. Yet, he had not anticipated that his brother would frighten Bai Ru. Please, take a seat, Bai Qingqing offered, ushering Yin Chuan and Yin Chong inside. When Jinyu spotted Yin Chuan, his demeanor remained neutral, but upon seeing Yin Chong, his expression instantly darkened, for Yin Chong's attention was fixed on Bai Qingqing. Yin Chong looked at Bai Qingqing, his words dripping with honeyed flattery. While others might have found his compliments innocuous, Bai Qingqing felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if she were being stalked by a venomous serpent. Miss Bai, allow me to assist you. No. Thank you. Bai Qingqing politely declined Yin Chong's offer, as she merely needed to prepare a few fish and was not undertaking anything overly strenuous. Yin Chong's countenance soured momentarily at her rejection, but he quickly masked it, feigning the innocence of a young boy as he remarked, Miss Bai, you are truly remarkable. If only you were my sister, I could spare myself the bland concoctions my brother makes. Yin Chuan's expression darkened at this, while Bai Ru stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Looking innocently at Yin Chuan, his heart swelled with affection at her demeanor. He turned to Yin Chong and admonished, mind your tongue and keep your mouth shut. Outside, the two had always exhibited brotherly affection. Yet in reality, they spoke only a handful of words to each other over the course of 6 months. Bai Qingqing's guard began to lower slightly, wondering if she was merely being overly sensitive. Jin Yao, observing Bai Qingqing's demeanor, gently tugged at her hand, signaling his presence and reassuring her not to worry. Bai Qingqing smiled, then invited them to sit and eat, suggesting they discuss matters after the meal. The group gathered around the wooden table, while the 3 little ones scampered off to play, a fact Bai Qingqing did not mind, as they were capable of looking after themselves. Moreover, Jin Yao had left some tokens with them, ensuring he would be alerted should anything go awry. Chapter 64. I have something to discuss with you privately. Perhaps Yin Chong was aware that his prolonged gaze at Bai Qingqing was too conspicuous, for he diverted his attention to Yin Chuan as he spoke. I have already informed my father about this matter. The Beastman will be sent directly to the Beast clan, and we shall see how the chief decides to handle it. Such egregious matters must be communicated to all clans, serving as a warning bell. Bai Qingqing was somewhat satisfied with this resolution, though she wondered what Bai Ru thought of it. Bai Ru bit her lip, remaining silent and still. Yin Chuan's gaze lingered on her, carrying a hint of subtle intensity. Ruru, is there something that displeases you? Bai Ru quickly shook her head, presenting a demure and pitiable appearance that would soften the hearts of most observers. With this matter momentarily settled, Bai Qingqing contemplated their plans and ultimately stood, addressing Yin Chuan. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Bai Qingqing was Bai Ru's elder sister, Yin Chuan felt compelled to oblige her request and promptly followed her. Meanwhile, Bai Ruru and Jin Yao remained seated. When Yin Chong interjected, "What is missed by discussing with my brother?" his words seemed to be mumbled to himself. Yet Jin Yao understood they were intended for him. He sensed an underlying implication in Yin Chong's tone, causing Jin Yao's expression to darken. He looked at Yin Chong, his voice laced with a hint of menace. "Some conversations are best left unsaid. Think carefully before you speak." Upon hearing this, Yin Chong, who had intended to retort, found himself at a loss for words when met with Jin Yao's piercing golden gaze. He clicked his tongue and glanced at Bai Ruru, having noticed that this particular female was mute. Thus, even if she suffered, she would not cry out. Quite intriguing. Indeed, he had yet to encounter such a female. Yin Chong's eyes narrowed, akin to a hunter on the prowl. Jin Yao had initially thought he was being overly cautious, but it became evident that Yin Chong was quite deranged, the thoughts swirling in his mind were tainted with depravity. And Jin Yao felt an impulse to gouge out his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing explained to Yin Chuan their plans for migration, then inquired, "If Rura stays with you, can you ensure her safety? If it were anyone else?" Bai Qingqing would feel uneasy, but given Yin Chuan's formidable strength, she was willing to place her trust in him. Yin Chuan nodded firmly. "Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to come to her." Observing Yin Chuan's earnest expression, Bai Qingqing pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to trust him. After all, she had no other options. If Yin Chuan could not guarantee her safety, she would have to devise a way to return Bai Ruru to the Rabbit clan. While the Rabbit clan was not an ideal sanctuary, it was certainly preferable to being devoured by outsiders. By the way, keep a close watch on your brother. Do not allow him to get too close to Ru. When mentioning Yin Chong, Bai Qingqing's eyes betrayed her disdain. He was not a good individual. Yin Chuan, who had intended to say something to Yin Chong, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had only encountered Yin Chong a few times with Jin Lin, and while he was aware of their dealings, he did not pry further, as it was their private matter. However, Bai Qingqing's words made him feel something was amiss, and he resolved to scrutinize his brother's actions more closely in the future. "Understood. You need not worry. I will ensure Ruru's safety." Yet, Yin Chuan was somewhat puzzled. He sensed that his interest in Bai Ruru was common knowledge. So why had she not noticed? She still appeared so blissfully naive. After exchanging a few words, they returned to the table, where the atmosphere had become rather tense. Jin Yao and Yin Chong were clearly at odds. While Bai Ruru sat there, visibly anxious, Bai Qingqing frowned, turning to Jin Yao. "What are you doing? Go wash the dishes." Otherwise, if Jin Yao decided to act on a whim, she would be unable to control the situation. "Understood." Jin Yao rose and, before leaving, shot Yin Chong a warning glance. However, Yin Chong feigned ignorance, fixating his gaze on Bai Qingqing, his admiration unabashedly evident. "Miss Bai, you are truly stunning, the most beautiful female I have ever encountered." Were it any other female, she might have been flattered, but Bai Qingqing remained impassive, coldly responding with a mere hum. This only fueled Yin Chong's infatuation, while Yin Chuan, fearing Bai Qingqing's potential wrath, quickly interjected. "Silence. Miss Bai already has a partner. I do not mind," Yin Chong retorted recklessly, earning a fierce glare from Yin Chuan. "Miss Bai, I sincerely apologize. Beastmen were generally indifferent to such frivolous remarks. Yet there were those who found them distasteful." Bai Ruru's complexion paled, as if a sudden thought had struck her, her eyes betraying a mix of panic and fear as she gazed at Yin Chong. Bai Qingqing understood that Bai Ruru had endured traumatic experiences. Though she had not been violated by those males, the scars of such encounters lingered for a lifetime. Consequently, Yin Chong's words made her uncomfortable. "I have only one partner and will have no other. I implore you not to make jest of me in the future." Bai Qingqing spoke coolly, leaving Yin Chong momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, yet he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. He had intended to speak ill of Jin Yao, but fearing Bai Qingqing's wrath, he decided against it. "Very well, I shall leave it to fate. I do not believe they can go very far." He thought to himself, determined to win Bai Qingqing's affection. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to discipline Yin Chong in the future. Bai Qingqing was right. He was not a good person. Despite others having clearly rejected him, he continued to act as if he had not heard. Persisting in his self-serving ways, such obsession was indeed terrifying. "Ru, we must take our leave. We have merely been residing temporarily in the Golden Lion clan. Would you prefer to return to the Rabbit clan or accompany Yin Chuan back to the Eagle clan?" Bai Ruru's face registered astonishment. She had only arrived the day before, yet they were already preparing to depart. To speak candidly, neither the Rabbit clan nor the Eagle clan appeals to her. She harbors no desire to join either. She remains silent, as the members of the rabbit clan frequently torment her, while those of the eagle clan wish to treat her merely as a vessel for reproduction. Thus, she yearns only to stay with her sister. Bai Rura gazes at Bai Qingqing with eyes brimming with pleading, softening Bai Qingqing's heart and evoking a sudden reluctance to part with Bai Ruru. Chapter 64. The situation worsens. This rationale seems somewhat far-fetched. Yet given Jinlin's temperament, it is not entirely implausible. The clan leader, with a stern countenance, inquires of Jinlin, is it as she said? Jinlin finds himself momentarily speechless should he mention the note. He would be faced with an additional charge of threatening behavior. If he merely affirms Bai Qingqing's account, it would imply an internal conflict among kin, a charge seemingly less severe than the original. Reluctantly, even though he is unwilling, he grits his teeth and replies. Yes. Jinlin's mother, who had just arrived, nearly fainted upon hearing this declaration. Jinlin, have you lost your mind? Deny it at once. You have never engaged in such conduct. With Bai Qingqing's shameless demeanor, how could you possibly be interested in her? Jinlin's mother cast aspersions on Bai Qingqing, even suggesting that Bai Qingqing had seduced Jinlin. Bai Qingqing detests such insinuations and retorts sharply, what has become of your son's reputation? It is evident to all. He harasses any female of decent appearance. You neglect your son's behavior and now lament it. What of the other females? Are they to simply accept their fate, while other beastmen may remain oblivious? The clan elders are well aware of the affairs of the beast tribes. Bai Qingqing had nearly been forcibly claimed by others. Thus her aversion to such matters is profound, and she would not jest about them. Very well, we shall address this matter tomorrow. For now, confine Jinlin to the clan leader's residence. Jinlin, without uttering a word, casts a venomous and malevolent glance at Bai Qingqing as he departs, leaving her with an unsettling feeling akin to a needle pricking her heart. She resolves that Jinlin must not be allowed to escape, otherwise, he would not spare her. The gazes of the other beastmen towards Bai Qingqing are laced with sympathy. Beauty invariably attracts attention, but it also brings unwanted scrutiny from some unscrupulous males who seem perpetually intent on possessing her. The clan elder dismisses the other beastmen and speaks privately with Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing that it is inappropriate for both of you to remain within the Jinshi clan. Jin Yao, having chosen to depart, you ought to minimize your interactions with the Jinshi clan. The clan elder's words are devoid of compassion. Jin Yao purses his lips and responds affirmatively. He occasionally seeks assistance from the Jinshi clan. Yet Bai Qingqing perceives the situation differently. The beast-tide issue was relayed to you by Jin Yao, was it not? Without his warning, do you not realize how severe your losses would have been? Moreover, our family has not utilized any resources from the Jinshi clan. We have hunted our own game. You feel justified in accepting Jin Yao's assistance, yet borrowing a place to stay is a transgression. Tomorrow we shall depart, leaving you a wild boar as compensation for these past few days. I have no desire to account for every little thing. We hold no interest in returning to the Jinshi clan. After delivering this proclamation, Bai Qingqing, disregarding the clan elder's darkening expression, takes Jin Yao's hand and departs on their way. Jin Yao observes Bai Qingqing with a mix of emotions. Why saying such things today? You have undoubtedly antagonized the clan elder, and what of it? Even if I did not offend him, he harbors disdain for you, and he is unwilling to provide any assistance. There is no difference whether I offend him or not. Bai Qingqing finds the members of the Jinshi clan to be ungrateful. Moreover, Jin Yao always arrives with a wild boar when seeking help. In a day, how much can those 3 little cubs consume? The remaining provisions are merely divided among them. She finds it tedious to tally such debts. Otherwise, the Jinshi clan would have to regurgitate all that they have previously consumed. It matters not. We shall leave tomorrow. Let them say what they wish. We will act as if we know nothing. Once they depart, even if the Jinshi clan discusses us over tea, they will remain unaware. Hearing Bai Qingqing speak up for him, Jin Yao feels a profound joy in his heart, as it signifies that Bai Qingqing still holds him in regard. In this light, they seem to share a mutual understanding. Yet he wonders if Bai Qingqing remembers their past. This thought brings him a tinge of melancholy. The following day, the clan leader arrives from the beast tribe, visibly fatigued. He has come to investigate a reported breach of clan rules by a beastman of the Jinshi clan, suggesting that the situation has escalated. Clan leader, the elder of the Jinshi clan, says, his face creasing with worry, resembling a wilted flower. What is the matter? Despite his dissatisfaction with Bai Qingqing's earlier remarks, the elder recognizes that the events of the previous night were witnessed by all. Should he offer protection, it would be impossible to evade testimony, and he might find himself implicated. The elder recounts the events of last night in detail. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's name, the clan leader's eyelids twitch, and he inquires, "Where is Bai Qingqing? I wish to see her." The elder promptly summons her to tea that moment. Bai Qingqing has just finished breakfast, rousing the three little cubs to join her. Upon learning that the clan leader wishes to see her, Jin Yao merely sips water before accompanying Bai Qingqing to the clan leader's residence. Many beastmen have gathered, nearly the entirety of the Jinshi clan. For such an event is a rare spectacle, particularly one involving Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing. When the clan leader sees Bai Qingqing, a smile graces his face. "My dear, are you settling in comfortably?" He has grown quite fond of her. Were it not for her existing partner, he would genuinely wish to match her with his son. However, he muses, perhaps one more is acceptable, though he wonders if Bai Qingqing shares this sentiment. Bai Qingqing finds the clan leader's gaze somewhat intimidating, and she can only suppress her discomfort as she replies, "It is tolerable, though some do not wish for us to stay here." Bai Qingqing, speak properly, the elder admonishes, fearful that she might reveal her previous comments in front of the clan leader, which would incite public outrage. Bai Qingqing merely scoffs, remaining silent. The clan leader perceives a hint of subterfuge in the elder's demeanor and regards him with a questioning look before slowly stating, "Let us first discuss the events of last night. My dear, please recount what transpired." Chapter 65. Relocation. Bai Qingqing recounts her version of events verbatim. The elder listens intently, confirming that she has not exaggerated. The clan leader's expression darkens, his previously cheerful demeanor plunging into despair as he regards Bai Qingqing with sympathy. It is disheartening that such a lovely young woman consistently finds herself embroiled in such troubles. Had she been another female, she might have even contemplated despair. While some females may welcome the company of multiple males, it is evident that Bai Qingqing does not belong to that category. I am aware of this matter. I will ensure it is resolved properly. Do not worry. The clan leader, anxious that Bai Qingqing might harbor lingering fears, looks at her with concern. "Would you like me to arrange for some males to ensure your safety at night?" This remark seems to dismiss Jin Yao entirely. Although the clan leader holds no ill intentions, Jin Yao feels a twinge of discomfort. There is no need. Jin Yao suffices. The clan leader realizes his oversight. Momentarily forgetting Jin Yao's presence, he had been considering placing his offspring near Bai Qingqing, neglecting to account for Jin Yao. Many in the vicinity stifle their laughter. The clan leader, known for his discerning eye, has yet to find a suitable female for his son, despite numerous proposals. Yet, he has consistently rejected them for various reasons. Thus, when he broaches this subject, many realize his true intentions. Jin Yao is also aware. Given that the clan leader's search for a daughter-in-law is hardly a secret, since you no longer require my assistance, I shall take my leave. The clan leader waves his hand, eager to avoid lingering. Fearing that his admiration for Bai Qingqing might deepen. Perhaps it is best not to covet what one cannot attain. Once the clan leader departs, the remaining beastmen begin to disperse. Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao plan to return and continue packing. But the elder calls out, "Wait, Bai Qingqing, you stay." Bai Qingqing possesses an instinctive intuition. She surmises that the clan elder is likely to address the events of the previous night. "Elder," she interjects, "if the discussion pertains to those matters, there is no need to continue." With that, she turns to leave, leaving the elder in a state of distress. He has yet to actively seek out a female, and Bai Qingqing is the first. Yet he did not anticipate her utter lack of gratitude. "Please, do not depart just yet. Allow me to finish speaking." Bai Qingqing's impatience is palpable, her brows furrowing in a manner that inadvertently exudes a sense of intimidation, even causing the elder to feel a pang of anxiety. He glances around, then addresses Bai Qingqing, "I acknowledge that my words last night were somewhat excessive, but you must also consider the plight of our Golden Lion clan." Before he can complete his thought, Bai Qingqing interrupts, "I have no interest in the affairs of the Golden Lion clan. I only wish to know that our future will be prosperous." She adds, "If there are no urgent matters, we shall take our leave. Farewell, elder." With that, she offers no further acknowledgement and drags Jin Yao away toward home. Jin Yao feels a twinge of discomfort, caught between Bai Qingqing and his kin. He suspects that the elder wishes to discuss the recent scarcity of offspring within the Golden Lion clan. If this situation persists, the clan may eventually face extinction. Upon returning home, Jin Yao observes Bai Qingqing's gloomy demeanor as she busies herself with her belongings. He feels a surge of affection. If this continues, he fears that even if others were to trample upon him, he would not react with anger. Previously, he had sold 3 cubs to spur his own progress. But now, he must devise a means to lessen Bai Qingqing's attachment to the Golden Lion clan. The 3 cubs sense the tension between their parents yet dare not inquire, quietly retreating to their room to speculate. What do you think has happened between mother and father? Jean Yo ponders, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Jean De raises his hand first, offering a rationale. It must be that father upset mother. Impossible, Jean Eyre counters. If father had angered mother, he would be trying to placate her, not sitting there in silence. Jean De chews his lip, still perplexed. Jean Yo's eyes dart around until she recalls the gossip she overheard that morning. Do you think someone is coveting mother, which has made father angry? This hypothesis receives nods of agreement from Jean De and Jean Eyre. It must be so. Didn't mother say we were moving? Surely it's because there are too many bad people here, and father doesn't want her to stay, but I feel like father still wants to live here, unlike mother, Jean Eyre murmurs, the atmosphere thickening momentarily. Suddenly, Jean De and Jean Yo strike Jean Eyre on the head. What do you mean? Are you suggesting father doesn't have pure feelings for mother? I'll hit you. Upon entering the house, Bai Qingqing finds her 3 cubs playfully tussling together. A smile graces her lips. You 3, hurry and tidy up your things. We will be leaving shortly. Okay. The cubs momentarily establish a truce, but Jean Yo remains curious about the earlier discussion. Mother, why must we move so suddenly? She cherishes their home in the Golden Lion clan, where they have a proper place to sleep, free from the confines of a cave. The thought of leaving brings a frown to her face. Noticing the distress etched on Jean Yo's features, Bai Qingqing sighs and kneels before her. Are you reluctant to leave your siblings behind? Jean Yo shakes her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. No. Jean Yo is just worried that after we move, we won't be able to hunt, and then there will be no meat to eat. Bai Qingqing had not anticipated such a response, and she burst into laughter. Jean Yo, hearing the commotion, steps inside and asks, what is going on? Jean De and Jean Eyre are equally taken aback by Jean Yo's reply, standing there in stunned silence. Your daughter fears we won't have meat after we move. Bai Qingqing finds it rather surprising that at such a young age, Jean Yo recognizes the importance of sustenance, which, in a sense, is a positive trait. Fear not. Even if we move, your father will ensure you have meat to eat, won't you? Jean Yo. Seeing the smile on Bai Qingqing's face softens Jean Yo's heart. Even if hunting proves difficult, he will strive to provide for them. Yes, do not worry. I will see to it. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter with a handsome man once the family of 5 has gathered their belongings. Bai Qingqing adheres to her word and hauls a wild boar, which they had hunted a couple of days prior, to the elder's doorstep. She calls out, this is my promise to you. Consider this pig as our rent for residing here. In the future, should any matters arise, do not seek out Jean Yao. The surrounding beast men, unaware of the history between the elder and Bai Qingqing, glean from her words that the elder has likely offended her once again. It is a common occurrence, as the elder's tongue has never been one to avoid causing offense. Inside, the elder remains silent, while the other golden lions eye the wild boar hungrily. For them, this is akin to a windfall, and they marvel at the generosity of Jean Yao's family. While others merely offer a piece of meat as a token, the Jean family consistently presents an entire boar. One cannot help but wonder where Jean Yao finds such good fortune to encounter wild boars so frequently. Upon leaving the Golden Lion clan, the 3 cubs glance back one last time before directing their curiosity towards Bai Qingqing. Mother, where are we headed? To a place with water. The weather is too hot, and the water sources we have are shared amongst several tribes, so they will soon run dry. We must find a new water source. The cubs, unaware of why the water might deplete, understand that without it, enduring the summer would be challenging. Jean Yao's expression grows somber. He is reluctant to lead Bai Qingqing and the cubs to that location. Yet the weight of her words compels him to relent. He hopes that the individual there will permit their passage. As they journey onward, Bai Qingqing surveys her surroundings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. It seems she and Bao Fei passed through this area when they were captured by the desert city. Jean Yo's eyes widen as she spots something, exclaiming, Mother, look over there. Bai Qingqing follows her gaze to see a rabbit ensnared in a net. Such nets are typically employed for larger prey, and it appears this rabbit inadvertently triggered a trap. What astonishes Jean Yao most is the realization that this is the very place where they were rescued. Jean Yao, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the trap, quickly regains his composure. This forested area is not solely inhabited by beastmen. Humans reside here as well. They are adept at camouflage, so even if they encounter humans, there is little to fear. However, beastmen of impure lineage often find themselves captured by humans. Jean Yao remains vigilant, wary of any sudden developments. Bai Qingqing, still haunted by past events, tugs at Jean Yao's hand. Let us continue onward. As for the rabbit, she is not one to meddle in others' affairs. She has no inclination to assist. If I free the rabbit, what will the hunter eat? I have no time to help. Very well. Jean Yao leads them forward, oblivious to the hyena that has been trailing them. The hyena sits quietly, fixated on the rabbit, then gradually lumbers to follow Jin Yao's group. It dares not approach too closely. Although Jin Yao's spiritual power is not particularly formidable, he is still stronger than the hyena. After all, the hyena is not a pure-blooded beastman, while Jin Yao is. The innate bloodline pressure prevents the hyena from acting recklessly in Jin Yao's presence. Before long, Jin Yao guides them to a picturesque location adorned with several small cottages. Upon witnessing this scene from a distance, the hyena's expression shifts dramatically, and it turns tail, retreating back to the desert city. Bai Qingqing is taken aback by the sight before her. Whose territory is this? Why was I unaware of its existence? The three cubs are exhilarated, racing about in delight, while Jin Yao merely cautions them against picking anything indiscriminately. This is a human settlement. The inhabitants are aware of the existence of beastmen, yet no beastman dares to provoke them. Jin Yao raises his hand, revealing a golden orb of light in his palm, an entity typically exclusive to beastmen. Yet this human possesses one too. Bai Qingqing's face reflects a mix of astonishment. Could he be a beastman? No. Jin Yao shakes his head, lowering his hand. I have sensed it. He possesses only the essence of a human. Devoid of any beastman aura. This is indeed peculiar. It is rare for someone to be born with spiritual power. How do you know him? Jin Yao opens his mouth, then turns his gaze aside. I was injured once, and he saved me. Since then, I have frequently brought items to him, and through repeated visits, we have grown somewhat familiar, though he is not particularly loquacious. It is understandable, after all. Reclusive masters do tend to possess peculiar temperaments. Typically, ordinary individuals would shy away from cohabiting with beastmen. Thus, Bai Qingqing hastily classified this human as a hermit. Jin Yao seemed poised to offer an explanation, yet ultimately, he refrained from doing so. Never mind. Once they meet face to face, she would ascertain the situation. Jin Yao led Bai Qingqing, disregarding the three little ones, as they made their way toward a modest wooden cabin. Before they could knock, the door swung open from within, revealing a tall, handsome young man adorned with a white silk strip over his eyes. Clad in a deep purple robe, he turned slightly, inquiring if it was Jin Yao. Jin Yao promptly affirmed. It is I. The young man continued. You have brought others with you. His voice was gentle, devoid of any malice. Yet Bai Qingqing sensed something uniquely different. If an ordinary human were to encounter a beast man, they would undoubtedly retreat, possibly even alerting the authorities to eliminate these creatures. However, this individual appeared at ease in the company of beast men, and inexplicably, the surrounding beast men seemed hesitant to approach him. This was indeed quite peculiar. Greetings, esteemed young sir. I am Bai Qingqing, Jin Yao's companion. Upon hearing her name, the young man displayed a glimmer of understanding, followed by a smile. Your arrival is indeed timely. Bai Qingqing was inclined to inquire about the meaning behind his words. But the young man brushed past them, heading toward his medicinal field. Though visually impaired, he moved with the grace of an ordinary person. Mother, father, the three little ones scampered over, halting as they spotted the young man, and politely greeted him. Hello, brother. Given his youthful appearance, addressing him as brother seemed appropriate, albeit with a hint of trepidation. The young man chuckled softly, responding, Greetings to you as well. Go seek your parents. Immediately, the little ones dashed toward Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao, their curious eyes lingering on the young man. Chapter 67. Swearing an oath to the beast god, vowing not to harm your companion. Mother, why does that brother have his eyes covered? Jin Yao whispered to Bai Qingqing. She cast a glance at her, gently shaking her head. Such questions should not be asked in the future, nor should they be mentioned. Although the young man exhibited behavior akin to that of an ordinary person, Jin Yao's description of his eccentric temperament hinted at underlying issues. It seemed prudent to speak less. Jin Yao pondered this, her gaze fixated on the young man. Jin Yao approached the young man, articulating the purpose of their visit. Yet, the young man neither shook his head nor nodded, continuing with his tasks, as if he were deaf. It was not until dusk began to settle that he finally straightened up and addressed Jin Yao. There are several rooms available. Choose one for your stay, but do not disturb the flora and fauna here. Jin Yao, aware of his rules, nodded in agreement. He led Bai Qingqing and the three little ones into one of the rooms. Upon entering, they discovered it was divided into three separate quarters. Without hesitation, Jin Yao separated the three little ones, as he intended to stay with his companion. Since Jin Yao was a female, it was inappropriate for her to share a room with her elder brother. So Jin Yao arranged for her to share a room with Jin Da and Jin Er. Bai Qingqing had no objections to this arrangement, her mind preoccupied with the young man's earlier statement about her timely arrival. What could he possibly mean? If an ordinary person had uttered such a phrase, it would typically precede an explanation of their intentions. However, the young man's silence left Bai Qingqing uncertain. Jin Yao, what peculiar behaviors does he exhibit? Bai Qingqing inquired, her expression somewhat conflicted. The beast world was already filled with surprises, and if a celestial being were to appear at this juncture, she would hardly be taken aback. Yet Jin Yao merely scratched the back of his neck. Replying, "You will come to know in a few days. I am unsure how to articulate it." Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow, only realizing the time when the three little ones expressed their hunger. Jin Yao decisively stepped outside to find a place to cook. Their arrival had been hasty, leaving many necessities behind, thus he had to borrow from the young man. Fortunately, the young man acquiesced. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to eating roasted meat. The young man returned to his abode, where the interior remained unlit. This was to be expected, as illumination mattered little to him. Jin Yao observed the wooden cabin with curiosity, asking Bai Qingqing, "Mother, doesn't he eat?" Bai Qingqing found this question peculiar as well. Upon their arrival, she had noticed that the stove at the young man's entrance was coated in dust, with only a few medicinal tools showing signs of use. She turned to Jin Yao, her expression enigmatic. Could it be that he does not require sustenance? After a moment's hesitation, Jin Yao nodded. "I once brought him meat, but he refused it. I simply left it by the medicinal field, assuming he would eventually cook it. However, it turned out the meat spoiled untouched, benefiting the small creatures surrounding the cabin instead. Living without food or water for extended periods is unsustainable, let alone thriving as he does." With a healthy complexion. At this point, Bai Qingqing was increasingly convinced that this man was extraordinary. She resolved to investigate further that night. After dinner, the three little ones, fatigued from a day of play, returned to their respective rooms and fell asleep under a fur blanket. Jin Yao accompanied Bai Qingqing back, but she expressed a desire to remain outside for a while. It's fine. I merely wish to admire the scenery. If you are tired, you may go inside and rest. I have no ulterior motives. Despite her words, Jin Yao remained skeptical, sensing that Bai Qingqing intended to do something. Though he lacked tangible evidence. He stubbornly gazed at Bai Qingqing, who sighed in exasperation and finally conceded, "All right, I do plan to seek him out, but I merely wish to inquire about what he meant earlier." Do not overthink it. Jin Yao feared she might inadvertently provoke the young man, leading to unforeseen consequences. If you wish to inquire, I will accompany you. Stubborn as ever, Jin Yao's insistence left Bai Qingqing exasperated. "Fine, if you wish to accompany me, let us go knock on the door." Dying together in such a picturesque setting, amidst verdant mountains and fragrant blossoms, could indeed be deemed a fitting end. Knock, 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 as the door was rapped upon. A voice soon resonated from within. "Jin Yao, return. I shall speak only with her." His voice flowed like a gentle stream at night, soothing, yet Jin Yao felt a pang of anxiety. Why can't I listen alongside my companion? The man remained silent, prompting Bai Qingqing to nudge Jin Yao. "You should go back. I will converse with him first." Only a useless male would hide behind a female. Jin Yao stood firm, unwilling to budge. Bai Qingqing, feeling a mix of frustration and compassion, patted his shoulder. "Return for now. I will enter shortly. It's just a brief conversation. You wouldn't disregard my words, would you?" As Bai Qingqing's expression shifted to one of sternness, Jin Yao felt a swell of grievance. He looked at her with an almost pitiful gaze, nearly swaying her resolve. Finally, the man emerged, now clad in a flowing black robe, exuding a newfound aura of nobility. "I shall not harm your companion. I swear an oath to the beast god." A golden array materialized beneath the man's feet, leaving Jin Yao in a state of shock, his mind racing with disbelief. Only beast men could swear oaths to the beast god, yet this young man was evidently human, lacking any trace of beastly essence. "Now that I have sworn, can you rest assured?" This concession provided by the young man was an unexpected twist for Bai Qingqing. Had it been anyone else, they might have simply expelled Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing from the premises. Jin Yao glanced at Bai Qingqing, offering a few more cautions before reluctantly departing, glancing back several times as he walked away. "Miss Bai, this way please." The young man guided Bai Qingqing to a pavilion, where the tea on the stone table began to pour itself into cups. His spiritual power was evidently profound, and his skill immeasurable. Bai Qingqing regarded the young man with an added layer of wariness. "There is no need for such vigilance. I am not your enemy, merely one who happens to possess knowledge about you. For instance, I am not Bai Qingqing." Bai Qingqing looked at him with a hint of hostility. Anyone privy to this secret was certainly no ordinary individual. The young man chuckled lightly. "In truth, I was unaware until now. Your revelation has spared me the trouble of divining your fate." Chapter 68, Divination, Foreseeing Her Life. Divination? I have heard of individuals capable of foretelling one's life through such means, though it is said to shorten one's lifespan. Hence few pursue this path. Most who claim such abilities are charlatans. The young man's assertion left Bai Qingqing on alert. He might very well be a fraud. Previously, I had consulted a divination for Jin Yao, revealing that he was destined to have neither wife nor children. Yet, contrary to this prophecy, his wife and children are alive, which raises my apprehensions. After all, I am not particularly fond of this unpredictable sensation. Bai Qingqing remained silent, gazing at the man with a hint of confusion in her eyes. If you are already aware of my origins, what more do you wish to inquire? Upon mentioning this, the man fell into a sudden silence. His eyes, previously veiled by white silk, now seemed to possess the ability to perceive everything. You must have heard Jin Yao speak of my peculiarities, correct? Bai Qingqing pondered for a moment before nodding. Affirming that she had, the man acknowledged her with a nod and continued, truthfully, I myself am unaware of how many years I have lived. It could be merely 20, or perhaps nearing a century. At this revelation, Bai Qingqing looked at him in astonishment. How could he possibly be nearing a century with not a single gray hair? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the man elucidated, I was abandoned at birth. Raised by beastmen in the mountains, the nature of my spiritual power remains inexplicable. I have observed that ordinary individuals, without sustenance, perish within days. Yet, I do not. Not only do I survive, but I grow increasingly robust. However, the monotony of each passing day has led me to contemplate ending it all, though I have yet to succeed. Thus, I remain here, tending to my medicinal fields, conversing daily with the small creatures that have yet to awaken their intellect, and occasionally imparting a bit of spiritual energy to those beastmen akin to Genie Ao. As time passed, I became the most revered figure atop this mountain, to the point where some beastmen venerate me as a deity. Humans have ventured here before, yet all were driven away by this very man. He has grown accustomed to this life. The thought of returning is unbearable. Why are you sharing this with me? Bai Qingqing's initial wariness gradually dissipated, leaving only confusion and curiosity. The man gazed at her, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. I have a disciple destined to be Jin Yao, yet fate has intertwined the threads with you. At this point, even Bai Qingqing, however naive, comprehended the source of Jin Yao's spiritual power from his previous life. It was imparted by this man. Bai Qingqing shook her head, stating that if he was indeed his disciple, he should continue to teach him. After all, her original intention was to align herself with Jin Yao. No, he has other extraordinary encounters. The meaning behind the man's smile deepened, leaving Bai Qingqing even more perplexed. She intended to refuse but was interrupted by the man, urging her not to be hasty in her rejection and to take a few days to consider. Bai Qingqing watched him rise and walk toward his dwelling. And from a distance, she heard him call out, by the way, you may address me as Qi Feng. Qi Feng, a name truly befitting one who embodies the essence of freedom within the universe, with a heart full of questions. Bai Qingqing returned to the wooden cabin, unable to fathom why Qi Feng claimed his disciple had become her. Could it be that her very existence had triggered a butterfly effect? Qingqing, upon spotting Bai Qingqing's figure, Jin Yao hurried toward her with excitement. Had she not returned, he would have rushed out to find her. Are you all right? Did he trouble you? Concern filled Jin Yao's eyes as he regarded Bai Qingqing. She shook her head, assuring him she was fine, and asked, by the way, do you know anything about him? Anything at all? Upon mentioning this, Jin Yao seemed hesitant, pursing his lips before ultimately shaking his head, stating that he did not know much. And likely Qi Feng had shared everything with her that evening. Naturally, it was the tale of his abandonment since childhood. Bai Qingqing felt a twinge of sympathy for Qi Feng. However, having compassion did not imply she would readily acquiesce to his requests. After all, she was overwhelmed with her own responsibilities. If necessary, she would discuss with Qi Feng the possibility of having his family of 5 train with him. After all, gaining spiritual energy was something worth pursuing. Having resolved her thoughts, Bai Qingqing's mood brightened considerably as she patted Jin Yao on the back, deciding not to burden him further. All right, let us sleep. A smile spread across Jin Yao's face as he eagerly climbed into bed. Only to hear Bai Qingqing's soft breathing. He suppressed the heat rising in his chest, glancing helplessly at her back, murmuring, why do you fall asleep so quickly? She had trekked a long way and was exhausted. Ultimately, Jin Yao set aside his desires and embraced Bai Qingqing in his arms, drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao were awakened by the ruckus caused by the 3 little ones outside. In this new environment, the 3 little ones were contemplating where to play. However, remembering Jin Yao's admonition not to touch anything recklessly, they ultimately decided to stay at home. After all, venturing outside might lead them to inadvertently grab something. And being guests in someone else's domain, they were unfamiliar with the surrounding mountains and forest, rendering them hesitant to explore. Thus, they remained indoors, creating a commotion for the 2 of them. Why has Stepmother woken up yet? Jin Da pressed his ear against the door, hoping to hear Bai Qingqing's voice calling them for breakfast. Yet, no sound came from inside. Jin Yao, hands on her hips, looked at the door with indignation, certain that this was her father's doing. Whenever Jinhao wanted to ensure they didn't be disturbed by Qingqing, he would use his spiritual power to envelop her ears, allowing her to sleep undisturbed for longer. The three little ones were initially unaware of this. Until one day, when Jinhao left early, they grew hungry and called for Bai Qingqing to cook. After calling for quite some time with no response, they were thoroughly frightened, only to later discover the spiritual barrier around Bai Qingqing's ears. Humph. When mother wakes up, I will definitely tell her. Just as she finished speaking, Jinhao emerged from within, his expression somewhat solemn. Who are you going to tell? The three little ones fell silent, exchanging glances before Jinhao shouted. Run. You little rascal, are you itching for a beating? Jinhao effortlessly caught all three of them, delivering a light smack on their backsides. Now wait here. I will cook for you, and you must not disturb your mother. Understood. The little ones covered their backsides, obediently nodding. Jinhao, wincing in pain, grimaced. It was her first time being spanked, and Jinhao was certainly not holding back. Chapter 69. The disdained meal. Jinhao, nursing her sore backside, slowly approached Jinhao. Her face filled with skepticism. Father, can you really cook? I hope what you make is edible. She was not wrong to doubt Jinhao, as he had previously attempted to cook meat, which ended up burnt and inedible. Causing him great anxiety over whether it was thoroughly cooked, they had to scrape off the charred exterior themselves. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss on how to consume it. Jinhao looked down at Jinhao, his voice dripping with a foreboding tone. Even if it's inedible, you will eat it, as you must not disturb your mother. I wonder what she discussed with Qingfeng last night to return so late. Jinhao, interpreting Jinyao's repeated warnings as a sign that Bai Qingqing had been out late again, could only respond with a sullen, "Oh," as she sat quietly alongside Jinda and Jiner, waiting for the meal. However, Jinyao's culinary skills were truly lacking. Even Qifeng, who typically disregarded worldly matters, could not help but emerge from the house, frowning as he spoke gravely. Jinhao, is there a leak in your house? Ha! Just as Jinhao was about to mock Jinhao, she was swiftly silenced by Jinda and Jiner, who dragged her away. If she said something wrong, Jinhao might force them all to eat his cooking. Jinhao, observing the three little troublemakers, felt somewhat helpless but had no choice but to respond to Qifeng. No, I'm just preparing some food for them. Preparing food? Qingfeng was momentarily at a loss for words, internally relieved that he had not impulsively allowed Jinhao to cook for him. Otherwise, it would have been a torment to endure such a meal. Yet, Jinhao, completely oblivious, confidently offered, would you like some? It tastes great. Qifeng pursed his lips, ultimately deciding to shut the door decisively. No. Thank you for your kindness. He feared that eating would only lead to a series of ailments. Jinhao watched Qifeng retreat into the house, muttering to himself, how could he refuse? Those beastmen outside would eagerly desire this meat, yet it remained unclaimed. In truth, the beastmen possess methods for preserving meat, which is why Bai Qingqing urged the chieftain to prepare in advance. Some of the beastmen have rare storage implements, with perhaps only 1 out of 100 owning such a device. If asked casually whether they possess these tools, they would likely deny it. However, if one were to request borrowing these implements in the name of the Beast Clan, they would readily lend them out. After all, even if they don't lend them, they cannot consume all the meat themselves. It is more advantageous to lend to the Beast Clan, thereby preserving quality meat. This time, the borrowing was done anonymously, so no one knew to whom the implements belonged, only the chieftain was aware. To be cautious, the chieftain refrained from keeping a registry, confident in his own memory. While the Beast Clan was preparing for the drought, Jinhao and Bai Qingqing had already stabilized their lives. There were plenty of wild vegetables surrounding them, nearly everything they could need. Should they sustain injuries or face difficulties, there was also Qingfeng's medicinal field available. This place truly felt like a secluded paradise. Bai Qingqing gazed at the sky, exhaling deeply. The feeling of being outdoors was invigorating. Life in the Golden Lion tribe was pleasant, yet it often felt too confining, with watchful eyes upon her at all times. Furthermore, due to her appearance, Bai Qingqing endured the scrutinizing gazes of others, a sensation she found quite disagreeable. Here, however, the atmosphere was much more liberating. Seeing Bai Qingqing's joyful demeanor brought relief to Jinyao's heart. Qingfeng seemed quite fond of the three little ones, willingly assisting Bai Qingqing and Jinyao in caring for them. The little ones followed Qingfeng, learning the names and properties of herbs, which Bai Qingqing deemed an effective way to cultivate their knowledge. And thus she did not intervene. It was a valuable learning opportunity, and as long as they avoided consuming anything harmful, she felt assured with Qingfeng's presence. The incessant chatter of the little ones was almost overwhelming for Jinyao, who eventually suggested, let us move a bit further up. We should escape these three little ones for now. With a smile tugging at his lips, he noted that the upper hillside, under Qingqing's protection, was lush and verdant. This area was not extensive, yet it felt as if an invisible barrier separated them from the outside world. The sunlight blazed fiercely outside, leaving the flowers and grasses wilting and looking pitiful. Bai Qingqing glanced at the withering flora, relieved they had moved out in time. Otherwise, with the speed of the drought, they might soon be facing unbearable heat. Although the river was typically sufficient for the common folk, during such times it would inevitably fall short, leading to internal strife within the group. Hence, the chieftain had instructed other beastmen to venture far and fetch water from there, gathering as much as possible. For soon they might not even be able to step outside. Indeed, you possess foresight, Jin Yao remarked, wrapping his arms around Bai Qingqing's waist, inhaling the floral scent that lingered on her. Oddly enough, he could not discern what she had used. Yet the fragrance was delightful. Oh, don't stand so close to me. I'm sweltering. Bai Qingqing playfully scolded, giving Jin Yao a gentle push to step back. The two began to set up some of the supplies they had brought from their space, crafting a few traps as well. After all, they could not rely solely on what was stored. If Jin Yao discovered something amiss, it would spell trouble. They would need to concoct another excuse to placate him. A rather cumbersome task. Once everything was completed, Bai Qingqing returned with Jin Yao to find the three little ones slumped on the chairs, their heads drooping before they would immediately straighten up, only to slump down again in a repetitive cycle. Amused by their drowsiness, Bai Qingqing approached them and asked, "If you're so sleepy, why not go inside and sleep? What are you waiting for out here?" Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, the little ones sprang to life, rushing to hug her legs. "Mother, I'm hungry." "I understand. I'll prepare your meal right away," she replied. Jin Yao cast a cautious glance at Jin Yao and then whispered to Bai Qingqing, "Mother, if you can't wake up during the day, you could prepare our meals the night before. If they get cold, it's no issue." She was quite reluctant to eat Jin Yao's cooking again. Bai Qingqing, puzzled by their behavior, surmised they must have been quite hungry and agreed, "All right, Mother will make your meals in advance." Chapter 70. What do you mean? Bai Qingqing prepared the meal, eating a little herself before heading towards Qingfeng's abode. Sensing her approach, Qifeng opened the door and said, "Let us go to the usual place." Naturally, he referred to the little pavilion from the previous night. Following Qifeng, Bai Qingqing walked towards the pavilion, while Jin Yao perched on Jin Yao's back, asking, "Mother, what are you going to discuss with brother Qifeng? Do you know, father?" She was curious, yet Qifeng seemed unwilling to share. Jin Yao shook his head gently, a mixture of confusion and unease in his eyes. He felt that Bai Qingqing following Qifeng would not bode well. However, considering Qingfeng's spiritual prowess, he fell silent. As long as Qifeng meant no harm to Bai Qingqing, then nothing should be able to threaten her. Allowing Bai Qingqing to walk alongside Qingfeng should pose no danger, right? No, he needed to find a way to grow stronger quickly. Yet, he could not find another method. Perhaps he could consult Qingfeng? With that thought, it began to snowball. Qifeng regarded Bai Qingqing with a hint of exasperation, declaring, "I can only accept one disciple. You can take me as your disciple, but merely provide guidance to the others. Would that not suffice?" Her suggestion left Qifeng momentarily at a loss. If it were simply guidance, that would be acceptable, but after pondering for a long while, he ultimately said nothing, only nodding to Bai Qingqing, thereby acquiescing to her request. "All right, I agree." Bai Qingqing's heart leapt with joy. If Jin Yao could reach such heights in his past life, he surely could do so again in this one. However, since Qingfeng mentioned Jin Yao had other fortuitous encounters, he would likely be even stronger than before. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right ally. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the desert city. As the drought struck, they struggled to find prey, for the beastmen had prepared even more thoroughly than they. Although they had sensed something amiss, they failed to keep pace with the beastmen's preparations, leaving them at a significant disadvantage. Kevin was still contemplating how to lead his people through this crisis, feeling utterly at a loss. Shortly after, the hyena returned, and a messenger beastman entered, addressing Kevin. "My lord, the hyena has returned." "Let him in." Kevin straightened, his heart filled with anticipation. After so many days of unfavorable news, he wondered if the hyena would bring yet another grim report. A flicker of unease crossed Kevin's eyes. When the hyena returned, his face bore an expression of fear, causing Kevin's heart to sink as he looked upon the hyena, mixing apprehension with a sliver of hope. "Has there been any news from Bai Qingqing?" The hyena took a few deep breaths to calm himself before responding. "My lord, originally Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao left with their little ones, and I thought they were going to search for food, but unexpectedly." The rest of his words caught in his throat, his face filled with terror. Seeing the hyena's expression, Kevin's heart plummeted, yet his curiosity was piqued. What do you mean unexpectedly? Speak. The hyena swallowed hard and recounted his observations. Qingqing's dwelling was always off-limits unless he permitted entry. Anyone who approached would be scorched by his immense spiritual power. Kevin had previously considered demolishing Qingqing's residence to imprison him and compel him to create a picturesque sanctuary for them. However, upon merely approaching the area, he felt an overwhelming aura akin to the familiar power of the beast god. Since then, Kevin had not ventured near, and indeed, that place was reputed to be the abode of the beast god. After all, they had never witnessed such flourishing flora and fauna as those within. Perpetually in bloom without a hint of decay, for beast men, possessing such spiritual power would allow them to encompass all creatures within, enabling their growth and reproduction, thus providing a never-ending supply of meat. Why then should they toil to hunt? Once such thoughts took root, the number of orcs yearning to seize Qingqing's abode began to swell. Initially, Qifeng found himself at a loss regarding how to handle the burgeoning situation. Ultimately, he discovered that his spiritual power could effectively keep them at bay, and thus he chose to refrain from intervening, allowing those reckless orcs to incessantly surge forth. Qifeng himself was oblivious to the exact number of orcs that had ventured into this place thus far. He merely knew that if the barrier were to be breached by these orcs, he would receive some form of warning. My lord, if we could conquer Qingfeng's residence, then we would have no cause for concern regarding the drought, proposed one orc to Kevin. Thus far, Kevin was the sole individual aware of his intent to approach Qingfeng's dwelling, for he deemed the matter too shameful. Should others learn of it, they might be reluctant to acknowledge him as their king. Kevin was acutely aware of the orc's sentiments and thus refrained from mentioning the issue. Upon hearing this, the hyena's face paled further, and he hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, if we truly attempt to seize that place and fail, none of us would escape unscathed." He preferred to endure a meager diet each day to survive the drought rather than gamble with his life. The orcs remained unaware of the true extent of Qingfeng's might, which enabled them to speak so recklessly. Kevin pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Before addressing the hyena, "Let us keep this matter to ourselves. Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao are evidently in collusion with that place. I suspect the members of the Golden Lion clan remain oblivious. If they were to learn of this, they would surely seek to curry favor with Jin Yao, rather than continue to look down upon him as they have in the past. After all, merely conversing with that individual from that place is a luxury. Yet, Jin Yao has managed to reside there directly." The hyena paused, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. "Oh, you mean to say that the Golden Lion clan will surely fall into discord due to insufficient meat? When they discover Jin Yao's betrayal, disregarding their kin, those individuals will undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards him. At that point, even if they do not require my assistance, the Golden Lion clan will likely seek to eliminate Jin Yao first." Kevin nodded, feeling no remorse for his actions. Rather, he perceived himself as ridding the Golden Lion clan of a spy. Chapter 71. The three little ones swear to protect their mother, although other orcs harbored some dissatisfaction towards Kevin for not directly assaulting Qingfeng's residence. They understood the necessity of concealing their feelings. If possible, reaping the benefits from the sidelines was also a viable option. After all, they had suffered considerable losses in the previous battle, and even if they were to engage now, they might not possess sufficient combat power. It would be wiser to allow the members of the Golden Lion clan to scout the area first, enabling them to ascertain the number of inhabitants within that place. To this day, these individuals did not believe that one person's spiritual power could be so formidable. It was undoubtedly the result of collaboration between others and that individual within. The hyena received his orders and descended immediately, while Kevin, having forgotten to inquire about Bai Qingqing, pondered the implications. If Bai Qingqing truly possessed such remarkable abilities that caught the attention of that individual, would it not signify a rise in status for him should he forge a partnership with her? With such a prominent ally, what were the beast clans worth? If he desired, all human clans would bow before him. Meanwhile, Qifeng and his companions remained blissfully unaware of these machinations, or even if they were aware, they dismissed them as inconsequential. For them, dedicating time to cultivation was far more beneficial. The three little ones, oblivious to the meaning of cultivation, were thrilled at the prospect of becoming powerful enough to protect Bai Qingqing. They expressed their unwavering commitment, which took Qifeng by surprise. He chuckled softly. "You have three exceedingly adorable children." Bai Qingqing smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. Having three obedient little ones was a dream she had never dared to entertain. Yet, unexpectedly, not only had her dream come true, but she now had three all at once, thanks to her lineage. "Come here, Jinda," Qifeng said, bending down to support Jinda's belly. The little fellow, perhaps having overeaten, had a round stomach that Qingqing urged him to hold in, yet he seemed unable to comply. Jean Er and Jean Yo stood by, mocking Jean Da, which made him feel quite embarrassed. He stammered. Sir, am I too fat? Bai Qingqing instructed them to refer to Qingqing as Sir in their daily interactions, as they were now his pupils, thus making it appropriate to address him as such. Qingqing smiled, reassuring him, not at all. It's just that you have yet to find the right method. They were golden lions, inherently brimming with boundless energy, and after every meal, they would dash outside. It was not so much that they were fat, but rather robust. Jean Da's face flushed, while Jean Yo couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. How can you be so careless? You can't even suck in your stomach. I haven't learned how, Jean Da retorted softly. Though he was aware that Jean Er and Jean Yo had not studied it either, yet they seemed to possess the skill effortlessly. Jean Yo shook her head, exuding a hint of pride. I haven't learned either, but I just can. As Qingqing listened to the playful banter among the three little ones, he shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Jean Yao and Bai Qingqing had long surpassed the age of gathering energy, and thus their studies revolved around concentrating their spiritual power in a designated area. Jean Yao adapted quickly, as he frequently required spiritual energy and was thus familiar with the learning process. Bai Qingqing observed Jean Yao skillfully manifesting a glowing orb in his palm and felt a twinge of disappointment. That I always feel like my energy is scattered and cannot gather. Jean Yao took Bai Qingqing's hand, sensing where her energy dispersed, and gently said, It's because you believe your energy is scattered that it manifests this way. However, if you concentrate your thoughts, you'll be able to feel your spiritual energy coalesce. Listening to Jean Yao's guidance, Bai Qingqing closed her eyes to slowly attune herself. Soon, her face lit up with surprise as she looked at Jean Yao. I felt it, but it's still a bit challenging. At that moment, Qingqing approached, his voice tinged with mirth, that is simply because you are not yet proficient. With practice, it will improve. Bai Qingqing nodded slightly upon seeing Qingqing. As he elaborated on matters concerning spiritual energy. The sun gradually set, marking the end of their session. Meanwhile, the Eagle clan was rife with internal strife. Upon hearing that Yinchuan wished to take a female as his partner, the clan leader's initial reaction was one of delight. Quickly formulating plans to facilitate a union between Hu Ling'er and Yincheng. Seeing that the Eagle clan leader displayed no hint of disapproval, Yinchuan felt relieved and ventured to propose. Father, I wish to move out with Ro or Ou. In an instant, the smile vanished from the Eagle clan leader's face, replaced by a cold glare directed at Yinchuan. What did you just say? The eagle's gaze was piercing, and as they bore down on others, many orcs felt as if countless thorns were embedded in their skin. Yinchuan was accustomed to the Eagle clan leader's intense gaze. Yet he felt a flutter of unease under such scrutiny. Ro was captured by our clan members before, so she is somewhat fearful of the Eagle clan. I want to take her and live outside. In the next moment, the Eagle clan leader slammed his hand on the table, his voice frosty. Nonsense. A nearby woman attempted to interject on Yinchuan's behalf, but was halted by Yincheng, who said, Mother, do not speak. Since my brother has made his decision, your words will bear no weight. Moreover, he did not wish for Yinchuan to linger within the Eagle clan, as long as he remained. His own brilliance would forever be overshadowed. He was weary of living in anonymity, and whenever someone encountered him, their first words were always, You must be Yinchuan's younger brother. He longed to escape the shadow of Yinchuan. Yinchuan merely lowered his head, waiting for the Eagle clan leader to speak. He understood that his father would not easily grant him this freedom. If he were to leave, the burden of procuring food would fall upon him and Yincheng. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that those who were located outside the clan were often estranged from their kin. Should a crisis arise in the Eagle clan, locating Yinchuan would prove challenging. As no one knew his whereabouts, the Eagle clan leader snorted coldly, rising to his feet and pointing at Yinchuan, stating, I cannot agree to this matter. Do not even think about moving out. Yincheng's expression was somewhat grim, yet he understood that the clan leader would not acquiesce so easily, unless Yinchuan had made some sort of promise to him. Contemplating this, Yincheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yinchuan's face, and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 72. The Escape. In the end, Yinchuan had a heated argument with the leader of the Eagle clan. When Yinchuan departed, the Eagle clan leader furiously smashed everything on his table to the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds. The woman beside him turned pale and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? If your son refuses to heed your words, then find a way to communicate with him instead of throwing a tantrum here. It is often said that males harbor a certain fear of the females in their households. After all, in the world of beast men, it is predominantly the females who hold sway over domestic matters. Should they commit any transgressions, the methods of punishment at the female's disposal are manifold, with the woman speaking up. The Eagle Clan leader dared not act recklessly and could only respond with a tone of resignation. I don't wish to, but you know that wretched boy's temperament. Once he sets his mind on something, he will undoubtedly pursue it. Thus, he felt compelled to project an air of ferocity in front of Qingqing, hoping to dissuade him from such thoughts. Yet, any discerning observer could tell that Qingqing was resolute this time. Moreover, Qingqing was aware that Qingqing was inherently aloof, showing little affection for his family, including his parents. However, this could hardly be blamed on Qingqing, for the Eagle Clan leader had scarcely taken an interest in his upbringing, allowing him to grow up in a rather unrestrained manner. It was only natural for him to lack emotional ties to his parents. The woman, at a loss for words, turned to return to her quarters, stating, "You are responsible for your own actions. Remember to clean up the mess you've created." Upon hearing this, Qingqing instinctively wanted to flee, for whenever he heard such words, the weight of responsibility would invariably fall upon his shoulders. As Qingqing stepped out, he suddenly heard the Eagle Clan leader's voice, and he turned back with an air of despondence. "Father, this is your doing. What? Are you disregarding what I say now? Have you become as defiant as your brother?" The Eagle Clan leader glared at him, and Qingqing dared not utter a word of affirmation, hastily beginning to tidy up the aftermath. Why was it always he who bore the brunt of the consequences? Meanwhile, Qingqing had returned to his own space, whereby Ro had remained indoors, reluctant to venture outside and interact excessively with the members of the Eagle Clan. She was both concerned about being labeled mute and fearful of encountering the group that had previously attempted to abduct her. Although Qingqing had assured her that those individuals had been sent to the Beast Clan and would face the clan leader's judgment, she still struggled to overcome her inner turmoil. After a few discussions, Qingqing ultimately acquiesced to her wishes, knowing that they would soon relocate and would not have to see these people again. Building rapport with them would serve little purpose. "You're back," Bai exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Qingqing, her eagerness to leave palpable. "So, did your father agree?" Naturally, Qingqing would not divulge that there had been no agreement, for he knew better than anyone that the Eagle Clan leader would never relent. Since he was not going to relent, there was no need to linger. He dashed outside, believing that his father would hardly have the energy to concern himself with him at this moment. Due to the drought, all the tribes were compelled to search for food, and the Eagle Clan leader had been preoccupied with this matter in recent days, leaving him little time to oversee Qingqing. Bai Ro's face lit up with joy as she promptly began to gather her belongings. Observing Bai Ro's enthusiasm, Qingqing felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, as it was evident how deeply the shadow of the Eagle Clan loomed over her. At least she did not reject him. Had she distanced herself from him too, he would have been at a complete loss. When Bai arrived here, she had brought only 2 sets of animal skin clothing, gifted by Bai Qingqing. Noticing this, Qingqing conceived a plan to take Bai to the market to see if there was anything she desired to purchase. After all, he still had a considerable amount of meat left from his hunting expeditions, which could be exchanged for various goods, thereby satisfying Bai Ro's needs. Unaware of Qingqing's intentions to buy her something, Bai Ro was solely focused on the urgency to leave. "Not yet. I promised my father I would attend to some matters first. We'll depart in the evening." After contemplating for a moment, she nodded in agreement, completely oblivious to Qingqing's motives for heading up. She merely thought that there would be fewer people at night, minimizing her chance of encountering the Eagle Clan members, which was a relief. As night fell, Qingqing finally appeared in the wooden hut. Bai Ro had been waiting so long that she was beginning to feel drowsy. Initially filled with excitement, her anticipation waned as she assumed Qingqing was still busy with his affairs. She rested her head on the table, waiting until it was well past midnight. Seeing Bai Ro, who looked weary, Qingqing felt a pang of guilt. "Are you tired? Perhaps I should carry you like a rabbit." The mere mention of a rabbit stirred his curiosity. He wondered what Bai Ro would look like transformed into one. Undoubtedly quite adorable. Upon hearing this, a suspicious blush crept onto Bai Ro's cheeks, and she shook her head, instinctively wanting to explain to Qingqing. However, realizing he could not comprehend her gestures, she ultimately refrained. Qingqing assumed she was simply embarrassed and did not dwell on it, certain that one day Bai Ro would feel comfortable enough to play around in front of him, thereby securing his place in her heart, in the realm of the Beast Clan. Lanterns were scarce, as their dwellings were primarily constructed of thatched roofs, making them susceptible to fire hazards. Outside was shrouded in darkness, and Bai Ro's night vision was inferior to Qingqing's, so she relied on him to guide her. The Eagle Clan was remarkably quiet at night. One could scarcely hear a sound. The clan members were strict with themselves, and at this hour, most were fast asleep. This was Bai Roro's first opportunity to observe the Eagle clan closely. Compared to the Rabbit clan, everything in the Eagle clan seemed magnified several times over, which was only natural, given their larger stature. She couldn't help but wonder what the place looked like during the day. During her last visit, she had been too preoccupied with thoughts of escape to take note, had it not been for Yinchuan. She might have been recaptured. As Yinchuan led Bai Roro out of the Eagle clan territory, he transformed into a majestic eagle. Glancing back at her, Bai Roro blinked in surprise, then pointed to herself and then to Yinchuan's back. The eagle nodded in response, and Bai Roro's face broke into a smile as she eagerly climbed onto his back. This was her first experience of such a novel sensation. Chapter 73. Each person has their little secrets. The back of the great eagle was remarkably broad. Bai Roro, unafraid of heights, curiously observed the surroundings. Yinchuan flew steadily, his concern for her safety prompting him to envelop his form with a layer of spiritual energy to prevent her from falling. When Bai Roro stood up, she nearly lost her balance but quickly steadied herself, raising her hands to maintain equilibrium. Yinchuan noticed her movements and felt a sense of relief, continuing to soar forward. Below them, the rivers and mountains unfolded in a breathtaking panorama, and the weight that had burdened Bai Roro's heart for days finally began to lift. It was a revelation to see the world from such heights. She felt a surge of exhilaration, but soon fatigue overtook her, and she laid down against Yinchuan, his feathers remarkably smooth, as if coated in a layer of oil, under which soft downy feathers provided a delightful touch. Bai Roro's face nestled against Yinchuan's plumage, and after a brief flight, he descended. Though she felt she hadn't had her fill of the experience, as Yinchuan began to land, she looked around in a daze, somewhat bewildered by the scenery. Ultimately, he settled in an open area and transformed back into his human form. There's a cave here where we can stay for a few days until I find a location near water, he informed her. The drought was no trivial matter, and Yinchuan was grateful to possess items capable of storing meat and water. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Bai Roro blinked a few times and nodded, indicating her understanding. Yinchuan led her into the cave and began to lay out the supplies he had prepared for her. Noticing Yinchuan so calmly unpacking his belongings, Bai Roro expressed her surprise, pointing at the ring he wore. Do you want this? Yinchuan gracefully removed the ring from his finger and placed it in the palm of his hand. It was an ancient silver ring adorned with numerous unfamiliar runes. Surrounding the ring was a faint silvery glow, a manifestation of spiritual energy. Bai Roro gently reached out to touch the ring but quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head in hesitation. What are you afraid of? Yinchuan chuckled softly, then slipped the ring onto Bai Roro's finger. Although it initially appeared larger than her delicate digit, it fit perfectly as she donned it. The gentle spiritual energy enveloped her fingertips, offering a delightful sensation. Bai Roro gazed in astonishment at the ring adorning her hand, listening intently as Yinchuan instructed her, use your spiritual energy to explore the contents within the ring, and you will be able to retrieve whatever you find inside. As she heeded Yinchuan's words, Bai Roro extended her spiritual awareness into the ring, discovering a miniature realm within it, filled with essential items for daily living. Clearly, Yinchuan had come prepared. By this time, daylight had fully broken, and Bai Roro's eyelids grew heavy. Observing her drowsy state, Yinchuan's eyes filled with affection. If you're tired, go ahead and rest. I shall gather some wild vegetables for you. When you awaken, we can have a meal. Bai Roro felt a twinge of embarrassment but was reminded of Bai Qingqing's words, ultimately nodding in agreement. As she watched Yinchuan step outside, her heart fluttered with emotion, a sweet sensation blossoming within her. Initially, she thought Yinchuan's remarks were merely to entice her into compliance, but she now realized he was genuinely invested in her. Bai Roro's thoughts became a muddled haze, and she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The first thing Bai Qingqing did upon waking was rush to prepare breakfast for the three little ones, lest they create a ruckus. Jin Yao observed Bai Qingqing's retreating figure, a hint of jealousy gnawing at him as he grasped her hand, feeling somewhat reluctant. Forget about them. Let them learn to cook for themselves. Previously, Jin Yao had been fiercely protective of his little ones, but now he was equally devoted to safeguarding his wife. Bai Qingqing found it amusing. She playfully pinched Jin Yao's nose and said, "All right, don't be so petulant. I will prepare their meal. You can continue to sleep. Once I'm done, I'll call for you." After a long day of busyness, both Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing were utterly drained and fell straight to sleep. Jin Yao, watching Bai Qingqing's silhouette, suddenly sat up. Determination etched on his face. No, I cannot afford to be lazy at this moment. What if those four sneak off to find Qi Feng? I cannot bear to fall behind them, especially when one of them is my partner. I cannot let anyone fall behind, least of all my partner. Bai Qingqing was in the midst of preparing meat soup when she was startled to see Jin Yao emerge. Aren't you going back to sleep? No. Jin Yao's voice still bore the weight of fatigue. Bai Qingqing was puzzled, but the three little ones saw right through him. They knew he was secretly practicing early to ensure he would not fall short of Bai Qingqing in the future. They would train as well, and one day they would surely surpass Jin Yao, rendering him unable to contend with them. The three little ones had grand aspirations, but it wasn't until Bai Qingqing finished cooking that they realized the reality. Bai Qingqing instructed them, first, go wash your hands. No one is allowed at the table without clean hands. Okay, the three little ones replied softly, then hurriedly went to wash their hands. Jin Yao looked at Bai Qingqing, his eyes brimming with mirth. Where shall we practice later? Certainly not in the company of children, Bai Qingqing remarked, sizing Jin Yao up, already aware of his thoughts. We shall see. You should wash your hands too. Don't just linger here. Jin Yao's smile instantly faltered, while the three little ones stood by, stifling their laughter. As Jin Yao approached with a scowl, the little ones straightened up, fearful of being discovered for their recent chuckling. I will deal with you all later. At the sound of Jin Yao's voice, the three little ones instinctively covered their bottoms, unsure why he took such delight in chastising them daily. Once seated at the table, they finally began their breakfast, while on the other side, Qifeng remained utterly silent. Over the past few days, the three little ones had come to understand that Qifeng did not eat, though they were unaware of the reasons. They wisely refrained from asking too many questions, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Bai Qingqing had advised them that it was normal for someone like Qifeng to keep things to himself, and they should not pry into matters merely to satisfy their curiosity. After finishing their meal, the three little ones dashed to the medicinal field, eager to identify the herbs Qifeng had taught them the previous day, competing to see who could remember the most. Chapter 74. A favor for a favor. The learning atmosphere among the three was quite commendable, and Bai Qingqing felt immensely satisfied, choosing not to pay further attention. Jin Yao assisted her with the dishes, and when he emerged, he found Qifeng correcting the little one's mistakes. It seemed that children absorbed knowledge rapidly. After only a few repetitions from Qifeng, the three little ones remembered everything and even began to extrapolate, causing Qingfeng's eyes to brighten as he praised their potential. Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing ventured up the mountain, first gathering their hunted prey and then casually foraging for vegetables. Life was steadily becoming more comfortable. At this moment, Jin Lin was confined within the beast tribe, unable to escape. Unlike the Golden Lion tribe, he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and being held by the tribe leader meant no one dared to show leniency. The guards were vigilant. One day, Jin Lin's mother arrived, and upon hearing she wished to see Jin Lin, the leader wasted no time in ordering her departure. After all, not just anyone could behave recklessly in his territory. Jin Lin's mother persisted, claiming that her son had been wrongfully accused, placing all the blame squarely on Bai Qingqing, which only served to reinforce the perception that their family was somewhat unhinged. The Fox tribe was also aware of Jin Lin's imprisonment. Foxy grew uneasy upon learning of his situation, fearing that one day he might implicate her. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have given him that piece of paper. If absolutely necessary, a forgery would have sufficed. Yet, she had unwittingly given him the real thing. The note Jin Lin had provided had proven utterly useless and had instead drawn the attention of the Eagle tribe's leader, who sought to pair Foxlinger with Qingqing. Bah! As if Qingqing were worthy of her child. In their view, both Qingqing and Jin Lin were cut from the same cloth, aimless individuals who would never amount to anything. Thus, they were unwilling to entrust their offspring to them. The Eagle tribe's leader remained oblivious to Foxy's thoughts, and had he known, he would have firmly barred Foxlinger from entering their home. For the future of their family would be uncertain. While Qingqing may have lacked ambition, he was still a cut above many other males. However, when compared to Qingquan, he seemed rather ordinary. Once Qingqing found a partner, he would undoubtedly prioritize them, and Jin Lin's family need not worry about him being disobedient. Foxy believed they were overly cautious. They should accept the match swiftly to avoid the situation where Qingqing found someone he truly cared for, rendering Foxlinger a lost cause. News of Qingquan's departure from the Eagle tribe spread swiftly, and all who encountered the Eagle tribe's leader could not suppress their laughter, finding it amusing that he could care so much for his offspring yet still lose them. The Eagle tribe's leader had faced a series of misfortunes these days. Without Qingquan's assistance, securing prey had become increasingly difficult. Furthermore, the tribe had limited resources for food storage, and with one of their containers in Qingquan's possession, their situation had grown dire upon his departure. Observing his father's distress, Qingqing devised a plan. Father, if it comes to that, why not spread the word that you are willing to let them go? but in exchange, they must provide some meat each month. It would be a fair trade. Had it been the previous Eagle tribe leader, he would have refused without hesitation. However, with disaster looming, he had to consider whether the rest of the tribe could withstand the drought. The Eagle tribe's leader did not respond immediately, sidestepping the question, yet no one knew his whereabouts. When Yinchuan left, he did not even leave a letter, clearly harboring resentment towards the Eagle tribe leader. Yinchong understood his intent. Without interaction with others, Yinchuan would not be privy to news from the Eagle tribe, rendering his plan ineffective. Yinchong pursed his lips, feeling his idea was somewhat redundant. Yet, apart from this, he truly could not conceive of a better solution. Forget it. I know you act for the good of the tribe, but let's set this matter aside for now. It is best not to mention it in the immediate future. After all, the affairs of the Eagle clan are inherently burdensome, leaving them little leisure to concern themselves with Yinchuan. Even if he were to perish outside, it would bear no consequence for their clan. If he truly yearns to depart, then let him go. The confines of such a small place cannot hold him. He had anticipated this moment, albeit not so soon. As Yinchong stepped outside, others remained silent upon seeing him. Typically, they would inquire about his brother, but today, it was common knowledge that Yinchuan had fled, and no one knew how Yinchong felt about it. If he were troubled, seeking him out at this juncture would be akin to rubbing salt in a wound. With this thought, the movements of the orcs hastened. A strong, meaty scent hung heavily in the air, while some were busy fetching water, pouring it into large jars at their doorsteps as a precaution against potential fires during the drought. Once their tasks were nearing completion, one of them spotted Yinchong and raised a hand in greeting. Yinchong. Yinchong looked up to see a dandy he often associated with. This orc was privy to most of the intriguing happenings within their tribe. What's the matter? As the orc approached, he quickly wiped his hands on his clothing and leaned in closer. Do you know about the recent happenings with Jinlin? A pungent, sour odor surged in Yinchong's stomach, nearly causing him to retch, yet he managed to suppress it. His curiosity ultimately prevailed. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm not aware. What has transpired with him? The Eagle clan had recently been stringent about outings, save for those hunting or fetching water, so he had been occupied at home assisting his father with the accounts, tallying the meat and water contributions of each household. Had it not been for this conversation, he might have nearly forgotten the name Jinlin. Surely you know about Jin Yao's partner, Bai Qingqing. Upon hearing this familiar name, Yinchong momentarily froze before nodding. I know of her. What's the situation? Has Jinlin become involved with Bai Qingqing? The very notion unsettled Yinchong. After all, he had once shared good fortune with Jin Li, and to think that Jinlin would treat him in such a manner now. Chapter 75. Schemes. The orc remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Yinchong's expression, continuing to speak with palpable excitement, that Jinlin has violated clan rules and was taken away by the clan leader. This clan leader referred to the head of the beast tribe, who generally dictated significant matters. Upon hearing this, Yinchong, who had harbored resentment towards Jinlin, was momentarily stunned. It took him a while to process. Captured. What does this have to do with Bai Qingqing? It is precisely because Jinlin attempted to forcibly claim Bai Qingqing, unaware that her partner was nearby, who promptly summoned assistance. The orc's tone was tinged with a hint of sympathy. Yet there was also an undercurrent of fear. Jinlin's predicament served as a stark warning. Should they encounter a similarly bold female, they too could be summoned by the clan leader. Yinchong inwardly cursed, thinking it served Jinlin right for not calling him along at that moment. However, he felt a twinge of relief that he had not gone. Otherwise, he too might have found himself entangled in this predicament alongside Jinlin. After the orc finished speaking, Yinchong's silence prompted a sense of oddity. What's wrong with you today? You've been unusually quiet. I thought you might have lost your voice. No, I'm merely lost in thought. Please refrain from disturbing me. Yinchong shot him a glance. He had always exhibited this aloof demeanor, a fact the orc had long since accepted, harboring contempt for him, attributing it to Yinchuan. Otherwise, how many would know of Yinchong? Yet, he dared not voice such sentiments. With Yinchuan gone, Yinchong had become the apple of the Eagle clan leader's eye. Any misstep in words could lead to dire consequences. Once the orc departed, Yinchong felt a lingering apprehension. What if the clan leader inquired about Jinlin's past actions? What if he implicated him as well? Jinlin, though reckless, understood restraint. He would not speak indiscriminately. However, there lingered a fear that some females might seek out the clan leader to voice their grievances. After all, now that Jinlin was imprisoned, many females would eagerly seize the opportunity to vilify him. He needed to contemplate an escape route. Had he possessed the prowess of Yinchuan, he would have absconded long ago, alleviating any concern of the beast tribe pursuing him. Yinchong's mind was a tumult of confusion. Even a fleeting gaze from another felt as though they were privy to his sordid secrets. The rumors circulating in Desert City swiftly reached the ears of the Golden Lion clan. Nearly everyone was aware of the figure atop Purple Peak Mountain, yet some remained perplexed. The initial reaction of the Golden Lion clan members upon hearing this news was to seek out the clan leader and elders. If Jin Yao truly maintained a close relationship with that individual, they could navigate the impending drought unscathed. After all, it was common knowledge that this individual possessed formidable abilities. If they could secure a protective barrier for the Golden Lions, they might even sustain their prey within it, ensuring the river's waters would not run dry. Such a scenario would incite envy among other tribes. The Golden Lion clan's aspirations were grand, yet reality was often harsh. Jin Yao had long since severed ties with the Golden Lion clan. He returned only occasionally to lend assistance, always with remuneration in tow, leaving them with no debts owed. The clan members had forgotten that Jin Yao's warmth towards them had merely been a remnant of his earlier affiliation. The elders, in particular, were filled with regret, wishing they had not expelled him had they known of his capabilities. The clan leader, unaware of the elders' past sentiments, felt his spirits lift upon receiving this news. While other tribes might survive on minimal sustenance, the Golden Lion clan and certain other predatory clans faced stark challenges. Their substantial appetites made it difficult to remain satiated, and during a drought, frugality was essential, rendering ample nourishment nearly impossible. They might have to resort to nibbling on greens. Where is Jin Yao now? The clan leader inquired, his countenance brightening. He is currently at Purple Peak Mountain. An orc promptly replied. The elder felt a jolt of anxiety, fearing the clan leader might send people to fetch Jin Yao. Wait, we don't even know the nature of Jin Yao's relationship with that individual. What if Jin Yao owes them a debt? Others regarded the elder with puzzled expressions. Even if it's a debt, what of it? He has food and shelter there. He can weather the drought without hunger. If possible, we would gladly take his place. While the elders' concerns were valid, the uncertainty of Jin Yao's relationship with that individual loomed large. If it were favorable, they would benefit greatly. If not, they would merely burden themselves with additional mouths to feed. With this in mind, the clan leader's expression reflected a blend of conflict and hesitation, unsure whether to pursue Jin Yao. Observing the clan leader's indecision, the elder exhaled in relief. As long as the clan leader abandoned that notion, he would be amenable to whatever course of action was chosen. Ultimately, the clan leader decided to discreetly gather information, instructing a few to observe from a distance for several days, only proceeding once they confirmed the nature of Jin Yao's relationship with that individual. The elder felt a twinge of unease but dared not interrupt the clan leader's directives, silently hoping that Jin Yao's ties were not strong. The Golden Lion clan dispatched a few males, including Qingqing, to scout the area. Originally, Qingqing had no desire to involve himself in this affair. After all, they only summoned Jin Yao when he proved valuable. Should he lose his worth, they would unceremoniously discard him. Were he in Jin Yao's position, he would have outright refused the Golden Lion clan's entreaties. However, considering his own offspring, Qingqing sighed, knowing he had no choice but to seek assistance. Qingqing, look over there. ISNT that Jin Yao with Bai Qingqing. Chapter 76. The Descent from the Mountain. Upon hearing his name, Qingqing instinctively turned his head. He beheld Jin Yao and Bai Qingqing, who were merrily ascending the mountain, their demeanor suggesting that this place was their home, devoid of any sense of strangeness. Other beastmen, with a hint of jealousy in their voices, remarked that the two seemed to lead a charmed life. Questioning how they had come to know this esteemed individual, while failing to offer any assistance to the Golden Lion clan, Jin Yao's previous benevolence was now dismissed as mere empty words, transforming him into a thankless wolf. At this, Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly, casting a warning glance at the man. Jin Yao had indeed extended considerable help to them, and he was no longer a member of the Golden Lion clan. Thus he bore no obligation to assist them. Should such fortune fall into their laps, it was unlikely they would remember the Golden Lion clan. The beast man, eager to voice his thoughts, was interrupted by another, who shook his head gently, compelling him to desist. One could only wonder how Qingfeng managed the wild grasses and flowers upon the mountain. Bai Qingqing, observing the vast expanse of forest, felt a surge of curiosity. Animals were only present on the outskirts, as Qingfeng found the noise of keeping them within too bothersome and had thus expelled all humans. Qingfeng had imbued them with a trace of his spiritual energy, granting them the freedom to traverse this barrier. Generally, they ventured out for hunting, while within the barrier lay wild vegetables, rendering external foraging unnecessary. They were about to emerge. The beastmen were immensely excited, hastily adjusting their animal skin garments as they prepared to approach, only to be halted by Qingqing. Wait, Our purpose here is merely to observe the nature of their relationship with that esteemed individual. Any further actions must be discussed with the clan leader upon our return. Yet, the beastman seemed unwilling to heed his words, even sneering, "Why wait to inquire later? What can you discern so swiftly? I merely wish to ask a question. I am not intending any mischief." Qingqing. Are you afraid I might usurp your share? Jin Yao had always been a soft-hearted individual, almost always accommodating requests, but only within the bounds of his ability. Having an additional person to share a bed or a meal was no burden for him. Thus, the beastman thought to resort to moral coercion, intending to compel Jin Yao to take him inside. Should he not return to the Golden Lion clan, it mattered little if he could reside there indefinitely. With a solid backing, life would indeed be more comfortable. It was no wonder Jin Yao had been insistent on leaving the Golden Lion clan, as he had found such a formidable ally outside. Qingqing could not restrain him, allowing the beastman to proceed. Upon seeing the beastman, Bai Qingqing's smile vanished without a trace. She recognized this beastman as one from the Golden Lion clan, and given that Zipping Mountain was generally devoid of beastmen. What brought them here unexpectedly? Brother Jin Yao, sister-in-law. Usually, this beastman regarded them with disdain, yet today he spoke amiably. Bai Qingqing found it surprising, yet somehow it felt reasonable. This individual must have some ulterior motive, for otherwise he would not be so amiable. Indeed, after a slight nod from Jin Yao, the beastman immediately inquired, "How do you reside in Zipping Mountain? Are you not aware that this is the dwelling of that esteemed individual? If you inadvertently anger him, what shall you do then?" His words were ostensibly aimed at uncovering the nature of Jin Yao's relationship with that esteemed individual. Alternatively, it was also possible that Jin Yao was entirely unaware of the presence of a deity they could not casually intrude upon. Jin Yao furrowed his brow, uncertain of the man's intent, though it was evident it was not a positive one. Bai Qingqing, however, directly interjected, pulling Jin Yao aside with arms crossed, her expression rife with impatience. "We have other matters to attend to. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. There is no need for this roundabout approach." Upon hearing this, the beastman's smile froze, taken aback by Bai Qingqing's forthrightness. If it were Jin Yao, he could be more easily managed, but with this female, he found himself at a loss, as they had no prior interactions. Seeing him stammer, Bai Qingqing scoffed, "Why the silence? Speak up." The beastman opened his mouth but ultimately turned to Jin Yao. "I am inquiring of you. I shall respond on his behalf." From a distance, Qingqing observed the exchange, finding it somewhat amusing. Bai Qingqing resembled a bandit leader from the human realm, while Jin Yao played the role of her subordinate. Now that someone was seeking trouble, he, as the consort, naturally had to protect his leader. What can you possibly answer? Do you even know that esteemed individual? You must be relying on Jin Yao's favor. The beastman spoke with a lack of conviction, as he felt Bai Qingqing's beauty might captivate the esteemed individual if he were indeed shallow. What then? Indeed, Jin Yao is my partner. What of it if I benefit from him? I possess my own status. Do you? Bai Qingqing regarded the beastman with palpable disdain, sparks flying between them. Qingqing genuinely worried that misunderstandings between the Golden Lion clan and Jin Yao would deepen. After much contemplation, he stepped forward, addressing Jin Yao. "I apologize. We did not mean any offense." Upon hearing this, the beastman blushed with anger, exclaiming, "What do you mean by not intentional? I was entirely deliberate." His tone was so aggressive that even the other beastmen found it distasteful. Hastily pulling him away to prevent him from souring relations without achieving any assistance, Bai Qingqing, observing Qingqing, felt her mood lift considerably. "Did the Golden Lion clan send you?" Qingqing nodded. "They instructed you to assess our relationship with that esteemed individual. If favorable, they might assist the Beast clan. If not, then nothing further will be pursued." "Correct." With no rebuttal, Qingqing could only nod, and then Bai Qingqing coldly remarked, "These arrogant individuals truly know how to secure their own benefits. But it depends on whether I am willing to confer such benefits." Hearing Bai Qingqing's words, a chill ran through the group, though Qingqing remained silent. Another beastman immediately began to lament, "Sister-in-law, you cannot fathom how dire the situation is for the Golden Lion clan. We are on the brink of starvation." Bai Qingqing mercilessly countered, "The drought has not yet fully set in. You can still hunt, so starvation is not a concern. Even the water has not dried up. Isn't it said that females are more compassionate? Why does Bai Qingqing seem to have a heart of iron?" The other beastmen looked at her with trepidation, placing their hopes on Jin Yao, wishing he might intercede. But Jin Yao, at that moment, was solely attentive to his wife, regarding the words of others as mere noise. Observing Jin Yao's expression of indifference, the beastmen felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Chapter 77. "Mother, shall we have a feast tonight?" Seeing Bai Qingqing obstructing Jin Yao, Qingqing felt a measure of relief. At least it seemed improbable that the Golden Lion clan could manipulate Jin Yao. The beastmen all turned their gazes toward Qingqing, imploring him to speak a few words. After all, Qingqing held a degree of influence within the Golden Lion clan, and Jin Yao would likely heed his counsel. Yet unexpectedly, Qingqing apologized to Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao, stating, "We merely came here to hunt today. We meant no other intentions that in essence." He was disassociating the previous beastmen's words and actions from themselves and the Golden Lion clan. This was an attempt to exonerate the Golden Lion clan. However, such reasoning could be understood. After all, before fully severing ties, Bai Qingqing was reluctant to escalate matters with the Golden Lion clan, since you have no further business. You may leave quickly, for that esteemed individual does not take kindly to intrusions into his domain. She followed Qingqing's lead, yet some individuals simply could not restrain their tongues. The original beastman sneered. His eyes filled with derision and indifference as he looked at Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao, uttering words laden with spite. You two truly know how to find yourselves a place of comfort, while the rest of the clan remains with the Golden Lion clan. How selfish. If news of today's events reached the ears of others, who could predict the repercussions? Bai Qingqing's expression darkened instantly. While Jin Yao felt a jolt of alarm, fearing Bai Qingqing might clash with these individuals, he hastily signaled to Qingqing to escort the group away. Qingqing understood his intent, yet these individuals were utterly unruly. You accuse us of selfishness? Were it not for Jin Yao and me being here, would you even think of us? I doubt it. What you truly think is that the Golden Lion clan has 5 more mouths to feed. Wasting resources. The beastman's countenance darkened, for Bai Qingqing's words held no fallacy. The clan leader indeed harbored such sentiments, but he could never admit it. Otherwise, should Bai Qingqing seize upon this weakness, he would find it impossible to curry favor with Jin Yao. How could that be? The chieftain initially intended for someone to bring you both back, but little did he expect that you had already found your own support and no longer required our assistance. As he spoke, he grew increasingly convinced of his righteousness, his voice gradually rising in volume. The Golden Lion clan had consistently prioritized your interests, yet you both appeared solely focused on yourselves, devoid of any sense of communal responsibility. Discussing collective consciousness with them here, Bai Qingqing's eyes darted momentarily before she nodded and said, "Very well, since the chieftain is so gracious towards us. Jin Yao, let us pack our belongings and return to the Golden Lion clan. It would be rather inappropriate for us to continue imposing on the esteemed adults here. Since the chieftain is willing to provide us shelter, we ought not to linger on this side any longer." Upon hearing this, the orc was rendered speechless. If Jin Yao and the others were to return, it would mean 5 additional mouths to feed. The prey they hunted scarcely sufficed for the clan's needs, and adding 5 more would be utterly unmanageable. Initially, he had presumed that Bai Qingqing and Jin Yao would not abandon Jeeping Mountain, thus solidifying their selfish reputation. To his astonishment, they chose to leave. Observing the orc's dazed expression, Bai Qingqing found it amusing. This man lacked even the courage to gamble, yet he stood before her uttering such nonsense. Enough. If there is nothing else, you should take your leave promptly and cease lingering here. Spare us the talk about how the Golden Lion clan would welcome our return. Be cautious, for I may genuinely bid farewell to the esteemed adults and return to the Golden Lion clan. At that point, you will be obliged to provide for us, and I assure you, the chieftain would not be pleased. Would you? The orc nearly voiced his objections, but fortunately, he refrained at the last moment. Qingqing observed the unfolding farce finally coming to a close, feeling somewhat helpless as he exhaled a deep sigh. We shall take our leave now. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance today. Bai Qingqing scoffed, offering no response. At this juncture, should they dare to suggest that Jin Yao and the others return, it was entirely possible that Bai Qingqing would indeed pack her belongings. The orc, not wishing to return and face the chieftain's ire, could only slink away with his tail between his legs.